Reborn into the 1997 NBA Draft, Kong Bu heralds the dawn of a formidable era in basketball. Jordan remarked, "He obliterated my second dynasty. He is a more ruthless villain than Chuck Daly." Malone stated, "Have you ever seen a coach roll up his sleeves to engage in battle? I have, and not just once." O'Neal expressed, "I have never encountered such an audacious individual. He even employed the hack-a-shaft strategy against me in the preseason." Kobe asserted, "Kongbu embodies terror. Tormenting his opponents may very well be his sole delight in life." "Please take your seats," announced an elderly gentleman with graying hair, his voice resonating with fervor. "I hereby declare the commencement of the 1997 NBA Draft." Kongbu, seated below, remained in a daze, staring blankly at the elderly figure on stage. A time traveler, he had just arrived in this world 30 seconds prior. Or rather, this era? The man on stage, whom Kongbu recognized all too well, was none other than NBA Commissioner David Stern. Given the two loud proclamations just made, it was clear to Kongbu, a devoted fan in his previous life, exactly where he found himself. At the 1997 draft, what truly left Kongbu in shock, however, was the identity he had assumed upon his arrival. President of basketball operations and head coach of the Toronto Raptors. Kongbu began to question whether he had unconsciously saved the universe in his previous life. For how else could he have secured such a perfect start? "Boss, are you feeling unwell?" Inquiring was his assistant, John Newman. Noticing Kongbu's expression of bewilderment, Kongbu shook his head. "No, I'm merely fatigued from work lately." Newman grimaced. Fatigued? The Raptors hadn't even made the playoffs this year. Their season had concluded in mid-April, and now it was the end of June, the time of the draft. He simply could not fathom what work his exceptionally young superior could have been engaged in recently. "Congratulations, host Kongbu, identity match complete. Iron-willed coach training system successfully activated. The system will periodically issue tasks. Completing them will yield player templates, skill packages, and valuable items. Detection confirms the host is representing the Toronto Raptors at the draft. Beginner task initiated. Task objective: enhance the team rating of the Toronto Raptors during the draft. Post-draft, rewards will be granted based on the improvement in team rating." A series of system notifications echoed within Kongbu's mind. With a smile spreading across his lips, he felt a surge of elation. In addition to his memories from his previous life, he had access to system benefits. Should he fail to carve out a niche in the NBA, it would be utterly unjust. As he pondered the recent system notifications, Kongbu was curious about the team rating's significance. Just as the thought crossed his mind, additional information flooded his consciousness. Toronto Raptors. Current overall team rating: B. Offensive rating, C. Defensive rating, C. Rebounding rating, B. Player potential rating, B. Upon receiving the information, Kongbu understood immediately that the current team rating for the Raptors must be AB grade. Is it possible to view the ratings of other teams? For instance, the Bulls? Kongbu pondered at this moment. It was the second dynasty of the Bulls, and any fan living in this era would undoubtedly be eager to discover the Bulls' rating. Chicago Bulls. Overall team rating: S grade. Offensive rating: S grade. Defensive rating: S grade. Rebounding rating: S grade. Player potential rating: C grade. Kongbu was astounded by the Bulls' evaluation. Indeed, this was a historically significant powerhouse, and such a rating spoke volumes that AS with a low player potential rating, which was even inferior to that of the Raptors. Kongbu could comprehend this aspect. The Bulls currently had no noteworthy newcomers in their roster, relying solely on the trident and a cadre of veterans, leaving no room for fresh talent to establish itself. In such circumstances, it was evident that there was little potential to uncover. Conversely, the Raptors boasted at least young talents such as the diminutive yet formidable Damon Stoudemire and the promising Marcus Camby. After reviewing the ratings of both teams, Kongbu acutely felt the disparity that if the Bulls were akin to majestic lions and tigers, the Raptors could at best be likened to a humble mutt. Yet, Kongbu held unwavering confidence in this mutt. He was certain that, under his leadership, it would not be long before it could rend the lion and tiger apart. The greater the increase in the team's rating, the more substantial the rewards. It seems I must devise a strategy. One cannot afford to miss this opportunity to elevate our starting point. Kongbu furrowed his brow in contemplation. To enhance the team's rating fundamentally meant improving the depth of the roster, which, in simpler terms, meant acquiring more star players. Teams with an abundance of stars might struggle due to poor chemistry, positional overlaps, or uneven distribution of shooting opportunities, yet a team devoid of a single decent star player would undoubtedly falter. Kongbu lifted his gaze and scanned the venue. Since acquiring star players to elevate the team's rating was the goal, there were essentially two avenues to pursue. One was through the draft. The other was via trades. Currently, it was indeed draft day, with representatives from all teams in attendance. What better venue for trades could there be? John, our draft picks this year are the 9th and 41st, correct? Kongbu inquired of his assistant coach Newman. Newman nearly choked in disbelief. He wanted to grasp Kongbu's collar and question how he could possibly ask such a question. As the team's president and head coach, how could he be uncertain of his team's draft positioning? This is correct, Newman replied weakly. Kongbu grinned widely. These draft picks were exceedingly valuable. Under normal circumstances, the Raptors would select Tracy McGrady with the 9th pick, while the 41st pick would likely yield a nameless player. Now that Kongbu was here, the 9th pick would undoubtedly still be used to select McGrady. After all, if they did not choose McGrady, there truly was no one else worthy of selection. That if this were any other draft, Kongbu, with the advantage of his past lives' memories, could select other star players. However, the 1997 draft is a unique exception. This particular draft yielded only 3 all-star players. The first pick, Duncan, the third pick, Billups, and the Suno best selected Raptors choice, McGrady. The Raptors, holding the 9th pick, could not possibly select Duncan or Billups. Thus, McGrady was their sole option. Despite being the only choice, Kongbu felt quite satisfied, for McGrady was destined to become one of the 4 premier shooting guards and a Hall of Fame member, undoubtedly, elevating the team's standings significantly. The essence of the draft selections lay not only in securing McGrady with the 9th pick, but also in the opportunity to choose Stephen Jackson with the 41st pick. Typically, Jackson would be selected by the Suns at the 42nd position in the second round, making the Raptors' 41st pick a perfect opportunity to acquire him. Although he has never been an all-star, Jackson is indeed a notable player, having averaged 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 6.5 assists during his peak season. Moreover, the infamous malice at the Palace and the miraculous 8th seed triumph of the Warriors in 2007 have etched his name in NBA history. In terms of recognition, he surpasses many historical all-stars. With the assurance of acquiring both McGrady and Jackson, Kongbu was confident that this would elevate the Raptors' team rating by 2 tiers, from B to B. Unfortunately, such an enhancement was far from satisfying for him. His ambition was to elevate the team's rating to at least an A. The gap between an A rating and Jordan's Bulls was substantial, as it spanned an A and an S rating, indicating that even an elevation to an A rating would still leave a considerable distance between them and the Bulls. Chapter 2. The Best and Worst of Times. With only 2 draft picks at his disposal, Kongbu could secure only McGrady and Jackson. Even with more picks, this draft offered limited player options. To further enhance the team's rating, trades would be necessary. The Raptors' roster included high-value players such as the diminutive dynamo, Camby, and the formidable perimeter defender, Doug Christie. The first player he identified as a trade target was the Raptors' cornerstone, the diminutive dynamo. The trade value of the diminutive dynamo was extraordinarily high. Last season, as merely a sophomore, he averaged 20 points and 9 assists, showcasing his elite playmaking abilities. Such performance from a rookie is not just commendable, it is phenomenal. It is well known that in the trading market, when players are of comparable strength, interior players hold the highest value, followed closely by point guards. What truly inflated the diminutive dynamo's market value was the praise he received from none other than Jordan himself. Jordan acknowledged that the 2 most challenging guards in the league were the renowned King star, Richmond, and the diminutive dynamo, Stoudemire. Receiving such commendation from Jordan speaks volumes about the young player's terrifying trade value. That, of course, from an omniscient perspective, one might argue that Jordan's judgment of talent might not be infallible, that Richmond's prowess on the court has long been established. In contrast, the young player, dubbed Little Flying Squirrel, received high praise from Jordan but subsequently failed to deliver noteworthy performances. He exemplifies the archetype of a player who starts strong only to falter. His initial 2.5 seasons with the Raptors were marked by impressive play. Yet following his trade, his talent diminished dramatically. Throughout his career, he has garnered a mere 2 accolades: Rookie of the Year and a spot on the All-Rookie First Team. Currently, Kongbu is contemplating trading Little Flying Squirrel. Regardless of his own intentions, it is likely that the Raptors will soon part ways with him. With Little Flying Squirrel identified as a potential trade asset, The subsequent steps become simpler. Kongbu's only task is to locate a willing buyer. As he surveys the venue, Kongbu perceives every individual as a potential mark. The trade value of Little Flying Squirrel is evident, ensuring he will fetch a substantial return, possibly yielding two promising players in exchange. The elite teams are out of the question. They possess superstars like Jordan, Malone, or O'Neal, and Little Flying Squirrel does not yet merit a straight trade for such talent. Conversely, the lesser teams typically feature only one star player, who is often integral to their rebuilding efforts, making them unlikely to part with him. Thus, Kongbu's attention shifts to the playoff contenders languishing in the lower ranks of the league standings. The Cavaliers catch his eye, having finished ninth in the Eastern Conference last season. Their roster includes stars like Terrell Brandon and Tyrone Hill. Brandon's performance was commendable, averaging 19 points and 6 assists last season, making him a viable asset, albeit lacking the potential that comes with youth. Tyrone Hill, however, leaves much to be desired. He has displayed a notable lack of courage, having been humiliated by Oakley before a game, and he dared not retaliate. The moniker Little Flying Squirrel might be more fitting for Hill, who truly embodies a timid nature. Should a trade occur, the Cavaliers would swiftly dispatch both players to Toronto, but Kongbu is unimpressed with these options. While such a trade could marginally enhance the team's standing, the improvement would be negligible. Furthermore, having a weak player like Tyrone Hill on a roster would undoubtedly be detrimental, an issue that statistics might not fully capture. Imagine Kongbu leading the Raptors against the Knicks in the Eastern Conference semifinals, with Hill positioned as the power forward opposite Oakley. The scene would be grim. Oakley would likely crush Hill's spirit, rendering him ineffective. A single position failing to contribute could diminish the Raptors' chances from a balanced matchup to a mere 30% likelihood of success. Kongbu recalls a saying from his past life. The 1990s NBA was both the best and the worst of times. It was the best era due to the plethora of legendary players, many of whom are considered historical icons, who provided fans with endless captivating narratives. Jordan 6 championships, Rodman's astonishing rebounding feats, and more. O'Neal's dominance in the paint, Duncan and Malone's unwavering consistency, the moments of Miller, and even Kobe's 81 points, Tmac's unforgettable moments, Iverson's unknown against the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe, and Carter's death-defying dunk haul contribute to the assertion that this is indeed the finest era. Conversely, it is also deemed the worst of times, as this age is rife with wildness and even brutal savagery. In Kongbu's mind, a dream team is not merely a collection of offensively dazzling stars, but a bastion of defense, and tenaciously resolute defense. Merely possessing defensive prowess is insufficient. One also requires tough enforcers who can rise to the occasion in critical moments. Otherwise, when faced with the likes of Utah's dynamic duo or the notorious New York gangsters, even the most formidable young Raptors would inevitably meet a gruesome fate. A single weak link within the team could render the entire squad feebly, a scenario that Kongbu ardently wishes to avoid. Thus, even if the Cavaliers were to offer Tyronn Lue for free, Kongbu would never entertain the idea. Kongbu then turned his gaze towards other teams of moderate strength. In the Western Conference, 3 playoff gatekeepers stand out: the Clippers, Kings, and Suns. The Suns boast an abundance of stars, with as many as 6 players who have either been selected for or are likely to be selected for the All-Star game, including Hall of Famers like Kidd and Kevin Johnson. However, their general manager, Danny Ainge, is not one to be trifled with. Ainge, Pat Riley, and Larry Brown are often referred to as the league's 3 great vampires. Engaging in trade discussions with them is hardly a prudent endeavor. Kongbu is well aware that should he approach Ainge with a trade proposal, he would undoubtedly be met with exorbitant demands. Moreover, the Suns' plethora of stars consists entirely of perimeter players. Kongbu's current strategy involves trading the diminutive Flying Squirrel for 2 stars, with at least one being a formidable interior presence. Thus, the Suns are also excluded from consideration. The Clippers are equally unsuitable, as they lack any star players. Their leading scorer, Lou Williams, averages fewer than 15 points per game. This underscores the remarkable coaching abilities of Bill Fitch, who has managed to guide a team of underperformers into the playoffs. As for the Kings, they currently have only one star player, the indomitable Richmond. It is evident that the diminutive Flying Squirrel lacks the stature to command a direct trade for the Kings' soul, Richmond. The playoff gatekeepers of the Western Conference are not ideal candidates. And in the Eastern Conference, aside from the Cavaliers, the Magic and the Washington Bullets also. To be precise, it is the Magic and the Wizards. Last season, they were known as the Bullets, but during the offseason, they rebranded themselves as the Wizards. Since O'Neal's departure to the Lakers, the Magic has struggled to regain their footing. Currently, they possess several notable players, such as the remarkably talented Gerald Wilkins and Kenny Smith, who would later partner with Barkley for game commentary. However, the only player who can truly be considered a star is Penny Hardaway. Thus, the Magic are certainly not a target for trade. Feeling a sense of urgency, Kongbu finally sets his sights on the Wizards. As he meticulously recalled the current roster of the Wizards, a look of sheer ecstasy spread across his face. Indeed, it was the Wizards. The Wizards were undoubtedly the ideal trading partner. Chapter 3. Securing Big Ben. At first glance, the Wizards' lineup seemed to fall short of fulfilling Kongbu's needs. Their starting lineup from the previous season boasted 3 All-Stars: Chris Webber, Juwan Howard, and the enigmatic Strickland. Little Mice certainly could not be traded straight up for Webber. Webber currently ranked among the top 3 power forwards in the league, and being a young talent, he was leagues ahead of Little Mice. As for Uncle Ho, he and Webber were former college teammates from the famed Fab Five at Michigan. The reason Webber joined the Wizards was to rekindle his partnership with Uncle Ho. The Wizards would never consider breaking up that duo. If they were to trade Uncle Ho, it would surely provoke thoughts of leaving in their core player, Webber. On the other hand, Strickland, the godfather of Irving, held a lower trading value. Having been childhood friends with Irving's father, it was only natural that he became Irving's godfather after his birth. Many of Irving's ball handling techniques were actually learned from this godfather figure. Strickland was undeniably as skilled as Little Mice, yet his reputation was severely tarnished. Issues such as DUI, assaulting teammates, disrespecting coaches, hitandron incidents, nightlife escapades, and unexcused absences from practice were all too common for him. In fact, he embodied nearly every fault a player could exhibit. Despite these transgressions, Strickland still managed to earn impressive statistics as one of the league's top point guards, yet he remained excluded from the All-Star selection. However, he did earn a spot on the All-NBA's second team, which, in a sense, marked him as the second-best point guard of that year. Thus, in Kongbu's perspective, Strickland was undoubtedly a premier player. His elation, however, was not derived from such a troublesome star. His true joy stemmed from the prospect of acquiring Big Ben. Indeed, Big Ben Wallace, a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, 6-time All-Defensive Team member, 5-time All-Star, 2-time rebounding champion, and once a blocks leader. He represented the pinnacle of blue-collar interior players. Currently, Big Ben was serving with the Wizards, albeit as a mere role player, averaging less than 6 minutes per game. Such limited playing time rendered him an expendable asset, with Webber and Uncle Ho already anchoring their frontcourt. The Wizards would hardly prioritize a player like Big Ben, an undrafted gem. Kongbu was utterly convinced that the inclusion of Big Ben in his roster would elevate the team's rating significantly. Indeed, just Big Ben alone could enhance the team's standing. Even a direct trade of Little Mice for Big Ben would be an unequivocal win. It was important to recognize that Little Mice had little potential left to exploit, whereas Big Ben's potential was boundless and his ceiling far exceeded that of Little Mice. However, Kongbu would certainly not commit such folly. Big Ben's trading value was virtually negligible. Should he attempt to exchange Little Mice solely for Big Ben, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire league. Strickland can be included in the trade. Then I will bring out the flyer to continue trading and elevate the team's rating. In a brief moment, Kongbu devised a subsequent trading strategy. The flyer, with its rebellious spirit, is ill-suited for a youthful team like the Raptors. Rather, it would thrive within the confines of a more established powerhouse. For instance, in the Jazz, even with audacity akin to that of a bear, the Flyer would hardly dare to misbehave in the presence of Malone. Furthermore, teams with even greater troublemakers would equally serve as a fitting new home for the Flyer. Take the New York Gangsters, for example. Within their ranks, each player is more unruly than the last, and the Flyer would have no choice but to tread lightly. In truth, the Flyer hails from the very essence of the New York Gangsters, having been selected by the Knicks in '88 before being traded away. I announced that the San Antonio Spurs have selected Tim Duncan from Wake Forest University with the first overall pick. As Kongbu pondered, Stern on stage proclaimed this year's #1 draft choice. Silence enveloped the crowd, with no expressions of surprise, for even if the selection were repeated 100 times, Duncan would invariably emerge as the first pick of the year. The objective of the task is to enhance the team's rating throughout the duration of the draft, with the event now officially underway. Time is of the essence for Kongbu. He resolutely stood and made his way toward the Wizards' representative office nearby. "Good day, Mr. Unseld." Kongbu approached the Wizards' general manager, Wes Unseld, and greeted him warmly. In his playing days, Unseld was nicknamed the Bone Crusher, embodying the image of a fierce beast that deterred any intruders. Now, with age, he resembled more of a plump neighbor than a fearsome figure. "Young man, what brings you here?" The old Bone Crusher regarded Kongbu with curiosity, his deep voice resonating. "Are you interested in making a trade? I propose a trade involving Damon. I would like to exchange him for your Rod and Ben Wallace." Kongbu exhibited no signs of intimidation, even when faced with a legendary figure. As his words left his lips, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. All gazes turned to Kongbu, astonished not by the content of the trade, but by the audacity of this newly appointed young man to propose selling off the team's cornerstone. Was this his own initiative or a directive from the Raptors' owner? "Kong, do you possess such authority?" This transaction is not akin to merely acquiring a second-round pick. The old Bone Crusher was instantly intrigued, even altering the way he addressed Kongbu. "Indeed, I'm the president of basketball operations for the team. I have full trading authority." Upon delivering this statement, Kongbu felt a twinge of uncertainty within himself. Under normal circumstances, the little flying mouse would indeed be traded before the new season commenced. Yet that was a matter for the future at this moment. He was taking a bold initiative, unaware of the owner's stance. One misstep, and he might find himself packing his belongings post-draft. Nevertheless, Kongbu had little choice but to forge ahead. His primary objective now was to complete the system task and secure the novice starter package. As long as he fulfilled the task, being dismissed by the Raptors would matter little. He could always chart a new course for himself. "Deal." The aging Bone Crusher could hardly contain his excitement. His voice hurried as he decisively sealed the deal. The allure of the little flying squirrel was simply too great for the Wizards. The leader of the Wizards, Weber, was perturbed by the ongoing chaos caused by the erratic behavior of the flying car, who had been assaulting his teammates. This discontent had been expressed numerous times to Unseld, as Weber yearned for a resolution to rid the team of this troublesome distraction. Now, the opportunity presented by Kongbu was indeed a stroke of fortune. Not only could they eliminate the flying car, but they could also acquire a boundless potential in the form of the little flying squirrel. Such serendipitous occurrences are rare and should not be missed, lest the old man find himself restless for an entire year. As for Big Ben, he was an undrafted player. The reason for his signing was that the Bone Crusher perceived in him a reflection of his own youth to tee the center position. He was notably diminutive. Unseld stood at a mere 201 centimeters, while Big Ben's official height claimed to be 206 centimeters. Yet everyone knew his true height was closer to 201 centimeters as well. Both men were exceptionally robust, their physiques resembling that of professional bodybuilders, and they shared a humble demeanor. These numerous similarities endeared Big Ben to Unseld. However, he did not harbor grand expectations for Big Ben's future. The times had changed. Had it been the vibrant 60s or 70s when Unseld was in his prime, he believed Big Ben might have thrived. Chapter 4. The Beast Marchand. In the presence of all the league's elite, the Raptors and the Wizards reached a verbal agreement. With the verbal accord established, the possibility of reversal was virtually non-existent. Thus, Flying Car and Big Ben were now considered a part of the Raptors. Kongbu hastily returned to his seat, eager to review the Raptors' team rating. Toronto Raptors. Current overall team rating B. Offensive rating C. Defensive rating A. Rebounding rating A. Player potential rating A. In comparison to the state of the team just minutes prior, the improvement was striking, especially the overall rating, which had ascended from B to A. Kongbu gasped in astonishment. Big Ben had remarkably elevated the team's rating by 2 tiers single-handedly. The combat effectiveness of the Flying Car and the Little Flying Squirrel was comparable. Yet regarding potential, while the Little Flying Squirrel was young, he was a player whose performance had peaked early and subsequently declined, thus lacking significant potential. Therefore, if the Little Flying Squirrel were merely swapped for the Flying Car, the Raptors' rating might not have changed at all. Big Ben's inclusion did not alter the offensive rating, which was reasonable, as his offensive prowess was negligible. However, the defensive and rebounding ratings saw substantial improvement, and the player potential rating was also elevated. Kombu was overjoyed it was not yet their turn to select McGrady and the Wizard. Once these two were also counted among the Raptors, the team rating was bound to experience a significant surge. This novice task should yield commendable rewards. However, Kombu did not intend to stop there. He was determined to continue trading, striving to maximize the completion of his task before the draft conference. His next objective was to trade for the speedy player. In the current league, there are indeed several overlooked talent akin to Big Ben, players who have not received the attention they deserve from their respective teams. For instance, there is Nash from the Mavericks and Shaquille O'Neal from the Trailblazers. Last season, Nash averaged a mere 10 minutes on the court for the Mavericks, scoring only 3.3 points, while O'Neal's situation was quite similar, both being marginal figures on their teams. Both of these individuals would achieve great success in the future, and if they could be acquired, they would undoubtedly elevate the team's standing. Unfortunately, neither of them was included in Kong Bu's trading plans. Nash did not align with Kong Bu's vision of the perfect roster. He sought defense, and more defense. Nash's defensive capabilities were nearly negligible, akin to Big Ben's offensive prowess. Moreover, the Raptors' current roster was ill-suited for a fast-paced style of play. It would be absurd to expect Big Ben and Camby to run the court together. Their attempts at such a strategy would be as futile as using an excavator to swat mosquitoes. The Raptors were destined to play a half-court game, significantly diminishing Nash's potential impact. On the contrary, O'Neal fit Kong Bu's tactical philosophy remarkably well. His defense was adequate, and his offensive skills surpassed Camby's by a considerable margin. At his peak, O'Neal was capable of standing toe-to-toe with the likes of Duncan, Howard, and Nowitzki among elite power forwards. Regrettably, the Trailblazers had little interest in the speedy player, having previously sold him off to the Wizards at a loss, fully aware of the challenges associated with him. Should Kong Bu propose a trade, there might be a glimmer of hope for acquiring O'Neal, given that the value of the speedy player far exceeded that of O'Neal. However, expecting to garner additional assets was out of the question. A trade involving a top-tier player for just O'Neal would appear foolish, and Kong Bu had no reason to engage in such a reckless transaction at this juncture. Kong Bu's gaze continued to sweep across the venue. The draft had reached the third pick, with the Celtics selecting Billups with their coveted slot. Moments later, Kong Bu identified a suitable destination for the speedy player. He traversed the entire venue towards the representatives of the Miami Heat. The representatives from various teams observed the animated Kong Bu with surprise. His recent trade with the Wizards had already been astonishing. Witnessing his current demeanor, they wondered if he intended to pursue further transactions. Unbeknownst to them, the young Kong Bu had become the focal point of the vast draft conference. Mr. Riley, are you interested in making a trade? Kong Bu inquired directly before the sagacious Pat Riley. Riley's expression momentarily faltered. Just moments ago, he had envied the good fortune of the old bone crusher in his dealings with Kong Bu. Now, in the blink of an eye, Kong Bu was approaching him. Of course, my dear friend, I'm interested, Riley responded. Who in the league does not know that I relish engaging with young talents? However, I am curious about what you wish to trade, and if one were to merely listen to Riley's word without understanding his character, one might mistakenly perceive him as a benevolent and kind-hearted individual. However, anyone present would be acutely aware of the ruthless nature he embodies. Some have already begun to mourn for Combs, who would voluntarily seek a transaction with Riley. Such an act is akin to a sheep entering the lion's den. I wish to trade for your Jamal Mashburn along with Bruce Bowen, Combs stated. The offer is our newly acquired Rod Strickland. Just like during his earlier negotiations with the old bone crusher, Combs boldly articulated his desired players. Logically, such a transaction would typically involve some haggling. One would not expect to state their target outright from the very beginning. Combs, in his directness, aimed to conserve time, knowing that the task's objective must be accomplished within the duration of the draft. Once the draft concluded, the task would be settled. On the other hand, he recognized that even if he employed some clever tactics, he would invariably be outmaneuvered by those seasoned veterans who have navigated the league for decades. Therefore, it was perhaps wiser to be forthright. Riley was momentarily taken aback. What sort of trading strategy was this? A player had scarcely warmed the bench with the Raptors before being offered for trade. Moreover, the inclusion of this player seemed somewhat absurd, considering the Heat already boasted an all-star point guard in Tim Hardaway. If they were to engage in a trade, one would expect to present something the team genuinely required. Yet the Heat had no need for another point guard. Nevertheless, the prospect of this trade captivated Riley, as it was evidently a lucrative opportunity. Were it not for Combs mentioning Bowen's name, Riley might have forgotten that such a player existed on the Heat's roster. Bowen had played only one game for the Heat last season, in which he logged a mere minute on the court, recording a stat line of 0 points, rebounds, assists, and steals with a single block that a player of such caliber hardly warranted consideration as a trade asset. The astute strategist began to ponder whether Bowen possessed some undiscovered potential that he himself had overlooked. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled to himself. How could it be that a potential he had missed was recognized by this young lad before him, who had yet to fully mature? With mediocre physical attributes, a lack of offensive initiative, poor free throw performance, and being an older rookie, such players could be found in abundance. As for Mashburn, 2 years prior, not to mention a single player, even 3 would not suffice for a trade. Known as the Beast, Mashburn had averaged 20 points in his rookie season, which skyrocketed to an average of 24.2 points in his sophomore year. Such potential is historically significant among small forwards, even in terms of immediate impact. Only Grant Hill and Scottie Pippen could be considered superior in the league. Regrettably, a severe injury derailed Mashburn's career. After only a handful of games in his third season, he was sidelined for the remainder of the year. Since his return last season, his performance had significantly declined, leading to a fall from grace that he averaged barely 12 points, and in the 17 playoff games with the Heat, he could only muster 10 points on an abysmal 38 shooting percentage that it is widely believed that had it not been for Marsh's poor performance. The recently concluded Eastern Conference Finals would not have seen the Heat suffer such a devastating defeat to the Bulls. Chapter 5. The draft concludes. Kongbu harbored ambitions to acquire Marshbon, fully aware that it would not be long before Marshbon would rise from the ashes. It is indeed curious how the small forward position has never been short of examples of resurrection. The likes of Paul George in the future and Marshbon in the present. Prior to his injury, Marshbon's defensive capabilities were rather lackluster. It could be said that his offensive prowess was matched only by the inadequacy of his defense. Following a severe injury, it appeared as though fate had played a jest upon him, reallocating all his offensive attributes to bolster his defensive skills. As his offensive game faltered, his defensive contributions began to flourish, and by the next season, he was capable of earning a spot on the all-defensive team. If he were merely a defensive specialist, Kongbu might not have been particularly intrigued. However, it would not be long before his offensive abilities were restored, transforming him into a fully realized and formidable Marshbon. In the 2003 season, Marshbon even outshone Pierce, being recognized as the league's premier small forward. Even Carmelo Anthony's draft prototype was modeled after Marshbon. During his peak, Tracy McGrady once remarked that his most challenging adversary was not Kobe Bryant, but rather Marshbon. Thus, it becomes evident why Kongbu was willing to trade for Marshbon with the inclusion of the flying car. Bowen was merely a supplementary piece, as Kongbu believed any improvement in the team's rating was worthwhile. Regardless of Bowen's shortcomings, his value to the team was undeniable, capable of enhancing their overall strength. Riley, the shrewd strategist, remained hesitant. While the flying car held no direct use for them, it could be leveraged in further trades to acquire a forward even more formidable than Marshbon. This way, they might stand a chance against the Bulls in the new season. With this thought, Riley resolved to proceed without further contemplation. The deal was struck. Much like Unseld, Riley decisively finalized the trade. Representatives from other teams looked at Kongbu with incredulity, as they had never witnessed such a foolish transaction in their extensive coaching or management careers. It was tantamount to the Raptors' foundational core, the promising point guard Stoudemire, who averaged 20 points and 9 assists per game, being exchanged for Marshbon, Big Ben, and Bowen, one a half-injured player, and the other 2 undrafted free agents commonly seen in summer leagues. Onlookers even speculated whether Kongbu bore some deep-seated grudge against Raptors owner Bittorf, given the apparent folly of the deal. At that moment, Kongbu stood before Riley, a smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated the proceedings to unfold so smoothly. With both trades completed swiftly and without hesitation, while outsiders viewed these transactions as rather foolish, to future basketball enthusiasts, Kongbu had indeed reaped significant rewards. The diminutive flying squirrel debuted in his prime, showing promise only in his first 2 seasons, subsequently declining with each passing year. Throughout his entire career, he never once earned an All-Star selection, nor did he accumulate any other prestigious accolades, save for the Rookie of the Year award. Yet, This player was exchanged for a historically significant blue-collar interior presence and a versatile, elite small forward capable of excelling on both ends of the court. A perimeter defender, repeatedly selected for the all-defensive team, possesses the ability to make unconventional contributions during critical moments. This is not merely a profitable endeavor, it is akin to striking gold. Kongbu promptly revisited the Toronto Raptors team ratings. Toronto Raptors, current overall team rating: A. Offensive rating, B. Defensive rating, A. Rebounding rating, A. Player potential rating, A. As anticipated, the team's rating has once again ascended. Particularly, the defensive and potential ratings have both reached a level, with a further step away from attaining the coveted S level. With the defensive prowess of both Tracy McGrady and Stephen Jackson, acquiring them post-draft would elevate the defensive rating to at least S level. Absent injury concerns, McGrady's remarkable physical attributes yield astonishing defensive efficiency. In terms of defensive efficiency and defensive win shares, McGrady has outperformed Kobe Bryant in several seasons, notably during his initial 3 seasons with the Magic and the Rockets, where his advanced defensive metrics surpassed those of Kobe. As for Stephen Jackson, although he has never been named to the all-defensive team, his defensive capabilities are exceptional among small forwards. Particularly in the early years of his career with the Spurs, his defensive efficiency was an impressive 98 points, allowing just 98 points to opposing players per 100 possessions. Such efficiency among perimeter players rivals that of the elite defenders. The Bulls' defensive intensity is S level. Should the Raptors attain S level, their defensive prowess would rank among the league's elite. Even more daunting is the fact that this Raptors lineup consists entirely of rookies. Given time to develop, their defensive rating could potentially reach S level, enabling them to rival the Bulls. The draft continued, with Stern appearing every 5 minutes to announce new rookie selections. After a brief wait, it was finally the Raptors' turn with the 9th pick. This 9th pick was naturally used to select McGrady. Given the recent influx of high school rookies in the draft, including last season's selection of Kobe, the Raptors' choice of McGrady was expected by the crowd. When the second round arrived at the 41st pick, the Raptors seized the opportunity to select Stephen Jackson. Consequently, Kongbu's draft journey reached a satisfying conclusion, having secured all the players he desired. With McGrady and Jackson now part of the roster, the Raptors' lineup for the upcoming season began to take shape. Ben Wallace, Marcus Camby, Jackson, McGrady, Uncle Bob, and Christie, totaling 7 core players. This lineup appeared somewhat congested on the perimeter, with only Wallace and Camby in the front court and no players at the point guard position. Kongbu remained unfazed. Christie is an exceptionally rare swingman, adept at playing the 1, 2, or 3 positions. With a less intense offensive drive, he occasionally surprises with a well-timed shot. While his defensive abilities are outstanding, having been named to the all-defensive team multiple times. In Kongbu's view, positioning Christie at point guard would yield greater benefits than deploying either Speedy Claxton or the diminutive Mouse. Moreover, McGrady possesses commendable playmaking abilities, alleviating any concerns that Coach Kahn may have regarding the absence of a traditional point guard. In terms of interior presence, the roster is limited to just Ben Wallace and Marcus Camby, which is indeed somewhat sparse. However, there are currently no superior alternatives available. Should the Raptors have more assets at their disposal, they might contemplate acquiring the services of Chris Bosh. The trio of Wallace, Camby, and Bosh could effectively share the responsibilities of power forward and center, providing a sufficient rotation. Regrettably, the Raptors find themselves bereft of substantial assets at present, making the prospect of securing Bosh in the near term quite unlikely. There is no need for haste in this matter, as over the next 2 seasons, Bosh has not received considerable attention with the Trailblazers. By diligently accumulating assets, the opportunity to acquire Bosh will eventually present itself. Chapter 6. The Extraordinary Artifact. Even in the absence of Little O, Kongbu felt that the formidable twin towers of Ben Wallace and Camby were more than sufficient, provided they did not encounter the super teams. Ben's defensive prowess is beyond question, truly at an elite level. Camby's defense, however, has long been a subject of debate among fans. Many believe that his 2007 DPOY award was unjustly snatched from Tim Duncan. The contention lies in the fact that Camby's advanced defensive metrics slightly lag behind Duncan's, leading some to label him as the most overrated DPOY in history. This sentiment is somewhat misplaced. In the 2007 DPOY voting, Camby ranked first, Bruce Bowen second, and Duncan third. Even had Camby not won, Bowen would have likely claimed the honor. The calculation of advanced defensive metrics is heavily influenced by team dynamics. A robust overall defensive team yields better metrics. The Spurs' defensive system in 2007 was undeniably among the top 3 in the league. In contrast, Camby's teammates on the Nuggets included Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson, along with the renowned point guard Andre Miller, who was often compared to the legendary Fisher. Camby singularly shouldered the defensive responsibilities of the Nuggets' paint, a remarkable feat indeed. Kongbu even posited that the combination of Ben and Camby could very well represent the finest defensive duo in NBA history, with no equals. The fact that both players have secured DPOY awards simultaneously is unprecedented and unlikely to occur again. Not to mention, Ben has claimed the DPOY title 4 times. Without a doubt, the Ben-Camby duo's defensive intensity surpasses that of the Wallace duo, comprising Ben and Rasheed Wallace. This lineup presents no flaws defensively. It boasts not only high intensity but also an intimidating toughness. When faced with those seasoned thugs, this young Raptors squad would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. The formidable Marshawn Brooks is not only capable but also fiercely loyal, making him a reliable enforcer. The monstrous Marshawn, with his lineage, is the son of the renowned heavyweight boxer Bobby Marshawn, who once fought alongside the legendary Muhammad Ali. While Uncle Bo may not excel in brawling, his ability to handle dirty work is unparalleled. Should they encounter those who strike first, Kongbu would not hesitate to let them experience the wrath of his devastating kicks. Ben, with his gentle demeanor, typically refrains from violence unless provoked, yet his immense strength ensures that once he engages, his opponents are left with little reprieve. However, in Kongbu's estimation, the true powerhouse of this ensemble is none other than Camby. This individual would later become affiliated with New York's notorious gangs. In the annals of NBA brawlers, Camby undoubtedly claims a place among the top 10. He possesses an audacious spirit, unrestrained in his confrontations, regardless of his adversary's stature. Whether facing off against Spurs bench player Danny Ferry or the venerable Admiral Robinson, Camby's confrontations predominantly involve the Spurs. Remarkably, he even inadvertently injured his own coach. While the formidable Wu Sheng resembles a bodyguard, Camby epitomizes the essence of a true renegade. With such formidable enforcers at his disposal, Kongbu genuinely believed that the seasoned villains would find no advantage against this youthful and vigorous Raptors team. The draft officially concluded when the Chicago Bulls selected Roberto Cuevas with the 58th pick in the second round. At that very moment, a notification echoed in Kongbu's mind. Congratulations, host. During the draft, the rating of the team you coach has been elevated from B to A, a remarkable advancement of 4 tiers. With an outstanding task completion rate, you have received system rewards, training domain, and blank template card. The training domain enhances the training effectiveness of players within a 30-meter radius by an astonishing 30-fold. The blank template card is a one-time item that allows you to perfectly replicate the attributes and abilities of any player you coach, generating a star template card. The resulting template card can be utilized for other players under your guidance. Kongbu was left speechless, questioning whether he had misheard. Were these 2 items merely novice tools? A 30-fold increase in training effectiveness seemed nothing short of miraculous. A single day of training would equate to a month's worth for others. For players at their peak, the benefits of the training domain might be negligible, as they had already reached their potential limits. Further training would yield minimal enhancements. However, for the Raptors' young talents, the effects would be extraordinary. It was currently late June, with the new season set to commence in late October, granting approximately 4 months of off-season. While it would be unfeasible to dedicate all that time to training, 3 months was definitely attainable. Training within the training domain for 3 months would yield results equivalent to 7 years of training elsewhere. 7 years is sufficient for a player to reach their zenith. Although they might lack competitive experience, aspects such as offensive and defensive skills, ball control techniques, and physical conditioning could all ascend to their peak. Initially, Kongbu had harbored concerns about whether the roster he had assembled was too inexperienced to contend with the seasoned teams. However, it now appeared that his worries were unfounded. Armed with the miraculous training domain, Kongbu felt confident in leading his team into the upper echelons of the Eastern Conference playoffs. Were it not for the existence of the Bulls, a veritable powerhouse in the league, he might even entertain hopes of clinching the championship in the upcoming season. Even if victory eluded them this year, Kongbu was certain that the day he led his team to glory was not far off. As for the blank template card, if wielded wisely, it too could be deemed an extraordinary artifact. Just imagine if Kongbu could apply this card to Jordan, flawlessly acquiring his abilities and attributes to create another Jordan. What a spectacle that would be, truly divine. Unfortunately, the blank template card could only be used on players he coached. and given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that he would have the chance to coach Jordan, even if Jordan were out of reach. Applying it to Duncan or Shaquille O'Neal in the future would still yield impressive results. Kongbu mused with a smile. Securing either Duncan or O'Neal would be tantamount to claiming a kingdom. This description is devoid of any exaggeration, for after the conclusion of this season, in the forthcoming decade, apart from the Pistons' grassroots quintet securing a championship, all remaining titles have been claimed by these two individuals. Shaquille O'Neal garnered 3 championships with the Lakers and 1 with the Heat, while Tim Duncan achieved 4 titles with the Spurs. This monopoly persisted until it was disrupted by the Celtics' triumvirate in 2008. From this perspective, whether O'Neal can be considered the greatest center in history remains debatable, given the plethora of exceptional talents at that position. However, Duncan undoubtedly deserves recognition as the preeminent power forward. Such a rare and invaluable tool as the blank template card should undoubtedly be utilized on these immensely dominant superstars. Kongbu did not dare to linger. Swiftly boarding a flight back to Toronto, having impulsively traded away the cornerstone of the team, it was imperative to provide an explanation to the owner at the earliest opportunity. On the plane, Kongbu revisited the Raptors' team rating. With the arrivals of Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter, the team's rating had undergone significant changes. Toronto Raptors, current comprehensive team rating A, offensive rating A, defensive rating A, rebounding rating A, player potential rating S. While the defensive and rebounding ratings remained stable, the offensive rating experienced a remarkable surge, ascending 2 tiers. The player potential rating has even reached S. Kongbu is uncertain if there exists a rank beyond S. But even at S, it is astonishing. It is noteworthy that a historically significant team like the Bulls has ratings only at S. Thus, it implies that the potential of this Raptors team has now reached a historic level. Coupled with the terrifying enhancements in training, Kongbu is brimming with confidence for the impending new season. Chapter 7. You are the most unashamed person I have ever encountered. The plane landed smoothly at Toronto Airport. Upon disembarking, Kongbu powered on his phone, immediately inundated with a flurry of messages, all from Isaiah Thomas, the current executive vice president of the Raptors. The smiling assassin, who had retired 2 years prior, swiftly transitioned to the Raptors organization. Although he held the title of vice president, he essentially served as the behind-the-scenes captain of the team, with the owner often seeking Thomas's counsel on numerous matters. Despite Kongbu's current position as president, it is important to note that he is merely the president of basketball operations, wielding no authoritative voice in team management. He often mused that his ascension to the presidency was largely orchestrated by the seasoned Thomas. On one hand, Kongbu's salary is exceedingly modest, while there are others in the league, such as Hawks head coach Lloyd Pierce, who hold multiple roles. Their compensation reaches upwards of $6 to $7 million. In stark contrast, Kongbu's salary languishes at a mere $1 million, placing him at the very bottom of the league's hierarchy. On the other hand, a new team requires visibility and attention. The narrative of the youngest head coach in history being appointed and subsequently dismissed in rapid succession serves as an enticing spectacle. It is likely that Thomas has already learned of Kongbu's audacious maneuvers during the draft and is fervently seeking him out. The messages implored Kongbu to head directly to his office upon landing. Half an hour later, with a sense of trepidation, Kongbu knocked on the door of the vice president's office. "Come in." As I entered the room, old Thomas sat upright, his gaze fixed on Kongbu with a hint of disapproval. "Kong, I must admit, you are the most audacious young man I have ever encountered." "I require a plausible explanation," he said with a sardonic smile, though his words were not overly harsh. Kongbu was acutely aware that should his explanation fail to satisfy old Thomas, the consequences could very well lead to his dismissal. "It is a consensus that Damon is incapable of leading the team to victory," Kongbu began, meticulously organizing his thoughts. Old Thomas nodded, despite his reluctance to concede. Kongbu had indeed made a valid point. There are numerous players whose statistics may dazzle, yet their teams languish in disarray. The diminutive flying squirrel undoubtedly falls into this category. Is this the rationale behind your decision to trade Damon for an injury-prone player unable to reclaim his former glory, along with 2 undrafted prospects? Old Thomas continued to mock, clearly expressing his discontent with the trade involving the diminutive flying squirrel. What truly vexed him was the meager value of the 3 players acquired in exchange. Marsh had already been afforded an entire season to prove himself, and it became apparent that he was unlikely to reclaim his former glory. Furthermore, both Ben and Bowen were undrafted players, unwanted by any team, lacking even the merit to be considered as mere trade fillers. Such undrafted players are abundant in summer leagues and minor leagues, available in excess. No, Mr. Thomas. Marsh will undoubtedly make a triumphant return to his peak performance, and it will not be long before he emerges as the finest small forward in the league. Ben Wallace is poised to become one of the finest blue-collar big men in the annals of NBA history. Bruce Bowen is a notoriously unscrupulous player, rivaling even the likes of Bill Laimbeer. I trust Mr. Thomas comprehends the implications of such a statement. Kongbu speaks with an air of confidence, and his assertions are far from hyperbolic. Particularly concerning Bowen, the roster of players he has injured is extensive, and Old Thomas, as a member of the bad boy era, is well aware of the significance of such players. Upon hearing these words, Old Thomas was momentarily rendered speechless, gazing at Kongbu with incredulity. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. In all my years, Kong, you are the most shameless individual I have ever encountered, without exception. You traded for these three worthless players, claiming them to be the best small forward, the best blue-collar big man, and the dirtiest player? I presume you are about to assert that your lineup can dominate the Bulls, making Jordan weep? Kongbu appeared unfazed by Thomas's critique. His expression one of surprise as he responded, as expected from Mr. Thomas, you have discerned my thoughts. I dare not claim we will overpower the Bulls, but I can confidently say that our new season will not fall short of their prowess. We have a genuine shot at the championship this season, and the odds are quite favorable. As soon as Kongbu finished speaking, Old Thomas rose to his feet, clapping his hands in applause. Shameless indeed, you are audacious. Given your boldness, I believe we must afford you an opportunity. Our 11th game of the new season is against the Bulls. I do not expect you to defeat them, but if you can lose by fewer than 5 points, we shall consider this draft a non-issue. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Kongbu's demeanor shifted, realizing the gravity of his boast. The realm of competitive sports brims with uncertainty, and considering the Raptors are a fledgling team while the Bulls are a historical powerhouse, how could Kongbu guarantee a loss by fewer than 5 points? The implication from Old Thomas was clear. Should Kongbu lose to the Bulls by more than 5 points, he might find himself swiftly ousted. Very well. Kongbu mused briefly before consenting. He felt as though he had little choice but to comply. Moreover, he believed there might be a glimmer of hope in this predicament. Without the extraordinary training facility at his disposal, keeping the margin within 5 points against the Bulls would be nearly insurmountable. It is worth noting that the Bulls averaged 105 points last season, while their opponents could muster only 92 points against them, resulting in an average victory margin of 13 points. Last season, the Raptors would have found it entirely acceptable to lose by 15 points to the Bulls, let alone 5. However, now with the ability to significantly enhance player capabilities through the training facility, Kongbu felt confident in assembling a formidable team before the season commenced. Despite the Raptors' current rating being merely A-level, this is primarily due to the untapped potential of the newcomers. Should the potential of players like Ben and T-Mac be realized, Kongbu believed that achieving an S-level team rating would be well within reach. This implies that they are merely one tier below the Bulls, and losing by just 5 points still presents a viable opportunity. Should circumstances become truly dire, it is unlikely that Coach Kong would face dismissal. At the very least, there are 10 games remaining before facing the Bulls. If they manage to achieve an exceptionally high win rate, even in the event of a severe defeat to the Bulls, Old Thomas might find himself secretly pleased. Upon leaving the vice president's office, Coach Kong released a long sigh of relief. The immediate crisis had been averted, and his next priority was to convene the newcomers for intensive training. Even a single day of early training could yield results equivalent to a month's worth of practice for others. To fully unlock the potential of these young talents, every moment in the months leading up to the season must be seized. As time swiftly passed, it was now mid-July. Within the Raptors' training facility, 5 young individuals stood before Coach Kong: Dabin, Camby, Wuxing, McGrady, and Bowen. Marzon Brooks and Christie, not being newcomers, had no reason to join the training camp at this juncture. Observing these 5 future pillars of the NBA, a surge of pride welled up within Coach Kong. Although the current roster faced numerous challenges, with gradual refinement, there would surely come a day of perfection. He had even devised a plan for bolstering the team for the upcoming season. Of course, this all hinged on successfully navigating the challenge posed by the Bulls. Otherwise, even the finest plans would be rendered futile. Chapter 8. The incomprehensible starting lineup. Gentlemen, it is my honor to coach you. Each of you 5 young men is destined to become a significant figure in this league, Kongbu said with a warm smile as he faced the group. This statement immediately elicited a range of expressions from the 5, particularly from Ben and his companions. Camby and McGrady seemed relatively unfazed, as they were both drafted at high positions, suggesting a promising potential for their rise. However, Ben, Bowen, and Wuxing found themselves in a more precarious situation. They were either undrafted or selected in the second round. To establish themselves in the NBA would be akin to striking gold. Could they truly rise to greatness? They do not believe these words, nor do they dare to believe them. You may find it difficult to accept what I am saying. Nevertheless, time will reveal the truth. What you must focus on now is relentless training with utmost dedication. After the competition begins, most of you will have the opportunity to be in the starting lineup. Such words from Kongbu only intensified the doubts of Ben and his companions, leading them to question whether they had indeed encountered a madman of a coach. A player who, when undrafted, could actually start? If one were to assert that they have achieved certain results, it cannot be denied that the struggling Raptors do possess a modicum of starting opportunities. However, it is unfortunate that Ben has only participated in a marginal season, averaging a mere 5 points during his time on the court. Bowen's situation is even more disheartening. Throughout his career, he has played for merely a minute, managing to record just a solitary block. Second-round pick Steven Jackson has yet to step onto the court for a single game. In all honesty, had fortune not favored them, they would find themselves relegated to supporting roles in a lower division. Without further ado, let us commence training. You three shall focus on shooting drills, while Ben and Camby will engage in rebounding exercises. With a commanding voice, Kongbu initiated the training, enhanced by the training domain. Despite perceiving Kongbu's words as mere lofty aspirations, even the faintest glimmer of a starting opportunity was too precious for them to forfeit. The enthusiasm among the 5 participants was palpable. Although Camby and McGrady were highly ranked, it did not guarantee them a starting position. At the very least, Camby spent most of the previous season coming off the bench for the Raptors. McGrady, merely a high school rookie, found himself in a similar predicament to last year's draft picks, Kobe and Young-Oh, both of whom currently occupy the bench. Kobe's situation is somewhat favorable, as it is evident that the Lakers intend to rely on him more heavily. In stark contrast, Young-Oh's prospects are rather bleak. His opportunities have not surpassed those of the undrafted Ben. With a chance at a starting position, McGrady certainly did not wish to let it slip by. Though the number of participants in the training camp was modest, the intensity of the practice was remarkable, and the players' abilities were visibly improving at an astonishing rate. 3 months later, Kongbu evaluated the team's ratings once more. Toronto Raptors, current overall team rating, A. Offensive rating, A. Defensive rating, S. Rebounding rating, A. Player potential rating, A. A clean sweep of A's, with the defensive rating even reaching an S level. Kongbu was acutely aware that the current combat capability of this Raptors team was on par with that of the Heat, who ranked second in the Eastern Conference last season. This is not merely the blind confidence of Kongbu, for he is now able to assess the ratings of other teams. The Heat's rating is comparable to that of the current Raptors. The crux of the matter is that this Raptors team still possesses immense potential waiting to be tapped. By mid-season, the Heat may not even stand a chance against them. This consideration does not even account for Kongbu's enhancement plans. Should these plans unfold successfully, a 50-50 matchup with the Bulls is not beyond imagination. In the 2 days leading up to the season, Marshburn, Christie, and other marginal players from the Raptors have already undergone half a month of rigorous training. As for Old Thomas, it remains uncertain whether he still harbors resentment towards Kongbu. During the training period, he made an appearance but did not engage in the training at all. This, however, is not detrimental for Kongbu, as it grants him greater autonomy. With the new season on the horizon, the starting lineup has been announced. Head coach, might you reconsider this list? Newman expressed his bewilderment at Kongbu's decision to place Marshburn on the bench in favor of the second-round pick, Wuxing. A popular saying goes, "A lean camel is larger than a horse," and Marshburn was once an illustrious small forward. Meanwhile, Wuxing is yet to play a single game. The disparity in their caliber is glaring, and the notion of Marshburn serving as Wuxing's backup is utterly incomprehensible to Newman. Even more perplexing is the starting center position, as the Raptors are not devoid of centers. Last season, the starting center was named Pubers Jones, who entered the league in 1992 alongside O'Neal. The 1992 draft is renowned for producing a plethora of interior stars, including O'Neal, Mourning, Lettner, Gugliotta, and Weatherspoon, among others. While Jones may not measure up to their greatness, he did average around 11 points and 11 rebounds during the 95-96 season. The Raptors certainly invested considerable resources to acquire him. After joining the Raptors, his average dipped to 8 points and 8, 5 rebounds, yet he still appears to be miles ahead of Wuxing. Kongbu's nonchalant dismissal of Jones is astonishing. Newman is now more convinced than ever of his assessment of Kongbu. This individual is undoubtedly a madman, perhaps even a fool. The starting lineup of Big Ben, Camby, Wuxing, McGrady, and Christie certainly presents an oddity. On the eve of the season, Kongbu gathered all the players to announce the starting lineup for the new season. Several players were overjoyed. Kongbu was serious. He had indeed included them in the starting roster. Especially for Big Ben and Wuxing, words fail to describe their emotions. On one hand, they felt exhilarated. If they could shine in the starting positions, their future achievements would be limitless. On the other hand, their hearts brimmed with gratitude towards Kongbu, evoking a sense of loyalty akin to a soldier willing to sacrifice for a benevolent leader. Kongbu's stature in their eyes grew immensely. Bowen did not secure a starting position. Yet he was not disheartened, primarily because both Big Ben and Wuxing were starting, and he could still aspire to be part of the rotation. It is certainly preferable to last season when Marshburn only played for a mere minute with the Heat. The sole player wearing a look of disappointment is Marshburn himself, who could never have envisioned that the formidable force he was in the NBA 2 years prior would now struggle to secure a starting position. A whirlwind of emotions, frustration, anger, and discontent haunts Marshburn's mind. The starting lineup devised by Coach Kongbu is devoid of personal bias. It is solely a reflection of merit. Currently, Wuxing, bolstered by his training regimen, has nearly reached his peak performance. At least until Marshburn demonstrates improvement on the offensive front, Wuxing undeniably holds the upper hand. In fact, during his prime, Wuxing was hardly inferior to the fully realized beast that is Marshburn. Presently, Wuxing is merely an inconsequential second-round pick, yet should he deliver an outstanding performance, the ensuing excitement would be palpable. Kongbu, too, seeks the limelight. He aspires to become the most captivating coach in the league at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 9. The dominance of Ben under the basket. On October 17th, the Raptors commenced their new season, hosting fellow Canadian team, the Vancouver Grizzlies. Typically, such derby matches captivate countless fans, akin to the Los Angeles Derby or the Texas Trio rivalry. Regrettably, the Raptors and Grizzlies, both struggling franchises, failed to garner significant attention. Last season, at least the Raptors had a certain little flying mouse, while the Grizzlies boasted the second overall pick of the '96 draft, Raheem. However, with the absence of the little flying mouse this season, the derby went unnoticed. With merely half an hour remaining before the game, Kongbu stood in the locker room. His expression relaxed. There was simply no reason for anxiety when facing an opponent like the Grizzlies. Their strength had diminished even further compared to last season, with only Raheem catching Kongbu's discerning eye. As a standout from the '96 draft class, Raheem had averaged around 19 points and 7 rebounds during his rookie season, playing in a manner reminiscent of the future star Aldridge, albeit lacking in rebounding and defense. In the recently concluded off-season, the Grizzlies made a bold move, investing heavily to acquire the veteran all-star Otis Thorpe, who, alongside the formidable Bryant Reeves, formed a twin tower in the paint, thereby liberating Raheem to the small forward position. It must be acknowledged that the Grizzlies displayed a commendable ambition, refusing to resign themselves to mediocrity. During his prime, Thorpe was indeed a key partner to Olajuwon, contributing to the Rockets' championship victories. Reeves, with respectable averages of 16 points and 7 rebounds, is also considered a notable rookie center in the league. Alas, Thorpe's age, nearing 36, and Reeves' inability to perform under pressure rendered their twin tower setup insignificant in Kongbu's eyes. The only player of real concern remained Raheem, a towering 206 centimeters athlete with exceptional shooting prowess, capable of influencing the game's outcome in any era. Tonight's match will be a turning point in your careers, Kongbu proclaimed. I demand not merely a victory, but a resounding triumph by at least 30 points. I want the entire league to fear our new team, to recognize that alongside the Bulls, the Raptors are a force to be reckoned with. Now, tell me, can we achieve this? A resounding yes echoed throughout the locker room. The players were uncertain why Kongbu held such unwavering confidence in them, yet they understood the necessity of living up to his faith. Without Kongbu, they might still be on the fringes, or worse, relegated to playing in lesser leagues. Excellent. Maintain this spirit, and we shall be invincible. Prepare to take the court and demonstrate our dominance to those who underestimate us. With a grand gesture, Coach Kongbu led the Raptors into the arena. His assertion was not without basis. Recently, ESPN's predictions for the new season placed the Raptors at the very bottom of the rankings, forecasting a mere 9 victories for the team. Considering the current roster, such predictions appeared to hold some merit. To the outside world, the Raptors lineup could only be described as meager. As Kambu entered the court, he was met with a cacophony of boos. A clear indication of the fans' discontent following the trade of their beloved player, Little Flying Squirrel, and the audacious inclusion of players like Big Ben. Undeterred by the hostile reception, Kambu remained confident. He knew that his meticulously crafted team could silence the critics with just one game. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the starting lineups emerged onto the court. The Grizzlies lineup featured Levi, the towering center, alongside veterans Sop and Raheem, Sam Mark, and Antonio Daniels. The Raptors countered with Big Ben, Camby, Wuxing, Tracy McGrady, and Christie. Tear them apart, Kambu urged, clapping his hands as the game was about to commence. The opening tip-off ensued, with Big Ben unable to outjump the 7-foot Levi, granting the Grizzlies the first offensive possession. Point guard Daniels advanced the ball slowly. The Grizzlies' starting five highlighted their height advantage, with even Daniels standing at an impressive 193 centimeters. In 20 years, such a height may not seem remarkable for a point guard, but presently, he was considered a towering figure at the position. Fortunately for the Raptors, Christie was no ordinary point guard. He was even taller and stronger than Daniels. As the ball crossed half-court, Christie swiftly approached to apply pressure. In the next moment, the ball was passed to Raheem, who, facing Wuxing's defense, attempted a long-range jumper. Thud. The shot clanged off the rim, depriving the Grizzlies of a triumphant start. What transpired next left everyone in the arena in disbelief. Beneath the basket, Big Ben's muscular arms bulged as he seemed to transform into a green giant, overpowering Sop and Levi. He leaped into the air, securing the rebound with ease. Standing on the sidelines, Kambu, despite having mentally prepared himself, was profoundly moved witnessing Big Ben's dominance on the boards. The player resembled a ferocious beast, starved for weeks. With just one rebound, Kambu felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Victory was within reach. Against a team like the Grizzlies, which lacked offensive firepower, losing seemed implausible. After securing the rebound, Big Ben swiftly passed the ball to the waiting Christie. As Christie was not a traditional point guard either, his ball-handling skills were not top-tier, prompting him to play cautiously, advancing the ball to the front court while awaiting his teammates' positioning. Big Ben had firmly established himself beneath the basket, his formidable muscles relentlessly colliding with the veteran Sop, vying for a superior position. On the perimeter, McGrady had secured the ball, his gaze intensely fixed on the opposing Sam Mack. Without any hesitation, feints, or superfluous movements, McGrady launched a direct jump shot. Bang! The execution was impressive, yet the shot clanged off the rim, marking the young McGrady's first professional miss. My board. With a thunderous roar, Big Ben surged forward, displacing the towering duo of the Grizzlies, and confidently seized the rebound. At that moment, he was consumed by a fiery determination. The jeers that greeted his entrance had made him acutely aware of the immense pressure that Coach Kalb was under for deploying their group. Although their acquaintance had spanned only a few months, to Big Ben, Kalb had become akin to a second parent. The humiliation endured by Kalb filled Big Ben with a fierce desire to confront each of the 18,000 spectators with a swift punch. Fueled by his indignation, the already peak-performing Big Ben unleashed an astonishing dominance in the paint. The Grizzlies, while not lacking in offensive prowess within the paint, exhibited a profound weakness in rebounding. Even the star power forward Sop, at the height of his career, could not boast exceptional rebounding skills. Levi's rebounding was a notable deficiency, averaging merely around 7 boards per game, which was decidedly inadequate for a 7-foot center. In such circumstances, Big Ben could effortlessly command the rebounding domain, capable of contending against 2 opponents with ease. Chapter 10. The transformed Raptors' old Sop found himself somewhat breathless under the overwhelming pressure exerted by Ben. The very first rebound of the game was seized by Ben, and Sop initially dismissed it as mere luck. However, when Ben once again dominated the second offensive rebound, pinning him and Levis down, Sop began to realize the extraordinary nature of his opponent. Having entered the league in 1984, alongside illustrious contemporaries such as Olajuwon, Jordan, and Barkley, Sop had faced countless elite big men over the years. Among them were the likes of Rodman and Barkley, known for their prowess in rebounding. Yet, Sop could distinctly sense that Ben was unlike either of them. Rodman was an agile and cunning rebounder, akin to an assassin at the rim, while Barkley relied on a combination of speed and strength to crash the boards. In stark contrast, Ben presented an overwhelming force, utilizing his formidable physique to establish position and restrict his opponent's leaping ability. Throughout his career, Sop had only encountered such terrifying power once before, during the prime of Malone. Here was a rookie, Ben, exhibiting the strength reminiscent of peak Malone. Sop was acutely aware that this stocky newcomer would undoubtedly make a significant impact that evening. After claiming the offensive rebound, Ben promptly passed the ball to the cutting St. Jackson, who soared for a mid-range jumper, successfully scoring. Although the game had only just commenced, the disparity in strength between the two teams was already evident. At the very least, the Raptors were poised to dominate the boards against the Grizzlies. As the game progressed, it was the Grizzlies' turn to attack. This time, Sop actively demanded the ball, seemingly intent on redeeming himself against Ben. On the sidelines, Kombu couldn't help but chuckle. After all, the 36-year-old Sop attempting to take on Ben was a rather comical notion. Even in his prime, it would have been a formidable challenge for Sop to score against Ben. The latter had an uncanny ability to neutralize shorter big men with precision. Additionally, Sop had made an unwise choice by opting for a back-to-the-basket play against Ben. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed beneath the basket as Sop's shot was emphatically swatted away by Ben. The block was executed with remarkable finesse and perfection. The deflected ball rolled to the feet of the Grizzlies' primary ball handler, Daniels, who promptly retrieved it and lofted a pass to Levis, stationed on the right side of the basket. A smile crept onto Levis's face. He was presented with an open shot, only 2 steps from the hoop, a shot he could make with his eyes closed. However, just as he released the ball, a shadow surged from the side. Once again, a sharp thud resonated through the arena as another decisive block was delivered by Camby. Known for his sneaky shot-blocking style, Camby had a knack for emerging from unexpected angles. This time, the Grizzlies failed to secure the rebound, and after Christie snatched the ball, he led a fast break with McGrady and Saint in tow. Upon reaching the front court, Saint converted a layup for 2 more points. The expressions on the faces of the Grizzlies were grim. It was utterly absurd that the Raptors, who had been their equals in mediocrity last season, were now utterly dominating them. On the sidelines, the seasoned Thomas wore a perplexed expression. Having navigated the league for decades, he had a clear understanding of the unfolding situation. It seemed that Kongbu was not exaggerating. The undrafted rookie named Ben Wallace truly possessed remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Kongbu's acquisition of Jackson in the second round this year was already yielding dividends, as he had scored 4 points, capturing the spotlight. Most importantly, Thomas could distinctly sense the Raptors' transformation. In previous seasons, they could be described as utterly inept, possessing virtually nothing of value. However, the current scenario was starkly different. Although the Grizzlies were not particularly strong in rebounding, their current dominance was something Thomas had previously deemed unimaginable. The intensity of their interior defense had undergone a significant metamorphosis, evident when they blocked 2 shots in the opening 2 minutes, leaving their opponents scoreless, a feat the Raptors had been incapable of previously. As the game progressed, the Raptors maintained their pressure, leaving the Grizzlies struggling to respond. It wasn't until 3.5 minutes into the first quarter that the opposing team managed to break their scoring drought with a distant jumper from Raheem, while the Raptors had already amassed 10 points. In this brief span, Ben had recorded 4 rebounds and 2 blocks, showcasing a performance befitting a dominant interior presence. Wu Sheng, enjoying an exceptional shooting night, had made all 4 of his attempts, contributing 8 points. Kongbu reclined comfortably on the bench, fully expecting such a turn of events. Against a team as weak as the Grizzlies, if they couldn't assert their dominance, he might as well consider throwing himself into the abyss. The only surprise for Kongbu was McGrady's performance. He had anticipated that McGrady would excel tonight, having honed his skills and physicality over the past few months to reach his peak. In his prime, McGrady had been a 2-time scoring champion. Facing an opponent like Sam Mack should have been child's play. Yet, in the opening 3.5 minutes, McGrady had failed to score. It was not until the 8-minute mark of the first quarter that he finally managed to put a point on the board with 1 free throw. While the Raptors had already established a commanding lead of 23-7, leaving the Grizzlies in disarray, Thomas found himself increasingly elated as he witnessed the Raptors' evolution. Even in just these brief 8 minutes, he felt utterly convinced that this Raptors team had truly risen to prominence. Their strength compared to previous seasons was not trivial. He cast a curious glance toward Kongbu, wondering about the enigmatic prowess of this young man who, in a matter of months, had galvanized a team comprised of players overlooked by others into such a formidable force. Meanwhile, Grizzlies head coach Brian Hill was visibly flustered, his face reddened by the disheartening state of affairs on the court. He is a seasoned head coach who has previously helmed the Orlando Magic for several seasons, serving as a mentor to Shaquille O'Neal. Following O'Neal's departure to Los Angeles, he was dismissed by the Magic and has now taken the reins of the Memphis Grizzlies for this season. Who could have anticipated that in his inaugural game with the Grizzlies, this coach, who has led teams to the finals, would face such a disheartening defeat? The disadvantages on the court were one matter, but what truly gnawed at him was the indifference displayed by Coach Com, who appeared utterly unconcerned with the Grizzlies, seemingly disinterested in the unfolding game. This dismissive attitude emanated from a relatively unknown rookie coach, leaving Brian Hill feeling profoundly insulted. Little did Com realize that he had inadvertently offended someone. However, even if he were aware, it would not matter to him, having traversed through time. He was determined to live freely. Moreover, given Brian Hill's standing, he was not someone Com deemed worthy of concern. If he had offended him, so be it. Chapter 11. The bodyguard of the protagonist. The Grizzlies called for a timeout to make substitutions. Unfortunately, their roster lacked depth, and even with new players, they could not alter the current situation. During the pause, Kambu also made adjustments to his lineup, replacing the out-of-sync McGrady with the eager Bao. Upon hearing that he would be taking the court, Bowen trembled with excitement. Although both were undrafted, his circumstances differed vastly from those of Ben. At least Ben had seen some playing time with the Wizards, whereas Bowen had been nothing more than a ghost on the bench. Coach, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Rest assured, I will not let you down, Bowen exclaimed, clenching his fists, his face flushed with emotion. Kambu waved his hand with a smile, urging him to remain composed. You are our core rotation player, our defensive bulwark on the perimeter. If we don't play you, then who else should we field? These words struck a chord with Bao, who felt an overwhelming desire to shed blood for Kambu at that moment. It must be noted that Kambu's motivational coaching style was particularly well-suited to this Raptors team, filled with many newcomers and fringe players. With the support of their training, they had developed considerable skills, but still lacked confidence. On the court, a player devoid of self-assurance, regardless of their potential, could only perform at a fraction of their capability. When considering the elite players like Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, and Iverson, one cannot overlook their immense confidence. Under Kambu's daily affirmations of "you are the best, you are extraordinary," the Raptors players began to exude greater self-belief. Besides Bowen, the original starting center, Albert Jones, replaced Ben. Jones was no slouch. He had averaged a double-double in the past 2 seasons, making him a worthy addition to the rotation. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, and the unfolding events left Kambu astonished. The Grizzlies began to grant Raheem more ball control, and with Ben off the court, the rebounding gap lessened, allowing them to find their offensive and defensive rhythm. Yet, Wusheng Jackson countered fiercely, suppressing the Grizzlies' resurgence with his scoring prowess. By the end of the first quarter, the Raptors led by 12 points, with a score of 32-20. Notably, Wusheng had alone amassed 22 points, surpassing the total score of the Grizzlies. Initially, Kambu held little expectation for Wusheng, viewing him primarily as a protector on the court. In instances of special circumstances, Wusheng could swiftly shield McGrady. However, McGrady's debut performance was somewhat lackluster, while the bodyguard emerged as the star of the match. If this momentum continued, Wusheng could effortlessly score 40 points tonight, and might even become the most successful rookie in NBA history. Steven, you've elevated your value 100-fold in just one game. You must treat us tonight. If luck is on your side, you might even break Wilt Chamberlain's record for the highest debut score of 43 points. The assembled players engaged in spirited conversation, offering their congratulations to the Marshall Saint. A smile of unmistakable delight graced his face. Even though he was merely a rookie, he fully comprehended the significance of this debut. While the notion of a 100-fold salary increase may seem exaggerated, his annual salary being the standard $240,000 for a second-round draft pick, which would amount to $24 million, the truth remains that in the current league, only 9 individuals command salaries exceeding $10 million, each a dominant figure in their own right. Only 2 players surpass the $20 million mark. One is Jordan with a staggering $30 million, and the other is Ewing with $25 million. Clearly, the Marshall Saint could not aspire to such financial heights. However, even if a 100-fold increase is a stretch, a 10 or 20-fold surge is certainly plausible. Coach, I thank you. If I ever secure a substantial contract, I promise to gift you a supercar. I am fortunate to have you as my coach. The Marshall Saint expressed his gratitude towards Coach Congo with heartfelt sincerity. His words resonated deeply with many, for aside from the Marshall Saint, both Big Ben and Uncle Bao, former undrafted players, also shone brightly this evening. In the first quarter, Big Ben showcased his prowess with 8 rebounds and 2 blocks in merely 8 minutes, including 4 invaluable offensive rebounds. Even without scoring a single point, his defensive and rebounding contributions were nothing short of remarkable. Uncle Bao played for 4 minutes, participating minimally in the offense, yet he managed to hit a surprise three-pointer. His defensive effort left Coach Congo somewhat incredulous. Previously, Uncle Bao was known for his notoriously aggressive defense, often targeting opponents with dubious tactics. Yet, in those 4 minutes, his defense was impressively clean. Coach Congo pondered that this could be attributed to the adage, an orange from the south is an orange, while one from the north is a bitter orange. For pure role players like Uncle Bao, their style of play often reflects the coach's directives. If instructed to play cleanly, these role players would hardly dare to defy their coach. Before joining the Spurs, Uncle Bao was already a member of the league's all-defensive second team. Even without resorting to unsavory methods, his defensive prowess should not be underestimated. Both Big Ben and Uncle Bao were acutely aware of Coach Congo's transformative influence on their careers. Hence, they wholeheartedly agreed with the Marshall Saints statement, "No, I am certainly not the best coach. However, you are undoubtedly the finest players. Each of you is destined to become a cornerstone of this league. For those who performed well tonight, do not let pride consume you. For those who struggled, do not be disheartened. Continue to suppress and dismantle them on the court, and after a resounding victory, I shall treat you all." Coach Congo continued to inspire his team, boosting their morale to unprecedented heights. As the intermission concluded, both teams returned to the court, with the Raptors maintaining their starting lineup from the first quarter. Big Ben's dominance in the paint was unmistakable, proving equally impactful as the fully unleashed Marshall St. Jackson. By the end of the third quarter, the Raptors had established a formidable lead of 91-57, a staggering 34-point advantage over the Grizzlies. Such a margin of victory was not easily attained. Not even by the Bulls against the Grizzlies in the previous season, who were also regarded as a struggling team. The emergence of such a lopsided contest can primarily be attributed to the astonishing performance of the Marshall Saint this evening. Having graced the court for 32 minutes across 3 quarters, he has remarkably amassed 41 points, merely 2 shy of the debut scoring record held by Chamberlain. On the sidelines, the venerable Thomas stood in stupefied disbelief, questioning whether this ferocious team on the court was indeed the Raptors. Could it be that the player who had exploded for 40 points in 3 quarters was merely a second-round draft pick? Was it plausible that the diminutive player, who had accrued 22 rebounds in the same span, was an undrafted free agent? He even pondered the possibility of scouring the summer league rosters of various teams, hoping to unearth more such hidden gems. As Thomas grappled with his astonishment, the fourth quarter commenced. The Grizzlies, having just endured a scathing tirade from Brian Hill, entered the court brimming with pent-up frustration, their movements more animated than before. Notably, the hulking Levi's became the focal point for Hill's ire, while the seasoned all-star, Sop, was afforded a modicum of respect by Hill. However, the Grizzlies' interior defense was thoroughly dismantled, leaving the young Levi's as the target for Hill's wrath. Chapter 12. The thug on the sidelines. Even without knowing Levi's personally, one could glean much from the moniker of this rural brute. Firstly, he is imposing, a standard 7-foot center weighing an astonishing 130 kilograms, a mass that ranks him just below the legendary Shaquille O'Neal in the contemporary league. Secondly, the term rube often carries connotations of racial prejudice, particularly equating to redneck whites in American vernacular. A young, white heavyweight center averaging 16 points per game would be regarded as a prized asset in most teams within the league. It is rather ironic that the NBA is often dubbed a black league, while its primary consumer base consists of white fans. Whenever a formidable white player emerges in the league, he inevitably becomes a sought-after figure. For years, Levi's basked in accolades, envisioning himself ascending to the ranks of the league's elite big men and earning a spot in the All-Star game in 2 years' time. Alas, this dream was utterly shattered by the formidable Ben Wallace that very evening. In their direct confrontation, Levi's appeared foolish and utterly defenseless, coupled with Coach Hill's furious reprimands. He stood on the brink of losing all rationality. With merely 2 minutes elapsed in the fourth quarter, the Raptors found themselves in an offensive possession. T-Mac misfired once more, while Ben positioned himself beneath the basket, poised to seize the offensive rebound. The ball ricocheted off the rim, soaring high into the air. Seizing the moment, Ben forcefully shoved Levi's aside and leapt into the air. Predictably, yet unexpectedly, the already irrational Levi's, his eyes ablaze with fury, shoved Ben's back with all his might. The force of the push sent Ben tumbling, losing his balance and crashing heavily onto the hardwood floor. A resounding thud echoed throughout the arena, as Ben lay sprawled on the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Meanwhile, Coach Kumbu, who had been calmly observing the game, felt a surge of dread. He could never have anticipated that his coaching debut would be marred by such an incident. While he had considered that his Raptors might face resistance from seasoned veterans should they gain prominence, he never imagined that the first assault would come from this rural brute. In an instant, Kumbu's demeanor shifted. His eyes reddened, shedding the calm, composed facade he had previously maintained. He leapt from the bench, shouting, "Get him. Hit him hard. If he has not carried off on a stretcher today, I'll resign as head coach." Kumbu was seething with rage. This roster was his creation, and he held deep admiration for each player. However, personal attachments inevitably influence priorities. In Kumbu's heart, his all-time favorite player remained Ben. Had it been Camby or Bowen injured, Kumbu would not have been as incensed. The onlookers on the court had already heard Kumbu's furious shouts. Even without his command, Camby and the formidable Saint were already charging towards Levi's, their expressions ominous. Both were notorious for their fierce temperaments. Witnessing his brother subjected to such perilous actions, how could they possibly endure it? The act of propelling a jumping player from behind is undoubtedly a grave transgression on the court. Camby, positioned nearest to Levis, took a decisive step forward, unleashing a hook punch with unrelenting ferocity. This audacious individual, unafraid of anyone, would not hesitate to strike even an admiral, let alone someone of a lesser stature. His fist collided forcefully with Levis's left cheek, sending his head reeling backward. In swift succession, Wuxing charged in, leveraging his momentum to deliver a flying kick that sent Levis crashing to the ground. The two brothers, resembling ravenous wolves, pounced upon the downed Levis, unleashing a barrage of blows from either side. This extraordinary turn of events transpired in less than 10 seconds, and Levis found himself overwhelmed, besieged by a relentless downpour of heavy punches. Strike. Continue striking. The echoes of Kumbu's furious roars still reverberated from the sidelines. The referee stood in a daze, grappling with the bewildering situation. What had just transpired? The events unfolded with such rapidity that they had momentarily forgotten the whistle resting in their mouths. In this day and age, brawls within the league are hardly a rarity. Yet, the sheer ferocity exhibited by the Raptors was unprecedented in the referee's experience. The head coach fanned the flames from the sidelines, vociferously demanding retribution. The players on the court, akin to lunatics, engaged in combat without uttering a single word. According to the referee's experience, a verbal exchange typically precedes physical altercations, does it not? Most crucially, these two formidable adversaries possessed a combat prowess that instilled sheer dread. Levis, the second heaviest player in the league, was felled in the blink of an eye, reduced to a mere punching bag. Old Sop and his fellow Grizzlies, including Raheem, stood agape, astonished by this frenzied twist of fate that far exceeded their expectations. In the moment Levis had shoved Dabin, they had not considered the implications. They merely anticipated that Levis would soon face the consequences, likely in the form of a suspension. They never fathomed that, beyond the suspension, he would endure this brutal beating on the court. Was this truly the Raptors? The same soft and feeble team from the previous season? As they beheld Levis, battered and bloodied, Old Sop rushed forward to intervene. Sam Mark and Daniels hastily joined him, pulling Wuxing and Camby apart. If this relentless assault continued, the rural giant would undoubtedly be rendered a lifeless husk by nightfall. Raheem remained silent. Although he possessed skill, his demeanor was subdued, and the gruesome scene had left him utterly disoriented. The crowd fell into an unsettling silence, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions, ranging from terror to exhilaration to concern. The terror stemmed from witnessing such an overwhelming display of violence, with Levis rendered almost unrecognizable. The exhilaration arose from the realization that this Raptors team seemed genuinely transformed, exhibiting not only extraordinary strength but also an unyielding style. As for the concern, the bloody spectacle suggested that the league would inevitably impose severe penalties on the Raptors. Old Thomas's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mind consumed by memories of the notorious Bad Boys era. Goodness. It seems that even the era of unruly children was not as ferocious as tonight's events. It was indeed a brutal affair. However, Old Thomas reconsidered. If faced with the unruly youth brigade, would someone like Levis dare to act so ruthlessly? He glanced towards the sidelines, where Cum was vociferously gesticulating. Now he comprehended the truth behind the saying that appearances can be deceiving. Before tonight, he could never have imagined that the seemingly mild-mannered, bookish Cum could embody such a savage spirit. Standing at 185 centimeters, somewhat slender, and clad in a gray suit, Cum appeared to be the antithesis of a thug at first glance. Yet, before an audience of 18,000, he epitomized what it meant to be a suited marauder. Old Thomas was convinced that even Chuck Daly, the godfather of the Bad Boys, had never committed such a brutal act in his coaching debut. Beep, beep. Finally, the referee remembered their duties, blowing the whistle with fervor. Both Camby and the Warrior Saint were summarily ejected from the game. Cum, who had been inciting the crowd, was not exempt from this fate. And of course, Levis, who lay unconscious on the ground, was also expelled for his malicious actions. However, even if he were not penalized, given Levis's current condition, he would undoubtedly be unable to continue. Chapter 13. Long-term investment. Big Ben paused for a moment, supported by both Tracy McGrady and Chris Bosh as he regained his footing. As he stood unsteadily, he witnessed Coach K's return to the locker room, accompanied by Camby and the formidable Wasn't. "How are you feeling, Ben? Should we head back to the locker room for a check?" McGrady inquired with concern, shaking his head. Big Ben replied, "I'm fine. I can still play. For the sake of the coach, I must endure. This is his debut. I do not wish to tarnish what should be a perfect introduction." At this juncture, the affable Big Ben felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for his own situation, Coach K's inaugural performance would assuredly have been nothing short of spectacular. Nevertheless, it was still remarkable. The NBA had never seen a rookie head coach as fierce as K. The game resumed. Hill's expression relaxed considerably, with both Camby and Wasn't ejected. The pressure on him diminished significantly. His greatest fear had been a blowout exceeding 40 points, which could jeopardize his standing as a coach. In this league, the position of a coach could often be precarious. A team's underperformance typically led to their dismissal. Now that the explosive Wasn't was out, and with Camby, a defensive powerhouse, also sidelined, Hill felt the Grizzlies had a chance to narrow the deficit to within 20 points. Unfortunately, his optimism was premature. With Wasn't gone, the monstrous Marzon Brooks entered the fray. During this interval, Brooks had trained rigorously for nearly a month. Whether he had truly regained his former offensive prowess or merely experienced a fleeting moment of brilliance, he seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage upon the Grizzlies' basket. In the final 10 minutes of the match, Brooks scored 14 consecutive points, further widening the gap between the teams, with the referee's whistle signaling the end. The Raptors triumphed at home with a score of 117-81, a staggering 36-point victory over the Grizzlies. "Coach K, Coach K, Coach K." The crowd erupted in cheers. A stark contrast to the earlier jeers, a testament to the Raptors' outstanding performance that evening. Immediately following the game, Big Ben hurriedly returned to the locker room, neglecting to shake hands with the Grizzlies players. He rushed in to share the news of their resounding 36-point victory. "Coach, we did it. We won by 36 points. He burst into the locker room, enveloping Coach K in an exuberant embrace. "Well done, team. The era of the Raptors has begun," Coach K proclaimed with fervor. Despite the challenges of this debut, the final outcome was nothing short of perfect. Soon after, the Raptors players returned to the locker room one by one. Coach K received the game statistics from assistant coach Newman, and his excitement grew with each passing moment. Big Ben, 2 points, 29 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 blocks, 1 steal. Wasn't, 45 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 block, 2 steals. The performance of these two athletes was nothing short of miraculous, destined to be etched in the annals of history. At present, the most illustrious debut performance in NBA history belongs to Wilt Chamberlain, who scored 43 points and grabbed 28 rebounds. Two young talents from the Raptors, one shattered Chamberlain's scoring record, while the other eclipsed his rebounding record. Regrettably, the player known as Big Ben was not making his debut tonight, having already spent a season with the Wizards. Not only Big Ben and the Marshall Saints shone, but other players also made notable contributions. Camby recorded a double-double with 11 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 blocks, and his impact on the game extended beyond mere statistics. Big Ben anchored the defense in the paint, while Camby patrolled with agile help defense, effectively stifling the shooting opportunities of the Grizzlies' Twin Towers. Uncle Bo averaged 7 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. While his statistics may not seem impressive, his influence on the court was undeniable. He demonstrated a composed defensive presence, akin to a seasoned master who had undergone rigorous training, appearing far from a rookie. Christie contributed 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 7 assists. And though his numbers were not particularly striking, his role was similarly difficult to quantify. The formidable Marsh had limited playing time, only stepping onto the court for 10 minutes after the Marshall Saint was ejected. In that brief span, he scored 14 points, bolstering the Raptors' considerable lead. His offensive prowess was complemented by impeccable defense. Observing McGrady's statistics, Kongbu could not help but sigh. With 11 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and a block, The numbers for a rookie debut were hardly dismal. Yet, could McGrady truly be classified as a rookie? After extensive specialized training, his skill set had reached its zenith, and such modest numbers felt rather underwhelming. During his peak, McGrady would have scored fewer than 30 points against a defensively robust team like the Grizzlies, which would have been deemed an underperformance. Kongbu could only chuckle to himself, rationalizing McGrady's lackluster showing as merely a sign of an off night. "Kong, come with me. We need to talk." Mr. Thomas entered the locker room, waving at Kongbu. "Mr. Thomas, is there something wrong?" Kongbu inquired with an innocuous smile. The question left Mr. Thomas momentarily speechless. "What's wrong? You asked me." "Kong, I initially intended to apologize for calling you the most shameless person I've ever met. That was rather inappropriate. However, it suddenly dawned on me that perhaps an apology is unnecessary, as you truly are shameless," Mr. Thomas remarked, rolling his eyes with exasperation. Before Kongbu could respond, he waved his hand dismissively and continued earnestly, "Kong, are you genuinely unafraid of offending others? You must understand that this league operates like an intricate web of relationships. Offending one person could lead to a whole host of adversaries. Take Brian Hill, for instance. I can assure you that Shaq will be quick to criticize you tomorrow morning." Mr. Thomas regarded Kongbu with an inscrutable smile. Kongbu smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Thomas, in comparison to having friends, I would prefer to have a greater number of adversaries in my remaining days. Have you ever contemplated that when you are advanced in years, seated in a wheelchair, you might find solace in hearing the demise of your adversaries rather than the obituaries of your friends? I consider this a long-term investment." Old Thomas's eyes widened once more, staring blankly at Kongbu, momentarily rendered speechless. The image of Chuck Daly resurfaced in his mind. The presence of Kongbu felt even more merciless and brutal than that of old Chuck. The crucial difference was that this fellow seemed to possess a more articulate tongue than his predecessor. Old Chuck could merely bellow for bloodshed on the court, whereas Thomas sensed that Kongbu could utter even more astonishingly ruthless proclamations. "Prepare to accompany me to the press conference. I hope you can articulate yourself as eloquently before the media. Do not turn into a nervous quail, unable to utter a single word." The more Thomas observed Kongbu, the more he felt satisfied. If not for his own status and experience, he would genuinely wish to apologize to Kongbu for his earlier unfavorable demeanor. Kongbu chuckled, interpreting Thomas's words as an invitation to engage in verbal sparring with the media, a pastime he relished above all else. Chapter 14. My grandmother could lead O'Neal to the finals half an hour later. Old Thomas, accompanied by Kongbu and Big Ben, appeared at the post-game press conference. The post-game briefing for the visiting Grizzlies had just concluded 5 minutes prior. Upon the entrance of Kongbu, the reporters in attendance erupted with enthusiasm, eagerly raising their hands to pose questions. Old Thomas gestured for silence, then picked up the microphone before him. "Our Raptors have endured several seasons of dormancy, yet this year, we have boldly appointed the rookie head coach, Kongbu. The results have been extraordinary. I firmly believe that Kongbu will guide us into the playoffs and even contend for the championship." The reporters gasped in astonishment. How could old Thomas hold Kongbu in such high regard? Wasn't he merely a transitional coach for the Raptors? "Mr. Thomas, regarding the brawl that occurred tonight, what are your thoughts?" A reporter stood up to inquire. Old Thomas slammed his hand on the table, roaring, "Thoughts? My thoughts are that I have none. Pushing jumping players from behind has always been a grave transgression on the court, an act detested by all players in the league. That country bumpkin should be grateful he wasn't around in my day. Mahone would have certainly yanked his head off." The Mahone he referenced was none other than Rick Mahone, the enforcer of the Bad Boys. The reporters exchanged glances, puzzled by old Thomas's sudden outburst. Over the years as vice president of the Raptors, he had maintained a low profile, yet tonight, he seemed unusually vocal. The reason soon became apparent. The Raptors had been woefully weak in recent years, and even if old Thomas wished to be outspoken, he lacked the merit to do so. However, following tonight's game, it was evident to all that the Raptors' current prowess was far from trivial. Old Thomas now had the foundation to speak boldly. "I will reiterate, do not dare lay a hand on my players, or you shall face the consequences." With that final warning, old Thomas closed his eyes in contemplation. Instantly, the reporters turned their attention to Kongbu, their curiosity piqued regarding the young coach. "Kongbu, earlier at the Grizzlies post-game conference, Coach Hill vehemently criticized you." Kongbu perked up, gazing intently at the reporter. "Oh, what exactly did he say?" "Coach Hill remarked that you are rude, lacking gentlemanly decorum, devoid of coaching experience, and better suited for tending cattle on a farm in Alabama." The reporter, relishing the chaos, knew that regardless of whether he conveyed these words to Kombu now, they would undoubtedly make headlines by tomorrow. Kombu was taken aback, laughter bubbling forth. Is Coach Hill out of his mind? My behavior tonight could hardly be deemed rude. If I were truly rude, I would have rolled up my sleeves and taken on Lewis myself. Instances of coaches engaging in physical altercations in NBA history are not particularly rare. As for the claim of lacking coaching experience, Kombu found it absurd that Hill would dare to say such a thing. If anyone were to make that assertion, it certainly should not be Hill himself. Since this old dang has chosen to abandon dignity, it seems only fitting for everyone to tear off the facade. Did he truly utter such words? Coaching pedigree? This raises my curiosity about what Hill's so-called pedigree entails. Is it solely based on his previous leadership of the Magic to the finals? Forgive me, but even my grandmother could lead Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway to the finals without being humiliated by a bunch of old geezers, achieving better results than Hill ever could. Kombu remarked with a sardonic smile. His words brimmed with mockery, yet they held a kernel of truth. In the 1995 finals, the Magic's twin stars faced off against the aging Rockets duo. With O'Neal and a peak-conditioned Hardaway, this interior-exterior combination was formidable, rivaling the later O'Neal-Kobe partnership. Theoretically, they had every opportunity to topple the Rockets. In fact, the performance of the Magic's twin stars was not inferior to that of the Rockets. Although O'Neal averaged slightly fewer points than Olajuwon, his shooting percentage far surpassed Olajuwon's, and he boasted superior numbers in rebounds and blocks. Hardaway's statistics exceeded those of Clyde Drexler in both scoring and shooting efficiency. In such a scenario, the sole responsibility of Hill, as the head coach, was to devise a strategy to contain role player Robert Horry's impact. If he had succeeded in doing so, the Magic's chances of winning would have significantly increased. However, Hill did nothing, allowing Horry to accumulate an impressive average of 18 points and 10 rebounds, ultimately becoming the decisive factor in that final series. To be fair, had any other coach been in charge, even if they could not lead the Magic to victory over the Rockets, they would not have suffered the embarrassment of a 4-0 sweep. Kombu's remarks in front of the reporters were undoubtedly an unearthing of Hill's shortcomings. The reporters erupted in astonishment. This young coach truly dared to speak so boldly, leaving no room for courtesy towards his opponent. Surely, upon hearing this, Hill would feel a wave of humiliation, as his once proud achievements were rendered trifling, a sentiment no one could easily digest. Kombu harbored no reservations towards Hill. In his eyes, Hill was at best a mere foot soldier, unworthy of dictating terms to him. Not even a coach of Pat Riley's caliber would escape Kombu's scrutiny should he dare to cross paths with him. After all, these renowned coaches are often seasoned veterans of the league, and it is improbable that they lack skeletons in their closets. The reporters were thoroughly satisfied. What was once an overlooked matchup between the University of Maryland and Georgetown had now produced a plethora of sensational headlines, sure to grace the next day's front page. Time was running short, and tonight he had a celebration feast to host for the players. Thus, Kombu declared the press conference concluded, leading Big Ben away from the venue. With such a triumphant debut and his young prot GS performing beyond expectations, Kombu was eager to fulfill his promise of a celebratory gathering. For players like Big Ben and Wu Xing, this evening held extraordinary significance, warranting a night of indulgence. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Kombu and the Raptors players arrived at a prestigious nightclub named Gov in Toronto. Gov is renowned as one of the most famous nightclubs in Canada and indeed the world, highly recommended by the veteran player, Christie. Upon entering the establishment, Kombu and his entourage immediately captured the attention of the entire venue. NBA players often embody the stereotype of being wealthy yet somewhat naive, and the prospect of an unexpected encounter leading to a lifelong commitment is not unheard of. Consequently, a throng of elegantly dressed women swiftly approached without invitation. Most of the Raptors players, being young men, found themselves quite taken by this overwhelming display, engaging in lively conversations with the women. Kombu, however, chose to refrain from participating, not out of a sense of moral restraint, but rather because the women did not align with his aesthetic preferences. They were excessively curvaceous, some resembling the peak physique of a Kardashian, and he suspected that after a night of revelry, one might discover an unexpected reality beneath the glamour. Were they of Asian descent, akin to the esteemed Maria Nagai, Kombu might have been more receptive. However, many of these women were of African descent, which left him decidedly uninterested. Chapter 15 Combs. I have tolerated you for far too long. Coach, do you not fancy these young ladies? Shall I assist you in finding a few? Christie had played basketball in Toronto for several years, becoming somewhat of a local figure. Combs waved his hand dismissively, stating that there was work to attend to the following day, and he would not indulge in their revelry. The festivities continued unabated until 3:30 in the morning, at which point Combs was presented with the bill for their libations, his countenance turning a ghastly shade of green. $60,000. In a mere 2.5 hours, this rowdy crew had squandered an astonishing $60,000. Combs' annual salary was only $1,100,000, meaning that in that brief period, they had consumed over half a month's wages. The reality was even grimmer, as various taxes would further diminish his income, leaving him with approximately $700,000. His heart was bleeding. It was now 1997, and in the magical metropolis of the JA district, a square meter of real estate cost merely 3,000 RMB. $60,000 could purchase a spacious 3-bedroom apartment of over 100 square meters. In just 2 decades, that same apartment would be valued at nearly 20 million. Thus, these rascals had drained Combs of 20 million RMB in a single night. A thought that was enough to make anyone's heart ache. Perhaps due to Combs' presence, the players exhibited a modicum of restraint, refraining from taking any young ladies out for the night. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Combs had barely managed a few hours of sleep when he was roused by a call from old Thomas. Combs, the league's disciplinary measures have been announced. From the ease of old Thomas' tone, it seemed the penalties were not excessively harsh. The Grizzlies' country bumpkin had been suspended for 4 games and fined $15,000. Arcamby and Stephen received 3-game suspensions with no fines. Combs' expression brightened. The league's ruling was surprisingly lenient, given the stature of Camby and Wu Sheng. A suspension of at least 10 games would have been expected, yet the league had only imposed a 3-game penalty. Conversely, Levis faced a heftier punishment. Combs mused that perhaps the Raptors' displayed prowess in the recent match had prompted the league to reconsider. As one of the 2 teams recently added to the league, and a vanguard of the NBA's global expansion, a robust performance from the Raptors would undoubtedly benefit the league. Thus, the penalties were mild, merely a gentle reprimand. And what of me? The league has not penalized me, has it? Combs inquired with a smile. With both Camby and Wu Sheng serving only 3-game suspensions, it conveniently aligned with their upcoming home games against relatively weaker opponents, ensuring their absence would not significantly impact the team's performance. If these 2 had been spared harsh penalties, Combs surmised that he too had escaped unscathed. Do you believe that standing on the sidelines and wishing harm upon others would go unnoticed by the league? However, they did not suspend you. Rather, they imposed a fine of $50,000. Combs was left speechless. $50,000 in fines? Was there a cap on such penalties? In this era, the maximum fine should be $15,000. How had it escalated to $50,000 in his case? Just last night, he had squandered $60,000. With the loss of a 3-bedroom apartment looming again today, it felt as though yet another was slipping through his fingers. Mr. Thomas, are you jesting? 50,000? Why such a staggering amount? Isn't there a cap on fines? Kongbu inquired, his heart heavy with concern. Excessive? Do you consider yourself a player? Coaches, management, and owners are not bound by limits. The fine of $50,000 is already a concession, given your modest salary. Otherwise, you would have faced a much heftier penalty. For those veteran coaches earning millions annually, the baseline would be at least 100,000. Hearing this, Kongbu felt as though he had consumed 100 tons of dead flies. Is it possible to negotiate with the league for an alternative form of punishment? Perhaps a suspension instead of a fine? Such an outlandish request led old Thomas to suspect he had encountered a fool, one who would willingly ask for a suspension. The following evening, the Raptors faced their second opponent of the season, the Orlando Magic. The team's head coach was none other than the legendary Chuck Daly, the godfather of the Bad Boys. Chuck and old Thomas shared a mentor-mentee relationship that had flourished over the years. Given that Kongbu had been promoted under old Thomas's guidance, one could consider their connection a sort of half-mentor relationship as well. By this logic, Kongbu was almost a half-disciple of Chuck. During the warm-up session, old Thomas stood at the sidelines, engaged in casual conversation with Chuck, when Kongbu approached briskly. Upon seeing Kongbu's approach, old Thomas felt a wave of apprehension. He feared that Kongbu might utter something inappropriate, provoking Chuck's ire. In this league, if there were one individual capable of inspiring genuine respect and reverence in the smiling assassin, it would undoubtedly be Chuck. What brings you here? Old Thomas asked, somewhat irked. I'm here to chat with Chuck and humbly seek his coaching wisdom, Kongbu replied, half seriously. Humbly? Please spare us that term. I see no humility in you. However, you certainly ought to learn from Chuck, if only to temper your outrageous temper. Chuck, are you aware of what transpired a couple of days ago? The silver-haired Chuck burst into laughter. Of course, who in the league isn't aware of this audacious young man? It's amusing, truly amusing. We old-timers haven't encountered such an intriguing young talent in ages. I watched your game, and you were formidable, astoundingly so. The performances of several players, whose names I can scarcely recall, were nothing short of remarkable. Having retired in '94, Chuck's return to the NBA this year revealed a demeanor seemingly more tempered than before. Once exuding an air of commanding authority, he now resembled a kindly neighbor. Old Thomas stood beside him, utterly astonished. Having known Chuck for nearly 2 decades, it was the first time he had heard him speak so glowingly of young talent. Kong, while the game has yet to commence, do seize the opportunity to ask Chuck any questions you may have. Cherish this opportunity. Other young coaches would spend millions to attain such a precious chance, Thomas reminded. Kongbu rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat bashful, and spoke up. Dad, I would like to inquire about the fines imposed by the league. What consequences might I face if I choose not to pay them? This was the question Kongbu wished to address, as he had witnessed Chuck Daly's coaching career marred by numerous fines, and he sought to avoid the league's 50,000 penalty. Naturally, he needed to consult his father. Old Thomas erupted in anger, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. At that moment, a janitor was sweeping the court with a mop nearby, and Thomas snatched the mop, brandishing it menacingly towards Kongbu. Kongbu, I have tolerated you for far too long. Don't you dare run. Allow me to enlighten you on the repercussions of not paying the fine. The dead do not need to pay fines. Old Thomas was infuriated. Such a valuable opportunity for guidance squandered, and this ungrateful fellow was still fixated on a mere 50,000 penalty? Kongbu managed a sheepish smile and sidestepped the confrontation, recognizing that discretion was the better part of valor. Dad, let's discuss this matter another day. I'll see you during the game. With that, he hurried back to the locker room. Chapter 16, The Old Man's Guardian Techniques. Chuck Daly observed his proud disciple, the venerable Thomas, as he engaged in playful banter with Kongbu, a smile unwavering on his face. Lost in reverie, memories of the Pistons from over a decade ago emerged vividly. Despite external criticisms, the camaraderie within that team was remarkably harmonious and unified. Even the notorious Rodman exhibited a brotherly demeanor among his teammates. Initially, Chuck had anticipated that Kongbu would inquire about strategies, such as how to deploy players or when to call a timeout, essential coaching matters. Instead, he posed a perplexing question that left Chuck bemused. What an intriguing young man. He possesses both talent and character. Isaiah, your judgment is commendable. You have indeed discovered an impressive talent, Chuck remarked with a smile. Interesting? Oh, you have no idea how mischievous this lad is. With Lambia absent, I can confidently assert that this kid is even more troublesome. His audaciousness surpasses. Well, frankly, I cannot conceive anyone who could rival his level of shamelessness. Nevertheless, you are correct. My judgment is indeed astute. He does possess some skill, Thomas replied, his face etched with a wry smile. Pondering whether he had incurred a significant debt to Kongbu in a past life, now seeking repayment. Half an hour later, the players began to take the court. It remained the Raptors' home ground, yet tonight, the usual jeers were conspicuously absent. In merely one game, Kongbu had silenced the critics. Coach, rest assured. Even with Camby and Stevens suspended, if we perform to our capabilities tonight, we can still dominate the Magic by at least 30 points. I will crush their interior defense, proclaimed Big Ben, thumping his chest with unshakable confidence. In previous years, the Magic, bolstered by O'Neal and a healthy Penny Hardaway, were formidable. However, circumstances had drastically changed. O'Neal had departed, and Penny had faced numerous injuries. Tonight, Penny was listed as injured and would not play. A Magic team in such disarray was not much stronger than the Grizzlies, hence Big Ben felt assured in his ability to overpower them. Kongbu quickly interjected, Ben, calm down. There is no need for excessive brutality in this game. Let us see how it unfolds. If we don't have a significant advantage, we'll play normally. If we do find ourselves in a commanding position, we should ease off a bit, out of respect for Coach Chuck. Big Ben nodded solemnly. All right, I will heed the coach's guidance. Kongbu was reluctant to see Chuck suffer an embarrassing defeat, primarily because he felt it would be unjust. The Magic had faced numerous misfortunes. Chuck had just taken over this season, and it would not bode well for him if the new Raptors team overwhelmed them. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the match. The starting lineups took the court. The Raptors had 2 players suspended, yet Kongbu still managed to field a commendable starting lineup. Center Jones, power forward Big Ben, small forward the formidable Marshawn, shooting guard McGrady, and point guard Christie. The starting lineup for the Magic appears somewhat lackluster. Center Shaquille O'Neal. Power forward Horace Grant. Small forward Bo Outlaw. Shooting guard Nick Anderson. And point guard Mark Price formed the quintet. To describe it as lackluster may not be entirely fair. If all these players were at their prime, they would undoubtedly constitute a formidable team. O'Neal, known for his moniker, is a master of low-post moves. And in terms of footwork beneath the basket, he may only be surpassed by the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. His rebounding prowess is exceptional, holding the franchise record for the most rebounds in a single game with a staggering 34. Unfortunately, due to severe injuries in recent years, O'Neal's capabilities have significantly diminished, particularly in rebounding, now comparable to that of the aging sop. Horace Grant, the Cobra at the power forward position, was a pivotal player during the Bulls' first dynasty, demonstrating remarkable rebounding skills, regularly contributing over 4 offensive rebounds per game, a standard akin to that of a peak Ben Wallace. Regrettably, after joining the Magic, whether due to age or perhaps complacency from a lucrative contract, his performance has also declined. Bo Outlaw, occupying the small forward spot, is relatively unremarkable and hardly warrants mention. However, shooting guard Nick Anderson has a notable reputation. Prior to Penny Hardaway joining the Magic, he was the most reliable scorer alongside Shaquille O'Neal, averaging around 20 points per game. His talent is indisputable, though it tends to wane during the playoffs, where he often fails to make an impact. Lastly, we have Mark Price at the point guard position, one of the best players in Cavaliers history, a multiple-time All-Star, and an All-NBA first-team selection who later received a Hall of Fame nomination. In his prime, Price was among the top 5 point guards in the league. Sadly, he is now advanced in age, and it is expected that he will retire after the current season. It is evident that the Magic's lineup suffers from excessive aging, and when facing the youthful Raptors, they are at a significant disadvantage in terms of stamina. In the first offensive possession, the Raptors secured the ball. Marsh, receiving a pass from Christie beyond the arc, charged toward the paint, overpowering his defender. Near the free throw line, Marsh executed a feint to deceive his opponent, then leaped for a mid-range shot, effortlessly sinking it. His athleticism is undeniable, living up to his monster moniker. His playing style bears a resemblance to that of the future Carmelo Anthony, which explains why Anthony's draft template was Marsh. Next, during the Magic's offensive turn, veteran point guard Price skillfully lobbed the ball to O'Neal beneath the basket. As a point guard who entered the league in the 1980s, while he may lack in certain areas, his ability to execute lobs to the rim is unparalleled, a vital skill for point guards in the era of interior play. Price, of course, is no exception. His lofty lobs are certain to outshine Christie. Upon receiving the ball, O'Neal was immediately met with physical resistance from Jones, who aimed to push him out of the paint. The adage "a dead camel is bigger than a horse" truly applies here, as O'Neal exemplifies this notion. With one probing step followed by an elegant pivot, he deftly evaded Jones and scored off the backboard with ease. The entire offensive display flowed seamlessly, truly befitting the title of a dancer. Even Kongbu nodded in silent approval. These veteran centers of the league indeed possessed their own unique skills. In an era teeming with elite centers, one could scarcely survive without genuine prowess. Although the dancer has aged, skillfully outmaneuvering the Jones remains well within their capability. Subsequently, both sides entered a back-and-forth exchange of offense and defense. The Magic, evidently aware of Jones' shortcomings, relied on Price to continuously feed the ball to Sakali for post-up plays. While the success rate of such individual efforts may not be particularly high, they at least stabilized the situation, keeping the score closely contested. Kongbu had contemplated switching Big Ben onto Jones, yet he understood that such a maneuver could yield counterproductive results. Presently, Big Ben was tasked with guarding the formidable Horace, and given Jones' defensive prowess, he would struggle even more against the snake-like movements of Horace. Chapter 17. Coach, please trade me. As he watched the game unfold, Kongbu felt a sense of frustration. The suspension of Wuxing was manageable. After all, the Raptors boasted a plethora of versatile players on the wings. However, the real blow was the absence of Camby, whose suspension severely weakened the Raptors' interior defense. Although Big Ben performed admirably against the Cobras, limiting their scoring opportunities, Jones proved ineffective. In the opening quarter, the Magic exploited their strategies, repeatedly isolating Sakali against Jones, leading to a tightly contested scoreline. Determined to address the shortage of interior players, Kongbu resolved to find a solution swiftly. Marsh was in exceptional form that night, carrying the offensive load for the team. It appeared that the training regimen had transformed him into an all-around powerhouse. Yet, Kongbu remained fixated on McGrady, who continued to underperform. In Kongbu's eyes, Big Ben and McGrady were the dual pillars of his team. While Big Ben excelled in rebounding and defense, McGrady had yet to find his rhythm. Although McGrady's performance was commendable for a recent high school graduate, Kongbu craved the peak version of McGrady, the one capable of averaging 30 points and producing unforgettable moments on the court. As the final whistle blew, Big Ben exited the game. His expression tinged with disappointment. He had boasted before the game of a potential 30-point victory over the Magic, yet the match had been a grueling struggle. The Raptors secured a narrow win, finishing 87-84. Had it not been for Christie's timely three-pointer, a loss would not have been out of the question. Kongbu rose to greet his players as they left the court. "Ben, you played well," he said, patting the downcast Big Ben on the back. That night, Big Ben recorded 4 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 blocks, quite a drop from his previous game against the Grizzlies. The Cobra's shooting prowess pulled him away from the paint, resulting in fewer rebounding opportunities. "I'm sorry, Coach, I didn't perform well enough," Big Ben admitted, a hint of remorse in his voice. This sense of accountability was one of the reasons Kongbu held Big Ben in high regard. The earnest player took responsibility, even when the game had been a struggle. "You did well considering the circumstances. We were without Camby tonight. Rest assured, when he returns, everything will fall back into place," Kongbu reassured him. Big Ben nodded quietly and took a seat on the bench, while the other Raptors players were in high spirits after their victory. During the post-game handshake, Kongbu approached Old Man Chuck. "Kong, I cannot provide you with an answer to your query. It appears there has been no precedent for refusing to pay fines." Old Dad was not annoyed by the loss. After all, he had encountered countless storms in his life, and the outcome of a mere regular season game was hardly worth his concern. Well, it seemed that this money was unavoidable. Kongbu grimaced, feeling a pang of regret at such an expenditure. In his previous life, Kongbu had never dabbled in stocks nor had any other quick avenues for wealth. Thus, the most viable means he could conceive of to elevate his status in this life was through real estate. According to his plan, he intended to invest his entire salary this year in a property back in the bustling metropolis of his homeland, anticipating a 20-year wait for a 50-fold increase, which would propel him to the pinnacle of success. After concluding their handshake, Kongbu led the team back to the locker room. Upon entering, they were met by the imposing figure of a robust African-American woman, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at the Raptors players. Her height, accentuated by high heels, was quite striking, estimated to be around 6 feet tall, and her muscular build resembled that of a UFC fighter. Even if she were adorned with protective gear, Kongbu would harbor no doubts about her ferocity. Her gaze scoured the crowd like a predatory tigress on the hunt. A gasp erupted from behind Kongbu. It was the voice of Christie. Turning around, he noticed Christie trembling, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Kongbu and the others were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Christie was not one to be easily frightened. He had remained unfazed in the face of the daunting Grizzlies match. Yet, upon encountering this formidable woman, his reaction was extraordinary. Cammy tugged at Kongbu's sleeve, whispering urgently, "We must flee. That's Doug's wife." Even Tyson would take a detour upon seeing her, and even the dogs by the roadside would cower in fear. Despite being suspended, Cammy had still come to witness the game that night. Kongbu was taken aback. Christie's wife? That explained everything. He recalled that Christie was notoriously henpecked, and his wife was the epitome of a fierce matriarch. The dentist was a stunning woman, and she had chased away anyone who dared approach Christie, leaving him with a toothache all day. During a dinner outing, Christie had gotten a bone lodged in his throat, and when a female doctor from the adjacent table attempted to assist, he had pushed her away forcefully. Every team Christie had played for had cheerleaders who surely received messages from the matriarch instructing them to keep their distance from her husband. To prevent Christie from attending a bachelor party, she had even gone so far as to set fire to their car. That was not even the most outrageous incident. The matriarch had been known to confront players directly. While Christie was with the Kings, a confrontation with Lakers player Fox had erupted on the court, and afterward, Fox had found himself cornered in the Kings' locker room, only to be met with a barrage of blows from the matriarch wielding her hand back. "Jackie, what brings you here?" Christie stammered, his voice quivering like a child caught misbehaving. "Doug, why shouldn't I come? If I hadn't, would you have spent the night out? Or brought a wild woman home? Out partying until 4 in the morning? How dare you?" Kongbu now understood. It was all due to their escapade at the nightclub a couple of days prior. "Jackie, can we discuss this matter at home? I assure you, I am not lying." Nothing occurred. Christie's eyes brimmed with tears of humiliation. "Nothing happened? How do you explain the scent of perfume on you and the lipstick stains on your clothes?" Jackie questioned vehemently. Kongbu felt an unbearable discomfort, realizing that his expenditure of $60,000 had embroiled Christie in a significant predicament. He was about to interject on Christie's behalf when he was promptly restrained by Cammy. "Coach, do not provoke trouble. Stay out of this. You wouldn't want to get your face scratched, would you?" Kongbu glanced at Jackie's extravagant 10-centimeter long nails and unceremoniously abandoned the thought of speaking up. A staff member arrived to inform the Raptors that it was time for the post-game press conference, prompting Kongbu to hurriedly escort Marshawn and Dabin away from the locker room. Silently, he prayed for Christie. "Dear brother, your fate in this matter rests solely upon your own fortune." Since nothing extraordinary transpired during the game, the press conference concluded rather swiftly. Upon Kongbu's return to the locker room, he was relieved to find that the formidable woman had departed. What defines a heroine? This is the essence of a true heroine. More than a dozen burly men stood before her, yet none dared to utter a word. Christie sat motionless on the bench, his eyes vacant, bearing marks of red and scratches on his face. Something must have transpired in the locker room. As Kongbu re-entered, Christie slowly rose to his feet. "Coach, please trade me. I beg you to trade me. I cannot bear to remain here any longer." Christie's voice was laden with sorrow, the impact of this incident weighing heavily upon him. Chapter 18 Full responsibility for the trade. The events that transpired in the locker room reached the ears of old Thomas. As the mastermind behind the Raptors, there is little within the team that he remains unaware of. What a pity. If he were merely a softie on the court, I could perhaps comprehend it. The crux of the matter is that he is undoubtedly a defensive stalwart. How could he possibly fear women so? Old Thomas wore an expression of exasperation. Following the incident, Christie was utterly devastated, feeling a profound sense of shame before the Raptors faithful. Kongbu forced a wry smile. Perhaps this is what love entails. Love? Nonsense. Kong, what are you planning to do now? As a man, if I were in your shoes, I certainly could not remain with the Raptors any longer, old Thomas lamented. Kongbu shook his head, uncertain of how to proceed. He had attempted to console Christie the previous day, but his efforts were in vain. Old Thomas was correct. Such an occurrence would be hard for any man to accept. Christie was adamant about leaving, about seeking a new team, and no amount of persuasion from Kongbu seemed to matter. If Christie were merely mediocre, it would be one thing to trade him away. However, the Raptors truly could not afford to lose Christie. Without him, the team would struggle to find a starting point guard. While there were some lackluster guards on the bench, their capabilities could not compare to Christie's, especially on the defensive end. This matter concerns a man's dignity. I have instructed the players to keep it under wraps. A trade is the only recourse, Kongbu sighed. Very well, I entrust this trade entirely to you. I cannot ascertain how you perceive the latent potential within players like Dabin, but you undoubtedly possess a knack for this. Perhaps this trade could yield some surprises. Kongbu felt a surge of joy. It appeared that old Thomas had recognized his abilities. The trades made during the draft were purely Kongbu's whims. Now, with old Thomas granting him authority, Kongbu could finally showcase his talents. Leaving the vice president's office, Kongbu fell into deep contemplation. Since a trade was inevitable, he must identify a target, ideally including a point guard in the deal. In truth, Kongbu already had a remarkably perfect point guard in mind. This year's draft third overall pick, Chauncey Billups. Ordinarily, Billups, having played only half a season with his original team, the Celtics would not be so hastily traded to the Raptors. The unusual circumstances surrounding this transaction certainly suggest something amiss. Shortly after joining the Celtics, he became entangled with the emerging star, Anthony Walker. This association proved disastrous, as Billups fell victim to a setup in Walker's apartment, leading to a lawsuit. The repercussions of this incident were far-reaching, nearly derailing Billups' career, and even resurfaced to haunt him during his candidacy for the Trail Blazers head coach position in 2022. Kongbu's original plan was to do nothing, patiently awaiting the Raptors to acquire Billups at a bargain price, as would typically occur. However, with the recent debacle involving Christie, the Raptors may find themselves without a competent point guard, intensifying Kongbu's desire for Billups. Yet, Kongbu is acutely aware that haste is unwise. After all, Billups has not yet been implicated, and the Celtics have no reason to sell off a recently drafted third overall pick who has only played 2 games at a loss. Even if Kongbu were to propose a trade involving Christie, he would likely encounter rejection. This is not an opportune moment to pursue Billups. The question remains, whom should they seek instead? Kongbu furrowed his brow, continuing to ponder. Hours passed in contemplation, yet he could not conjure a suitable trading target. The truth was, within the current league, there were few point guards worthy of Kongbu's attention. After some consideration, only a handful remained: Stockton, Peyton, and Kidd. Given Christie's value, acquiring any of these players was a mere fantasy, an endeavor akin to placing eggs in a fart, utterly futile. With no hope for a point guard, he resolved to seek an interior player instead. After all, Billups was already within his grasp. He merely needed to bide his time. Kongbu reflected that the Raptors were not only lacking in point guards, but also in their front court. The reality had proven that Jones was truly underwhelming. Since he was pursuing an interior trade, there was no need to expend excessive mental energy. The only viable and profitable target for trade was Jermaine O'Neal, currently with the Trail Blazers. Last season, young O'Neal averaged about 10 minutes per game, and with 3 games played in the current season. Even with the coaching change from Kalashimo to the venerable Dunleavy, O'Neal remained overlooked. O'Neal's position within the team was rather precarious, standing at 211 centimeters. He seemed capable of playing both the power forward and center positions. However, the Trail Blazers' power forward was Rasheed Wallace, and it was inconceivable for a newcomer like O'Neal to displace someone who had already made a name for himself. As for the center position, O'Neal possessed a significant flaw: his lack of strength. While Ben Wallace's bench press was reputed to be around 200 kilograms, O'Neal could only manage 120 kilograms. The disparity was not trivial. Even McGrady could bench press 120 kilograms. In the realm of centers, sheer strength was not the sole determinant of prowess, but without it, one was certainly at a disadvantage. Thus, theoretically, O'Neal was ill-suited to play the center position. This was the reason the Trail Blazers had kept him on the sidelines. Unless Rasheed were to be sidelined for the season, O'Neal would find no opportunity to shine in Portland. Kongbu obtained the phone number of the Trail Blazers head coach and general manager, the seasoned Dunleavy, from assistant coach Newman. What? Are you intending to sell Doug to us? Upon answering the call, the seasoned Dunleavy found it hard to believe. Currently, the Trail Blazers' primary point guard is the former Nets star, Kenny Anderson, while the shooting guard position is held by the erstwhile Timberwolves scoring leader, Isaiah Ryder. The power forward position is manned by Rasheed Wallace, and the center by Arvydas Sabonis. Each of these 4 positions boasts considerable talent. Yet it is the small forward position that remains a glaring weakness. If the formidable defender Christie were to join, the Portland Trail Blazers roster would approach perfection, elevating the strength of the starting lineup significantly. What do you wish to trade? Inquired the seasoned Delaney with palpable eagerness. Rasheed, our interior offense is lacking, and we desperately need Rasheed's scoring capabilities. Unlike during the previous draft, when Kongbu was rather blunt, he now possessed ample time for thoughtful negotiations. Having no intention of hastily wasting it, Delaney found himself at a loss for words, fully aware that fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. While they yearned for Christie, they were not foolish enough to offer Rasheed in exchange. My friend, you know that's impossible. Rasheed is an all-star caliber player, and your proposal is unrealistic. Perhaps you might consider our own Jermaine? This young talent possesses boundless potential and exceptional offensive skills, making him an ideal fit for your Raptors. I assure you, this young man is destined to become a superstar. In his pursuit of the coveted Christie, Delaney was willing to cast aside all pretenses. Having recently taken the reins of the Trail Blazers, he believed that if he could manage the team effectively, the naive yet affluent owner, Paul Allen, would undoubtedly reward him with a lucrative contract. Chapter 19. Your nightmare has ended. Kongbu found himself amused by the audacity of old Dunleavy. One must possess an extraordinary level of shamelessness to extol little A.O. to such an extent while disregarding one's conscience. If old Dunleavy truly believed little A.O. to be so exceptional, he would not have kept him hidden for so long. However, from a divine perspective, old Dunleavy was not entirely incorrect. Little A.O. indeed possessed a remarkable offensive talent and would eventually rise to become a star player. In his prime, Little A.O. was capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with great power forwards such as Duncan, Garnett, and Nowitzki. During the peak years of these 3 luminaries, Little A.O. was repeatedly selected for the All-NBA teams. Kongbu's request for Rasheed was merely a facade. In his mind, Rasheed's value paled in comparison to Little A.O. Rasheed was an enigma, not in terms of personality, for the team was already filled with its share of rebels. The addition of one more would make little difference. The peculiarity lay in his style of play. He was a swingman masquerading as a power forward, as evidenced by his average shooting distance of 14.6 feet from the basket. In comparison, Allen Iverson's career average shooting distance was approximately 12.5 feet, Kobe Bryant's around 14 feet, and LeBron James about 11.4 feet, indicating that Rasheed truly played beyond the arc. The Raptors already had sufficient perimeter players, Kongbu preferred to acquire a legitimate interior player. In this regard, Little AO was much more conventional, with an average shooting distance of around 5 feet, similar to Garnett. Additionally, Little AO's defensive and rebounding capabilities were significantly superior to Rashid's. Considering all these factors, Kongbu found no justification for pursuing Rashid over Little AO. As for Jermaine, he was indeed a promising young talent. However, the value of Christie far exceeded his own, necessitating the inclusion of additional assets. Kongbu tactfully refrained from exposing Old Delhi Vi's intentions. Old Delhi Vi's heart raced at the prospect. Was Kongbu genuinely considering trading Christie for Little AO? If Christie were merely a defensive player, his worth would diminish greatly. The crucial aspect was that last season he had managed to contribute an average of 15 points per game, showcasing commendable three-point shooting skills. Acquiring Christie would enhance both the offensive and defensive intensity of the Trailblazers. What do you seek in terms of assets? Old Delhi Vi inquired with a serious tone. A first-round pick for next year, along with Jermaine, and you shall obtain Christie, Kongbu replied succinctly. Next year would be the 1998 draft, heralded as a super draft class. It boasted elite players like Nowitzki, Pierce, Carter, and Bibby, with even low draft picks potentially yielding hidden gems. Excluding Little AO, Kongbu held little regard for the other players in the Trailblazers roster, thus opting for a first-round pick to prepare for the 1998 draft. Old Delhi Vi fell silent, weighing the pros and cons of this trade. Draft picks are the lifeblood of every team, especially first-round selections. Generally, teams would avoid trading them unless absolutely necessary or with the certainty of a significant gain. Last season, the Trailblazers achieved a commendable 5th position in the Western Conference, securing the 18th overall pick in the first round. Should they acquire Christie this season, the venerable DeLive will have substantial confidence in elevating the Blazers' performance to new heights, potentially even contending for a top 3 finish in the West. Consequently, next year's first-round pick is likely to fall beyond the 22nd position, diminishing its value considerably. After a brief silence, DeLive finally spoke. All right, it's a deal. My friend, a pleasure to collaborate. To which Kongbu responded, a pleasure indeed, Mr. DeLive. This is undoubtedly a mutually beneficial transaction. This assertion was far from mere flattery. It was a genuine win-win situation. The Raptors acquired O'Neal and a first-round pick for next year that could be utilized to select a promising rookie, while the Blazers gained Christie, enhancing their immediate competitiveness, a true dual victory. Upon finalizing the trade, Kongbu promptly called Mr. Thomas to share the good news. Mr. Thomas, we have traded for O'Neal. O'Neal? My goodness, am I dreaming? The championship is surely ours this year, Mr. Thomas exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. However, merely 10 seconds later, he sensed something amiss. O'Neal? Could Christie truly be exchanged for O'Neal? It would be no exaggeration to claim that packaging every player in the current Raptors roster, along with all draft picks available for the next 5 years, would not suffice to acquire O'Neal from the Lakers. You're incorrigible. Tell me the truth. Did the owner send you to drive me to despair just to save my salary? Mr. Thomas vented his frustration at Kongbu. Indeed, it was O'Neal. But not Shaquille, it was Jermaine. Jermaine? Who is that? Mr. Thomas was unaware of the existence of the minor O'Neal, which was understandable given that a player like him, who barely saw any action, would not have registered on Thomas's radar. Kongbu meticulously explained the terms of the trade with the Blazers, leading Mr. Thomas to exclaim in disbelief, lamenting over the perceived loss. Christie had effectively been the Raptors' second-in-command last season, with the primary leader being the illustrious Stoudemire. Now, trading away the second-in-command for a marginal player who had been sidelined, along with a first-round pick that would undoubtedly be low, left Mr. Thomas feeling shortchanged. Rest assured, we will not incur losses from this trade. In just a few months, Jermaine will emerge as the finest power forward in the league, Kongbu confidently asserted. Had he heard such words a few months prior, Mr. Thomas would have certainly berated Kongbu for his audacity. Yet, with players like Big Ben proving their worth, disbelief was no longer an option for Mr. Thomas. The following morning, the Raptors and Blazers convened a joint press conference to announce the transaction. The external reaction to this trade was one of confusion. Given the Raptors' urgent need for a point guard, why would they sell their only primary ball handler? Ever since Kongbu took the helm of the Raptors, the team seemed to have developed an aversion to point guards. Initially, the diminutive Flying Squirrel was sold off, only to be swiftly exchanged for a new vehicle, and now even Christie has been traded away. Christie departed in haste, perhaps overwhelmed by embarrassment, heading straight to Portland without so much as a farewell. Little Ao's actions were equally prompt. On the very day of the transaction, he rushed to the Raptors without delay. Kongbu empathized with Little Ao's sentiments. After being benched for over a year, he had grown to detest that dreadful place. My dear child, congratulations. Your nightmare has come to an end. The Trailblazers, lacking foresight, have committed an egregious error by sidelining a future superstar power forward. While I cannot promise you a starting position, I can assure you of at least 30 minutes of playing time per game. Upon meeting Little Ao, Kongbu immediately showered him with encouragement. Little Ao's eyes glistened with tears. The feeling of being acknowledged was nothing short of exquisite. During his year and more with the Trailblazers, his youth rendered him a target for the seasoned veterans' bullying. If the team had shown genuine regard, enduring the mistreatment might have been bearable, akin to Kobe's current situation with the Lakers. He too faces challenges, yet he understands it is merely a temporary phase. In contrast, Little Ao found himself devoid of any hope, living in a daze day after day. Fortunately, those harrowing days are now behind him. He harbors a sense of anticipation that this trade may indeed transform the trajectory of his life. Chapter 20. The Ruthless Onslaught with the addition of Xiao Ao. The Raptors roster is increasingly approaching the ideal envisioned by Kongbu. The team's overall rating has also undergone subtle changes. Toronto Raptors, current overall team rating, A. Offensive rating, A. Defensive rating, S. Rebounding rating, A. Player potential rating, S. However, the team has yet to reach an S rating, likely due to Xiao Ao's current combat readiness. His being benched is certainly not without reason. His present effectiveness cannot be deemed formidable. Nevertheless, with the assistance of training, these issues are surmountable. As long as his potential is commendable, his readiness will swiftly improve. Kongbu anticipates that by the time Xiao Ao reaches his full potential, the Raptors' rating should seamlessly ascend to S, placing them just a tier below the Chicago Bulls. Should they subsequently secure Billups, Kongbu genuinely believes he can topple the Bulls and seize this year's championship. The regular season continues, with the Raptors facing 2 more home games against the Milwaukee Bucks and the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Raptors achieved a record of 1 win and 1 loss, succumbing to the Cavaliers, a formidable Eastern Conference team, while triumphing over the struggling Bucks. Notably, Xiao Ao did not participate in these 2 matches. Kongbu intended to allow him a few days of intensive training, and after 6 days of focused practice, Xiao Ao's progress was visibly apparent. He aimed for Xiao Ao to make his debut in optimal condition to foster his confidence. Coincidentally, the Raptors would embark on a 4-game road trip, commencing with a match against the struggling Philadelphia 76ers, an ideal opportunity for Xiao Ao to make a statement. On October 27th at 7 o'clock in the evening, the Raptors are set to challenge the Philadelphia 76ers. In a few years, the 76ers will emerge as an Eastern powerhouse, reaching the finals, yet currently, they languish at the bottom of the Eastern standings. Tracy, tonight you will play the point guard position and directly match up against Iverson. Your task is to disrupt his penetration towards the basket. Ideally, allow him some space defensively, and as for his shooting, defend as circumstances permit. Can you manage that? Kongbu began assigning tasks to his players. The simplest and most effective strategy to defeat the 76ers is to stifle Iverson's offensive prowess. If he cannot inflict damage at the rim, the 76ers are essentially doomed. In the previous 2 games, McGrady's performance has continued to fall short of Kongbu's expectations. As the saying goes, a change of scenery can bring new life. Kongbu decided to reposition McGrady to the point guard role in hopes of unexpected results. The core of McGrady's assignment is straightforward. Focus on preventing drives rather than shots. Iverson's speed is extraordinary. If McGrady tightens his defense, he may easily be outmaneuvered. By giving him a step, McGrady will have more reaction time. Iverson's ability to wreak havoc at the rim is astounding. Scoring is secondary to the sheer terror of his ability to draw fouls. It is conceivable that by halftime, he could have the opposing team's interior defender burdened with 4 or 5 fouls. Certainly, this defensive strategy is not without its flaws, as it allows Iverson numerous shooting opportunities. However, Kongbu remains unfazed, as shooting has never been Iverson's forte. His 3-point shooting, particularly this season, has been rather dismal, with a success rate failing to even reach 30%. His mid-range shooting is also subpar, with both close-range and mid-range shooting percentages lingering below 40%. It wasn't until the final 2 years of his tenure with the 76ers that his mid-range game began to show signs of improvement. In this regard, Iverson's early career bears a resemblance to that of LeBron James, as both relied heavily on their ability to penetrate the defense. The distinction lies in their approaches. One harnesses speed and skill, while the other relies on strength. Absolutely achievable, replied McGrady, acknowledging that the tasks assigned by Kongbu were not particularly daunting. Stephen, Jamal, you two will start tonight. The defensive pressure will be manageable, but we must exert considerable pressure on the offensive end. Kongbu then turned his gaze toward the starting duo of Wushang and Marshburn. Following the departure of Christie, Marshburn finally secured a stable starting position. Rest assured, Coach, I have a premonition that I might score 40 points tonight, Wushang grinned. After a 3-game suspension, he had eagerly anticipated this match. Marcus, tonight you will face off against Coleman. With your defensive prowess, it will be quite challenging for him to reach double digits in scoring, Kongbu remarked with a smile directed at Camby. This statement made Camby beam with delight, his broad smile revealing his teeth. Coleman is no ordinary player. The first overall pick in the 1990 draft, he was once the star of the Nets, effortlessly averaging 20 points per game as a top-tier interior player. Unfortunately, since joining the 76ers in '95, his performance has declined significantly due to injuries and a lack of discipline, though he still manages to produce 18 points and 10 rebounds per game. His offensive efficiency is lamentably poor, exemplifying the adage that the more shots he takes, the quicker the team loses. Big Ben, tonight you will match up with Ratliff. Be vigilant and maintain close proximity to him. Do not allow him opportunities for sneaky blocks. Additionally, I have another task for you, which I will disclose once the game commences, Kongbu said with a mysterious smile. Ratliff, the starting center for the 76ers, can be likened to another Camby, as their styles are strikingly similar. Both possess average offensive capabilities, typically averaging 10 to 8 points. In terms of rebounding, neither is particularly strong, although Camby holds a slight edge over Ratliff. Defensively, both players struggle with one-on-one situations, favoring help defense and opportunistic shot blocking. In his prime, Ratliff even recorded a staggering average of 4 blocks per game. To contain a player of this ilk, one need only assign a physically dominant player to shadow him closely, effectively restricting his chances to execute stealthy blocks. Big Ben undoubtedly stands as the optimal choice. If Camby were not currently a member of the Raptors, Kongbu would employ a similar strategy against him as an opponent. Moreover, in this match, I yearn to witness no semblance of leniency. I desire a resounding victory. Nay, I crave an utterly merciless annihilation that will haunt Larry Brown in his nightmares. Kongbu licked the corner of his mouth, a cruel smile adorning his face. The players were momentarily taken aback. Why was Larry Brown, the head coach of the 76ers, suddenly mentioned? Could it be that Kongbu harbored some grievance against Larry Brown? Upon this realization, the players were invigorated, for the moment to repay Kongbu had arrived. Most of the Raptors players felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Kongbu, and having finally awaited an opportunity to reciprocate, they were determined not to let it slip away. Especially for Big Ben, whose arm muscles began to swell, brimming with anticipation as he awaited the commencement of the match. Half an hour later, the players commenced their entrance. As per tradition, both head coaches would take the court prior to the game to shake hands. Kongbu, seated on the bench, exhibited no intention of greeting Larry Brown. The mere sight of Brown's aged visage filled him with revulsion. If there were a coach in this league whom Kongbu truly looked down upon, it could only be Larry Brown. Chapter 21. The spectacle has just begun when Larry Brown is mentioned. Most fans immediately associate him with his disdain for struggling rookies and his propensity to bully the less formidable. In the presence of a prodigy like Allen Iverson, Brown would go to great lengths to flatter him. Yet, when faced with Nate Robinson, a player seemingly destined for mediocrity, Brown would derisively refer to him as Little Brat. When Robinson tearfully entered Brown's office, pleading for an end to the verbal abuse, Brown callously recounted the incident to all his teammates. If one were to argue that Robinson lacked effort, such criticism might be warranted. However, it is well known that the diminutive player, standing at just 5 feet 6 inches, has poured countless hours of sweat into his basketball career, never missing a game. Such an inspiring athlete would typically command the respect of most coaches. Nevertheless, these actions were not the primary reason for Kahn's disdain for Larry Brown. The things Brown has done are so fantastical that it is hard to believe a renowned coach could sink to such depths of shamelessness. In 2016, Chauncey Billups revealed a significant scandal that traced back 11 years to 2005. At that time, after leading the Detroit Pistons to a championship, Brown had once again propelled his team to the finals, facing off against the San Antonio Spurs. However, during the finals, Brown had already begun negotiations with the financially robust New York Knicks. This meant that while his players were battling on the court for the championship, their head coach was busy securing his own future, a betrayal that Billups would aptly characterize as treachery. Ultimately, the Pistons fell to the Spurs in a heartbreaking 3-4 defeat, missing the chance for back-to-back titles. Had they succeeded, the legacy of the Pistons core group would have been elevated significantly. Despite Isaiah Thomas's constant disparagement of Kahn as a shameless individual, Kahn felt that his own level of shamelessness paled in comparison to that of Larry Brown. While it is natural for all to covet wealth, the saying goes that a gentleman loves money but acquires it by honorable means. Brown's conduct was indeed repugnant to the collective conscience. As the game was about to commence, Larry Brown cast a frowning glance toward Kahn. Typically, a rookie coach like Kahn would extend a greeting to his seasoned coach like Brown as a sign of respect. Yet, Kahn remained immobile, even dismissing Brown with a glance. This behavior was rife with provocation, igniting a flicker of anger within Brown. However, you dismissed it, attributing Kahn's demeanor to the buoyancy that success can bring to a team. Before long, amidst the raucous cheers of the fans, the game officially began. Despite the abysmal record of the 76ers, the arena was packed, with the majority of attendees drawn by the allure of Allen Iverson. The starting lineups took the court, and Kahn scrutinized the 76ers roster: center Samuel DeLembert, power forward Coleman, small forward Tim Thomas, and the backcourt duo of Iverson and Jerry Stackhouse. The shortcomings of this lineup are numerous, leaving Kahn at a loss for where to begin. Firstly, the intensity of the backcourt defense is, without exaggeration, perhaps the weakest pairing in Kahn memory. Despite Allen Iverson having clinched the title of steals champion 3 times, his defensive efficiency is far from impressive. His frequent gambles for steals often lead to defensive lapses. Were he another player with 3 steals titles, one might expect at least multiple selections to the all-defensive team, yet Iverson has never been named to such a roster, which clearly attests to the inadequacy of his defensive skills. However, it must be noted that he is still considerably better than players like Steve Nash and Stephon Marbury. On the other hand, Jerry Stackhouse's defense is genuinely poor, not due to inability, but rather a lack of desire to defend. As the 3rd overall pick in the 1995 draft and a product of the prestigious North Carolina, he was undoubtedly a prodigy. Unfortunately, his excessively flamboyant personality led him to be thoroughly schooled by his mentor, Michael Jordan, upon entering the league. This player possesses an unusual fixation on offense, pouring all his energy into scoring, leaving defense utterly neglected. If his offensive efficiency were commendable, it might be forgivable, as a robust offense can indeed lead a team to victory. Regrettably, his offensive efficiency is shockingly dismal. This situation bears resemblance to the current Celtics star, Anthony Walker. Both players exhibit a similar tendency to be ineffective on both ends of the court. The weak defense of the 76ers backcourt is a significant flaw, but an even greater issue lies in the distribution of ball control between the two. Both require substantial ball possession, and without it, they become utterly ineffective. It is unreasonable to expect Iverson to play off the ball, and Stackhouse's scoring ability pales in comparison to Iverson's, making his off-ball play even more disastrous. Consequently, it is no surprise that the 76ers struggled to achieve a favorable record. As Camby won the tip-off, the Raptors initiated their first defensive possession. T-Mac skillfully advanced the ball, fully aware of Iverson's tendencies and exercising caution in his ball handling. Just as Iverson prepared to apply pressure, T-Mac swiftly passed to the nearby Wushing. Kongbu observed approvingly from the sidelines, appreciating T-Mac's demeanor. At least he was not as fiercely competitive as Jordan or Kobe. Were it Kobe in T-Mac's position, he would undoubtedly engage Iverson head-on, even at the risk of a turnover. Wushing received the pass with minimal defensive resistance, breezing past Stackhouse to sink a mid-range jumper effortlessly. His assertion of a premonition to score 40 points that night is grounded in reality, as he harbors absolute confidence in overpowering both Stackhouse and small forward Tim Thomas. Stackhouse's defense is negligible, and Thomas is not significantly better. Standing at 208 centimeters, Thomas occupies an awkward position, embodying the quintessential tweener player. The performance at the power forward position is markedly inadequate, with a nearly non-existent ability to execute low-post offensive maneuvers, and both rebounding and interior defense are severely lacking. When positioned at small forward, the height becomes a disadvantage, as the athleticism is merely average and agility is woefully insufficient. Although one can leverage height to achieve commendable shooting efficiency, the defensive end transforms into an open invitation for scoring opportunities. Not every tall small forward can emulate the prowess of Durant. In such circumstances, both the War Saint and the Monster possess substantial potential to shine this evening. As the 76ers embarked on their offensive possession, Iverson surged forward with breathtaking speed, prompting McGrady to retreat hastily, striving to maintain a mere step of separation between them. Approaching the vicinity of the free throw line, Iverson ascended effortlessly for a jump shot. Swish. Despite McGrady's swift reaction and valiant attempt to block the shot, Iverson still managed to score. The arena erupted in a cacophony of applause, underscoring Iverson's immense popularity. Yet, Coach Kongbu remained unfazed, acknowledging that this was merely the prelude. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. Chapter 22. The marvelous performance of young Ao. The Raptors' inaugural offensive sequence was successfully executed by the formidable Wu Xing. In the subsequent round, the indomitable monster Mash took charge. With his robust physique, Mash barreled into the paint, evading Tim Thomas to unleash a well-placed shot, adding another 2 points to the Raptors' tally. Ratliff was in considerable distress. Had it been any other time, he might have seized the opportunity to launch a stealthy counterattack while Mash was preoccupied. However, he found himself under the relentless scrutiny of Big Ben, denying him any chance for a surprise assault. On the other side, the backcourt duo of the 76ers seemed to share an unspoken synergy. Following Iverson's offensive maneuver, Stackhouse took his turn to attack. Regrettably, his lackluster shooting prowess made it exceedingly difficult to score against Wu Xing, resulting in a hasty shot that nearly resulted in a complete airball. Big Ben effortlessly secured the rebound. In the ensuing exchanges, the grin on Kongbu's face grew wider. The 76ers' defense was woefully inadequate, reaching a level that was almost unbearable to witness. Among the 5 starting players, each one was subpar in defense, with the exception of Ratliff, who was currently being contained. Both Big Ben and Camby seldom took shots, while Ratliff struggled to provide support on the perimeter, hindered by Big Ben's positioning. With such a dismal defensive showing, the Raptors' offense appeared almost effortless. Wu Xing and the monster operated like 2 lethal blades in the hands of a seasoned warrior, relentlessly slicing through the 76ers' defenses. Moreover, their lack of defensive prowess was matched by a similarly dismal offensive efficiency. Stackhouse had already missed 3 attempts, while Iverson's mid-range shooting was decent, currently standing at 2 out of 4, netting him 4 points. In a matter of minutes, the Raptors had established a significant lead of 13-6. With defenses collapsing and offenses faltering, the stark disparity in strength between the two teams was evident. Larry Brown's countenance darkened. His reputation was at stake, even though Kongbu had led the Raptors to an impressive record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Many still attributed this success to mere luck. On one hand, the Raptors' previous 4 opponents were relatively weak. On the other, the players had delivered extraordinary performances. It's not uncommon for a team of newcomers and fringe players to shine on occasion. Larry Brown also perceived Kongbu's success as a stroke of luck, having never anticipated such a turn of events before the match. If one were to assemble 100 experts to evaluate the rosters, at least 90 would undoubtedly favor the 76ers as the stronger team. The 76ers called a timeout, substituting Tim Thomas out of the game. However, this pause proved ineffectual, as the point differential continued to widen. The primary reason was the exceptional performance of the Raptors' formidable duo on the wing. In the current league, perhaps only the Bulls-Pippen tandem could consistently triumph over this dynamic duo of monstrous prowess. Jermaine, it's time to warm up and prepare to take the court. Remember, once you step onto the court, take your shots without any reservations. I will ensure that Ben assists you in securing a comfortable space for your attempts, Kongbu said, patting the young Ao beside him. This brutal massacre had yet to formally commence until Ao's appearance. With 8 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, Kongbu called for an extended timeout. The other players remained still as he substituted Camby for Ao, a decision laden with significance. According to Kongbu's strategy, the playing time for the Raptors' power forward and center positions would be evenly distributed among Ben, Camby, and Ao, with a total of 96 minutes available. It meant that each player would be allocated precisely 32 minutes, a timing that was neither excessive nor insufficient. Coach, rest assured, I will ensure he plays this game comfortably. Ben, perhaps feeling a sense of camaraderie with Ao, readily accepted the positioning task assigned by Kongbu without hesitation. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. At the outset, McGrady delivered a direct pass to Ao. Ben immediately exerted himself to block Ratliff, while ignoring Coleman, whose present condition rendered him nearly immobile. His defense was virtually negligible. Upon receiving the ball, Ao initially attempted to overpower Coleman, but soon realized he could not. He swiftly pivoted for a mid-range, fadeaway jump shot. The execution may not have been picturesque, yet it was undoubtedly a textbook example of a fadeaway jumper. Swish. The sound echoed as Ao's first shot since joining the Raptors swished cleanly through the net. During the 76 Airs offensive possession, Coleman sought the ball. Up to this point in the first quarter, he had struggled immensely, relentlessly targeted by Camby, and had yet to score. With the unremarkable AO on the court, Coleman perceived this as an opportune moment to amass points. Relying on his superior strength and heft, he initiated a low-post backdown. However, he underestimated AO's defensive prowess. At the moment of his shot, AO leaped and emphatically swatted the ball against the backboard, a delightful block. If one were to rewind time 6 days, AO might have been incapable of executing such a rejection. In just 6 days, the effects of 6 months of rigorous training had transformed AO significantly. Though he had not yet reached his peak, handling Coleman was far from a daunting task. Coleman, after being subjected to that emphatic block, wore an expression of discontent. In the ensuing Raptors offensive sequence, AO replicated his previous success with a fadeaway jumper over Coleman, further darkening the latter's countenance. Coleman, now increasingly agitated, began to demand the ball incessantly regardless of whether his teammates were willing to pass. The outcome was evident. After being blocked, he failed to score on his second attempt. And on his third, while attempting to back down, he was outmaneuvered by Ben, resulting in another rejection. Meanwhile, AO's teammates consistently fed him the ball. Even the boisterous Wu Shang, who proclaimed he would score 40 points tonight, tempered his offensive aspirations, opting instead to pass the ball to Xiao Ao. As fellow souls adrift in the vast ocean of competition, these once-overlooked players are all too aware of the significance this match holds for Xiao Ao, demonstrating his resolve. Xiao Ao, with the support of his teammates, executed 4 perfect fadeaway shots, scoring a total of 8 points. The stark contrast between Xiao Ao and Coleman's performances could not be more pronounced, akin to the disparity between clouds and mud. Is this truly the long-lost brother of O'Neal? Remarkably, perhaps Kong Bu should abandon coaching altogether and delve into the antiquities trade. For he has an uncanny knack for discovering hidden gems. Something feels amiss. I have witnessed this young man in the Trailblazers games, and he was certainly not this formidable. He exudes a hint of the ferocity reminiscent of Garnett. Was this lad truly benched by the Trailblazers for over a year? Could it be that Kong Bu possesses an extraordinary coaching method? It seems that many players, once deemed unworthy by others, flourish under his guidance. This season, the Raptors have soared, and Kong Bu deserves immense credit for their success. Fans watching the live broadcast were thoroughly astonished by Xiao Ao's performance. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe that the individual relegated to guarding the water cooler for the Trailblazers could, within mere days under Kong Bu's tutelage, deliver a miraculous display of 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 block in just 3.5 minutes. Chapter 23, Old Man. Keep your hands to yourself. With merely 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Coleman had been on the court the entire time. Yet he had failed to score a single point. It was not that Larry Brown was unwilling to substitute, but rather that there were no viable alternatives. The current situation on the court was overwhelmingly one-sided. Replacing him with a less capable bench player would only exacerbate the score disparity. In the final offensive possession for the 76ers in this quarter, Coleman once again reached out for the ball. Iverson, still a sophomore, passed the ball to his elder teammate. However, just as Coleman prepared to receive the pass, Little O sidestepped and deftly intercepted the ball with his long arms. Had this occurred at the beginning of the game, such a steal might not have come so easily. Yet, after a full quarter of play, Coleman was running on fumes. Coupled with the relentless pressure from Camby and Little O, his concentration was severely compromised. Watching his last chance for an offensive play evaporate, the effects of his long-standing alcohol abuse began to manifest as a short circuit in his nerves. In a moment of frustration, he shoved Little O in the chest. Such an act is commonplace in the NBA. In fact, most altercations in the league often stem from similar provocations. Some players, possessing a gentler temperament, might merely retort with a few choice words. Others, however, would not hesitate to throw punches. Little O, taken aback by the shove, found himself momentarily at a loss, being, after all, still a mere child. When he entered the draft, he was the youngest player in NBA history, not yet having turned 18. Now, at just 19, he was still quite young. On the sidelines, Kong Bu refrained from leaping up and shouting as he had previously. His prior outburst was due to the dangerously aggressive nature of Levis's actions. This time, however, it was a trivial provocation, one he believed the Raptors players could handle adeptly. Of course, Kong Bu might also have been wary of incurring a fine. 3 seconds after Coleman shoved Little O, Big Ben swiftly intervened. He pulled Little O behind him, his massive arms, reminiscent of a silverback gorilla, forcefully directed towards Coleman. The shove was powerful enough to send Coleman stumbling backward, nearly losing his balance. Old Man, Keep your hands to yourself, Big Ben exclaimed, his gaze icy and menacing. Both Marsh and Wu Sheng quickly gathered around, playfully encircling Coleman. What's the matter? Unable to compete on the court, you think you can fare better in a fight? I wouldn't mind sitting you out for a few more games, they mocked, akin to schoolyard bullies teasing a hapless classmate. Coleman felt a surge of anxiety. The momentary lapse in his nerves was instantly replaced by a sense of dread. He recalled the brawl that had erupted during the Raptors' season opener, where Levis, a towering figure, had been taken down in less than 10 seconds. How long could he withstand the onslaught? He estimated he wouldn't last 5 seconds. Especially not against the ferocious Big Ben, whose terrifying strength instilled a paralyzing fear, leaving Coleman feeling utterly intimidated. In that moment, Coleman faltered. Yet he could not concede defeat. For his standing in the league was well established, having once been a dominant figure. This situation is akin to a once mighty mob boss being confronted and bested by a couple of spirited young men. Such indignity cannot be easily swallowed. In Coleman's eyes, both Ben and the Beast represented these spirited youths. Fight? With you few whose combined salaries do not even amount to half of mine? Coleman defiantly proclaimed, striving to reclaim his dignity. His words may have been somewhat exaggerated, yet not entirely far-fetched. Among the Raptors, Ben and the Beast were both on minimum contracts of $240,000, while the promising young player, Xiao Ao, fared slightly better as a first-round pick with an annual salary of $950,000. Marshawn, prior to joining the Raptors, had signed and been traded, earning $3.8 million this year. In stark comparison, Coleman's salary soared to $8 million. In terms of salary, these players indeed fell short of Coleman. However, such metrics are hardly the essence of competition on the court. Ben scoffed, questioning what that truly proved. Does it merely underscore your status as an ineffective old man who pockets money without contributing? This is my first warning, and it shall be my last. Should you dare to lay your filthy hands on Jermaine again, I would not hesitate to let you experience the weight of these fists. Standing behind Ben, Xiao Ao trembled, not out of fear from Coleman, but rather moved by Ben's unwavering support. Although Ben stood just over 2 meters tall, approximately 10 centimeters shorter than Xiao Ao, his presence at that moment was overwhelmingly grand. In his brief professional career, Xiao Ao had rarely experienced such protection. He felt more assured than ever that becoming part of the Raptors marked a pivotal turn in his career. Playing for such a team, he would gladly accept ample playing time and opportunities, even if it meant being benched like in Portland. Coleman attempted to continue his tirade, but was halted by Ratliff, standing nearby. The referee promptly blew the whistle, issuing a technical foul to both Coleman and Ben. Such pushing actions did not warrant ejection from the game. Since both players received technical fouls, there would be no free throws. As the first quarter approached its final 10 seconds, the Raptors initiated their offensive play. Xiao Ao positioned himself on the front court, receiving a pass from the Beast. He executed a smooth turnaround jump shot, his shooting touch still ablaze, scoring over Coleman's head. With the buzzer sounding, the referee signaled the end of the first quarter. Despite playing only 4 minutes, Xiao Ao had achieved a perfect 5-for-5 shooting performance, tallying 10 points. Coach Kumbu awaited the players' return to the bench, noting the growing semblance of a team leader in Ben. As Ben approached, Kumbu patted his arm, causing Ben's face to flush with embarrassment. A stark contrast to his earlier fierce demeanor. You both played quite well, showcasing your offensive prowess. Let us maintain this momentum moving forward, Kumbu praised, acknowledging the Beast and his brother with commendation. Indeed, one cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable synergy exhibited by these two brothers. Akin to a warm kettle dangling from their behinds, they possess an abundance of potential. Upon reflection, apart from the formidable duo of Jordan and Pippen, it seems that no other pairing within the league rivals their strength. The Bucks boast a formidable frontcourt with their robust combination. Yet their defensive capabilities fall short in comparison to the tenacity of the Beast brothers. As for the Pacers, the pairing of Miller and the left-handed Chris Mullin is undermined by Mullin's advanced age, which diminishes their collective prowess. In a hypothetical scenario where the Beast brothers were to be extracted and placed in a subpar team, one might surmise that they could swiftly propel that team into playoff contention. Tracy has displayed commendable defense, and Kongbu offered words of encouragement to McGrady. Iverson, facing McGrady's defense, managed to accumulate 9 points in the first quarter, which is a respectable tally. However, McGrady denied Iverson any opportunities to penetrate the paint and draw fouls. Among the Raptors' interior trio, only Ben Wallace and Camby incurred a foul. The last to leave the court was Little O, who was warmly embraced by Kongbu. "My dear child, It appears my judgment was not mistaken. The Trailblazers are indeed committing a crime on the court. Your performance has been nothing short of exemplary. However, I still hope that next time you can play with greater abandon, Kongbu said earnestly. Little O, taken aback, pondered the notion of playing with abandon. He had already monopolized the majority of the shooting opportunities in the final 4 minutes of the first quarter. Coach, they have all been very considerate of me. I have had ample possession of the ball, he replied softly, lowering his head. When I speak of playing with abandon, I refer to more than just the act of playing. In my team, if someone gives you a shove, it is imperative that you reciprocate immediately. Weakness is perhaps the only player flaw I cannot tolerate. Kongbu's words resonated deeply, and Little O solemnly nodded, etching every word into his memory. Chapter 24. Ruthlessly striking a drowning dog during the intermission, the martial sage summoned young Aura to his side. Jermaine, did that old fool frighten you when he pushed you just now? Little Ao nodded earnestly. He was a straightforward child, distinctly different from Wu Xing, who had grown up in the depths of a black neighborhood. Wu Xing, having been fatherless from a young age, likely began his foray into the streets around 12 or 13, having witnessed all manner of scenes. In contrast, although Little Ao also lacked a father, his mother was diligently devoted to him, working 2 jobs to provide a better education, eventually moving away from the black neighborhood. What's there to be afraid of? You should have confronted that old man with a punch, Wu Xing declared, his chest thumping with bravado. These guys always think they're high and mighty stars, looking down on his players. If anyone dares to push you again, feel free to retaliate. I will protect you. At that moment, the beast, Marsh, chuckled and interjected. Stevens, have you noticed something? Jermaine entered the league a year before you. He is technically your senior. Be careful about your attitude when speaking to your elder. Little Ao quickly waved his hand. It's all right. Steven is actually half a year older than me. By the way, Ben, thank you for everything you've done for me on the court. You are the kindest and most selfless player I have ever encountered. Ben, a paragon of straightforwardness, bristled at such sentimental words. We are fellow rookies, and I am 4 years your senior. Helping you is only natural. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards the coach. The camaraderie displayed on the bench filled Kongbu with delight. The strength of a team often correlates with the atmosphere in the locker room. A team rife with internal conflict stands little chance of claiming victory unless their overall prowess completely overwhelms their opponents. In stark contrast to the harmonious and vibrant atmosphere of the Raptors, the mood on the 76ers side was as frigid as ice. Larry Brown had already erupted in a tirade against his players, trailing by 22 points after 1 quarter. You wretched creatures deserve to be condemned to the gallows. Even if I were to harness a few donkeys and set them upon the field, they would undoubtedly perform far better than you. Larry Brown was driven to the brink of madness. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at an overwhelming 34-12. A disparity that left the self-important Brown utterly humiliated. Particularly, he felt the sting of contempt in the gaze of Khan, which was laced with disdain and mockery, igniting a fervor within him. Moments later, the second quarter commenced. Ben and Marshburn were substituted, making way for Camby and Bowen. Little O remained on the court. Without Ben's support, Little O's shooting percentage began to decline. However, even against a defensive sieve like Coleman, he still managed to maintain a mid-range shooting percentage exceeding 50%. Although Marshburn had exited the game, the Raptors' perimeter defense showed no signs of waning. In fact, with Bowen focusing more on defense and less on offense, the Raptors' defensive intensity on the perimeter was slightly heightened. After being reprimanded by Larry Brown, the players of the 76ers began to abandon all restraint. Stackhouse shattered the previously established understanding of shared ball control with Iverson, regardless of his position on the court. He would immediately shoot as soon as he received the ball. Iverson, not one to back down, and serving as the team's point guard with ample opportunities to handle the ball, decided against passing. He relentlessly engaged in one-on-one plays against McGrady, dismissing the inability to score in the paint and opting instead for mid-range and three-point shots. Observing this chaos, Coleman, realizing he had yet to score, chose to disregard the situation entirely. The entire 76ers team descended into disarray on the court. Kongbu leaned against the bench, quietly gazing towards Larry Brown. He understood well that due to the limitations of the roster, Larry Brown was utterly incapable of reversing the overwhelming defeat they were facing. The 76ers lineup appeared glamorous, but in reality, it was fraught with numerous issues. The eventual journey to the finals was primarily attributed to the efforts of Billy King, who was the team's general manager at the time. Notably, Larry Brown held dual roles as both the head coach and general manager of the 76ers. Perhaps due to the dismal performance of that season, he was relieved of his managerial duties the following season, with Billy King taking over. Upon assuming his position, Billy promptly enacted sweeping changes to the roster, trading Stackhouse and establishing Iverson as the focal point of their perimeter offense. He also brought in the formidable Mutombo, granting the 76ers a defensive stalwart capable of guarding the paint single-handedly. These two strategic maneuvers were integral to the 76ers' eventual success in reaching the finals. Some fans might attribute the team's finals appearance to Larry Brown. However, he had little to do with it. Had a different coach been at the helm, the 76ers might have made it to the finals a year or two earlier. At that moment, Larry Brown noticed Kongbu's gaze and frowned back, prompting Kongbu to realize that it was audacious for this veteran to glare at him. Were it not for the fear of incurring a fine, Kongbu might have defiantly raised his middle finger before the home fans of the 76ers. The prospect of a penalty is too daunting, unless absolutely necessary. Kongbu wishes to avoid such repercussions. Soon, the first half of the game came to an end, with the point differential widening to a staggering 33 points. Such a margin effectively heralds the onset of garbage time. Had the deficit remained within 30 points, a miraculous comeback might have been conceivable. However, with the gap now exceeding 30, the likelihood of victory appears exceedingly slim unless divine intervention occurs. The 76ers, lacking in spirit, find themselves subjected to a relentless onslaught, while a cantankerous old man on the sidelines continues to berate them, leaving little room for motivation to close the gap. Following the halftime break, the 76ers opted to field a lineup composed entirely of substitutes, seemingly intent on ushering the game into garbage time. Larry Brown certainly plays a shrewd game. The Raptors' rotation comprises only 7.5 players, with Jones counting as half. The remaining players are merely the ultimate fringe players acquired during the expansion draft 2 years ago, their contributions nearly negligible. The depth of the 76ers bench is evidently much stronger. As the game descended into garbage time, both teams fielded their substitutes. Although it remained a formidable challenge to close the 30-point deficit, at least a loss by 10 or 8 points would be more palatable. Unfortunately, Larry Brown underestimated Kongbu's determination to rectify the situation. How could Kongbu possibly let go of such an opportunity to trounce a fallen opponent? Not only did he exclude a mere marginal player, but he also deployed all of tonight's starters. Observing the Raptors' lineup, Larry Brown was consumed by rage, his face marred by bulging veins. Garbage time is often regarded as an unwritten rule. Typically, when one side concedes, the opponent refrains from mercilessly pursuing victory. However, Kongbu blatantly disregarded this norm, intent on humiliating Larry Brown and etching his name into the annals of disgrace. If the game continued on its current trajectory, a 50-point margin seemed a modest prediction. Should the record for the largest single-game margin in NBA history be shattered, it would undoubtedly serve as a profound embarrassment for Larry Brown. Meanwhile, the bewildered old Thomas, watching the game's live broadcast from Toronto, turned off the television, realizing there was no longer any purpose in continuing to watch. The only remaining suspense was whether the Raptors would triumph by 50 or 60 points. He found himself perplexed. Pondering the nature of the animosity between Kongbu and Larry Brown, it was as if he was intent on delivering a merciless drubbing. Was it jealousy of Brown's notoriety? That seemed implausible, for Brown was magnanimous, otherwise he would not be so shamelessly unrestrained. Had there been previous conflicts? That too seemed unlikely, as this was likely their first encounter. Thus, the only explanation remained. Kongbu simply held a disdain for Larry Brown. With a resigned sigh, old Thomas silently lamented for Larry Brown. Chapter 25. The malicious sugar-coated bullet. The Philadelphia 76ers' pure bench lineup lasted less than a minute. Con had made it abundantly clear that he intended to annihilate the opposition. Deploying an all-bench unit would only exacerbate the score gap. However, even with the starters back on the court, no significant change was anticipated. Con wore a triumphant expression, believing that his defensive strategy against Iverson was pivotal to tonight's effortless victory. Imagine if Iverson had played his usual game, relentlessly driving towards the basket. This was the 76ers' home court, and one could expect favorable calls from the referees. Had players like Weber or Camby accrued 4 or 5 fouls early on, the Raptors' interior defense would have suffered a significant drop in intensity. Though the Raptors enjoyed a considerable advantage in terms of roster, they would not have been able to dominate as smoothly as they were now. Iverson had amassed a commendable score, tallying 19 points by halftime and likely surpassing 30 points by the end of the game. His shooting percentage hovered around 45, which was nearly his standard performance level. Typically, Iverson's average for the season was a modest 22 points, and it seemed he would exceed this average tonight, making his performance seemingly flawless. However, Iverson was astute and increasingly sensed that something was amiss. The mid-range shots, while a comforting indulgence for any perimeter player, struck him as a potential trap set by Kahn, designed to lure him into shooting in order to protect their own interior defense. As Iverson found himself at ease, the Raptors' interior players thrived even more. In a moment of realization, Iverson cast a startled glance at Kahn, struggling to believe that this seemingly inexperienced strategist could devise such a nefarious scheme. Initially dismissive of Kahn, Iverson now perceived him as a formidable adversary. Recognizing Kahn's ploy, Iverson resolved to alter his approach, despite the inviting mid-range space. He refrained from shooting and instead relentlessly drove towards the paint. Kahn noticed this shift and chuckled nonchalantly. With the game already past the halfway mark of the third quarter, and just a final quarter and a half remaining, the Raptors still had numerous fouls to spare. Even with Iverson's change in tactics, the outcome seemed inevitable. As the third quarter concluded, the Raptors led the 76ers by a staggering 49 points, with a score of 93-44. With abysmal defense and stagnant offense, the Philadelphia 76ers were utterly incapable of contending against the Raptors, a team excelling in both offense and defense. ESPN broadcasted this astonishing matchup, and chief commentator Mike Breen wore an expression of disbelief. My goodness, if this were the Bulls facing the 76ers with such a scoreline, I could accept it. But the 76ers are up against the Raptors, a team that finished at the bottom of the Eastern Conference last season. It is utterly shocking. I have a premonition that tonight's game will be etched in NBA history. Breen has held the position of chief commentator at ESPN for over a decade, and he has never witnessed a team exhibit such a stark contrast in performance across 2 seasons without significant roster changes. Beside him, the esteemed television analyst, the legendary Bill Walton, sat in attendance. A few months prior, when I heard that the Raptors had appointed a 28-year-old as their head coach, I found the notion utterly absurd. Yet now, it seems the true absurdity lies with me. The Raptors, once deemed unlikely to succeed, have transformed into a formidable powerhouse under the guidance of Coach Nurse in a matter of mere months. Upon reflection, it is noteworthy that apart from Camby, every key player on the Raptors roster was brought in by Nurse. Acquiring one player could be attributed to good fortune. Acquiring 2 could also be seen as luck. But how many players did Nurse bring in? Each one boasts an exceptional cost-to-performance ratio. Bill Walton, a Hall of Famer and one of the top 50 players, bestowed an incredibly high praise upon Nurse. As their conversation unfolded, the fourth quarter commenced. Gentlemen, focus up. Let us maintain our momentum and aim for a 60-point lead. Nurse shouted from the sidelines, his voice resonating as though it were directed not just at his players but also at Larry Brown. Clenching his fists, Brown swore he had never encountered such an infuriating individual in his lifetime. With the score approaching a 50-point deficit, the 76ers players, aside from Iverson, had largely lost their fighting spirit. Starhouse and Coleman's greatest aspiration at this juncture was merely to score in double digits. After 3 quarters, Coleman had attempted 14 shots, managing only 2 field goals, along with 1 of 2 from the free throw line, totaling a mere 5 points. Starhouse fared little better, attempting 17 shots, even surpassing Iverson in attempts. Of those 17 shots, he missed all 6 three-point attempts and converted only 4 of 11 mid-range shots, with no free throws, leaving him with a paltry 8 points. Observing the dismal performance of these 2 players, it becomes clear why the 76ers were suffering such a humiliating defeat. If offensive prowess falters, one might hope for defensive efficacy. However, their defensive efforts were hardly superior to their offensive shortcomings. As time ticked away, Larry Brown paced anxiously along the sidelines, his agitation palpable. The deficit had already surpassed 50 points and was careening towards 60. The current record for the largest margin of defeat in a single NBA game stands at 68 points. Set in 1991 when the Cavaliers triumphed over the Heat with a staggering score of 148-80. Should this record be shattered tonight, Larry Brown would find himself utterly humiliated. Alas, breaking such a record would not be an easy feat. The Raptors' rotation was exceedingly thin, and by the fourth quarter, the players were fatigued, their offensive efficiency beginning to wane. As the referee's final whistle signaled the end of the match, the score difference was firmly established at 61 points. The Philadelphia 76ers managed a total of 58 points, a tally even less than the margin itself. Stackhouse finally surpassed double digits, making 11 points from 22 attempts, an alarming output. Coleman fared poorly, ending the game with a mere 7 points. Iverson's statistics were impeccable, with 29 points from 21 shots. However, he was deeply dissatisfied with his performance. Acutely aware that he had fallen prey to the deceptive tactics of his opponents, rendered bewildered by their sugary stratagems. Had he recognized this sooner, even in defeat, the loss would not have been so devastating. On the Raptors side, the players performed commendably. As the elder statesman of the team, Big Ben contributed 3 points, 12 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks, all while tirelessly supporting Little O in his scoring endeavors. After 5 games into the season, Big Ben averages an impressive 14, 5 rebounds and 3.6 blocks per game, ranking second in rebounding and first in blocks, a true pillar of blue-collar prowess in the paint. Camby recorded 8 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal. Though his numbers may not stand out, his impact on the court is undeniable. On the wings, the duo of Wooshing and Marsh excelled, scoring 26 and 24 points respectively. Together, they amassed a formidable 50 points, dominating both ends of the court against the 76ers. Yet, the real star of the evening was undoubtedly Little O, who played for 32 minutes and delivered a remarkable performance with 36 points, 10 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. Just 6 days prior, he was merely a custodian of the water cooler. Now, he showcased a game that could rival the likes of Duncan and Garnett. Chapter 26. You will be under my foot. Little Ao trembled as he received the statistical sheet from Kongbu's hands. The prominent figures of 30 points and 10 rebounds were strikingly evident. Even until the conclusion of the game, he found it hard to believe that this was real. He had indeed achieved the dreamlike double-double that he had dared not even wish for just days prior. In the next moment, he threw himself into Kongbu's embrace, sobbing softly, as years of pent-up grievances and discontent surged forth. Coach, thank you. Thank you. Little Ao was aware that such an act might make him appear weak, yet he could not restrain himself. A player nearing 7 feet tall enveloped in the arms of the slender Kongbu created an oddly surreal scene. My child, there is no need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. Even without my guidance, your talent would soon shine through. Kongbu replied soothingly, patting Little Ao's back. Dry your tears. I hope the next time you shed tears, it will be in celebration of our Raptors clinching the championship trophy. He understood the emotions Little Ao was experiencing. Only those who have truly traversed the depths of despair can savor the joy that brings forth tears. All right, my child. I must now attend to some serious matters. Kongbu rose and gazed towards the court. The game had concluded, and he had anticipated that Larry Brown would be so enraged as to throw down his tactical board and retreat to the locker room. To his surprise, the old coach remained, standing at the center of the court as if awaiting Kongbu's arrival. Kongbu, of course, would not back down. He was curious to hear what Larry Brown would articulate. Strolling onto the court, he fixed his gaze upon his counterpart and also made his way to the center. Indeed, it was a splendid match. Wouldn't you agree, Larry? Kongbu's smile radiated warmth, akin to that of a friendly neighbor. You know, young man, there is a saying that this league is a vast network woven from connections. Many coaches, despite their lack of real coaching prowess, manage to endure over time. I have encountered numerous young coaches like you, yet they ultimately fade from public memory. You would do well to pray to God that the Raptors will always provide you with employment. Otherwise, this league will have no place for you. Larry Brown's voice was not loud, but his presence was formidable, capable of intimidating those unaware of his true nature. Kongbu chuckled. The weight of such threats was utterly insignificant. Larry, I initially expected you to behave like Brian Hill, weeping to the media after the game. What you just stated sounds more like a bullied child boasting to muster courage. To others, you may possess some influence, but in my eyes, you are nothing. You may find it hard to believe, but one day, you will find yourself beneath my foot. Kongbu's tone was gentle, yet each word struck like thunder against Larry Brown's heart. Not quite. It seems you have been overshadowed by me tonight, Kongbu remarked, adding with a smirk, after all, scoring 61 points tonight does warrant such a sentiment. Larry Brown felt a twinge of pain in his heart. At his age, such ailments were not uncommon. I hope you remain in this league for several more years. I shall delight in tormenting you. Soon enough, you will realize the folly of your actions. Despite his frustration, Larry Brown maintained his gentlemanly composure, refraining from unleashing a torrent of insults at Kongbu. The latter's grin widened. Your wish shall surely come to fruition. I intend to stay for several years. As for torment, let me count. Indeed, we have 3 more games against the 76ers this season. Care to wager how much you will lose by in the next match? With that, Kongbu laughed heartily and departed, his spirits buoyed by the thought of 3 more opportunities to vex Larry Brown. Clutching his chest, Larry trembled, were it not for the absence of a firearm. He might have succumbed to the urge to retaliate against Kongbu. The following morning, the lopsided match sparked considerable uproar. With a record of 4 wins and 1 loss, they now shared the top position in the Eastern Conference alongside the Chicago Bulls. The marginal players selected through keen insight delivered extraordinary performances, particularly Xiao Ao's astounding 30-point, 10-rebound double-double that left spectators agape. Coupled with a staggering 61-point victory over the Philadelphia 76ers, Kongbu, the rookie head coach, ascended to the headlines. Superstar coach rising. Could Kongbu be the next Red Auerbach? The unique talents of the youngest coach in history, a handing over ceremony between old and new coaches. Kongbu received a plethora of basketball newspapers from Dabin, each featuring headlines about him. The most perplexing was the ceremony, prominently displaying a photo of his confrontation with Larry Brown on the court. The reporter's imaginative prowess was truly remarkable. By midday, Kongbu led the Raptors aboard a flight to their next away game in Seattle. After facing 5 comparatively weaker opponents, they had 3 formidable matchups ahead: the Seattle Supersonics, the Portland Trail Blazers, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Each of these teams was a playoff-caliber contender, with the Supersonics currently sitting second in the Western Conference. These upcoming matches promise significant challenges, serving as a valuable warm-up before their encounter with the Chicago Bulls. Upon arriving in Seattle, Kongbu received a call from Old Thomas, requesting a meeting. Although Seattle was located near the Canadian border, only a couple of 100 kilometers from Vancouver, it was several thousand kilometers from Toronto. Leaving Kongbu puzzled about Thomas's presence in Seattle. At the hotel where the team was staying, Kongbu met the weary yet determined figure of Old Thomas. "Mr. Thomas, what brings you to Seattle? Is there a small home here?" Old Thomas bellowed at Kongbu. "You wretched lad, if you cannot speak, could you not simply remain silent? Perhaps I ought to contact my physician friend to inquire if there exists a remedy that could render one mute." "I was mistaken, Mr. Thomas. Pray do not tell me you traverse thousands of kilometers merely to suggest that I should be silenced." "Certainly not. I have come with 3 matters to discuss. The first pertains to Larry Brown. You have thoroughly offended him this time. He even approached our boss, Baitov, and though he did not articulate it explicitly, the implication was clear. He wishes for Baitov to dismiss you." Kongbu's expression faltered, as he suspected Old Thomas was jesting, though he held Larry Brown in contempt. Kongbu could not fathom that such a cunning individual could be so juvenile. Could it be that his irritation had led him to folly? Yet fret not, for Baitov is not yet deranged enough to heed that old fool's whims. Speaking of which, Kong, you ought to express your gratitude to me. It is likely that I alone can endure your foul temper and shamelessness. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely throttled you by now. Kongbu's visage contorted as Old Thomas commenced a self-assessment. He suddenly realized that he shared a considerable number of traits with Old Thomas. The most significant commonality was the abundance of adversaries. Throughout his career, Old Thomas had amassed a considerable number of formidable foes, including Jordan, Larry Bird, and the Utah duo. Kongbu, having only recently led his team in 5 matches, had already incurred the ire of 2 notably esteemed coaches. Chapter 27: George Karl's trade request. What is the second matter? There is no need to concern ourselves with Larry Brown's situation. It is hardly an issue. Combs waved dismissively, encouraging Old Thomas to continue. The second matter is that the Seattle Supersonics wish to negotiate a trade with us. They desire Big Ben. Oh, they want Big Ben? Unless they offer Gary Payton in exchange. No, even if they were to offer Payton, I would still decline. Combs was quite taken aback. Their next away game was against the Supersonics, and he had not anticipated that they would seek a trade with the Raptors at such a critical juncture. It is no wonder Old Thomas had traveled to Seattle. Your bravado is always refreshingly audacious. If they truly offered Payton, would you not consider it? Old Thomas rolled his eyes. To be honest, Combs had no intention of making such a trade. Undoubtedly, Payton is an exceptional player in terms of defensive prowess. He may very well be regarded as the greatest point guard in history. After all, he is the only player to have won the Defensive Player of the Year award as a point guard. When contemplating historical significance, Big Ben may not quite measure up to Payton. However, Big Ben holds profound importance for Combs and the Raptors. He is not merely a guardian of the paint, but also a catalyst for the young player's development, poised to become the spiritual leader of the team. Take the previous game of Little O, for instance. Without Big Ben's support, he would not have achieved a remarkable double-double of 30 points and 10 rebounds. It is no exaggeration to say that Combs could accept the departure of any player from the Raptors, even Tracy McGrady, but Big Ben is simply not negotiable. Absolutely not. Big Ben is our untouchable asset. However, I suspect the Supersonics' target is not Big Ben, as they are well aware that they lack the appropriate assets to trade for him. Combs stated solemnly. Old Thomas nodded in appreciation. Are you familiar with George Karl? The current head coach of the Supersonics. Of course I know him. Do you know about his relationship with Larry Brown? Combs paused, suddenly recalling the close ties between George Karl and Larry Brown. While they do not share a traditional mentor-student relationship, both belong to the North Carolina coaching lineage, with Karl being a junior to Brown. The North Carolina coaching lineage refers to coaches who trained under Dean Smith, who taught for a remarkable 36 years. Larry Brown is regarded as the elder statesman of this lineage, while George Karl is the second brother. Both later established their own factions. Coaches from the Spurs can be categorized under Larry Brown's lineage, but eventually, due to the immense success of Greg Popovich, this faction was overshadowed, transforming into the Popovich lineage. Combs' awareness of the closeness between Karl and Brown stemmed from an amusing anecdote from later years. In 2005, Larry Brown abruptly left to join the New York Knicks, securing a lucrative contract. However, his coaching performance did not earn Old Thomas's approval, leading the Knicks management to consider dismissing Larry Brown, reluctant to pay such a substantial salary. Indeed, in 2005, the venerable Thomas had departed from the Raptors to assume the role of general manager for the Knicks. Due to salary disputes, tensions escalated between the two parties, prompting George Karl to vocally support his mentor, Larry Brown. His manner of expression was quite striking, as he unleashed a torrent of invective upon Thomas, labeling him a fool, a scoundrel, and a mere pile of excrement. These words were uttered verbatim, without embellishment. Following his tirade, Karl expressed a sense of remorse, not for the disparagement directed at Thomas, but for his own limited vocabulary, lamenting his inability to conjure more scathing insults. While Combs held a disdain for Larry Brown, he harbored no ill feelings towards George Karl, who exhibited remarkable loyalty, particularly towards his players. To Karl, any player demonstrating sufficient effort was deserving of the MVP title. Was it possible that Karl sought revenge for Larry Brown? Combs furrowed his brow, but soon dismissed the notion. The objective was a trade. And even if it meant digging a pit for himself, Combs, as a time traveler, was astute enough to recognize the implications. If necessary, he could simply cancel the trade. Thus, a meeting was in order. Such matters were best discussed face-to-face. After a moment of contemplation, Combs concluded that he had little to fear. He derived great pleasure from the thrill of trading for profit, and now that an opportunity lay before him, he was unwilling to let it slip away. Arrange a meeting? Do you take me for your secretary? I am the president, and you are the vice president. Is there an issue with facilitating a meeting? Combs laughed heartily, feeling a growing camaraderie with Thomas over the past few months, akin to a friendship that transcended age. Previously, during their exchanges, Combs had been somewhat reserved. Now, he felt entirely at ease. By the way, what is the third matter? Combs inquired. The third matter was a suggestion from the team's public relations manager, who believed Combs needed a new hairstyle, as his current look was deemed too bookish, detracting from the Raptors' image. Combs was taken aback, questioning whether the public relations manager had nothing better to do than meddle in such trivialities. However, upon reflection, the suggestion held some merit. As the head coach of a team, Combs, with his naturally handsome features, appeared somewhat incongruous with his juvenile hairstyle. Very well, you may contact Karl, while I tend to my hair. See you in the evening. Shortly thereafter, Combs took Big Ben to a well-regarded local salon in Seattle. He brought Big Ben along because he believed the latter was in even greater need of a hairstyle change. When Combs first met Big Ben a few months prior, he sported a buzz cut, and Combs had encouraged him to grow his hair long. The hair growth rate among African Americans is quite remarkable. And in the span of just a few months, Big Ben's hair had reached a length suitable for an afro hairstyle. Without the afro, Big Ben appeared exceedingly diminutive. Originally, Ben was inclined to heed Kongbu's every word, and with Kongbu asserting that the explosive hairstyle would be advantageous for the competition, how could he possibly resist? Kongbu pondered for quite some time, contemplating that his facial structure resembled that of the main character, Shelby, from the historical drama Peaky Blinders. After an hour of labor, Teacher Tony had finished, yet Kongbu gazed into the mirror, on the verge of tears. His hairstyle bore no resemblance to Shelby. It was more akin to that of a street vendor selling razors than a member of a notorious gang. On the other hand, Ben's transformation went smoothly. His wild hair had finally stood on end. Coach, you're Ben's face flushed with embarrassment as he beheld Kong Bu's dismal hairstyle, and he hesitated to speak. Resigned, Kong Bu instructed teacher Tony to shave his head completely, opting for a bald look. By evening, Kong Bu received a call from old Thomas, arranging to meet old Carl at a French restaurant. "Mr. Carl, let us be straightforward. Which player from our team have you set your sights on?" Due to the unfortunate hairstyle incident, Kong Bu's mood was less than amiable, leading him to directly inquire of old Carl. Old Thomas stifled a laugh, having conveniently forgotten that he too was bald, a result of his receding hairline. Old Carl, evidently prepared for this conversation, sipped his red wine and slowly responded, "We are interested in Jones. It seems you no longer require his services, and I believe we can arrange a trade." Upon learning that the Supersonics were merely interested in Jones, Kong Bu realized this was a transaction so trivial that it might hardly attract the attention of fans even after the trade announcement. Chapter 28. You are the kindest young men I have ever encountered. Before old Carl could speak, Kong Bu had already surmised that the Supersonics would undoubtedly be seeking to acquire an interior player. While preparing for their match against the Supersonics, he had scrutinized their roster. The team was facing significant issues in the paint, so glaring that even a layman could easily discern them. Currently, the starting lineup featured center Jim McIlvain, power forward Vin Baker, small forward Detlef Schrempf, shooting guard Jose Hawkins, and point guard Gary Payton. The problem lay squarely with the center position. It may be hard for many to believe, but the Supersonic starting center had played 78 games this season, starting 72 of them, yet averaged a mere 3 points and 3 rebounds per game. Even someone with only a day's exposure to basketball could grasp how absurd this statistic was. He could be deemed the weakest starting center in the league today, without any qualifiers. If one were to highlight a positive aspect, it would be his decent shot blocking ability. Given his towering height of 216 centimeters, this marked old Carl's 7th season coaching the Supersonics, and he was filled with ambition, fully intent on pursuing the championship. However, the glaring deficiency at the center position posed a significant obstacle. To contend for the title, this weakness needed to be addressed. "Mr. Carl, I recall that Schrempf is capable of playing center. At least he is superior to Jim. Why have you positioned him as a small forward?" Kong Bu inquired with a tone of genuine curiosity. His interest extended beyond merely the Supersonics. In the minds of most fans, the 1990s were viewed as an era of relative antiquity, characterized by shorter perimeter players, and Kong Bu shared this perception. However, upon arriving in this era, he discovered a rather paradoxical phenomenon. Many teams employed taller players at the small forward position. For instance, there were the Grizzlies' Raheem, the 76ers, Tim Thomas, and currently, the Supersonic Schrempf. Additionally, there was Clifford Robinson, who played for the Trailblazers last season. These individuals typically stood over 206 centimeters tall, yet were all deployed as small forwards. Notably, Schrempf was not only a fellow countryman and idol of Nowitzki, but also served as a prototype for his draft, sharing a strikingly similar playing style. In response to Kong Bu's inquiry, old Carl could only manage a wry smile. "I cannot speak for other teams, but I can assure you that our choice at the Supersonics was a matter of necessity. If we had a Steven Jackson or a rejuvenated Marshawn, I would certainly consider moving Schrempf to the power forward position. His rebounding and interior defense may not be stellar, but placing him at the small forward position enhances his offensive impact." Kong Bu nodded in acknowledgement. This reasoning made some sense. Nevertheless, it did not alleviate his confusion regarding the prevalence of large small forwards in this era. "Well then, let us commence discussions regarding the trade. First and foremost, I must clarify 2 points. The first is that Jones is not as inexpensive as the outside world might presume. A few years ago, he was a premier center averaging a double-double, and last season he boasted impressive statistics of 98. At just 27 years of age, he is currently in the prime of his career. Furthermore, our Raptors are not truly in a position to dismiss Jones, should any injuries occur in the paint. Jones could seamlessly step in. Kong Bu made his stance clear, effectively quelling old Carl's aspirations of acquiring a bargain. Old Thomas remained silent, keen to evaluate Kong Bu's negotiation prowess. From the onset of discussions, Kong Bu's performance has been nothing short of impeccable in old Thomas's eyes, maintaining the upper hand throughout the negotiations. Old Carl appeared troubled. They genuinely desired Jones, who might very well be their only viable option for a respectable center. The Supersonics, however, possessed scant valuable assets, and even their draft picks, due to their standings, would likely fall outside the first round, at least beyond the 25th pick. "Kong, Here is the complete list of all tradable players from our Supersonics. Feel free to choose, he said. As for other assets, we can negotiate further. Old Carl, left with no alternatives, realized the Raptors were his only hope. Had it not been for Kongbu's unexpected intervention in bringing in two formidable big men, Ben and Small O, the Raptors would surely not consider parting with Jones. Kongbu took the list from Old Carl, scrutinizing it carefully. He had glanced at the Supersonics roster the previous day, but only in a cursory manner, focusing solely on the core rotation. Now, upon closer examination, he stumbled upon an intriguing player, Eric Snow. This name, positioned at the very end of the list, clearly indicated he was the team's most marginal player. A second-round pick in 1995, he had spent 3 years with the Supersonics, starting only once, and this season averaged a mere 4 minutes on the court, accumulating 1.5 points per game. Given these factors, it was no surprise he was considered peripheral. Currently, he serves as a backup to Nate McMillan, who in turn backs up Gary Payton. Most fans in later generations may not have heard his name. Yet Kongbu held a distinct impression of him. This was primarily due to his remarkable achievement in 2003 when he was selected for the NBA All-Defensive Second Team. At that time, the first-team guards were Kobe and Christie, while the second team included Kidd and Eric Snow. It is noteworthy that Payton was still at the tail end of his peak. Snow's selection over him speaks volumes about his defensive capabilities. With solid defense and being a pure point guard, he was undoubtedly a rare find for the Raptors. Kongbu found himself chuckling inwardly, as if someone had offered him a pillow just as he was feeling drowsy. The point guard position has long been a significant issue for the Raptors. Although McGrady has stepped into the role, the results have not been particularly satisfactory. Moreover, there must be a backup point guard. It is impractical to expect McGrady to play the entire game. Snow's lack of utilization by Old Carl stemmed entirely from his deficiencies in offensive capabilities. As a point guard, his shooting skills were nearly on par with Kidd's. Upon careful examination of any season roster assembled by the venerable Coach Carl, one discerns his profound appreciation for shooting prowess. However, in Kongbu's perspective, the deficiency in offensive capabilities is of little consequence. The Raptors' forward and guard line boasts formidable offensive firepower, sufficiently capable of overshadowing Snow's shortcomings. Let us proceed with Eric Snow, alongside your first-round pick, Kongbu remarked, gesturing nonchalantly towards Snow's name on the list. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of the venerable Coach Carl and old Thomas, seated across from him, transformed into a peculiar blend of incredulity. What? Kong, have you recently suffered an accident, leaving your mind muddled? Who is this Snow? Are you truly aware that such a player exists in the league? Old Thomas, who had previously regarded Kongbu's negotiating finesse as exemplary, now found his opinion entirely overturned. This was not negotiation. It unmistakably reeked of subterfuge, as if the Sonics had planted an informant within their ranks. What a jest! Jones was, after all, the Raptors' starting center from the previous season, and they were to exchange him for this mere trifle? He genuinely had no knowledge of who Snow was. Deal, Coach Carl exclaimed, seizing Kongbu's hand in an exuberant gesture. He could scarcely believe his fortune. Kongbu had displayed remarkable magnanimity, asking for nothing more than a lowly first-round draft pick and a fringe player in Snow. He had been bracing himself for a hefty demand, perhaps anticipating that the Sonics would offer Schrampf in a multi-team trade. Kong, you are the kindest young man I have ever encountered. You have rendered me a great service, and this favor shall remain etched in my memory. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Coach Carl, disregarding old Thomas entirely, grasped Kongbu's hand with heartfelt gratitude. Having effortlessly bolstered the woefully inadequate center position, Carl's appreciation for Kongbu's generosity was palpable. Kongbu found himself momentarily taken aback, sensing that Coach Carl remained oblivious to the rift between him and Larry Brown. One could only wonder how he would react upon discovering the truth in due course. Would he chastise himself with the same fervor he had directed at old Thomas? Chapter 29. Coach, can I start? The following evening, the Raptors were poised to clash with the Supersonics. Old Thomas had been incessantly lamenting the previous day's trade to Kongbu, asserting that they had made a grievous error, as Jones ought to have been exchanged for far superior assets. Regrettably, all he could do now was grumble, for the deal had already been sealed. Guys, tonight we face our most formidable opponents of the season. Do we have the confidence to emerge victorious? Kongbu initiated a pre-game rally in the locker room. Yes. The Raptors responded with resounding enthusiasm, their spirits buoyed. Half an hour later, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match, and the starting lineups took to the court. The Raptors' starting five comprised Ben Wallace, Camby, the Monster, the Saint, and McGrady. As the game commenced, Peyton swiftly assisted his backcourt partner Hawkins, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Hawkins, a rarity among the guards who entered the league in the 1980s, was remarkably adept at shooting from beyond the arc, consistently maintaining an impressive three-point shooting percentage of over 40%. During his tenure with the 76ers from the late 80s to early 90s, Hawkins was the team's primary scoring threat. As the seconds ticked away, Kong Bu's expression grew increasingly grave. The situation on the court was decidedly unfavorable for the Raptors. Merely 3 minutes into the game, Hawkins had already netted 2 three-pointers with Peyton's assistance. Shortly thereafter, the German sharpshooter Schrempf, despite Martian's defensive efforts, hit 2 consecutive three-pointers. Kong Bu could acutely sense Martian's frustration. The opponent towered over him, receiving the ball and instantly launching a three-point shot, leaving Marshan with no opportunity to contest the shot. Moreover, even if he managed to close in, securing a block was no simple feat. Previously, against the Grizzlies, Raheem, and the 76ers, Tim Thomas posed minimal three-point threats, particularly Raheem, who had nearly lost his long-range shooting ability. Now, however, facing Schrempf, a big forward with pinpoint shooting, their potency was starkly evident. In contrast, the Raptors played a decidedly retro style, relying heavily on mid-range jumpers and interior scoring to conclude their offensive plays. By the midway point of the first quarter, the Supersonics had already established an 18-13 lead, pulling ahead by 5 points. Kong Bu promptly called for a timeout, substituting Camby for the more offensively capable O'Neal. This adjustment yielded some effect, yet it did not entirely alter the dynamics on the court. Kong Bu, with a resigned expression, contemplated the predicament against a shooting team. If the opponent found their rhythm, the situation could become exceedingly precarious. Initially, he held hope that the Supersonics' shooting touch might cool in the second half. However, the substitute Darren Ellis entered the game and promptly hit 5 of 7 three-pointers, utterly extinguishing Kong Bu's aspirations. Ellis, who entered the league in '83, had once averaged an astonishing 27.5 points per game during his peak season. Now, with age, his three-point shooting had become increasingly formidable, boasting a nearly 50% accuracy rate this season, reminiscent of a seasoned Ray Allen in later years. The referee blew the final whistle, and the Raptors, in an away game, succumbed to the Supersonics with a score of 92-101. Kong, it is indeed regrettable that you could not secure a victory. However, do not dwell too much on it. Our three-point shooting was exceptionally extraordinary tonight. After the game, George Karl approached Kong Bu with a handshake, offering a comforting smile. Kong Bu was not overly concerned, as this match did not accurately reflect the true capabilities of both teams. It is not mere self-comfort for Kong Bu. It is simply the reality. Teams like the Supersonics exhibit remarkable inconsistency. When they are in form, they can triumph over the Bulls, yet in a less favorable state, they might even falter against the lowly Bucks. Were this a playoff series, Kong Bu does not believe his Raptors would fall to the Supersonics. What was initially intended to be a post-game press conference transformed into a trade announcement event. The reporters, upon learning that Kong Bu had acquired another overlooked fringe player, became intrigued by Snow. Could he rise to prominence like Banner AI? Even if the game is lost tonight, Xiao Ao's performance is commendable, contributing 19 points and 9 rebounds, rivaling that of the all-star power forward, Wen Beek. Although the Raptors suffered a defeat, I firmly believe that Kong Bu is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional young coaches in the league today. It is increasingly rare to encounter such a capable yet humble young individual. The growth of the Raptors this season has been evident, and I am convinced that Kong Bu is wholly deserving of contention for the Coach of the Year award this season. At the press conference, George Karl lavished praise upon Kong Bu. Meanwhile, Larry Brown, watching the live broadcast of the press conference from Philadelphia, wore a fluctuating expression. He longed to board a plane to Seattle, seize old Karl by the collar, and vociferously question how he perceived Kong Bu as being low-key. The following morning, Kong Bu led the team to Portland, where their next opponents would be the Trail Blazers. Upon arriving in Portland, Kong Bu couldn't help but smile wryly at Xiao Ao. Logically, as the Raptors visiting Portland, one would expect the seasoned Delhi to make a courtesy call, extending the hospitality of a host. After all, he and Kong Bu had some familiarity, having previously engaged in a trade. Yet, it seemed as though Delhi had vanished, oblivious to the Raptors' arrival in Portland. Kong Bu could surmise Delhi's current psychological state. He likely felt deceived upon witnessing Xiao Ao's ascent, harboring some grievances against Kong Bu. While Christie's prowess is indeed formidable, he ultimately falls into the category of a blue-collar perimeter player. In contrast, Xiao Ao's recent performances have made him appear as a burgeoning all-star power forward. And considering he is merely 19 years old, this is a true manifestation of extraordinary talent and a glimpse into a magnificent future. To exacerbate matters, the Trailblazers had even included a first-round pick in that trade, rendering Delhi quite foolish. Other coaches might feign indifference, putting on a brave face despite knowing they had made a significant blunder. However, Delhi is not one of those individuals. This individual, weighing 150 pounds, possesses a heart that accounts for 149 of those pounds. He stands in stark contrast to the earnest George Karl. A plethora of cunning does not equate to intelligence. Throughout old Delhi Vi's career, his endeavors have shown little affinity with wisdom. Yet, he harbors a misguided belief in his own cleverness. Sensitivity, suspicion, and a penchant for self-deception are all hallmarks of old Delhi Vi. Kongbu is now utterly convinced that old Delhi Vi will undoubtedly target Little Ao in the forthcoming match. The trade has been finalized, and to salvage the appearance of his own sagacity, old Delhi Vi will categorically prevent Little Ao from thriving in Portland. On the day of the match, Kongbu was engaged in a heartfelt discussion with the newly arrived Snow. These former fringe players often grapple with psychological issues, oscillating between profound insecurity and excessive self-admiration, convinced that they are merely unrecognized talents waiting for the opportunity to ascend to stardom. Snow belongs to the former category. Seated before Kongbu, nervously avoiding direct eye contact. Just as Kongbu was about to offer some encouraging words, Little Ao timidly entered the room. "Coach, may I start tonight's game?" Little Ao stammered. A sigh escaped Kongbu's lips. It appears Little Ao's animosity towards the Trailblazers is far from trivial. In this match against his former team, Little Ao has summoned the courage to request a starting position, and his intentions are unmistakable. If Little Ao were to be granted a starting role, old Delhi Vi's petty nature would likely interpret this as a slight against him. Kongbu is not irrational. He does not engage in needless antagonism. Initially, he intended to treat the match as a routine affair, without any unnecessary complications. However, given that Little Ao has broached the subject, it seems there is no plausible reason for refusal. Chapter 30. The Battle of Fengshan at 8 o'clock that evening. The match was poised to commence. The entering Trailblazers fans gazed at Little Ao with a complex blend of emotions. Just a hair's breadth away, this future superstar forward could have been theirs. While Rashid was commendable, it seemed he did not evoke the same reverence from fans as a true superstar forward. Unbeknownst to these supporters, had Kongbu not intervened to rescue Little Ao, he would have languished in the Blazers' obscurity for a full 4 years. Until old Thomas vanquished Bird and took charge of the Pacers, eventually acquiring Little Ao. In retrospect, old Thomas's presence in NBA history is remarkably significant, as if he were omnipresent in every trivial occurrence. "Relax, my friend. Treat it as a regular game. I will support you on the court," said Ben, noticing Little Ao trembling with anxiety as he patted him on the shoulder. "Ben, we are about to face the Wizards. You may share my sentiments," Little Ao replied, his fists clenched. "I seek vengeance. I want them to spend this night in regret. No, I am unlike you. In truth, I am profoundly grateful to Mr. Unseld. You are the favored one, the youngest player in history, while I was merely an overlooked, older, diminutive interior player. Mr. Unseld granting me a contract has provided me with a rare opportunity. Without him, I would not have had the chance to become a part of the Raptors." Indeed, Ben was a man of gratitude. Even while serving as the Wizards' water boy, he held a sense of appreciation for the old bone crusher. As the referee's whistle sounded, the players took to the court. Tonight, the Raptors' primary ball handler remained Tracy McGrady, as Kongbu chose not to start Snow. The primary reason was that Snow had yet to undergo specialized training. According to Kongbu's plan, he would be trained for at least 10 days to 2 weeks before consideration. The Trailblazers' starting lineup appeared formidable, with ample offensive firepower. The previously lacking perimeter defense had been bolstered by the addition of Christie. Kongbu glanced towards old Dunleavy, whose countenance was dark and sullen. His lips pursed as though he had lost a fortune en route. It was highly probable he was displeased that Kongbu had afforded Little Ao the opportunity to start. As the game commenced, as Kongbu had anticipated, old Dunleavy indeed deployed a stringent defense against Little Ao. Rashid relentlessly shadowed Little Ao, denying him any chance to receive the ball, while the Trailblazers' primary center, the veteran Sabonis, remained vigilant, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Kongbu found himself at a loss for words. Old Dunleavy's overzealousness was alarming. If he successfully contained Little Ao, it would be commendable. But should Little Ao erupt despite such measures, old Dunleavy's reputation would suffer tremendously. Moreover, Kong Bu was not convinced that Rashid possessed the capability to completely neutralize Little AO. In the later championship Pistons team, Rashid's role on the defensive end resembled that of the current Camby. He required support to construct a formidable first line of defense. However, with old Sabonis being preoccupied by Ben, he was unable to assist, leaving Rashid to face Little AO one-on-one. In merely 2 minutes since the commencement of the match, Xiao Ao has already scored 4 points and secured 2 defensive rebounds. In addition to his offensive prowess, he has also excelled on the boards, snatching 2 rebounds with ease. Lao Sa's physical condition is notably concerning. His sluggishness renders him incapable of consistently guarding the offensive rebounds. Should he fail to secure the rebound, the opposing team could initiate a swift counterattack, and with his legs swollen like those of an elephant, he would hardly be able to outrun his opponents. Thus, the 2 defensive rebounds claimed by Xiao Ao can almost be considered as gifts. Of course, Ben could have easily claimed them too. However, in an effort to enhance Xiao Ao's performance statistics for the night, he graciously allowed him to take the glory. Within these initial 2 minutes, Xiao Ao has already amassed 4 points and 2 rebounds, leaving Lao Dang Li in a state of anxious frustration, yet powerless to alter the situation. Kong Bu has finally relaxed. His primary concern was that Xiao Ao might underperform, potentially affecting his mindset for future games. It appears now that such worries are unfounded. As the game progresses, the Trail Blazers initiate their offensive possession. Point guard Ken Anderson, feeling overly confident, opts for a jump shot against McGrady, who towers nearly 20 centimeters above him. The outcome is predictable. McGrady decisively blocks the shot. Upon regaining possession of the ball, Wu Xing does not rush into a counterattack. Instead, he patiently awaits Ben and Xiao Ao to position themselves. Ben, upon reaching the paint, effectively boxes out Lao Sa, creating an opportunity for Xiao Ao to isolate Rashid. Receiving Wu Xing's pass near the baseline, Xiao Ao begins to back down. The adage "a unique skill can conquer all" aptly applies to him. With the ball in the low post, he swiftly pivots to attack the basket. Should he encounter a defender with greater weight and strength who denies him the space to turn, he resorts to a step-back jumper, his principal offensive maneuver. This is reminiscent of Anthony's triple threat position. However, while Anthony operates from the perimeter, Xiao Ao does so from the baseline near the hoop. In the game against Coleman, Xiao Ao scored an impressive 30 points utilizing this technique. This evening is no exception. After backing down, he quickly pivots and executes a bank shot, adding another 2 points to his tally. By the 7th minute of the first quarter, Xiao Ao has already achieved a remarkable 16 points, shooting 7 out of 11 from the field and converting 2 out of 3 free throws. In contrast, Rashid is struggling with a shooting percentage of 2 out of 5, managing to score a mere 5 points. This isn't merely due to Xiao Ao's exceptional performance, but rather a testament to their historical rivalry, where Xiao Ao has consistently maintained the upper hand. Over the course of their 42 encounters, Xiao Ao has outperformed Rashid in scoring, rebounding, assists, and blocks. Notably, in this extensive sample size, Rashid's shooting percentage against Xiao Ao is a mere 39, significantly below his average. The disparity in their skills is glaringly apparent. Such a stark contrast on the court has left the spectators increasingly discontented. They are bewildered by the Trail Blazers management, with such formidable talent within their ranks. Why are they not being utilized to their full potential? As the game progressed into the second half, the Trail Blazers found themselves struggling to withstand the Raptors' relentless offensive onslaught. Particularly, the veteran player, Old Sa, was engaged in a fierce battle under the basket with Big Ben, while also needing to keep an eye on young Ao. The toll on his stamina was evident. He was already panting heavily as he moved about the court, with Old Sa's diminishing capacity to contribute. The match had essentially slipped into garbage time, culminating in a final score of 103-90. Coach Kumba hastily seized the technical statistics board from assistant coach Newman. Gasped. Upon reviewing young Ao's data, Kumba instinctively drew in a sharp breath. With 35 attempts and 20 successful shots, his shooting percentage stood at an impressive 57. At first glance, this figure may not seem particularly remarkable. However, maintaining such a high efficiency amidst a significant volume of shots is truly astonishing. In addition to his 40 points from field play, young Ao also netted 7 of his 10 free throw attempts, amassing a total of 47 points for the evening. It is no exaggeration to assert that such a scoring feat elevates young Ao to the pantheon of basketball greatness. It is noteworthy that last season, among the top 10 single-game scoring performances, only Hakeem Olajuwon among interior players made the list, with a fifth-place score of 48 points and an eighth-place score of 45 points. Now, at the tender age of 19, young Ao has delivered a performance on par with Elijah, a display that undoubtedly leaves an indelible mark. More importantly, beyond his scoring prowess, young Ao also recorded 21 rebounds and 6 blocks this evening. With 205 blocks, and disregarding ancient titans like Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. Only 2 players in the entire league have matched such extraordinary statistics, Shaquille O'Neal and Patrick Ewing. In his third game with the Raptors, young Ao has indeed orchestrated a divine performance. Chapter 31, New Item Attribute Viewer. The entire arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on the prodigious Xiao Ao, who had achieved legendary status in a single battle. Old Deng Liwei wore a vacant expression, his mind tumultuous with overwhelming waves of emotion. It is not the hardship of peers that stings, but rather the sight of a rival prospering. Kong Bu, a fellow competitor, was not merely driving a luxury vehicle, but piloting a galactic battleship. Witnessing Kong Bu's triumphant demeanor was more disheartening than if he had dealt a fatal blow to old Deng Liwei himself. Let us go out tonight. I've heard of a wild nightclub in Seattle. How about we explore it? Jermaine, your performance was historic. It would be remiss not to celebrate. The last time I debuted with over 40 points, the coach treated us. Should we not do the same this time? Kong Bu was still pondering how to ease old Deng Liwei's discomfort once he took to the court. But the words of the Marshal Saint nearly sent him into a state of panic. The last excursion to the nightclub had cost him $60,000. The thought of repeating such folly was unbearable. I simply lack the energy to indulge in your revelries. Heaven forbid a reporter captures the head coach leading the team astray at a nightclub. Can you imagine the wrath of old Thomas? Kong Bu remarked with annoyance. He harbored no aversion to the players enjoying their nightlife, provided it did not spiral out of control and disrupt their training or competitions. After all, they were merely a band of 20-something youths, brimming with vitality and desire, with their thoughts predominantly occupied by women. Expecting them to exhibit the same level of self-discipline as the iron-willed A.C. Green, who had abstained for 39 years, was an unrealistic notion. As for potential criticism from the media or fans, Kong Bu felt it was trivial. A player of great prowess could do no wrong. For instance, despite Michael Jordan's gambling obsession, his perpetual cigar, and even his brief dalliance with a Hitler-esque mustache, he remained unscathed in the eyes of admirers. Conversely, a less talented player would be scrutinized for even the most innocuous actions. For years, Zhou Qi faced backlash for merely enjoying a street-side egg pancake. After a brief bout of jovial banter among the Raptors, they returned to the court for the traditional post-game handshake. Kong Bu sauntered over to old Deng Liwei. Old friend, Christie performed admirably tonight. He limited our main scorer, Steven, to a mere 11 points. This remark was intended to console old Deng Liwei, as Xiao Ao's extraordinary performance and Christie's commendable play had, at the very least, fulfilled the Trail Blazers' defensive requirements. Kong Bu could swear he meant no mockery towards old Deng Liwei. He genuinely wished to uplift his spirits. However, given old Deng Liwei's sensitive and suspicious nature, such words could easily be misconstrued. Kong, I admit I underestimated Jermaine. There is no such thing as a completely equitable transaction. You must realize this. Your actions tonight have been quite disappointing. With that, old Deng Liwei turned away and left the court without even extending a handshake to Kong Bu. Kong Bu felt a profound sense of despair. He wondered how he had unwittingly offended someone. In a moment of sincerity, Kong Bu swore by the light bulb suspended above the arena that he truly had done nothing at all. He hadn't even called for a timeout, merely sitting on the sidelines like a spectator. Yet, he found himself misunderstood by the venerable Don Levy. Kong Bu could empathize with Don Levy. Had he been in the same position, he might have harbored similar grievances. Originally a substitute, tonight he had taken to the starting lineup. With all his teammates feeding him the ball, even Big Ben conceding nearly 10 rebounds. All signs indicated that Kong Bu was indeed targeting Don Levy. Having played only 7 games this season, Kong Bu had already offended several individuals. However, as the saying goes, with many debts, one has no worries. With many lice, one feels no itch. Kong Bu could only silently accept this reality. On his way back to the locker room, he pondered, wondering if he was fated to be a solitary star. How was it that upon entering this world, he had unwittingly amassed so many adversaries? As he contemplated, Kong Bu mused that the blame should fall upon old Thomas. Birds of a feather flock together. Having offended so many, old Thomas must have influenced his own situation. Upon entering the locker room, Kong Bu's expression shifted in surprise. The long-dormant system suddenly stirred to life. nearly causing him to forget that he possessed such a system. Congratulations. Host. The team you coach, the Toronto Raptors, has achieved an S-level rating. Reward. Player Attribute Viewer. Kongbu nearly spat blood. The system had tossed him what seemed like a useless item before vanishing once more. A player attribute viewer? Just the name hinted at its purpose, to observe the various attributes of the players. Yet, as a time traveler, he was already well aware of his players' abilities. However, considering the prior training fields and blank template cards the system had provided, he speculated that this attribute viewer might not be as straightforward as he imagined. Upon summoning the attribute viewer, a list materialized before him, displaying the current roster of the Toronto Raptors. This revelation left Kongbu somewhat disappointed. It appeared he could only view the attributes of his own players. Topping the list was Big Ben. Though he was uncertain if this ranking was based on strength or alphabetical order, he casually clicked on Big Ben's attributes, scrutinizing them closely. Ben Wallace, mid-range shooting ability, 29 three-point ability, 4 low-post offense, 56 individual defense, 91 help defense, 96 perimeter defense, 81 rebounding ability, 94 free throw ability, 21 health status, 95 determination. 99 The attributes concerning Big Ben's individual capabilities were entirely in line with Kongbu's expectations. Reflecting Big Ben's characteristics precisely. Lacking in shooting and free throws, his rebounding ability was exceptional, and his help defense surpassed his individual defense, though the latter remained at a top-tier level in the league. However, these details paled in comparison to the last two attributes, which filled Kongbu with immense joy. The attribute viewer could actually assess a player's health status and determination. In an instant, the significance of this prop in Kongbu's mind ascended to a level comparable to that of the training domain. The health of players is of paramount importance. Countless gifted athletes have met untimely demise due to health issues. If one could constantly monitor a player's health status and refrain from allowing them to play when their condition is subpar, it would undoubtedly extend the longevity of their professional careers. The value of this alone is immeasurable. Kongbu certainly does not wish to see the players he admires retire prematurely due to injuries. Moreover, the attribute of fighting spirit holds profound significance in Kongbu's eyes. Basketball is a competitive sport, and a player devoid of ambition, regardless of their innate talent, would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve greatness. Take Allen Iverson, for instance. Without his fervent and almost obsessive drive, he would not have been able to exert himself on the court as he does. And his accomplishments might have merely paralleled those of Jerry Stackhouse. The remarkable fighting spirit of Ben Wallace, rated at an impressive 99 points, filled Kongbu with immense satisfaction, as he is undoubtedly the player he cherishes and trusts the most. This intense drive stems from Ben's acute awareness of the rarity of such opportunities and his desire not to betray Kongbu's trust. Kongbu eagerly began to examine the attributes of other players. The core rotation players within the team maintain commendable health statuses, predominantly scoring above 90 points. As they are all young, and the new season has only just commenced. In terms of competitive spirit, Ben, the Warrior, Marshawn, Bowen, Little O, and the newly arrived Snow all surpassed 90 points as well. They share a commonality. Each has traversed through valleys of adversity. Camby's competitive spirit stands at 81 points, which is not insignificant. His career has been relatively smooth sailing, making it understandable that his drive may not match that of Ben and others. However, upon observing McGrady's fighting spirit score, Kongbu's expression darkened. A mere 53 points. That is McGrady's fighting spirit, a paltry figure indeed. It became clear to Kongbu why McGrady had consistently failed to deliver awe-inspiring performances on the court. Chapter 32, Mastery Through Practice. The team's rating has suddenly ascended from an A to an S grade. And Kongbu believes this remarkable shift is closely tied to Xiao Ao's growth. After enduring 3 matches, Xiao Ao has undergone a profound transformation. It seems that the team was merely a step away from the S grade, a barrier now shattered by Xiao Ao's decisive kick. Kongbu, however, finds himself less preoccupied with the team S rating and more troubled by the situation surrounding McGrady. During the draft, Kongbu had unwaveringly selected McGrady, not only because there were no superior candidates available at that position, but also because he harbored high hopes for McGrady. The best swingman in NBA history surely deserves his place. Yet, since acquiring McGrady, the situation has not unfolded as Kongbu had envisioned. He had imagined that, with the aid of rigorous training, McGrady would ascend to greatness, embarking on a path to become an elite scorer capable of rivaling the likes of Jordan in their forthcoming clash against the Bulls. In hindsight, Kongbu now realizes he was overly optimistic. With McGrady's current level of determination, how could he possibly compete with the basketball deity in a scoring duel? McGrady's lack of competitive spirit has been a frequent topic of criticism among fans, who perceive him as lacking the will to win. However, Kongbu disagrees with this assessment. While his drive may not match that of fierce competitors like Iverson or Kobe, it certainly does not warrant the level of scorn he receives. If he truly lacked any ambition, how could he have achieved the legendary feat of scoring 13 points in 35 seconds? The perception of McGrady's lack of determination likely stems from his unique appearance. His perpetually drooping eyelids give the impression of perpetual drowsiness, earning him the moniker of Sleepyhead among fans. Now, with the system indicating that McGrady's determination is a mere 53 points, Kongbu begins to ponder the reasons behind this predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he realizes that he himself must bear some of the blame. In a typical scenario, McGrady's rookie season with the Raptors saw him as a bench player, averaging around 18 minutes of playtime. The Raptors, known for their struggles, were hardly a glamorous team, and being a substitute on such a weak squad did little to bolster McGrady's confidence. At that time, McGrady was brimming with ambition, eager to prove himself and secure a starting position. Yet, under Kongbu's influence, the circumstances have drastically changed. Now, the Raptors are a formidable team, boasting a record of 5 wins and 2 losses, currently ranked second in the league, just behind the Bulls at 6 wins and 2 losses. The team's ease in securing victories has alleviated any pressure McGrady might feel regarding winning. Furthermore, McGrady's standing within the team is solidified. He is a bona fide starter, averaging 37 minutes on the court, first among his teammates. Statistically, McGrady is currently averaging around 10 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 steals, and 1 block, an impressive feat for a 19-year-old. In terms of team dynamics, even though Kongbu has not explicitly stated it, it is evident to all that he regards McGrady with special consideration. The locker room is devoid of veteran bullying. With the presence of Big Ben, harmony prevails. All these factors contribute to the undeniable reality that McGrady is currently living in a state of remarkable comfort. Within the confines of their comfort zones, it is often challenging for individuals to ignite their fighting spirit. Kongbu sighed inwardly, realizing that he must devise a means to challenge McGrady. For if things continued in this manner, he feared he might render McGrady ineffective. After departing from Portland, the Raptors journeyed to the frigid land of Minnesota. This would be the final match of their current road trip. Following the game against the Timberwolves, Kongbu would return home, play 2 more matches, and then face the Bulls. Previously, Old Thomas had remarked that should the team suffer a humiliating defeat, he would see to it that Kongbu would be dismissed. Now, it appeared that such a wager was fated to remain unfulfilled. Even if Kongbu were to lose to the Bulls by 60 points, Old Thomas would likely refrain from parting ways with him. On the night of the game against the Timberwolves, Kongbu unveiled a startling lineup. He benched McGrady, placing Snow, whom they had recently acquired from the Trailblazers, in the starting point guard position. Since McGrady had become complacent, Kongbu decided to instill a sense of urgency within him. With less than an hour remaining before the game, Kongbu sat on the sidelines, observing the players warm up. Snow, having just learned of his starting position, appeared visibly shaken, standing on the court in a state of uncertainty, frequently glancing over at Kongbu. Kongbu beckoned him over with a wave. "What's the matter, buddy? Don't you want to start?" Kongbu inquired with a gentle smile. Snow quickly shook his head. "No, coach. For players like us, perhaps our greatest aspiration is to be in the starting lineup. However, I fear I am not adequately prepared and might embarrass you tonight. After all, every player you have traded for has delivered astonishing performances." Kongbu chuckled, appreciating the warmth of Snow's concern for himself. Though Snow bore the name synonymous with purity, his surname, Snow, evoking images of pristine whiteness, he resembled a darkened potato, yet his heart was as pure as snow, a rare gem of a person. "Are you worried about tarnishing my reputation for recognizing talent?" Kongbu teased. "Indeed, I can clearly sense that my skills pale in comparison to Tracy's. My performance on the court may not measure up to his," Snow murmured, his gaze lowered. "Precisely for that reason, seizing this starting opportunity is paramount. Do you understand the principle of practice making perfect? Experience can sometimes compensate for a lack of innate talent. It's akin to wiping. Though I've never seen it for nearly 30 years, I can do it flawlessly, for that is the essence of skill through experience." Kongbu's own humor amused him. Snow gaped in disbelief at the young coach before him, questioning whether he had misheard. How could such a crude analogy have escaped his lips? Yet, it seemed to possess a certain wisdom. Kombu's words calmed Snow's apprehensions significantly. In that moment, he began to entertain thoughts akin to those earlier held by little Ao, that this trade might indeed transform the trajectory of his life. He could distinctly perceive the differences between Combs and his former coach, George Karl. The old Karl was incessantly shouting slogans, proclaiming that everyone was an MVP and that hard work alone made one a good player, yet he never afforded Snow an opportunity. Of course, one could hardly blame the old Karl. After all, the Supersonics had Peyton as their unequivocal core playmaker, alongside McMillan, who functioned more like a pseudo-point guard. McMillan bore a resemblance to Haslam's role in the later Heat teams, serving as a leader within the locker room. He spent his entire career with the same team, remaining loyal to his franchise. Even after retiring, McMillan stayed with the Supersonics, serving as an assistant coach for 2 years before being promoted to head coach. Given such a prominent position within the team, it was improbable for Snow to compete against him. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, the starting players began to take the court. Combs took a moment to observe McGrady, who sat on the bench, his expression a mix of despondency and confusion. Perhaps he still did not comprehend what had transpired or why his starting position had been stripped away. Combs felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. He was even prepared to ensure that McGrady would not see a single second on the court tonight. Only when McGrady reignited his fighting spirit would Combs contemplate reinstating him to the starting lineup. Chapter 33. What is the sound of drums? The Minnesota Timberwolves, established in 1989, have only been in existence for less than a decade. Last season, under the guidance of head coach Flip Saunders, they achieved the remarkable feat of reaching the playoffs for the first time in franchise history. With the maturation of the dynamic duo, Kevin Garnett and Stephon Marbury, many anticipate that they could advance further in the postseason this year. However, it is evident that Kumble does not share this optimistic outlook for the Timberwolves. He is acutely aware that as long as Marbury is on the team, they are unlikely to surpass the first round of the playoffs. There exists a category of point guards whose statistics can be deceptively impressive. Averaging 20 points and 10 assists per game may seem commendable, yet they fail to significantly contribute to their team's victories. A prime example was the Raptors' former point guard, the diminutive Air Canada, and now Marbury fits this description as well. In fact, one could argue that Marbury's performance is even more perplexing. Throughout his career, Air Canada maintained a regular season shooting percentage of 46, which is relatively low, and his playoff shooting percentage mirrored this, standing at 39.6. In contrast, Marbury's regular season shooting percentage is 43.3, which is average among point guards. Yet his playoff percentage plummets to a mere 35.5. It is conceivable that no player in the annals of NBA history has exhibited such a stark disparity in performance. Essentially, when faced with heightened defensive pressure, Marbury's effectiveness diminishes drastically. Compounding the issue is his lackluster defensive skills, which are nearly on par with those of Steve Nash. This is not a matter of Kumble unjustly criticizing Marbury. Rather, it is a reflection of his true capabilities. Nevertheless, Marbury is still in the early stages of his career, and his defensive shortcomings have yet to be fully exposed, leading many experts to maintain a hopeful outlook for him, especially considering that few point guards can boast a rookie season with statistics as impressive as his 16.8 points per game. The game is already underway. Ben Wallace and Marcus Camby are matched against Garnett and Gugliotta. Gugliotta, a contemporary of Shaquille O'Neal, Alonzo Mourning, and Chris Webber, is arguably the strongest power forward of his draft class, aside from O'Neal and Mourning, during the exceptional 1992 draft year. The Timberwolves' Twin Towers, composed of Garnett and Gugliotta, may appear unconventional at first glance, as neither player is suited for the center position. Garnett, later in his career with the Celtics, played center for a brief period out of necessity, but at this moment, he is undoubtedly a pure power forward. In Kumble's view, Garnett epitomizes the quintessential power forward archetype. Tim Duncan is a center masquerading as a power forward, while Dirk Nowitzki presents as a shooting guard in a power forward's guise. Gugliotta, likewise, is a genuine power forward, unable to take on the center role. However, due to their formidable offensive capabilities, this duo presents a significant threat on the court. As the match commenced, Marbury took control of the ball in the backcourt, seemingly dismissive of Snow's presence. Upon approaching Snow, he attempted a flashy change of direction, only to have the ball deftly stolen away by Snow. Kumble found this amusing, as it was evident that Marbury did not regard Snow as a serious opponent. After acquiring the attribute viewer, Kumble was astonished to discover Snow's unexpectedly impressive statistics. The shooting ability is rather poor, nearly on par with Camby. However, The perimeter defense attributes have reached an impressive 87 points, with ball handling at 82 points and assists at 81 points. This resemblance evokes the spirit of Jason Kidd. The style is almost identical, albeit Kidd's three-point shooting far surpasses that of Snow. It is evident that, despite being in his third year, Snow has yet to reach the pinnacle of his personal capabilities, leaving considerable room for growth. Given his current prowess, he possesses the potential to be a starter on most teams in the league. Regrettably, he finds himself with the Supersonics, where the coach favors a shooting-centric approach. Compounded by the presence of a historic point guard like Payton and a locker room leader like McMillan, making it virtually impossible for him to shine. Kombu rejoices, as this acquisition certainly feels like discovering a treasure. He initially intended to use Snow as a transitional player during the period of bringing in Billups. Yet Snow appears capable of holding his own. With 87 points in perimeter defense, he is more than equipped to handle an aging Marbury. This confidence is not blind. Marbury struggles against such tenacious defenders. Under normal circumstances, Snow should have begun his ascent after joining the 76ers in the 98-99 season, having faced Marbury in 5 previous matchups. With Snow limiting Marbury to woeful shooting statistics of 5-4-15, 5-4-17, 8-4-23, and 6-4-17, truly merciless. After securing a steal, Snow smoothly advances the ball, denying Marbury any chance to regain his footing. Upon receiving a pass, Wushing attempts a floater but fails to convert, and Garnett seizes the rebound. Moments later, Garnett executes a powerful mid-range jumper over Camby, exuberantly pounding his chest and roaring in triumph. One might mistakenly believe he had just clinched the championship with a buzzer beater. In the ensuing minutes, Garnett continues to score, prompting Kombu to call a timeout. He has come to realize that the starting lineup he has arranged is struggling significantly against the Timberwolves. Among the 5 starters, Ben and Camby serve as blue-collar workers in the paint, while Snow acts as a perimeter blue-collar player, leaving only the 2 and 3 positions as offensive threats. On the Timberwolves side, Marbury has been thoroughly neutralized by Snow, yet the towering duo of Garnett and Goliata proves challenging to contain. Camby or Ben, in one-on-one scenarios, simply cannot contain Garnett, which poses the greatest dilemma. If they resort to zone defense, Goliata will inevitably be left open, presenting an even graver offensive threat. Garnett has often faced criticism, not for a lack of talent. His individual abilities are nearly without flaws, but rather for his performance against tough defensive players, which remains unscathed. For instance, in the current scenario against the Raptors' formidable trio, Garnett typically maintains a shooting percentage of 50% in matchups against Ben or Camby, often out-rebounding his opponents. When facing a player like Small O, he has historically dominated. Even excluding the 4 years Small O spent sidelined and the subsequent years marred by injury during his prime, he was consistently outmatched by Garnett. During the timeout, Kombu replaces Camby with Small O. He was also aware that Xiao Ao was unlikely to be a match for Garnett. However, the presence of 3 blue-collar players on the court rendered the Raptors deficient in offensive firepower. The inclusion of Xiao Ao was intended to bolster the Raptors' interior offensive capabilities. There was nothing inherently flawed in Coach Kum's strategy, yet once the game resumed, issues swiftly arose. Perhaps the exceptional performances in the preceding 3 games had inflated Xiao Ao's confidence. Or perhaps he was eager to demonstrate that he was a superior power forward compared to Garnett. Upon entering the game, Xiao Ao incessantly attempted to take on Garnett in one-on-one situations, disregarding whether his teammates were in open positions. As long as he possessed the ball, he would shoot recklessly. Even when Ben Wallace secured an offensive rebound, Xiao Ao demanded possession of the ball. After merely 4 minutes of play, Coach Kum called for a timeout once more, substituting Xiao Ao out of the game. He gestured for Xiao Ao to sit beside him. "Jermaine, do you know what bang 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 means?" Xiao Ao looked perplexed, unsure of what was being referenced. "It refers to the sound of your missed shots." Coach Kum sighed. In less than 4 minutes, Xiao Ao had missed 5 shots. Had it been a coach with a temperament like Larry Brown's, he would likely have erupted in furious exclamations by now. Chapter 34. The abundance of stars is beneficial. After Xiao Ao's remarkable performance in the previous game, Kombu found himself increasingly concerned about the current situation. The depths of the league are unfathomable, and a young player like Xiao Ao is ill-equipped to navigate them. The media is inundated with reports of Xiao Ao's statistics that rival those of Shaquille O'Neal and Patrick Ewing, yet Kombu refrains from discussing such matters. He is wary of excessive praise, fearing that it might lead Xiao Ao to become overconfident. In truth, that game cannot be considered a true reflection of Xiao Ao's capabilities. Nearly 10 of the 21 rebounds he recorded were graciously conceded by Ben Wallace, which resulted in Wallace finishing with only 6 rebounds. Furthermore, Wallace consistently created opportunities for Xiao Ao to isolate against Rashid, and with a scorching hot hand, it enabled him to score 40 points. It is no exaggeration to say that had Rashid been in Xiao Ao's place that night, provided he found his rhythm, he too could have achieved a staggering 40 to 20 stat line. Sudden wealth can often lead to ostentation, and Xiao Ao finds himself in a similar predicament, appearing somewhat unmoored. He might believe that he can truly dominate Garnett. However, Garnett is already in his 3rd year, having spent over 2 years as the unequivocal cornerstone of the Timberwolves. Even with the advantage of rigorous training, Xiao Ao has yet to reach his peak. Moreover, even if he did attain his prime, he would still be at a disadvantage in direct confrontations with Garnett. If Garnett were so easily subdued, the Timberwolves owner would not have been foolish enough to offer him such an extraordinary contract. "Coach, I just haven't found my rhythm yet. Trust me, I can defeat Garnett." Xiao Ao insisted, enveloped in a misguided sense of confidence. Kongbu was vexed, just as he had yet to address T-Mac's lack of competitive spirit. Now Xiao Ao was causing turmoil. "I substituted you out not merely due to a lack of rhythm. Jermaine, your play resembles that of Coleman. You are even more selfish than he is. Basketball is a team sport, a mantra you may have grown weary of hearing. Yet, I must reiterate, we are a team. You cannot prioritize your own enjoyment while disregarding your teammates' feelings. Ignoring open shooting opportunities for your teammates in favor of your own shot is undeniably unprofessional." Kongbu's tone grew stern. Xiao Ao felt the tension rise. Having been with the Raptors for some time, he had always enjoyed a camaraderie with Kongbu, who had never displayed anger before. The heat of the moment dissipated, and he began to reflect on his conduct that evening. "I apologize, Coach. My actions were indeed selfish. I assure you, such a thing will never occur again." Xiao Ao bowed his head sincerely, fearing nothing more than disappointing Kongbu. It was Kongbu who had provided him with everything he had now, and he did not wish to betray that trust. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a sign of a good player. My earlier remarks were for your benefit. There is no need to confront a tough opponent like Garnett head-on. You possess teammates of considerably greater strength than his. In competitive sports, ultimately, it is the victor who speaks. Winning the match signifies your superiority over him. As for the desire to inflate statistics, would it not be more delightful to seek out those who were easily defeated? Kongbu softened his previously stern tone, smiling gently as if engaging in casual conversation. Newman, the assistant teacher, was left speechless. Kongbu's series of actions during the draft meeting had led him to believe that Kong was either a madman or a fool. However, after hearing his remarks to young Ao, Newman formed a new impression of Kong. This man was utterly shameless. Lacking any sense of decency, what kind of head coach instructs the young players in his team to seek out easy targets to inflate their statistics? Is this something a respectable person would say? Not far away, McGrady was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. He envied little Ao, for at least after making mistakes, Cum would point out his errors. However, he found himself stripped of his starting position, and Cum had uttered not a single word. McGrady was left in the dark, unaware of his own shortcomings. Though he yearned to inquire of Cum, he lacked the courage to speak up, unable to find the words. Just as Cum engaged in casual banter with little Ao, the dynamics on the court shifted. Garnett's shooting touch had waned, and the offensive efficiency diminished. Meanwhile, Marsh from the Raptors suddenly erupted, scoring 4 consecutive points, 1 3-pointer and 3 2-pointers, leading the Raptors to a stunning turnaround. A smile that Cum could not conceal spread across his face. Having more stars was indeed beneficial. The eastern light may flicker while the western light shines. Yet if none illuminate, there will be a second and a third, and now Marsh has begun to radiate. Indeed, if none had glimmered, the defeat would be justifiable. This resembles the future Warriors, graced by Durant, where with Curry, Clay, and Durant united, if one finds their rhythm, the situation can stabilize. Should two find their stride, the chances of victory significantly increase. And if all three are in harmony, it becomes a definitive domination over the adversary. The referee blew the final whistle, and the Raptors narrowly triumphed over the Timberwolves with a score of 106-102, securing their 6th victory of the season. After the game, Kongbu reflected on the match. His first observation was that Garnett truly exhibited remarkable strength. He effectively carried the Timberwolves forward almost single-handedly. Were it not for Garnett, this Timberwolves team would have fared no better against the Raptors than the Philadelphia 76ers. Garnett delivered an impressive performance, tallying 37 points, 13 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 steals, excelling on both ends of the court and orchestrating the offense with exquisite precision. This may be what the experts refer to as possessing an inherent system. In contrast, Xiao Ao's performance seemed somewhat diminished. After 3 commendable games, he managed only 12 points and 6 rebounds tonight. However, Kongbu remained unfazed. After all, what does it matter if they cannot match Garnett? The two teams are situated in opposite conferences, making their encounters rare. In the postseason context, the Raptors hold a genuine hope of advancing to the finals, while the Timberwolves harbor no such prospects. Thus, they are unlikely to meet in the playoffs. The second point of note was the formidable nature of Timberwolves head coach, Saunders. Both towering players for the Timberwolves played over 40 minutes this evening, with Garnett logging an impressive 45 minutes and Gugliotta playing for 44 minutes. It is no wonder that Gorgui Dieng found himself in a state of near obsolescence after 3.5 years with the Timberwolves. Under Saunders' coaching methods, barring exceptional athletes like Kevin Garnett, how could any player possibly thrive? It appears that coaches emerging from the Timberwolves possess a notorious penchant for exhausting their players. Take the illustrious Tom Thibodeau, for instance. His coaching career began as an assistant with the Timberwolves. A search for Larry Brown yields mentions of how many rookies he has rendered ineffective, while inquiries into Thibodeau reveal the multitude of players he has overworked to their detriment. Kenny Atkinson strongly disagrees with such coaching philosophies. After all, it was merely a routine regular season game, and there was no need for such destructive tactics. During the post-game handshake, Saunders appeared to be in relatively good spirits. The Raptors are currently enjoying an impressive run, and the Timberwolves only suffered a minor defeat, which hardly constitutes disgrace. Moreover, Garnett outperformed his counterpart, which likely eased the disappointment for the home fans. Larry Brown aptly remarked that this league is essentially a vast network woven from personal connections. Saunders ascended to the role of head coach largely due to the connections forged by Timberwolves general manager Kevin McHale, with whom he shared a collegiate basketball team. Following 7 years as a coach in the minor leagues, McHale's rise to prominence facilitated Saunders' own elevation to the pinnacle of coaching. Chapter 35. I have never missed currently. Kongbu possesses a certain degree of connections, albeit not extensively. He can be considered a member of the Pistons coaching lineage, a disciple of the venerable Isaiah Thomas and a grand student of the legendary Chuck Daly. The influence of this Pistons faction is undeniably significant. The revered Chuck Daly requires no further introduction, while the esteemed Isaiah Thomas continues to thrive in the league. Beyond these two luminaries, Joe Dumars ascended to the role of general manager of the Pistons, serving diligently for several decades. The formidable Bill Laimbeer also ventured into coaching, although he never held the position of a head coach in the NBA, instead serving as an assistant before taking the helm in the WNBA. Rick Mahorn, the principal enforcer, spent a brief period as an assistant coach, yet he has shown remarkable talent as a television commentator. The prolific scorer Adrian Dantley later became an assistant to George Karl, as well as briefly assuming a head coach role. Meanwhile, the junior disciple Dennis Rodman is currently a pivotal member of the Bulls trio, enjoying a unique stature within the team. While Michael Jordan commands authority over all other players, including Scottie Pippen, and even goes so far as to administer a stern reprimand to Steve Kerr, he holds a profound respect for Rodman. Additionally, Chuck Daly's coaching staff has produced numerous talented individuals, such as Brendan Malone, whose capabilities are commendable, and in a few years, his son Mike Malone will also enter the coaching profession. It is evident that the Pistons' lineage wields considerable influence. However, Kongbu remains indifferent to these connections. In his perspective, regardless of one's network, the realm of competitive sports has always been dictated by strength. Connections alone cannot secure a championship. Moreover, should Kongbu wish to establish his own network, it would not pose a significant challenge. As someone who has traversed time, he possesses keen insight into which coaches are talented and which will eventually wield considerable influence. Seizing the opportunity before they rise to prominence, he can invite them to join his coaching staff, thus positioning himself as a foundational figure in a new lineage. Upon the conclusion of his away games, Kongbu returned triumphantly with a record of 6 wins and 2 losses. Following this, he would face off against the Eastern Conference's weaker teams, the Washington Wizards and the New Jersey Nets, before encountering the Chicago Bulls, a match that Kongbu regards as the most pivotal since his arrival in this era. His demeanor remains composed, in stark contrast to the restlessness emanating from Isaiah Thomas's camp, where long-standing animosities with Michael Jordan simmer. Their rivalry traces back to Jordan's youth when he first participated in the All-Star game. Due to a failure to greet the then superstar Thomas in an elevator, he inadvertently incited trouble. Thomas perceived the young man as excessively arrogant and lacking decorum. Consequently, he united with Moses Malone and other stars to deliberately withhold passes from Jordan during the game, subjecting him to public humiliation. This incident underscores Thomas's formidable influence and status within the league at that time. However, his actions were somewhat morally questionable. To target someone merely for a lack of greeting is not the hallmark of a gentleman. From Jordan's perspective, Thomas's conduct was utterly reprehensible. Conversely, from Thomas's viewpoint, a novice should not display such disdain by failing to acknowledge a prominent figure like himself in an elevator. This, however, is not the primary reason for Jordan's animosity towards Isaiah Thomas. The main issue was that the bad boys of Detroit consistently suppressed the Bulls, rendering Jordan's first championship elusive. Subsequently, as Jordan ascended to prominence, his standing within the league eclipsed that of Thomas. When the first Dream Team was formed, Jordan made a formidable statement. If Thomas was included, he would not participate. Ultimately, Thomas found himself deprived of the incredibly coveted Olympic gold medal, which remains the greatest regret of his career. However, the revelation of who orchestrated Thomas's exclusion was not Jordan, but rather Magic Johnson. In his memoirs, Johnson confessed that he was the one who excluded Thomas from the roster, citing that Thomas had too many enemies and he wished to maintain a harmonious team atmosphere. This undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Thomas, leaving him despondent for an extended period. It is worth noting that he and Magic were friends. When Magic revealed his HIV diagnosis, many players shunned him, yet Thomas stepped forward to offer his support, even kissing Magic during the All-Star Game's opening ceremony to demonstrate that contact with HIV was not as perilous as perceived. Being betrayed by rivals is one thing, but to be backstabbed by a brother is truly disheartening. In this light, Magic's actions appear rather dishonorable. Fortunately, Magic has yet to divulge this information, and Thomas remains unaware of the truth. Clearly, the animosity between Thomas and Jordan is not something that can be resolved with mere words. Even though they maintain a facade of harmony today, deep down, resentment lingers. In Jordan's documentary The Last Dance, which aired over 20 years later, he praised most players featured. Yet he disparaged Thomas, labeling him a bad person. In previous years, the Bulls were overwhelmingly dominant, rendering new teams like the Raptors incapable of mounting any resistance. However, the situation has since changed. The Raptors have risen, and Thomas has begun to dare to envision a scenario where he can defeat the Bulls. At last, he perceives an opportunity to confront Jordan. If he could dismantle Jordan's second dynasty, Thomas feels he would wake from a dream filled with laughter. With only a few days remaining before their matchup against the Bulls, Thomas has been unusually dedicated, spending each day on the training court alongside the players. What then? Did that young man do wrong? Why was he not given the opportunity to play in the previous match? Old Thomas noticed McGrady's forlorn expression on the training ground and couldn't help but curiously inquire with Combs. He held high hopes for McGrady. The sole reason he did not completely lose his composure when Combs acted recklessly during the draft was that Combs selected McGrady. I fail to perceive that youthful tenacity in him. Perhaps a few days of being sidelined would instill a sense of urgency. Combs did not conceal his intentions. A commendable thought, yet one must exercise caution to avoid undermining his self-confidence. It is essential to exhibit greater tolerance towards the youth, for instance. I have always been quite accommodating toward younger individuals, old Thomas declared, shaking his head. Combs found this utterly amusing, truly accommodating towards the youth? If this were spoken to Jordan, it would likely leave him in stitches. What is it that amuses you? Old Thomas immediately sensed the malicious grin of Kong Bu. Am I not sufficiently tolerant? You have committed numerous absurdities, and others would undoubtedly not endure your antics. Even now, you have yet to utter a single word of apology to me. Old Thomas found himself increasingly addicted to confrontation, yearning to retort against Kong Bu. Mr. Thomas, I am an adult. I will certainly apologize when I am in the wrong. Then why have I never heard you apologize? Because I have never been in the wrong, Kong Bu replied, bursting into laughter as he departed, leaving old Thomas in a state of disarray. His first thought was to remember this phrase, for it would surely prove useful in future verbal sparring. His second thought was a perplexing inquiry into what Kong Bu had been nourished on, considering the extraordinary level of shamelessness he possessed. Chapter 36. The Disciple of Larry Brown. On November 3, 1997, the Raptors welcomed the Washington Wizards to their home court. In the eyes of the coach, the Wizards appeared to be a mere pushover. However, their record was commendable, standing at 4 wins and 3 losses. placing them among the top 8 teams in the Eastern Conference. As the game commenced, the coach was struck by a peculiar sensation, as if time had regressed to the match against the Timberwolves just 2 days prior. The rosters of the two teams bore a striking resemblance. Both featured dominant interior duos. On the Timberwolves, there were Garnett and Goliata, while the Wizards showcased Weber alongside Ju and Howard. The backcourt was manned by diminutive playmakers, one a little flying mouse, the other Marbury, with the wings occupied by less prominent players. To assuage the painful memories of the previous game for the young player, the coach decided to start him that evening. Right from the outset, Weber scored 2 consecutive mid-range shots over the young player's head, causing the coach's heart to sink. He feared that the young player might once again be overwhelmed by Weber's prowess. If he were to be consistently outplayed, it would undoubtedly affect his psyche. The coach's apprehensions were not unfounded. He vividly recalled a past game in which Weber delivered the most flawless performance of his career, amassing 51 points and 26 rebounds, both records. It is rare for an individual to achieve 2 personal bests in a single contest. Ironically, the young player was the opponent in that very match. During his peak, the young player struggled against Garnett, yet he was on par with Weber. However, on that occasion, the unexpected occurred. The young player blocked Weber's shots twice in succession, igniting Weber's fury, which resulted in a staggering 47 shot attempts throughout the game. For context, during Kobe's legendary 81-point game, he only took 46 shots. Although Weber's 47 attempts yielded 51 points, a less than stellar efficiency, and his team ultimately lost, his statistics of 51 points, 26 rebounds, and 2 blocks far surpassed the young player's 20 points, 16 rebounds, and 5 blocks. As the game progressed, approximately 5 minutes in, the coach realized his worries were unwarranted. Such extraordinary performances are rare. Weber did not explode tonight, and even appeared to underperform compared to his usual standards. Uncle Ho was matched up against Big Ben, and he, too, was effectively contained, struggling to find opportunities to shoot. Verbally expressing gratitude towards the Wizards and the esteemed Wes Unseld, Big Ben nevertheless played with intensity, eager to prove himself against the former starting center who had once overshadowed him. In the backcourt, Snow continued to impress. In the previous game, he had restricted the veteran to a shooting percentage of 34, and tonight, the little flying mouse fared no better, finishing the night with only 4 successful shots out of 13 attempts, though he did convert all 4 of his free throws, totaling 13 points. By the midpoint of the third quarter, the game had entered garbage time. The coach, unwilling to mercilessly pursue victory against the Wizards, promptly substituted in bench players, allowing the Wizards a measure of dignity. The Wizards exhibit a commendable spirit, whether it be their general manager, Tommy Shepard, or the current head coach, Wes Unseld Jr. In contrast, when the Trail Blazers were previously managed by the stern Neil Olshey, he often wore a thunderous expression, as if someone had indebted him millions. However, Coach Unseld Jr. possesses a refreshing demeanor, frequently directing warm smiles towards his players, creating an atmosphere akin to a gentle spring breeze. When one evaluates the trade involving Kristaps Porzingis, it becomes evident that the Wizards may have incurred greater losses than the Trail Blazers. At least the Trail Blazers acquired a player, Christie, who could enhance their overall capabilities. Meanwhile, the addition of the diminutive player, known as Little Mouse, has merely improved the locker room's morale, perhaps even slightly diminishing the team's overall strength. Although the player known as the Road Runner may not be widely appreciated, his prowess is undoubtedly superior to that of Little Mouse. After a commanding victory over the Wizards, the upcoming match against the New Jersey Nets appeared far more manageable, causing even Coach Unseld Jr. to seem drowsy. The Nets boast a formidable roster, with both starters and bench players of commendable caliber. Yet they found themselves at a disadvantage against the Raptors. A significant factor was the matchup at the center position, where DeAndre Jordan faced off against the league's premier blue-collar center, Jason Williams. While fans of the future may find this name somewhat unfamiliar, in the current era, he is regarded as a rebounding phenomenon, second only to Dennis Rodman, albeit with some offensive capabilities. Unfortunately, his defensive skills leave much to be desired, failing to align with his average of 13.6 rebounds per game. As anticipated by Coach Unseld Jr., Williams struggled immensely on the boards, managing only 7 rebounds throughout the game, while DeAndre amassed an impressive 19 rebounds, showcasing a stark contrast in performance. This outcome was not unexpected. Prior to the game, Unseld Jr. had already sealed Williams' fate. DeAndre possesses a notable characteristic. When faced with shorter interior players, his effectiveness skyrockets dramatically. Conversely, against towering centers such as Yao Ming, He often finds himself at a disadvantage due to his own height, standing at a mere 6 feet 7 inches, which is a full 20 centimeters shorter than Yao, a gap that cannot be bridged by mere jumping ability. On the basketball court, one can easily envision a scenario where a 5 feet 7 inches individual struggles against a 6 feet 3 inches opponent. Jason Williams, at 6 feet 9 inches, happens to be one such shorter center. With DeAndre's newfound explosive hairstyle, he may even appear taller than Williams at first glance. In the power forward position, the agile player, known as Little O, thoroughly outperformed Keith Van Horn. While Van Horn is no slouch, averaging 19.7 points in his rookie season, his rebounding and defensive statistics are rather disconcerting. With an average of merely 6 rebounds, which is hardly befitting of a core power forward. Under Van Horn's defense, Little O flourished, scoring an impressive 31 points and securing 14 rebounds throughout the game. The interior dominance over the Nets was palpable, and the Raptors' perimeter shooting proved to be equally formidable. Even the bench player Bowen, who graced the court for less than 20 minutes, managed to score 12 points. Following the conclusion of the match, Kongbu was taken aback to discover that Nets head coach John Calipari had not even acknowledged him, but rather made a hasty exit. This left Kongbu perplexed, pondering when he might have unwittingly offended Calipari. Though Calipari holds little sway in the NBA and is in his inaugural year as the Nets coach, he is expected to exit the league after 3 seasons. However, he boasts considerable influence in the NCAA, having later been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Was he merely holding back? Winning by a mere 15 points was certainly a show of restraint. Could it be that he noticed Kongbu dozing off earlier? Kongbu mused in bewilderment. After a moment of reflection, he connected the dots. This man is a protege of Larry Brown. In the 1980s, he served as an assistant coach under Brown at the University of Kansas, eventually establishing his own path and ascending to the role of head coach. No wonder he had avoided making eye contact with Kongbu during the game. Kongbu slapped his thigh in regret, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. Had he known Calipari was affiliated with Larry Brown, he would have shown no mercy. Allowing this old fox to escape unscathed was a grave mistake. Otherwise, the score could have easily reached a 30-point margin. Chapter 37, The True Jordan Principle, an impressive record of 8 victories against 2 defeats. This is the remarkable performance of Kongbu since taking over the Raptors. Last season, the Raptors were notorious for their lackluster performance in the league. Yet without acquiring any star players in their prime, Kongbu breathed new life into the team, unleashing an astonishing fighting spirit. In no time, the name Kongbu became ubiquitous in major sports media and basketball broadcasts. Numerous outlets sought to interview Kongbu or feature him on their magazine covers, but he declined all requests. This was not due to a desire for aloofness. Rather, he felt the current situation was too precarious, and he would prefer to wait until after the game against the Bulls had concluded. Despite the Raptors' impressive form and an average point differential even surpassing that of the Bulls, Kongbu remained wary of the impending challenge posed by the Bulls. The system's team ratings were unyielding. The Bulls undeniably possessed superior hard power compared to the Raptors. Moreover, the situation concerning McGrady remained unresolved and had grown increasingly complex. After being confined to the bench for 3 consecutive games, McGrady's morale had dwindled, reducing his confidence to a disheartening 38. He seemed to be on the brink of giving up. Ironically, McGrady was the X factor in whether they could triumph over the Bulls. And Kongbu still firmly believed that McGrady was a man capable of miracles. The evening before the game, Kongbu sat in his office, engaged in casual conversation with Newman regarding the number of disciples Larry Brown still had within the league. To Kongbu's astonishment, it appeared that most teams could identify a head coach or assistant coach with ties to Larry Brown. Even Alvin Gentry, the current lead assistant for the Pistons, was considered one of Brown's proteges. Kongbu exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that the enemy had infiltrated their ranks. "Coach, may I come in?" McGrady's voice interrupted their conversation. Kongbu's heart leapt with joy. He had intentionally stayed late to await McGrady's arrival. He promptly ushered Newman out, eager to converse with McGrady face to face. Newman reluctantly departed, having hoped to glean insights into the nature of Kongbu's relationship with Larry Brown. "Please, take a seat. What brings you here?" Kongbu maintained a stoic demeanor, feigning busyness as he examined the documents on his desk. "Coach, this past week has been excruciating for me. Can you tell me why I have been DNP?" McGrady's expression was one of anguish, having summoned considerable courage to broach the subject. The term DNP, or did not play, essentially indicated that a player was available to participate but was denied the opportunity, akin to an internal suspension. Kongbu raised an eyebrow. "DNP? When were you DNP?" Is it possible that your absence from the court stems from an inability to match Snow's performance? At this, McGrady grew agitated. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. My talent far surpasses that of Snow. Kombu chuckled derisively. Talent? That is worth nothing if it remains unfulfilled. Indeed, your talent may not surpass that of Snow. But do you believe you exhibit the same level of tenacity on the court as he does? Are you capable of completely neutralizing the likes of Damon, Marbury, and Castle? Perhaps you could have achieved it through sheer effort, yet you did not exert yourself. Opportunities are bestowed upon those who are prepared, and Snow was indeed that prepared individual. These words caused McGrady to flush with embarrassment as he finally comprehended the reason behind his suspension from the team. At this moment, McGrady was filled with deep remorse. Kombu had granted him an opportunity, and not just any opportunity, but one that countless players would yearn for. Yet, he failed to cherish it. Coach, I beseech you to grant me another chance. I am aware of your disappointment in me, and this time, I shall not let you down again. I will play with the fervor of Snow. No, I shall exert myself even more relentlessly. McGrady clenched his fists and let out a resounding roar. The pent-up emotions from the past week erupting at that moment. Kombu quickly summoned the attribute viewer, and McGrady's fighting spirit elicited a deep sigh of relief from him. A remarkable 99 points. A fighting spirit akin to that of Big Ben. It appears that the efforts and anxieties I have harbored throughout this week have not been in vain. Having concluded the performance of the white-faced role, it is now time to embrace the red-faced one. Calm yourself, dear child. The situation is not as dire as you may perceive. Perhaps you can sense that I regard you with a distinct perspective. In my eyes, you truly belong to the echelon of exceptionally gifted players. And I hold lofty expectations for you. Indeed, I believe that whether we have the opportunity to contend for the championship this season hinges on you as the X factor. Tomorrow's game against the Bulls will see you starting in your most favored shooting guard position, directly facing Jordan. I hope that through your performance in this match, you can regain my trust. With that, Combs departed, briefcase in hand. It is challenging to articulate McGrady's tumultuous emotions at that moment, from initial confusion and panic to despair and resentment during his outbursts, culminating in sheer elation and excitement. He understood that this time he must give his all. He could not afford to betray Combs' trust once more. Only through loss does one come to appreciate what is truly valuable. As he contemplated the upcoming game, he felt a fervent desire to step onto the court and engage in a fierce battle with Jordan. By noon the following day, the exterior of the Raptors' home arena was adorned with a plethora of massive posters, building anticipation for this pivotal clash. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the venerable Thomas approached Combs, presenting him with a small booklet. What is this? Kombu gazed curiously at the slender booklet in his hand, inquiring. The secret to overcoming Jordan, the Jordan principle. Old Thomas wore a proud expression, as if he were bestowing his family heirloom upon Kombu. Kombu stood in astonishment. He was familiar with the Jordan law, yet he was utterly unaware that it had already been compiled into a tome. Upon opening it, the more one gazes, the more one feels a chilling sense of dread. Even Kombu begins to feel a pang of sympathy for Jordan. It is truly remarkable that he managed to thrive in such an era. There are over 100 rules in total, none of which constitute a straightforward defense. They are all rather unconventional maneuvers that are hardly respectable. In summary, the essence of the Jordan rule lies in the relentless pursuit of disrupting Jordan's offensive rhythm and severing his connection with his teammates. Some tactics may be deemed too unsporting. They were acceptable in our era, but have no place in the current one. Nevertheless, many effective strategies remain, and with thorough investigation, they will undoubtedly prove useful. In this match, the outcome is of little consequence to me. My sole desire is to see Michael contained. Of course, if one successfully restrains Michael, victory in the game is nearly assured. Isaiah Thomas's message is unequivocal. Conceding to other Bulls players is permissible, but yielding to Jordan is unacceptable. Rest assured, my friend, even without your prompting, I would pursue this course of action. After all, it is common knowledge that effectively neutralizing Jordan is the only path to conquering the Bulls. Combs's words are not merely a formality to appease Thomas. He genuinely believes this. However, Combs maintains a certain threshold. He cannot fully adhere to the Jordan rule in confronting Jordan. As Thomas rightly noted, times have changed, and some methods are no longer suitable for this era. Chapter 38. Do not blame me for my lack of virtue at 7 o'clock in the evening, with just an hour remaining until the game commenced. The atmosphere in the Raptors' locker room was thick with tension. Coach and players alike took deep breaths intermittently, attempting to alleviate the weight in their hearts. The significance of this match was monumental. It was not merely about securing the top position in the league standings after defeating the Bulls. It also served as a prelude to the Eastern Conference Finals. With the Raptors' ascent, they stood alongside the Bulls as the two dominant forces in the East, leaving the third and fourth-ranked Heat and Pacers appearing considerably outmatched. Guys, relax. The Bulls are nothing to fear. They too have but one nose and three eyes. And they possess neither wings nor three legs. The players, puzzled by the mention of a third eye, listened as coach began to outline the strategy. In this era, due to the prohibition of zone defense, defensive tactics were rather monotonous, with most teams employing man-to-man strategies interspersed with occasional double teams. The complex zone defenses of the future, such as the 3-2 or 1-3-1, were deemed illegal. Some fans mistakenly equate zone defense with double teaming. However, they are fundamentally distinct concepts. Zone defense constitutes a defensive system, whereas double teaming is merely a tactical maneuver. As for offensive strategies, the most renowned was undoubtedly the Bulls' triangle offense, alongside Edelman's Princeton system and Sloan's pick-and-roll tactics, all of which held considerable acclaim. Yet, due to the Jordan rule, most teams opted for a steady, ground-based approach. The Jordan rule was unrelated to the Pistons, but rather a response to isolation plays. Throughout NBA history, there have been instances where the overwhelming dominance of interior players led to the establishment of certain regulations. For instance, George Mikan prompted the expansion of the 3-second area from 8 to 12 feet, while Wilt Chamberlain further extended it to 16 feet. Players like Shaquille O'Neal and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar possessed the ability to alter rules as well. However, to this day, only Michael Jordan among perimeter players has enjoyed such privileges, as his peak performance was nothing short of extraordinary. When he held the ball beyond the three-point line, his teammates would spread out to create defensive space or a way to pass, rendering any defense ineffective. Should one choose to double-team Jordan, his teammates would inevitably find themselves open. Conversely, attempting to contain him with one-on-one defense was a futile endeavor. This remarkably simple, yet highly effective method transformed the game into a showcase for Jordan. Thus, the era of isolation plays was born. The Raptors' current style epitomized a quintessential half-court offensive system, with two big men stationed in the paint, a playmaker in the backcourt, and two scoring options at the 2 and 3 positions. The majority of teams in the league adhered to this configuration. Tonight's starting lineup consisted of Ben, Jermaine, Marzhan, T-Mac, and Snow. Ben, your responsibilities tonight extend beyond securing rebounds. You must also guard our paint fiercely. Anyone who dares enter must be sent packing. Jermaine, stay close to Dennis Rodman. Do not allow him any space to leap. Jamal, as you take the starting position against Pippen, maintain a step-back defense. Allow him the mid-range shot, but do not permit him entry into the paint. Eric, your assignment against Harper, who scarcely partakes in the offense, allows you to divert some defensive focus towards Jordan. Kombu meticulously assigns defensive tasks and strategies to the 4 starters for tonight's game. Ultimately, his gaze settles upon McGrady. Tracy, you shall serve as the primary line of defense against Jordan this evening. I expect every moment you spend on the court to be solely fixated on Jordan. My singular objective tonight is to ensure that Jordan does not leave our arena with a smile. McGrady nods vigorously, a fire igniting within his chest. Stephen, Bruce, remain poised for your entrance. Tonight we will employ a relentless rotation against Jordan. Having thoroughly analyzed the intricacies of the Jordan rules, Kombu identified 2 strategies of significant utility. The first is the double team. The Bulls' starting lineup lacks a traditional point guard. Ron Harper nominally occupies the 1 position, but seldom sees the ball. In 1994, Harper was the Los Angeles Clippers' leading scorer, averaging 20 points per game, yet upon joining the Bulls, he willingly transitioned into a supporting role, sacrificing his offensive prowess to focus entirely on backcourt defense. One could liken Harper to a non-involved Snow, as both have limited scoring capabilities, with Harper posing minimal offensive threat. Snow can allocate some of his energy to assist McGrady in double-teaming Jordan. The second strategy revolves around a rotational defense. No player can sustain peak performance across the entirety of a 48-minute game. As fatigue sets in, defensive efficiency will naturally wane. However, if a team possesses multiple robust perimeter defenders and continuously rotates them in, it can sustain a high-intensity defense. The Pistons exemplified this approach, with Joe Dumars as the first line of defense and Rodman and others forming the secondary line against Jordan. The Raptors, though lacking in certain areas, are fortified with formidable wing defenders, enabling them to support multiple defensive lines. Kombu plans to employ both double-teaming and rotation against Jordan tonight. 30 minutes later, the players begin to enter the arena. For reasons unknown, the moment Kombu steps onto the court, he feels a palpable aura of intensity, akin to being thrust into an epic confrontation. At that moment, Zen Master Phil Jackson, along with Jordan and Pippen, stands at the sidelines, curiously glancing in Kombu's direction. During this period, Kombu has garnered considerable acclaim. They are eager to witness the young talent capable of steering a team to performances rivaling their bulls. Kombu, too, peers back with intrigue. This marks his first opportunity to behold Jordan in person, and he now comprehends the essence of the kingly aura. It is indeed the unmistakable presence of Jordan, who exudes an air of unparalleled dominance. Pippen, in this regard, falls slightly short, were it not for his height. He might easily be mistaken for an old farmer collecting dung. Kombu couldn't help but recall the tune of Li Huzi's divorce, waking up early to gather dungs, only to return and find his beloved wife absent. Indeed, this melody seems tailor-made for Pippen, as his wife Larsa is notoriously fond of romantic escapades. Even as she approached her 50s, Larsa continued to lead a vibrant life, having dated numerous NBA players. The most outrageous incident was her involvement with Jordan's second son, which effectively diminished Pippen's standing in front of Jordan. The mere thought of this brought a smile to Kombu's face, easing his previously tense demeanor considerably. Beep, beep, beep. The referee has blown the whistle, and the players are beginning to take the court. Upon observing the Raptors' starting lineup, Jordan's expression darkened slightly. He realized that his matchup for the evening was McGrady, rather than the more prominent Wusong. While McGrady's performance among rookies could be deemed commendable, to a superstar of Jordan's caliber, he seemed as insubstantial as air. Conversely, the second-round pick Wusong had left a profound impression on him. He had anticipated that Kombu would assign Wusong to guard him tonight. Instead, it was McGrady, which left Jordan feeling somewhat displeased. Hey, Kong. Do you truly believe that this young pup, still in the throes of adolescence, can guard me? If you wish to avoid a dismal defeat tonight, I suggest you consider substituting that rookie. Jordan truly disregarded McGrady, treating him as though he were invisible, dismissing his banter and directly confronting the coach. The coach was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance toward the referee. Typically, such impolite behavior directed at an opposing coach would warrant a warning from the officials. In the case of a more stringent referee, it could even result in a technical foul. However, Jordan is no ordinary player. He occupies an extraordinarily elevated position within this league. It is not an exaggeration to state that there have been instances where referees have sought Jordan's counsel on how to adjudicate a situation. As the coach turned his gaze towards him, the referee hastily averted his eyes, feigning ignorance to Jordan's taunts. A mysterious smile quickly emerged on the coach's face. It is clear to all that it was Jordan who instigated the verbal exchange, so let it not be said that the coach lacks decorum in his retort. Chapter 39. Do you deserve that $30 million annual salary? Upon hearing Jordan's trash talk, McGrady's expression darkened. Among the four shooting guards, Iverson, Kobe, and Carter were all ardent admirers of Jordan. Carter, as Jordan's junior, hailed from the same North Carolina University, having chosen it largely due to Jordan's influence. Kobe's admiration was even more intense. He exhibited a rather pathological reverence for Jordan, diligently studying his tapes to hone his skills while emulating his fashion sense and demeanor, even going so far as to mimic Jordan's trash talk. Iverson, known for his rebellious spirit, surprisingly swallowed his pride when Jordan insulted him during the All-Star weekend, an affront he would have retaliated against had it come from anyone else. However, McGrady was an exception, as his idol was Penny Hardaway. In the face of Jordan's disdain, McGrady's competitive spirit ignited fiercely. As the game commenced, Carter won the tip-off against Luke Ridnour, granting the Raptors their initial offensive possession. Snow brought the ball up the court and passed it to McGrady. In a heartbeat, McGrady, positioned beyond the arc, launched a three-pointer with precision, striking directly at Jordan's pride. Had it been seasoned stars like Reggie Miller or Gary Payton, the air would have been rife with trash talk in response. Yet, being young, McGrady failed to seize this opportunity to provoke Jordan. Nevertheless, someone else did. During a Bulls offensive possession, Kukoc, standing at the sidelines, seized his moment as Jordan passed by. Michael, did you purchase that DPY? A 19-year-old can't guard you? Do you truly deserve that $30 million salary? Kukoc taunted. Please, I could squash him like an ant. Your entire Raptors team is but an anthill in my eyes, Jordan retorted swiftly. The referees feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear. This evening was the Raptors' home game, and being the initiator of the trash talk, Jordan had no reason to be penalized by the referees. To demonstrate that McGrady was merely an ant in his perspective, Jordan called for the ball, signaling his intention to go one-on-one. McGrady, sensing the gravity of the moment, lowered his center of gravity, arms spread wide, fully alert. Beyond the three-point line, Jordan began to pivot, preparing to exploit his size against McGrady. The latter found himself being pushed back repeatedly, despite Jordan's lean physique. His strength was formidable, having once shattered a backboard during an exhibition in Italy. As they reached the edge of the paint, Jordan executed a swift turnaround. A step-back jumper that soared through the air. Swish. The basketball found its mark with a crisp finality. Even Kukoc, his adversary, could not suppress his admiration for such a breathtaking display. It was a quintessentially beautiful shot. A textbook example of offensive prowess that could serve as a model for aspiring players. Power, speed, height, aesthetic appeal, and tactile sensation. This shot is flawless. Even to the most fastidious critics. My dear boy, this is a technique you may never master in your lifetime. Jordan chuckled as he observed McGrady, turning back to defend. During the Raptors' offensive possession, March received a pass from Snow, but unfortunately failed to score under Pippen's defense. Pippen's defensive prowess is often underestimated. Despite being selected for numerous all-defensive first teams over the years without ever winning the DPY award, he remains undervalued. With his long arms and colossal hands, one cannot help but think of the future tenacity of Leonard. Moreover, Pippen possesses a speed advantage that Leonard lacks, rendering his defense exceptionally effective. Rodman snatched the rebound mid-air, and the Bulls initiated their offense. Once again, it was Jordan with his signature isolation play. It appears that the trash talk from Kumble has stirred Jordan's ire. This time, Jordan opted against backing down McGrady. Instead, he executed a direct, fading jump shot, successfully netting it. McGrady, flushed with embarrassment, had exerted every effort to apply pressure on Jordan. Yet it seemed futile as Jordan remained unperturbed. Turning around, McGrady attempted to emulate him with a fading jumper of his own, but alas, it did not find the mark. The offensive rebound was claimed by Ben Wallace, who passed to the nearby Smallwood, who then scored with a bank shot. In the ensuing 3 minutes, Jordan relentlessly isolated McGrady, achieving an impressive shooting percentage. Out of 5 attempts, he successfully made 4, all of which were fading jump shots. Conversely, the Raptors were not faring poorly. McGrady had initially sunk a three-pointer, and Smallwood managed to score 4 points against Rodman's defense, trailing the Bulls by merely 1 point. Both teams exhibited commendable offensive efficiency. Kumble swiftly called a short timeout, having noticed McGrady's unsettling demeanor. It is challenging for anyone to endure such relentless torment without succumbing to negative emotions. Do not rush, Tracy. The game has just begun. Do not concern yourself with how many shots he has made. Just remember, we shall be the ones laughing in the end. Snow, abandon Harper and double-team Tracy. Kumble understood the immense pressure McGrady was under, yet he had no choice but to persist. The game resumed, and Snow entirely relinquished his coverage of Harper to focus on double-teaming Jordan. This strategy proved somewhat effective, at least preventing Jordan from shooting at will. On the other side, Zen Master promptly made a substitution, replacing Harper with Steve Kerr. With a career three-point shooting percentage exceeding 45 and having the capability to average over 50 in a season, Kerr posed a significant challenge for Kumble. With Kerr on the court, double-teaming Jordan became nearly impossible the moment they committed to Jordan. Kerr would be left wide open for a shot, and with his shooting accuracy, it was akin to gifting him points. The Chicago Bulls, the most formidable adversaries for Kongbu, comprised 3 key figures: Jordan, Kukoc, and lastly, Kerr. There was no alternative. Jordan would inevitably attract double teams, forcing Kongbu to assign Marshburn to guard Kerr, thus abandoning Pippen. Pippen's defensive prowess is frequently underestimated, while his offensive capabilities are often exaggerated. Some fans believe that Jordan stifled Pippen's average scoring, asserting that without being on the same team as Jordan, Pippen could effortlessly attain an average of 30 points per game. This notion, however, is rather naive. Pippen has led teams on his own before. During Jordan's first retirement, Pippen could only muster an average of 22 points per game while carrying the team alone. Following Marshburn's assignment to Kerr, Pippen found himself with several open mid-range shooting opportunities, but managed to convert only 1. Subsequently, he wised up and decided to forego the jump shots, opting instead to drive towards the basket. Unfortunately, stationed in the paint was Ben Wallace. Scoring against him in the restricted area proved to be no simple feat. After 2 attempts, one swatted by Wallace and the other resulting in a foul by the assisting small forward, O'Neal, leading to 1 successful free throw, Pippen's interference seemed to inadvertently grant the Raptors an emerging advantage. The fans in attendance erupted with fervor, optimistically believing that the Raptors possessed the capability to overpower the Bulls. Kongbu, however, remained far more skeptical, as the game had yet to reach its climax. Within a mere 2 minutes, Kerr seized an opportunity, sinking 2 3-pointers and swiftly leveling the score. "Hey, Steve, I heard Michael had a go at you during practice. Why are you still giving it your all?" Kongbu seized every opportunity to impact the mindset of the Bulls players, and this remark caused Kerr to falter, as painful memories resurfaced in his mind. Whether by design or coincidence, Kongbu's trash talk indeed seemed to affect Kerr's shooting accuracy in the subsequent plays. Chapter 40. The artificial McGrady moment. As the Zen master substituted the European magician Kukoc for Luke Longley, the ever-strategic Kongbu swiftly replaced the formidable Ben with Camby. The match had devolved into a relentless exchange of substitutions between the two coaches, each wielding a profoundly robust roster capable of executing the most astute adjustments in response to their opponent's lineup. Regrettably, the Raptors lacked the potent asset of Jordan, a factor that proved increasingly detrimental as the game progressed, with the gap widening under the relentless onslaught of the basketball deity. This was not for a lack of effort from McGrady, nor was it due to the inadequacies of the bench players, Wu Xiong and Bowen, in their defensive roles. Rather, it was the sheer dominance of Jordan's individual prowess that rendered the situation nearly insurmountable. The title of God of Basketball is not merely a moniker. It is a testament to unparalleled skill. Fortunately, the deficit had not escalated to an overwhelming extent, as the Raptors managed to stay within striking distance, bolstered by contributions from multiple scoring avenues. Particularly noteworthy was the impeccable performance of Little O, who shone brightly this evening. Rodman's defensive prowess was beyond question, having earned the accolade of Defensive Player of the Year twice. However, the age-old adage of one thing diminishes another held true, as Rodman found himself challenged by the agile Little O, a power forward for whom he was ill-prepared. Their peak phases had never coincided. Rodman was nearing retirement when Little O began to emerge, leaving their head-to-head history devoid of significant insights. Nevertheless, one could glean valuable information from Rodman's encounters with Chris Webber, where Webber consistently achieved a shooting percentage of around 60 against him, a statistic that spoke volumes. Tonight, Rodman was unable to contain Little O, who had already amassed 18 points by halftime. Meanwhile, the elder Thomas sat beside the Raptors bench, his expression akin to that of one enduring a month's worth of bland sustenance, suffering in silence. As the game appeared to slip away, he found solace in the fact that the outcome was not of paramount concern. What gnawed him was Jordan's staggering performance already. He had scored 37 points on an impressive 61 shooting accuracy before the game had concluded. As the clock dwindled to just 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Bulls held a 12-point lead at 107-95. 2 minutes, 12 points. It seemed the Raptors were on the verge of defeat, even with a heightened tempo. A typical offensive possession would consume 30 seconds, allowing for only 4 attempts in that brief span. For the Raptors to even entertain the notion of closing the gap, they would need to hit all 4 attempts from beyond the arc while simultaneously preventing the Bulls from scoring, a prospect that felt exceedingly bleak. Had this been an ordinary regular season game, Kongbu might have settled onto the bench, content to observe the unfolding drama. A victory would be splendid, but a loss would carry little consequence. Yet this match was anything but ordinary. Securing a win here would bestow the Raptors newcomers with tremendous psychological leverage in future encounters with the Bulls. The realization dawned upon them that the Bulls were not the insurmountable force they had once perceived. They had grown strong enough to compete with and potentially conquer the Bulls. Kongbu began to furrow his brow, contemplating strategies for the impending moments. Time flows second by second. With only 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in the game, Marsh successfully made a mid-range shot, narrowing the gap to 10 points. Combe immediately rose from his seat and called for a lengthy timeout from the technical table. This was the Raptors' final long timeout of the match, and Combe decided to take a bold gamble, believing that perhaps a daring effort could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. With time running short, Combe gathered his players around him. "Boys, you have all performed admirably tonight, fulfilling the tasks I assigned you. The game is not over. We still have a chance, so let us keep our spirits high. Tracy, for this last 1 minute and 20 seconds, I grant you unlimited shooting privileges. Launch those 3-pointers without hesitation. You have played well tonight, but your potential is far greater than what you have shown. A mere 10-point deficit. I am convinced you can achieve this. If victorious, you shall be hailed as a hero in Toronto, and this match will etch itself into the annals of fan memories. Should you falter, it seems we stand to lose little." Kongbu's audacious gamble seeks to artificially conjure a moment akin to that of Tracy McGrady, Although McGrady was unable to contain Jordan, he still managed an impressive stat line of 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists. Given his age, such performance beneath the formidable Jordan is commendable. Yet, these statistics fall exceedingly short of Kongbu's lofty aspirations. He yearns for a miracle, not this pedestrian showing. With 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, Kongbu resolved to push McGrady, hoping to ignite the latent potential within him. Should he succeed, the Raptors would triumph, establishing a psychological edge over the Bulls, while McGrady would bask in the limelight, a scenario pleasing to all. Conversely, as Kongbu himself noted, failure would bear little consequence. As the timeout concluded, McGrady and his teammates returned to the court, with Ben Wallace remaining sidelined. In such moments, he could contribute little. The Bulls, however, maintained their resolute stance, showing no signs of complacency as they fielded their strongest lineup. Pippen advanced the ball, deliberately controlling the pace, seemingly intent on draining the clock. With a 10-point lead, the Bulls had no reason to rush their offense. As Pippen took his shot, exactly 1 minute remained on the game clock. Bang! Pippen's mid-range shot failed to find its mark, and the rebound was secured by the vigilant O'Neal. A sense of urgency gripped the hearts of the spectators. For it was fortunate that Jordan chose not to squander precious seconds on the offensive end. Had he released the ball and scored just moments ago, the Raptors' chances of victory might have dwindled to almost nothing. O'Neal swiftly passed the ball to Snow, who propelled himself forward with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the front court, Snow executed a powerful, precise pass to McGrady. The instant McGrady received the ball, he rose for a jump shot, his movements a seamless blend of grace and skill, reminiscent of Jordan's earlier brilliance. Swish! With Michael Jordan's watchful gaze, the three-pointer was executed flawlessly. This offensive sequence unfolded in a mere 7 seconds, leaving only 53 seconds on the clock. The point differential had now expanded to 7. As the Bulls embarked on their offensive possession, Jordan eagerly called for the ball, poised to retaliate against McGrady. Gently advancing the ball to the front court, just a step inside the arc, Jordan executed that picturesque fadeaway jumper. Swish! With a flawless jump shot, Jordan has now amassed a remarkable 50 points this evening. The 7-point deficit has been narrowed to a mere 9 points once again. With just 37 seconds remaining in the match, Kongbu dares not even breathe, fearful of disturbing McGrady's focus on the court. The ball is inbound from the corner. And once again, Snow swiftly advances, delivering a pass to McGrady as they reach the front court. This time, noticing Jordan poised at the three-point line, McGrady confidently steps back just beyond the arc and takes a shot. Swish! It's in. The deficit is now reduced to 6 points. In that moment, not only was the atmosphere tense for the players on the court, but also for the spectators, who dared not even breathe. With merely 31 seconds remaining in the game, a glimmer of hope lingered. A 6-point deficit could still be surmounted if fortune favored them. "Kid, I shall not grant you any opportunities," Jordan taunted, his gaze fixed mockingly upon McGrady. McGrady offered no retort, pursing his lips as he began to retreat on defense. Harper controlled the ball from the backcourt, while Jordan stationed himself just beyond the three-point line, awaiting the impending play. Time dwindled, with only 31 seconds left, and this offensive possession had already consumed over 20 seconds, leaving less than 10 seconds on the clock. Regardless of whether the shot would find its mark, a 6-point gap loomed, and Jordan harbored no illusions about the Raptors' chances of victory. As the shot clock ticked down to 16 seconds, Harper passed the ball to Jordan. At that precise moment, McGrady surged forward in a swift motion, extending his long arm to intercept the pass, altering the trajectory of the basketball. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized control of the ball and dashed toward the front court. Jordan's reflexes were lightning quick. Instead of pursuing McGrady, he sprinted toward his own basket, determined to thwart any potential fast break dunk. However, what transpired next was entirely beyond his expectations. Approaching the free throw line, he was astounded to see McGrady launch a shot from beyond the arc. Swish! Another three-pointer. Everything transpired within a mere 3 seconds, as McGrady sank yet another three-point shot. In that moment, McGrady resembled a god of war. Chapter 41. The buzzer-beater three-pointer. Kongbu's heart began to race. The silver lining was that the deficit had dwindled to a mere 3 points. A single three-pointer could propel the game into overtime. However, the grim reality was that the Bulls now possessed the ball, with only 13 seconds remaining on the clock. The Raptors found themselves with but one recourse: the strategy of fouling. With the game already in its final 2 minutes, the rules dictated that a foul on an off-ball player would grant the Bulls a 2-shot free throw opportunity, along with possession of the ball. Thus, fouling anyone other than the ball handler was out of the question. Only Michael Jordan could be sent to the free throw line. Foul! Foul! Kongbu shouted loudly on the court. And McGrady, understanding the cue, stepped forward to embrace the ball-holding Jordan. Subsequently, the referee blew the whistle. You are merely wasting time. Victory in this match is an impossibility. Kid, do you truly believe you can be the savior? Jordan stood at the free throw line, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at McGrady. Throughout the evening, McGrady had refrained from retorting to Jordan's banter, but this time, he could no longer contain himself. Michael, he declared, I cannot say whether I will be the savior tonight. However, I am aware that, like me, you were once a mere trembling failure beneath the feet of the Pistons in your youth. McGrady's words were undeniably sharp, striking directly at Jordan's core. The veins on Jordan's forehead bulged with anger. After all these years in the league, he had maintained an unparalleled status. When had he ever been so humiliated by a newcomer? Swish. Bang. 2 free throws, 1 converted. And Jordan's performance at the line was notably affected. The deficit was reduced to 4 points, yet the situation remained exceedingly unfavorable for the Raptors. Coach Kim paced anxiously along the sidelines, fervently praying to the Buddha, Guanyin, the Jade Emperor, and Sun Wukong, hoping for divine intervention to assist his team. Just as his prayers were uttered, McGrady surged into the front court. He attempted another step-back three-pointer, but a furious Jordan was determined to thwart his efforts. In a significant defensive move, Jordan collided with McGrady mid-air, prompting the referee's whistle. A defensive foul was called beyond the arc, resulting in 3 free throws. McGrady took a deep breath, akin to a seasoned monk entering a state of meditation, entirely disregarding Jordan's incessant banter. Swish, swish, swish. All 3 free throws were successfully made. In less than a minute, the 10-point deficit had been reduced to a mere single point. McGrady sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, complemented by 3 free throws, amassing a remarkable 12 points. Even if this match ultimately culminates in failure, McGrady's performance is destined to be remembered as legendary. The atmosphere in the arena had grown so tense it felt as if one could squeeze water from it. Every spectator held their breath, awaiting the possibility of witnessing the birth of a miracle in these final 7 seconds. Old Thomas anxiously rubbed his hands together, swearing that he had never felt such tension, not even during the finals of his playing days. The Bulls held possession, and Harper initiated the play by inbounding the ball to Pippen. Kongbu's heart sank momentarily as Pippen leapt to catch the ball, releasing it to Jordan while still airborne. The pass covered a considerable distance, and by the time the ball reached Jordan, several seconds had elapsed. Under ordinary circumstances, Jordan might have refrained from shooting at this juncture, especially since they held possession and led by a single point. If the timer expired, victory would be theirs. However, McGrady's earlier words had deeply provoked him. Upon receiving the ball, he noticed McGrady approaching to draw a foul and immediately took a 3-point shot. After enduring several consecutive pull-up threes from McGrady, Jordan was eager to reclaim his footing. Little did he realize that this impulsive decision would exact a devastating toll on the Bulls. With a resounding thud, the three-pointer, not being Jordan's forte, failed to find the net. Small forwards fought valiantly to secure the defensive rebound. On the sidelines, Kongbu dared not delay, promptly calling a timeout. Only 2 seconds remained on the clock, the last chance for the Raptors to clinch victory. Deep breaths, relax. McGrady sat on the bench as Kongbu massaged his shoulders. With 2 seconds left, they could inbound from the half-court line. Tracy, this final attack is in your hands. Take a three-pointer. Marsh and Snow, position yourselves for a screen, ensuring you remain stationary to avoid an illegal pick. Kongbu steadfastly entrusted the ball to McGrady, convinced that his fiery touch would lead the Raptors to triumph. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Given the narrow 1-point margin, Zen Master likely feared the Raptors would attempt a 2-pointer on this possession. Hence, the defensive strategy was to compress towards the 3-point line. This was a reasonable and standard defensive arrangement. Unfortunately for him, Kongbu had no intention of following the conventional path. The Raptors had no desire to shoot for 2. With only 2 seconds remaining, the variables of passing within the 3-point arc were far too great. They might as well take a gamble. They were but a step away from seizing a victory. Small forwards stood ready to inbound the ball. The Warrior, meanwhile, moved without the ball, hoping to fortuitously draw a foul from a Bulls player, potentially earning 2 free throws. The moment small forward released the ball, Snow and Marsh planted themselves firmly as McGrady soared to catch it. In the instant he landed, McGrady's astonishing vertical leap played a crucial role, executing a swift, leaning 3-point shot. As the basketball soared through the air, the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. All eyes were fixated on the hoop, breaths held in anticipation. Thud! The ball struck the rim, bouncing high. Kong Bu's heart raced. Had they failed? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the basketball descended in a perfect arc, commencing a circular dance upon the rim. 1 revolution. 2 revolutions. 3 revolutions. Kong Bu felt as if he might suffocate, a thin layer of cold sweat forming on his back. After what felt like an eternity, a muffled sound resonated, and the basketball swished through the net. It was in. A buzzer-beater three-pointer for the win. In the final minute, the Toronto Raptors orchestrated a miraculous turnaround, overcoming a 10-point deficit to seize a 2-point lead as the final buzzer sounded. The arena erupted in exuberance, with countless fans chanting the name of Tracy McGrady. Within that breathtaking minute, McGrady scored an astonishing 15 points, leading his team to triumph over the formidable Bulls. This night, he was indeed the hero of Toronto. Coach Kahn, elated beyond measure, rushed onto the court to embrace McGrady. "I knew it. I knew you could do it. Well done. This is the Tracy McGrady I have always envisioned." Relishing the adulation of the crowd, McGrady trembled with excitement, a physical manifestation of adrenaline coursing through his veins as he held Coach Kahn tightly, his eyes glistening with gratitude. "Coach, thank you for never giving up on me. Thank you for always believing in me," McGrady said, his voice quivering, finally grasping the emotional weight of the earlier scene when small Allen wept inconsolably after the game. Without Kahn's unwavering support, he would still be drifting aimlessly through life, utterly deprived of the overwhelming waves of applause that now enveloped him. In a single evening, McGrady felt a profound maturation, awakening to the depth of Kahn's earnest intentions. "Enough of these sentimental words. Go and savor your night," Kahn advised, patting McGrady's shoulder before stepping off the court towards the exuberant old Thomas, who, in a state of euphoric frenzy, embraced spectators of all ages, shouting and celebrating. This victory was exhilarating, a true testament to the Raptors' ascendance. Before defeating the Bulls, some still regarded the Raptors' success as mere fortune, speculating that they might falter in the latter half of the season. Now, having conquered even the once invincible Bulls, who would dare claim that the Raptors triumphed solely by luck? "Dear Kahn, congratulations on retaining your position as head coach," old Thomas jested, recalling their previous wager. Kahn's face lit up with a mischievous grin as he replied, "Mr. Thomas, perhaps it is time we discuss a raise. Don't you think my salary is rather paltry?" Indeed, the very moment victory was secured, Kahn's initial thought was to negotiate a salary increase with old Thomas. With an annual salary of $1 million, netting him $700,000, Kahn felt as though he was engaged in charitable work given the Raptors' current performance. Chapter 42. "I want a salary higher than Larry Brown." Old Thomas was nearly choked with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that after defeating the Bulls, Kong Bu's first demand was for a salary increase. What other absurdities could this individual possibly conjure? "Cough, keep your voice down. We shall discuss this matter tomorrow. You are now a well-known head coach in the league. Could you not consider the ramifications of your words?" Old Thomas retorted with irritation. "Very well. I shall visit your office tomorrow. Let me make it clear. My salary must not be lower than Larry Brown's." Kong Bu recalled that Larry Brown earned approximately $4 million annually with the 76ers, a figure that aligned with his expectations. Given his aspirations of purchasing a home in the Magic City, a salary increase was of utmost importance to Kong Bu. An additional million in hand now could translate to $50 million over 20 years. Who wouldn't covet such a lucrative investment? Old Thomas, seizing the opportunity to taunt Jordan, led Kong Bu towards the Bulls bench. "Long time no see, Michael. The Bulls remain formidable. Tonight, you nearly clinched victory." Kong Bu winced at old Thomas's remarks. It seemed rather petty. The win was, in truth, a mere fluke. In that last minute, the Raptors had 1,000 ways to lose, yet they managed to seize the one opportunity to triumph. McGrady had drained 4 consecutive three-pointers and sunk 3 free throws. It was likely he had exhausted his luck for a lifetime. Kong Bu even pondered whether the chaotic nature of his own performance would eclipse the brilliance of the authentic McGrady moments. Were that the case, McGrady would undoubtedly suffer the loss. 35 seconds for 13 points, 60 seconds for 15. The authenticity and marvel of the genuine McGrady moments undoubtedly held greater value. "Isaiah, this victory is indeed worthy of your excitement, considering you haven't won a significant game in several seasons," Jordan retorted sharply to old Thomas's jibe. "And you, Kong Bu? Do not become too smug. Should we meet in the playoffs, I shall make your existence unbearable." Kong Bu was left perplexed, standing silently, having said nothing, yet was still subjected to Jordan's scorn. To whom could he voice his grievances? Before he could formulate a retort, Zen Master had already guided the Bulls away from the scene. Watching them exit in defeat brought Kongbu a sense of satisfaction. Kong, shouldn't you express your gratitude towards me? Were it not for my intervention, you might still be keeping that young man on the bench. The young man old Thomas referred to was, of course, McGrady. Kongbu rolled his eyes. This old-timer was inept in every regard yet excelled in claiming credit. The following morning, McGrady's miraculous feat dominated the headlines of major media outlets. Such a monumental event sent shockwaves throughout the entire basketball community. The last time a miracle had graced the court was during the '95 Eastern Conference Finals. Known as the Miller time, when the Pacers faced the Knicks, Miller had achieved an astounding 8 points in 8.9 seconds, leading the Pacers to an improbable victory over the Knicks. It is worth mentioning that the 8.9 seconds is not merely the time remaining in the game. To be precise, there were still 18.7 seconds left when Miller scored 8 consecutive points. Achieving 8 points in 18.7 seconds presents a challenge comparable to the infamous T-Mac moment from this evening, yet it pales in comparison to the original T-Mac moment. For over half a month prior, McGrady had remained under the radar, even facing a temporary suspension from his team. However, once the final minute concluded, he stood in the spotlight, emerging as a globally celebrated superstar. The media lavished him with praise, while his signing company, Adidas, also became involved, subtly enhancing his fame to promote their sneakers. Currently, McGrady is the sole player on the Raptors with a sneaker contract. Before he had even signed with the Raptors, he had already secured a 6-year, $12 million shoe deal with Adidas. Coach Cambro had hoped McGrady would bide his time, noting that Kobe signed with Adidas in '96 for 6 years at $48 million, and Iverson for 10 years at $50 million. In this light, McGrady's sneaker contract seemed rather undervalued. Had he waited a year to showcase his worth, he could have commanded a sneaker contract worth at least $10 million annually. Unfortunately, Cambro found it difficult to broach this subject. He was merely the head coach, not McGrady's agent. With McGrady basking in success, Cambro himself became a highly sought-after coach in the league. Local Toronto businesses began to court Cambro for endorsements. He was open to all offers, whether for beer, syrup, bottled water, or even bed linens and toilet paper, as long as the financial compensation was satisfactory. He found himself in dire need of funds. That evening, McGrady led the Raptors in a celebratory outing, with their next home game against the Bucks, a match they could win with their eyes closed. Cambro chose not to dampen their spirits and allowed them to enjoy their revelry. The following morning, he promptly called old Thomas to schedule a meeting. The purpose of this meeting was undoubtedly to discuss a raise. Upon entering old Thomas's office, he found Boss Baitov present as well, given that Cambro's demands were not trivial. He had heard that the young players had gone out to celebrate the previous night. As the head coach, it is imperative that you exercise stricter discipline. Have you heard about the recent incident involving the 3rd overall pick selected by Boston? Now, I find myself embroiled in a lawsuit, the weight of which threatens to obliterate my entire career. I have no desire for my player to be escorted to the police station. As soon as Thomas entered, he began to ramble incessantly. Kongbu was taken aback. Had Billup's indiscretions finally come to light? He could not help but display a look of astonishment. This is indeed a delightful occurrence. In the blink of an eye, he reined in his smile. While others were hastening to queue for their numbers, he found himself reveling in their misfortune, which was rather uncharitable. This smile had surely cost him a decade's worth of merit. Kong, last night Isaiah mentioned your desire for a raise. I see no issue with it, given your capabilities. You undoubtedly deserve a more substantial salary. Larry Brown's annual salary is $4 million. We will elevate your annual salary to $4 million this year. How does that sound? Bitoff was quite forthright, directly offering a salary comparable to that of Larry Brown. He found no justification to decline, as the Raptors' transformative change was entirely attributable to Kongbu. He is undoubtedly worth this price. To say nothing of other factors, just the presence of Big Ben alone is worth significantly more than $4 million. Mutombo, a fellow elite blue-collar center, commands an annual salary of $9.62 million, while Big Ben was nearly acquired by Kongbu for a mere fraction, earning only $240,000. This means the Raptors enjoy the services of a top-tier center valued at $9.62 million while only expending $240,000. The prowess of Wuxing, based on current market rates, should command at least $500,000, yet his salary is also merely $240,000. Xiao, a well-rounded interior player excelling in both offense and defense, is valued even more extravagantly, with a market price that could easily exceed $10 million, while he currently earns just $950,000. Kongbu has brought not only exceptional current performance to the Raptors, but has also saved owner Bitoff countless dollars in player salaries. With minimal expenditure, they are enjoying a top-tier roster. Thus, it is utterly unreasonable for Bitoff to refuse Kombu's request for a salary increase. It simply cannot be. Just when Bitoff believed that the matter was settled, Kombu outright refused. Old Thomas's face turned an alarming shade of liver red. Young man, do not push your luck. My annual salary is merely 3.6 million, and yet you are still dissatisfied with an offer of 4 million? Kombu shook his head, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Of course, he was satisfied. However, he demanded a salary of 4.01 million, precisely 1,000 more than Larry Brown. Furthermore, this contract must be made public. Confidentiality was not an option. Upon hearing this, Bitoff exchanged a wry smile with old Thomas, pondering what deep-seated animosity could drive someone to demand a yearly salary of 4.01 million, clearly intending to vex Larry Brown. That afternoon, the Raptors convened a press conference to announce the news of Kombu's new contract. Upon learning that Kombu's new deal was set at 4.01 million, the reporters exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the rationale behind such an oddly specific figure. For a moment, they could hardly fathom the connection to Larry Brown. However, those within the circle who were aware of the discord between Kom and Larry Brown immediately grasped Kom's intention. Was it not blatantly obvious that he sought to vex Larry Brown? According to the assistant coach of the 76ers, on that particular afternoon, Old Brown shattered at least 3 cups in the office and vented his frustrations into the air for no less than an hour. Chapter 43, The Blue Enchantress and Golden Chelsea. On November 10th, during the Raptors' final home game of the season, they faced off against the Milwaukee Bucks. While the match itself held little significance, the day bore a special meaning. It was the birthday of Coach Kombu. By 8 in the morning, he had already arrived at the training facility, a routine he had cultivated over the past 6 months. The training domain was only effective within 30 meters of Kombu. So regardless of whether the players had arrived or not, he steadfastly appeared at 8 o'clock. Fortunately, there were no obsessive individuals in the Raptors ranks who preferred to bask in the Toronto sun at 4 in the afternoon. Have you had breakfast? Here you go. Happy birthday. Old Thomas, rarely seen at such an early hour, presented Kombu with a sandwich. This is how you celebrate my birthday? A vegetarian sandwich, no less. Given our relationship, shouldn't I at least be receiving a luxurious Rolex? Kombu chuckled. Old Thomas fell silent, suddenly pondering what their relationship might have been had they crossed paths during his playing days. It would have undoubtedly been a fierce rivalry, perhaps even overshadowing any issues he had with Jordan. A gold watch? Only a bumpkin would wear such a thing. Have you seen any other coaches sporting gold watches? I've called you here to inform you of an addition to your coaching staff. Kombu's curiosity was piqued. His current coaching team could only be described as meager. Other teams boasted an array of talented coaches, offensive, defensive, low-post specialists, and even shooting coaches. In contrast, Kombu's coaching staff consisted solely of Newman, who was not only the chief assistant, but also the only assistant. During the offseason, the Raptors aimed to cut costs and tank for a top draft pick, naturally minimizing expenditures on coaching. Who is it? How old? Kombu inquired, genuinely interested as he was in dire need of assistance. Ahem, 26 years old, Old Thomas replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. 26? Are you certain this is an addition? Let me guess, is this your friend's son looking to gain some experience? Kombu's intuition had struck true. Old Thomas then briefly explained the situation, confirming Kombu's suspicions. The newcomer was indeed seeking to gain experience. Brendan Malone, the former chief assistant of the notorious Bad Boys of Detroit, shared a close bond with Old Thomas. As the Raptors gradually ascended, Malone hoped to position himself as an assistant in anticipation of the team's rise to prominence, thus allowing him to share in the glory. This further validated Larry Brown's assertion that the league was indeed a vast web of connections. Under different circumstances, Kombu would have outright refused such a proposition. Why should he allow the offspring of others to bask in the glory of his hard-earned achievements? However, Mike Malone was different. His coaching abilities surpassed those of his father, Brendan Malone, and thus presented a promising addition to the team. Throughout his life, Lau Malong has primarily served as an assistant coach, while Xiao Malong has gone on to coach several teams, even leading one to achieve the top position in their division. Most notably, his coaching philosophy aligns closely with that of Kombu, both placing immense emphasis on defense. Brendan has never sought assistance from anyone, and when he approached me, I found it difficult to decline. I have encountered that young man. He is quite a well-behaved individual. Consider him as an apprentice by your side, and you need not worry about salary. Though he is indeed quite young, aren't you just 28 years old yourself? Kongbu chuckled. Well-behaved? Xiao Malong is far from being docile. He is known for his fiery temperament, unafraid to chastise referees as cowards from the sidelines. Very well. I shall agree to your request. Kongbu nodded in assent. This could be a fortuitous opportunity, marking the beginning of nurturing a trusted coaching figure. As evening descended, the game against the Bucks commenced. Following an extraordinary performance, T-Mac was set to continue his momentum, retaining his starting position and granted unlimited shooting freedom. However, it seemed as if he had exhausted a lifetime's worth of luck, delivering a rather pedestrian performance that evening, devoid of any highlights. In 33 minutes of play, he attempted 21 shots, making 9, and converted 4 of 6 free throws, totaling 24 points. While not poor, it also lacked brilliance. If players like Wu Xing or Marsh had taken 21 shots, they would likely have achieved at least 24 points as well. In the first half, the Raptors dominated the Bucks, but in the second half, Ray Allen suddenly erupted, scoring 28 points and nearly turning the tide against the Raptors. The Bucks' three-point shooting is notable. The very first three-pointer in NBA history was made by their current head coach, Chris Ford. Kongbu found himself coveting Ray Allen's three-point prowess, precisely what the Raptors currently lacked. After the game against the Bulls, Kongbu pondered over the disparities between the two teams. Upon reflection, beyond Jordan's overwhelming presence, much of the gap lay within the team's three-point shooters. The Raptors desperately need a sharpshooter capable of maintaining a three-point shooting percentage above 40. It seems they may need more than one. T-Mac, Wu Sheng, and Marsh are the core of the Raptors' offense, yet their three-point shooting remains inconsistent. Certainly not as reliable as that of Kerr. While Wu Xing and Marsh can shoot threes, their performance varies dramatically. One game they may hit 4 out of 5, while the next they could miss all 5 attempts. Although T-Mac is perceived as an elite three-point shooter by fans, statistically, he holds the lowest shooting percentage among the top 4 shooting guards. If the opportunity arises in the future to acquire Billups, it could address some of the shortcomings in their three-point shooting. After the game, following a handshake with Chris Ford, Kongbu took a moment to engage Ray Allen in casual conversation. Regardless of the circumstances, it is wise to cultivate familiarity. Such connections may present future opportunities to enlist Ray Allen. With a win over the Bucks, the Raptors improved their record to 10 wins and 2 losses, firmly establishing themselves at the pinnacle of the league standings. If they maintain this winning percentage, the Raptors could achieve at least 65 victories this season. The current record has transcended the mere question of good or bad. The Raptors have collectively secured fewer than 50 victories over the past 2 seasons. The following afternoon, Kongbu and his entourage boarded a flight to New York, where their first game of a 4-game road trip awaited them against the New York Knicks. On the plane, DeBen led the group to gather around Kongbu. Coach, we were unable to celebrate your birthday yesterday due to the game. However, we have prepared gifts for you. This is a present from President Thomas. He asked me to deliver it to you. With that, DeBen handed over a delicately crafted gift box, no larger than a palm. Upon opening it, Kongbu was taken aback to find a gleaming gold Rolex Daytona inside, resplendent in its luster and undoubtedly of considerable value. The Daytona, at the very least, must be worth $30,000. So exquisite, truly a work of art. It is no wonder it is a Rolex. The eyes of DeBen and his companions sparkled with excitement as they exclaimed in astonishment. As individuals of African descent, they possessed an innate allure towards luxury brands such as Rolex and Cadillac. Kongbu felt a warmth in his heart, despite old Thomas's daily threats to strangle him. He did not hesitate to act when the moment called for it. Just the previous morning, he had jokingly mentioned wanting a Rolex gold watch, and Thomas had immediately set off to purchase one. Coach, this is my gift for you. I may not possess the wealth of President Thomas to afford such extravagant presents, but I had this custom made by a designer, so rest assured it is far from a mere roadside trinket. DeBen then revealed his own gift from behind, an exquisite sapphire blue suit. Kongbu was left utterly speechless. The blue enchantress. This hue is exquisitely pure. Undoubtedly the true blue enchantress herself. Absolutely flawless. I purchased a pair of striking Beatles-inspired leather shoes for the coach, which perfectly complements his exquisite suit. Tomorrow, we will compete at Madison Square Garden, broadcasted live across the nation. Adorned in this attire, the coach is sure to ignite the crowd. After sharing this, Wu Xing revealed his own gift, a pair of dazzling shoes, embedded with a myriad of colorful gemstones, gleaming even more brilliantly than a Rolex watch. Kongbu nearly choked with disbelief. Indeed, wherever there exists a blue enchantress, there is bound to be a golden Chelsea. What Beatles shoes? Is this not simply a golden Chelsea? Chapter 44. Confrontation with the New York gang. African Americans generally favor flamboyant and extravagant attire, a sentiment that even the affable Big Ben cannot escape. Kong Bu, impoverished to the core, donned a suit worth a mere $200 during the competition, a choice that starkly contrasted with his status in the eyes of Big Ben and his peers. To put it kindly, the suit was modest. To put it bluntly, it appeared rather shabby. Seizing the opportunity, they outfitted Kong Bu in what they envisioned as the most splendid ensemble. Big Ben, with over 10 siblings, had to allocate a portion of his meager salary to support his mother and family, yet he still spent $4,000 to procure a suit for Kong Bu. Wu Xing's situation was similar. Emerging from the lower echelons of society, he splurged over $3,000 on a pair of golden Chelsea boots. Little Ao gifted a gold chain, which was thicker than the leash he once used for his Siberian husky. McGrady, coming from a more affluent background, displayed a keener sense of style by presenting a diamond-studded cufflink. Canby, Bowen, and Snow also contributed various gifts. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kong Bu gazed at his friends, realizing that they were not mere NPCs in a game, but living, breathing companions and brothers. Upon arriving in New York, he received a welcoming call from Knicks head coach Jeff Van Gundy. Both Little Van Gundy and his brother Stan are products of the Pat Riley coaching tree, having served as assistants under Riley. The Knicks are often regarded as a team with ample financial resources yet lacking in discernment. They tend to purchase expensive players instead of suitable ones. Their coaches have been high-profile, first employing Pat Riley and then the eccentric genius, Old Nelson. Year after year, they aspire to construct a championship-caliber team, yet consistently end up with a subpar ensemble, akin to a bicycle that frequently breaks down. The most striking impression left by the current Knicks is not their competitive prowess, but their propensity for chaos. The infamous reputation of the New York gang is not unfounded. The original gang featured formidable players such as Ewing, the young Anthony Mason, the veteran Oakley, and Starks, all of whom left indelible marks in NBA history. Ewing needs no introduction. Oakley earned his reputation through sheer force, and while many players in the NBA have dared to speak ill of Stern, none have ever crossed Oakley. Starks, a point guard and one of the most successful undrafted players in NBA history, is not particularly tall, possibly owing to his mother's Native American heritage. Yet he possesses an exceptionally muscular physique, making him somewhat of a giant among point guards. Young Mason was renowned for his muscular build, with arms thicker than most people's thighs. After he joined the Knicks, alongside old Oakley, the team never again faced a major brawl. It was not that these two shied away from confrontation, but rather that other teams recognized the futility of challenging them and chose to swallow their pride instead. In any case, engaging in a fight would likely yield unfavorable results. If one were to emerge victorious, they would risk leaving their opponent looking like a bruised mess. Thus, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. Compared to the notorious bad boys of the same era, the gangs of New York exhibit a notable distinction. The bad boys would immediately resort to ruthless aggression, whereas the gangs prefer to initiate with a display of muscular confrontation, leveraging their physical strength to instigate clashes. If they manage to overpower their adversaries, negotiations become feasible. However, should they fail to assert dominance, the situation could escalate into a fierce boxing match, captivating the audience with its intensity. One can hardly imagine a typical team daring to provoke a horde of muscle-bound brutes. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, the players began to enter the arena, signaling that the match was about to commence. Kong Bu did not disappoint his teammates. Donning the carefully selected birthday gifts, a striking blue outfit, known as the Blue Enchantress, paired with golden Chelsea attire. Currently, the NBA has yet to enforce a dress code, and the league shows little concern for the attire of players or coaches, provided that they do not appear in mere shorts on the sidelines. In fact, even if a dress code were to be instituted, Kong Bu's Blue Enchantress would still qualify as formal wear, rendering it compliant. The luminous blue ensemble quickly transformed Kong Bu into the focal point of the evening, his towering height of 185 meters and handsome visage exuding an air of elegance. "Boss, you look incredibly handsome. Everyone is captivated by you. Some girls are practically swooning. You are more dashing than Brad Pitt or Keanu Reeves. It is truly a loss for the entertainment industry that you did not become a movie star." This flattery did not originate from a player, but rather from the newly arrived Mike Malone, formerly an assistant coach at a university in New York. He opted to remain in the city when the Raptors came to play, skipping the trip to Toronto. Having spent less than a day with Malone, Kong Bu's most prominent impression of him was that of a master flatterer. Malone's compliments flowed effortlessly, as if they required no thought at all. The irony was that Kong Bu found the flattery quite pleasing, Who could possibly resist being told they looked handsome? Young Mike. Your task tonight is to observe the game closely and provide me with defensive insights, Kongbu instructed. Malone quickly waved his hands, asserting, "The Raptors are currently ranked second in defensive efficiency. I lack the authority to offer suggestions. Not even Larry Brown would qualify. My purpose here is to learn everything from you, both offensively and defensively." Kongbu felt a twinge of embarrassment at Malone's keen awareness. It would be a waste of talent if he did not pursue a career in politics. Moments later, the starting lineups took to the court. The Raptors' starting five featured Big Ben, Little O, the Warrior, T-Mac, and Snow. The Knicks lineup included Ewing, the Old Oak, the Big Mama, the mid-range King Houston, and Starks. As the game commenced, the Knicks wasted no time in ramping up the intensity of their play. Starks charged like a frenzied boar, aggressively jostling Snow from the perimeter. Some of his actions were certainly worthy of a foul call, yet the fact that it was the Knicks' home court meant the referees turned a blind eye. The Old Oak. Oakley may not match the height of the young O, yet his robust physique far surpasses that of the latter. At this moment, he muttered something under his breath, certainly not kind words, causing young O to furrow his brow. It was not merely idle banter. His movements were also quite vigorous. In less than 3 minutes since the beginning, Kongbu had already witnessed him throw elbows twice. Neither Big Ben nor the Warrior fared much better. As they were both engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with their respective opponents, Ewing and the Big Mama. Only McGrady seemed to escape any targeted aggression as his counterpart. Allen Houston was an anomaly among the group. Even in the most disreputable company, there exists an individual who rises above the muck, in the rogues gallery. That individual was Joe Dumars, celebrated for his gentlemanly demeanor. The league even renamed the Sportsmanship Award in his honor. Houston's situation was similar, amidst a cadre of hardened villains. He stood out as a rare beacon of integrity. As Kongbu watched the game, his frustration grew. The Knicks veterans were becoming increasingly insufferable. Did they truly believe the Raptors were merely pliable soft targets? When Kongbu was assembling his roster, he had primarily considered the challenge posed by the New York gangsters. He had expended considerable effort to forge the ironclad team he envisioned, and if they were to be outmaneuvered by these seasoned veterans, all his efforts would be in vain. To seize a moment during the dead ball, Kongbu called for a timeout. The Raptors were not trailing. In fact, they led by 2 points. Yet Kongbu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration that necessitated this pause. Had he been frequenting nightclubs too much lately, mingling with too many women? That he too had begun to act like one? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? You are committing a crime. Ben, you are the captain of this team. Ewing throws elbows, and your own are merely for show? Stephen, if I am not mistaken, Big Mama has at least elbowed you twice. Has your finger been broken? Can't you retaliate? Eric, if Starks pushes you, you must push back. Being placed in the starting position does not grant you the liberty to exhibit gentlemanly decorum. Kongbu erupted in anger toward his players. This was his first instance of directing his ire at Big Ben and others. Their lackluster performance had deeply disappointed him. He had initially contemplated chastising young O, but upon reflection, he realized that the 19-year-old was utterly powerless against the seasoned Oakley. Chapter 45. Strike. In every industry, seasoned veterans relish the opportunity to intimidate promising newcomers, and the NBA is no exception. The more extraordinary the rookie's performance, the more likely they are to become the target of these veterans' machinations. Currently, the Toronto Raptors boast a significant number of the league's most talked-about young talents. And the seasoned Knicks players are not about to let such an opportunity slip through their fingers. They remain blissfully unaware of the caliber of their opponents. At this moment, the Knicks bench is filled with laughter and revelry. They take pleasure in bullying the opposing team, who seem utterly powerless to retaliate. The rookie, named Jermaine. What right does he have to achieve such statistics? Indeed, within the confines of our Knicks, he could not possibly attain such figures. The Bulls are faltering. Having succumbed to this fledgling team, old friends, let us show them what the league is truly about tonight, they exclaim with growing excitement. Meanwhile, the Raptors bench feels as if they are enduring the biting chill of winter. Players like Dwayne and others dare not breathe a word, their heads bowed in submission. They are not strangers to Coach K's wrath, but this time, they are the targets. When each of you joined this team, I made it abundantly clear. While I can accept players with flaws in their abilities, I will not tolerate a soft player within my ranks. When you take the court, remember this: whatever they do to you, return it twofold. I will be watching from the sidelines, and if you cannot meet this expectation, there will be no place for you on my team. Coach K issued a stern ultimatum. In any situation, one act of cowardice can lead to another. Who can guarantee that the Raptors will not become accustomed to such behavior after cowering before the New York gang? He signaled for Dwayne, Camby, Vince, Marsh, and Bowen to take the court. This was the Raptors' strongest lineup. The game may be lost, but pride must remain intact. Now go out there and do what you were meant to do, Coach K commanded, and the players clenched their fists as they stepped onto the court. The Knicks players exchanged puzzled glances, sensing an unusual tension in the air, though they paid it little mind. After all, this group of rookies was nearly a decade younger than them. During the Raptors' offensive possession, Marsh received a pass from Vince and began to challenge the formidable Larry Johnson. Johnson, the first overall pick of 1991, initially played as a power forward for the Hornets before joining the Knicks, where he transitioned to the small forward position due to his height of merely 198 centimeters. Marsh exerted all his strength, colliding with Johnson as he drove toward the paint. In terms of sheer power, Marsh was no match for Johnson. Yet, it was precisely this audacious style of play that served as a provocation. Johnson felt the impact against his chest, anger flickering across his face. As Marsh approached the free throw line, he spun and released a shot. The motion appeared somewhat clumsy, devoid of elegance. Swish. The ball went in, adding 2 points to the scoreboard. Marsh, elated, thumped his chest and let out a triumphant roar. This action thoroughly infuriated the formidable Johnson, who began to chant fervently while pressing his head against Marshburn. Youngster, who bestowed upon you such audacity? Do you require a lesson in humility from your elders? Upon hearing this, Marshburn erupted into laughter. Youngster, do you believe you possess the right to address me as such? In my prime, you wouldn't even be worthy of lacing my shoes. Even with my injuries, I could still easily dominate you on the small forward position. While others may fear Johnson, Marshburn remained unperturbed, as his father was a legitimate heavyweight champion, instilling in him a resilience against Johnson's bravado. Moreover, Marshburn's words were irrefutable truths that Johnson could not contest. Johnson was the top pick of 91, while Marshburn was the 4th overall selection in 93. And thus their entry into the league was merely 2 years apart. During their peak years, Marshburn's prowess was unparalleled, with few small forwards capable of contending with him. Conversely, when Johnson played the power forward for the Hornets, he averaged an impressive 20 points and 10 rebounds per game. However, such statistics were not uncommon during the era of interior play, with at least 10 players in the league boasting similar figures. Johnson's height, though, rendered his achievements particularly noteworthy, aiding in his rise to fame. Transitioning to the small forward position, his statistics dwindled to an average of around 13 points and 6 rebounds. Marshburn possessed ample confidence in proclaiming his earlier statements, as he averaged 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists over 30 minutes on the court with the Raptors, who were at the pinnacle of the league standings far beyond the Knicks' reach. You insufferable brat. Johnson, known for his volatile temperament, could scarcely tolerate Marshburn's disdain. In his tenure with the Hornets, he had a fierce rivalry with Mourning, the 2nd pick of 92, as both vied for the position of alpha within the team, resulting in a tumultuous relationship. Eventually, they parted ways, one joining the Knicks and the other the Heat, deepening their animosity. The Heat's orchestrator, Pat Riley, once clashed with the Knicks general manager during his coaching tenure, leading to his departure and an enduring feud with the Knicks. The two teams subsequently engaged in 2 notorious brawls, among the most memorable in NBA history. When rivals meet, tensions escalate. The first brawl saw Johnson unleash a flurry of blows upon Mourning, rendering him defenseless. The second featured the iconic moment of Van Gundy clinging to Mourning's leg, desperately trying to halt his pursuit of a Knicks player. In a bid to protect his team, Van Gundy rushed onto the court, wrapping himself around Mourning's leg like a hammock, earning him the nickname the Vampire of New York along with a new moniker of the hammock. Considering Johnson's fiery temperament, it was inevitable that he would not tolerate Marshburn's taunting remarks. He extended his robust arms and forcefully pushed Marshburn, exhibiting a modicum of restraint by refraining from throwing a punch immediately. Marshburn was no pushover either. Once he regained his footing, he immediately pushed back. This shove served as the spark that ignited the powder keg that was the big man. The big man swung his right arm, delivering a powerful punch aimed straight at Marshburn's forehead. Despite his height being considerably less than Mourning's, Marshburn had managed to dominate him through his exceptional boxing skills. Unfortunately for him, tonight he faced Marshburn, who came from a family with a profound legacy. Marshburn tilted his head to the side, narrowly evading the heavy blow, then launched simultaneous left and right hooks at the big man. Both punches landed squarely, though their force was not as immense as that of the muscular beasts. These 2 strikes stunned the big man instantly. He could hardly have imagined in his wildest dreams that this young man would dare to throw punches at him, not just 1, but 2. The big man completely lost his composure and charged forward, grabbing Marshburn and unleashing a flurry of punches like raindrops. The chaotic blows struck Marshburn's body, immediately drawing blood from a gash above his eyebrow, with crimson flowing freely. Enduring the searing pain, the monstrous Marshburn no longer held back. He retaliated with wild punches, striking wherever he could. This sudden turn of events unfolded in an instant, leaving everyone dumbfounded. These two had just started fighting out of nowhere. Combo leapt up from the bench and shouted from the sidelines, "Fight!" His roar sounded like a battle horn signaling a charge. Dabin, Camby, whooshing, and Bowen sprinted toward the big man. By now, the big man had the upper hand, both in mass and strength, and quickly pinned Marshburn beneath him, pounding him relentlessly. Bowen, who was closest, executed a flying kick aimed directly at the big man's head, a classic heavenly broken foot maneuver. The entire crowd gasped. This move was ruthless. The big man was knocked to the ground, clutching his head and wailing in pain. Even Konbu was startled. Bowen was usually a quiet one on the team, but when it came down to it, he was truly willing to strike with deadly force. In fact, Konbu had underestimated Bowen's gratitude and loyalty toward him. From a player who barely saw a minute or two of game time all season, Bowen had risen to become a key rotational player on the league's top-ranked team, a miraculous transformation. When Konbu called for a fight, Bowen's first thought was that he absolutely must not fall short of anyone else. Chapter 46, A Resounding Whack. A right whip kick. As the elderly lady was struck down by Bowen's devastating blow, the Knicks players felt a surge of indignation. It had always been the New York veterans dishing out punishment. When had they ever been subjected to such treatment? The formidable Ewing was incensed. As the cornerstone of the Knicks and in front of 20,000 home fans, he could not afford to lose face. He glared at Bowen and charged towards him. Bowen, known for his cunning tactics, was not one to be confronted head-on. Even three Bowens combined might not stand a chance against Ewing. Sensing the impending confrontation, Big Ben swiftly shielded Bowen behind him, puffing out his chest defiantly as he faced Ewing. Ewing had commanded respect in the league for many years. Even a titan like O'Neal had to concede to him. Yet here was this diminutive center, resembling a reptile, daring to challenge him. To the outside world, Big Ben was a rare gem among emerging talents, but to Ewing, he was insignificant. In a fit of rage, Ewing swung his fist at the oblivious Big Ben. Lacking the agility of Marshmallow, Big Ben could not evade the blow, which struck him squarely on the nape of his neck. In that moment, Big Ben's temper flared. He had no desire to sever ties with the Knicks, primarily due to the long-standing bond with Oakley. Years ago, when Big Ben's physical prowess was lacking and his academic performance dismal, no NCAA team would accept him. He was relegated to a community college until he encountered the influential Oakley, who recommended him to Virginia Union University, Oakley's alma mater. Loyal to his benefactor, Big Ben could never raise a fist against Oakley. Yet now, as the captain of the Raptors and an elder brother to his teammates, he had to step up. Had he not intervened, Bowen would surely have faced a brutal beating. Still simmering with anger after receiving Ewing's blow, Big Ben seethed. Was Ewing the only one who could claim dominance? Did he not also have pride? With determination, Big Ben wrapped his arms around Ewing, unleashing a tremendous force as he tackled him to the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This man was relentless, having brought down the mighty Ewing. The moniker gorilla was not merely a reflection of his resemblance to the creature, but also a testament to his robust physique akin to a silverback. Yet now, he appeared utterly vulnerable beneath Big Ben's might. Who, indeed, was the true gorilla? Just as Big Ben toppled Ewing, the Knicks' second-in-command, Oakley, sprang into action. He paid no heed to the scuffle between Big Ben and Ewing, perhaps feeling reluctant to take action against someone he had once elevated. His focus remained on Bowen. Camby immediately dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Oakley. "You think you can stop me?" Oakley gazed at the slender Camby with a wry smile, his gleaming white teeth presenting an unsettling sight. Camby was the epitome of reckless bravery, unafraid even to confront an admiral, let alone someone of Oakley's lesser status in the league. Lousy not only sought to obstruct you, but also yearned to strike you. "I have endured you for far too long, you old fool." Without uttering a word, Camby swung his fist directly at the old oak. The spectators were left in utter shock. Who would dare to throw a punch at the old oak? This world is truly mad. While others wouldn't even dare to speak ill of the old oak behind his back, this impetuous youth charged forward with his fists. Did he truly not grasp the terror of the old oak? Soon enough, Camby would pay the price for his reckless audacity. A powerful blow from the old oak landed squarely on Camby's face, causing blood to gush from his nose like a fountain. He fell backward, unconscious. Streetwise delinquents possess a certain wisdom. When encountering someone who trembles before a fight, one must remain vigilant. Their shaking is not born of fear, but rather the exhilaration brought on by adrenaline. Such was the case with Wuxing, who trembled not from excitement, but from witnessing Camby's grievous injury. Having previously fought alongside Camby against the formidable Levi, their bond had deepened through shared adversity. In this moment, he cast aside all hesitation. Whether it was the old oak or not, he decided to strike first. He rushed forward, leaping high to deliver a crushing elbow to the old oak's head. The force of the blow was so great that it sent the old oak crashing to the ground, motionless. Wuxing barely had time to revel in his triumph over the old oak before he felt a tightening grip around his throat. It was the formidable ant from behind. Remarkably, after enduring Bao Wen's devastating kick to the head, she seemed unfazed. Rising to her feet, she did not seek out Bao Wen, but instead charged directly towards Wuxing. Marshben, who had just suffered a brutal beating, his face marred beyond recognition, struggled to rise and aid Wuxing. Houston, the mid-range king, could not simply stand by and watch. He seized Marshben by the collar, forcing him back to the ground. Observing this, Bao Wen attempted to replicate his earlier tactic, ready to deliver another brutal kick. However, Starks was quicker, landing a solid punch squarely on Bao Wen's face, causing blood to pour from his nose as if it were free. On the sidelines, Kongbu was nearly grinding his teeth to dust. The notorious New York veteran, having painstakingly crafted his ironclad lineup, found himself at a loss. Unable to gain any advantage and even suffering considerable setbacks. "You lot, don't move." As Xiao Ao and McGrady prepared to join the fray, Kongbu swiftly intervened. If all went according to plan, all 5 players on the court would undoubtedly face suspension after tonight. Xiao Ao, McGrady, and Snow were the last remaining hope for the Raptors, and if they set foot on the field at this moment, even without taking any action, they would face suspension. Kongbu had no desire to find himself unable to field a full team in the upcoming matches. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. In such tumultuous circumstances, a coach entering the fray to quell the fighting would not incur any penalties. However, Kongbu's temperament was hardly suited to that of a peacemaker. Having witnessed his players suffer such a significant setback, Kongbu was not merely on the court to mediate. Fully aware of his own slight physique, he knew he could not possibly hold his own against these brawny veterans. Yet, disregarding such concerns, he charged onto the field with a singular focus, to confront Larry Johnson. Setting aside the fact that he was the one who initiated the conflict this evening, even if he were merely restraining the warrior's throat, he could not afford to remain passive. In just a few hurried steps, Kongbu found himself behind the formidable Johnson. With these notorious New York thugs, there was no need for any code of honor. He launched a surprise attack. With a swift right whip kick, Kongbu struck at Johnson's ribs. Lacking the devastating precision of Bowen's lethal kicks aimed directly at the head, Kongbu's blow nonetheless carried significant weight, bolstered by his rigorous training alongside the players. Though not imbued with the raw strength of a muscle-bound giant, his efforts were still formidable enough to inflict pain. This fierce kick, fueled by indignation, was sufficient to draw a pained response from Johnson. As Johnson turned to face his assailant, he abandoned the warrior and reached out a massive hand towards Kongbu. If caught, Kongbu sensed that his fate would be dire. Even someone of morning stature could hardly withstand a blow from Johnson. In that split second, Kongbu reacted with agility. He delivered a left push kick to Johnson's abdomen, utilizing the recoil to retreat 2 steps. The spectators, initially convinced they had witnessed enough spectacle for one night, from the viciously lethal kicks to the towering dunks, could hardly believe their eyes as the Raptors' head coach actively engaged in the fray, demonstrating commendable prowess as he landed 2 kicks on Johnson and managed to escape unscathed. Chapter 47. Heroes can endure humiliation on the diminutive court. Chaos ensued, with 20,000 fans swearing they had never witnessed such a tumultuous melee. At that moment, Shaquille O'Neal had Ewing pinned beneath him, both exchanging wild punches. It was evident that O'Neal held a significant advantage. He unleashed a flurry of blows while Ewing could only manage a weak counter, often misfiring. Amidst the turmoil, O'Neal spotted Camby rushing onto the court. Realizing the formidable presence of the aggressive figure aiming to seize Camby, O'Neal hastily abandoned Ewing to come to his aid. He was acutely aware that Camby stood no chance against such an adversary. If captured, Camby would be utterly defenseless. Nearly tumbling, O'Neal lunged forward just as the figure grasped Camby by the collar, toppling the aggressor to the ground. Camby was drenched in cold sweat. The fierce determination displayed by the figure reminded him of a bloodthirsty beast, eager to rend him to pieces. Fortunately, the beast had been subdued by O'Neal, and Camby was not one to shy away from an opportunity to strike a downed opponent. With a swift series of 5 consecutive kicks, Camby unleashed a barrage upon the fallen figure. Meanwhile, Van Gundy could no longer remain seated. He surged onto the court, witnessing Camby relentlessly assaulting his prized player. Van Gundy executed a sliding tackle, attempting to bring Camby down. This individual seemed to possess an unusual penchant for targeting others' vulnerabilities. Previously, he had lunged to grasp Morning's leg, and now he sought to sweep Camby's feet from under him. The force of the tackle was considerable, even dislodging several of the ostentatious gems from Camby's golden Chelsea sneakers. Camby winced in pain, glaring at Van Gundy. These sneakers were a birthday gift from Wuxing, and now they lay tarnished beneath Van Gundy's boot. Heroes may endure humiliation, but one must not trample upon my Chelsea. If I cannot best the beast, must I also contend with you, old man? Camby seized Van Gundy by the collar, hoisting him up, with a resounding slap. Camby delivered a resounding blow to Van Gundy's face. The audience gasped in astonishment. Fans were witnessing a spectacle. Players striking coaches, coaches retaliating against players, though uncommon. It was not unheard of. Instances such as Doug Collins, the former Bulls coach, squaring off with Rick Mahorn, or the infamous Sprewell nearly choking his coach, Carlesimo, during practice, had occurred before. However, the sight of one coach slapping another was unprecedented. Knicks fans held Van Gundy in low regard, as their previous coaches had been of exceptional caliber. Like Pat Riley or the venerable Nelson, Van Gundy's reputation paled in comparison. Thus, when their coach was struck, the Knicks supporters felt little indignation. Rather, a sense of exhilaration washed over them. As for their star player, Ewing, suffering a setback, the fans were similarly unmoved. For Ewing's hefty contract had long been a source of discontent, with many believing he hindered the Knicks' recruitment efforts. When Ewing is on the court, it is not uncommon to witness scenes of fans vehemently booing him. Knicks fans, weighing 100 pounds, possess a rebellious spirit that feels like 99 pounds. In such moments, a completely unguarded Van Gundy fell victim to a significant blow, which, while not physically damaging, was highly insulting. He earned the moniker New York Vampire, not due to any penchant for draining the life force of players like Pat Riley, but rather because of his vampiric appearance, sunken eyes, pronounced dark circles, a pallid complexion. Short and slender, presenting a fragile demeanor. In stark contrast to the young and robust Camby, Van Gundy refrained from retaliating, fully aware that if he did, Camby would undoubtedly continue to pummel him without any support. In a fit of rage, Camby declared, "What did you say? Pay me my golden Chelsea, $30,000. Not a penny less, or I'll confront you every time I see you." Shoes originally priced over $3,000 were inflated to 10 times that amount by Camby. The referees, having observed the chaotic brawl, dared not intervene, knowing that a single punch from these fierce competitors could send them to meet their maker. Once the situation appeared to stabilize, they finally felt it was safe to act, though the reality was that many players had already lost their fighting spirit. Camby was knocked down by a punch from Oakley, who in turn succumbed to a vicious elbow from the Marshall Saint. Ewing endured a barrage of heavy punches from Big Ben, nearly succumbing himself. The Marshall Saint found himself in a chokehold for an extended period, almost choking to death. Marshawn was pinned down by Houston, while the Big Mama was similarly subdued by Big Ben. Bowen and Starks continued to exchange blows, with Starks clearly gaining the upper hand, forcing Bowen to retreat repeatedly. Madison Square Garden, renowned as a basketball sanctuary, has hosted countless historic events. Notably, the Knicks have participated in 3 of the top 10 brawls in NBA history, twice against the Heat and once against the Nuggets led by Carmelo Anthony. Compared to tonight's fracas, those previous incidents were mere skirmishes. All 10 players on the court were embroiled in combat, suffering severe injuries, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Even the coaches joined the fray, with Van Gundy rushing onto the court only to be pummeled by Camby. On paper, it seemed the Raptors had the upper hand in this brawl, particularly as the Knicks star Ewing and the formidable Oakley were both taken down. Camby even landed a significant blow on Van Gundy. At the onset of hostilities between Marshawn and Big Mama, the majority believed the Raptors would be thoroughly overmatched by the seasoned Knicks. However, the aftermath painted a different picture. For a fledgling team like the Raptors, facing the seasoned Knicks was not a loss but rather a gain. Camby, however, felt otherwise, believing he had suffered a substantial defeat. The Knicks were not a complete gang, as Smith had retired and Mason had transferred. Had Mason still been in the lineup, the Raptors would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed. The referee's whistle was nearly drowned out by the cacophony of the game, as he began to expel players from the court. Those who had succumbed to exhaustion would have been unable to continue even without the expulsions. Once the final whistle blew, The spectators were astonished to find the arena devoid of any players, including both head coaches who had also been ejected. Had it not been for the faint traces of blood on the floor, one might have thought the match had yet to commence, as if nothing had transpired. Never in history had such a severe series of expulsions occurred, with a total of 12 individuals dismissed, 10 players along with both head coaches. Coach Van Gundy was vociferously pleading with the referee, feeling aggrieved for having done nothing wrong, yet still receiving a resounding slap in the face in the form of his expulsion. The referee, however, remained unyielding, ignoring Van Gundy's protests entirely. In contrast, Coach Colangelo nonchalantly led his 5 Raptors players off the court, handing the tactical board to his chief assistant, Newman. Colangelo's earlier decision to keep McGrady and others off the court proved prescient. Even with 5 players expelled, the Raptors were still able to field a formidable lineup featuring the likes of Alston, McGrady, and Snow. The combination of inside and outside prowess from Alston and McGrady was lethal, a standard configuration for many elite teams. Snow, a blue-collar player with exceptional ball control and defensive skills, ensured that the Raptors maintained a commendable level of competitiveness. In stark contrast, the Knicks faced a dire predicament. With 5 core players expelled, they found themselves bereft of capable substitutes to continue the contest. Upon returning to the locker room, Colangelo promptly summoned the team physician to assess the players' injuries. Ben Wallace emerged largely unscathed, having taken a few punches from Ewing. His robust physique only bore minor swelling on his face. The Warrior, nursing his throat, had also recovered, facing no significant issues. It is worth noting that the Warrior had played a pivotal role that night, had it not been for his decisive elbow that neutralized the formidable Oakley. The situation would have been far graver. Aside from Wallace, none of the Raptors had any chance against Oakley, a player of extraordinary combativeness. With no more than 3 players in the league capable of matching him, during his tenure with the Bulls, he served as a quintessential bodyguard, tasked with ensuring Jordan's safety against the notorious bad boys. It can be said that without Oakley's protection, Jordan would have faced dire consequences. This is why, in later documentaries, Jordan spoke highly of Oakley, even placing him above Pippen in esteem. Camby was the most unfortunate that evening, having done little but being felled by Oakley in a single encounter. As he slowly regained consciousness, he felt a sense of indignation, had Colangelo not intervened. He would have rushed back onto the court for another round with Oakley. Meanwhile, Marsh bore a gash on his brow, his face covered in blood. Though he had not sustained much punishment, he simply appeared worse for wear. Bowen had delivered a punishing blow to Starks, leaving him with a bruised and swollen visage, resembling that of a pig's head. Chapter 48. Stern summons those damned fellows. I shall not spare them next time. I apologize for not safeguarding you all. As he gazed upon his brothers in such distress, Ben felt a profound sense of sorrow. He was the captain of the Raptors, appointed by the revered Kong Bu. And even though Kong Bu had never issued a directive, he instinctively shouldered the responsibility of protecting his teammates. Seeing his brothers in such a state tonight filled Ben with remorse. Ben, you have done more than enough. Were it not for you, I might have been pummeled to death by that brute of a gorilla, said Bowen, his lips swollen and words escaping through the gaps. I looked absolutely stunning tonight. That elbow sent Oakley tumbling. I wonder if any reporters captured that moment. It would undoubtedly be the most striking photograph in NBA history. Wu Xing still trembled, adrenaline coursing through his veins. To have knocked down the old Oak with a single elbow was indeed a feat to take pride in, one that he could boast about for a lifetime. Curse it, I was careless. That old fool packs a heavy punch. I shall remember this grudge. And next time he will not have it so easy, Camby muttered bitterly. Coach, are you all right? My vision was obscured by blood, and all I could perceive was you striking Larry Johnson. He didn't retaliate against you, did he? Marsh glanced at Kongbu with a sense of apprehension. I am fine. Ben saved me. He addressed his brothers. Tonight, this rivalry is firmly established with the Knicks. We did not lose, yet we did not emerge victorious either. However, I am certain that when we face them next time, the misfortune will undoubtedly be theirs. Kongbu was not without compassion. He would rather endure the pain himself than see others suffer. Indeed, that is true. This time I was careless. Next time, I shall ensure they are left at a loss. Upon my return, I will invite my father over to provide us with guidance in boxing. Those old-timers from the Knicks are doomed. While others may fear them, we do not, at least, not tonight. Coach, your ferocity this evening was remarkable. Even Larry Johnson was no match for you. Was that a manifestation of celestial prowess? The Warriors cast aside their wounds and began to indulge in mutual flattery, their spirits lifting with each exchanged compliment. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Knicks' locker room, A chilling atmosphere of tension prevailed as the veterans seethed with barely suppressed anger. They had neither emerged victorious nor faced defeat. Given their stature, a lack of triumph felt akin to failure. Ewing and Oakley clenched their fists in silence, the weight of their frustration palpable. The formidable Ewing found himself overpowered by a diminutive sophomore center, standing a mere 2 meters tall, appearing utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, the renowned enforcer Oakley was rendered unconscious by a rookie's reckless elbow. This humiliation was a bitter pill for them to swallow. Losing a game may hold little consequence, but losing a fight? That was an affront they could scarcely endure. The old ghosts simply cannot accept this. Let us confront them in their locker room. They are currently in the visiting team's locker room. Rush over and eliminate them. Especially that damned Kongbu. He ambushed me unexpectedly. The elderly woman, consumed by fury, yearned to storm the opposing team's locker room at once, eager to engage in yet another confrontation. Larry, do not act impulsively. This matter has escalated beyond control. If you wish to avoid a lifetime ban from Stern, it is advisable to refrain from stirring further trouble, Van Gundy urged earnestly. Given the magnitude of the situation, it was highly likely that Stern was already aware of it. With the NBA headquarters situated in New York, Stern was probably en route to the arena. Upon arrival, should he find the Knicks blocking the Raptors' locker room, the Knicks would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. How about this? I will gather some street associates to surround their bus. We won't have to intervene directly, and the league cannot pin any blame on us, proposed Starks, who had navigated the streets of New York for many years. Then Gundy nodded in agreement, choosing not to dissuade him further. He too was consumed by anger. After being slapped, it was impossible for anyone to maintain their composure. Very well, but let us not go overboard. We must avoid any incidents involving gunfire. That would spell disaster for us, Van Gundy cautioned. Maintaining a sliver of rationality amidst the chaos, aware of what could and could not be done. Meanwhile, the game continued on the court. McGrady and the younger O'Neal played with ferocity, leaving the Knicks' remaining players utterly helpless. Guilt weighed heavily on their hearts. They were the starters for the evening. And when Camby was preparing to confront the seasoned Knicks, the coach had substituted them out. The misfortune that befell Camby and Marsh should have been theirs to endure. Now, witnessing their brothers suffer, it was impossible for them not to feel remorse. Alongside this guilt, a tempest of rage surged within them. McGrady ceased his shooting. With the ball in hand, he charged relentlessly toward the basket, executing thunderous dunks whenever possible, or backing down opponents in the low post when not. O'Neal, too, began to employ elbow tactics, having previously regarded such maneuvers with disdain, believing himself destined to become a superstar in the paint. Yet, in his fury, he abandoned all pretenses. Any method to vent his anger would suffice. Under the onslaught of their combined fury, the game swiftly descended into garbage time. When the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match, the Raptors triumphed over the Knicks with a score of 107-87, a resounding 20-point victory. Newman approached the court, intending to shake hands with the Knicks' interim coach. However, upon turning around, he noticed that McGrady and the others had already exited the front court and were making their way into the locker room, deeply concerned for Camby and the others' injuries. Once inside the locker room, O'Neal was struck with anguish at the sight of Camby's condition, his heart racing and breath becoming labored. He felt immense gratitude for Camby's unwavering contributions throughout their time together. By all accounts, Camby had more experience and had consistently been the Raptors' starting power forward. Even as O'Neal began to shine, the coach would occasionally allow him to start, undoubtedly affecting Camby's standing. Nevertheless, Camby bore no resentment and often encouraged O'Neal, who regarded Camby as a figure worthy of deep respect. "Jermaine, are you about to cry again? Wipe that ghastly expression off your face. I'm not dead yet." Camby beckoned to O'Neal with a smile. "Tracy, did we win the game? By how much?" asked Ben. "We won by 20 points. I scored 39. And Jermaine contributed 31 points and 17 rebounds." Laughter erupted among the group, their satisfaction evident. "Indeed, you all performed splendidly tonight. I am proud of you. Now hurry back to the hotel and rest well. We shall address tomorrow's matters when the time comes." Kongbu was acutely aware of the significant repercussions of the situation. The penalties from the league would undoubtedly be far more severe than the previous leniency. Last time, Camby and Wuxing faced merely a 3-game suspension, a punishment that barely stung. This time, however, Kongbu sensed that a minimum of 10 games would be the starting point for sanctions. Fortunately, they retained the talents of Xiao Ao, McGrady, and Snow. Otherwise, the Raptors' upcoming schedule would be exceedingly arduous. Besides the core rotation players, The remaining roster's capabilities were akin to those of a secondary league. "Boss, Mr. Thomas has just arrived and cannot find you." He called me. "Mr. Stern is looking for you and is currently waiting for you at the league headquarters." Mike Malone trembled in his delivery. He was no stranger to the world, having been exposed to numerous court conflicts since childhood, thanks to his father being the chief assistant coach of the Bad Boys. Yet, the scale of tonight's events? It was beyond his imagination. Stern summoned Kong Bu overnight, a clear indication that circumstances were dire. Malone pondered whether he was merely gilding himself, only to end up tarnished instead. "Stern wishes to see me?" Kong Bu furrowed his brow, sensing the troubling nature of the situation. If Stern were to reason with him, all would be well. After all, it was the elder who initiated the altercation tonight. In a world governed by logic, one need not fear. But was Stern a man of reason? Everyone knew he treated the New York Knicks as his own progeny. During the infamous envelope scandal, he ensured that the #1 pick, Ewing, remained in New York, all to facilitate the Knicks' rise. Kong Bu shook his head, refusing to entertain further anxieties. What was meant to arrive would inevitably come. There was no escaping it. Chapter 49. Disgusting People? This is my specialty. Xiao Malong had a car in New York, and he drove Kong Bu to the NBA headquarters. "Boss, you were incredibly fierce on the court just now. For a moment, I felt as if I were witnessing Bruce Lee himself. You know martial arts, don't you?" The sycophant began to flatter, shamelessly equating Kong Bu's few moves to those of the legendary martial artist. "To be honest, I have a bit of knowledge about martial arts myself. Tai Chi. I understand Tai Chi quite well. If it weren't for you, boss, preventing us from taking the court earlier, I could have either broken their bones with a push or caused them to develop cervical issues." Kong Bu was left speechless. In his memory, Brendan Malong was a rather straightforward individual. Surely, Xiao Malong could not be his biological son? "Xiao, do you know a legendary man from our homeland named Lao Ma? I believe he also practices Tai Chi. Perhaps you two are related." Upon arriving at the headquarters, Kong Bu instructed Xiao Ma to remain in the car while he ventured in alone. At the entrance, a short, bald man approached Kong Bu immediately upon seeing him. As Kong Bu focused his gaze, he realized this fellow resembled Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. It could only be Xiao Hua. Considering Xiao Hua was currently assisting Stern, his presence here was entirely expected. Under Xiao Hua's guidance, Kong Bu soon found himself in Stern's office. The room was dimly lit, with only the desk lamp illuminating the space. As Stern sat behind the desk, his gaze fixed intently on Kong Bu. "Please, have a seat." Stern spoke in a low voice. Xiao Hua discreetly pulled a chair for Kong Bu and then quietly exited the room. "Kong, I have been closely observing you during this time. You are an exceptionally rare coaching talent, a fact evident from the transformation of the Raptors. I hold great expectations for you. The NBA is destined to be a stage for young talents like yourself. However, I must express my disappointment regarding tonight's events." Stern, having held the presidential position for many years, emanated a formidable presence even without raising his voice. His support for Kong Bu was genuine, even more profound than his words suggested. Over the years, he had been tirelessly seeking a foothold in the Chinese market. During the frigid winter in Kyoto, he braved the biting cold outside the Weisher building, awaiting an audience with the leadership, a fact well known among fans. He sought not a single cent in broadcasting or licensing fees. His sole desire was for Weisher to air NBA games. He had contemplated nurturing a Chinese player, not necessarily expecting one to reach the heights of Jordan or the four great centers. Even a player capable of being a starter would warrant his dedicated development. Unfortunately, a suitable candidate had yet to be found. Previously, Ma Jian had tried out for the Clippers. Regrettably, his abilities were such that he could hardly manage to be an ordinary rotational player. Thus, nurturing him would serve no purpose. One could not expect the Chinese audience to watch their compatriot merely guarding the water cooler. With the rise of Kong Bu, Stern's mind began to race with possibilities. If a player could not be found, perhaps a coach could suffice. Nominally, the coach serves as the leader of the team, while the players are the laborers of physical prowess. The coach, on the sidelines, embodies the intellect. In a society that reveres intelligence like ours, this role holds significant prestige. Moreover, Kong Bu possesses exceptional abilities and has garnered recognition throughout the league. With a modest investment from Stern to facilitate extensive media coverage in our country, Kong Bu's fame would undoubtedly flourish, consequently attracting attention to the NBA. However, a challenge arises. Stern perceives that Kong Bu's flamboyant and audacious demeanor starkly contrasts with his preconceived notions of our people. He fears that such an image may evoke disdain among the populace. This presents a perfect opportunity for Stern to admonish Kongbu, urging him to temper his exuberance and adopt a more conventional persona. As for the brawl on the court, Stern is not particularly enraged. Such a monumental altercation is unprecedented in history and bears a certain impact on the NBA's reputation. Every advantage carries its disadvantages, and vice versa. Following this confrontation, the Raptors and Knicks have undoubtedly developed a fierce rivalry. Their future matchups will surely witness soaring viewership and attendance rates, particularly at the Knicks' home games. Ticket prices could easily soar to $300 or $500, yet affluent Knicks fans would still flock in droves. After all, who could resist the spectacle of millionaires clashing on the court? After a moment of contemplation, Kongbu finally spoke. "Mr. Stern, we are both astute individuals. So let us be candid. You are eager to penetrate the market here, correct?" Stern subtly nodded. There was no need for concealment in such matters. "I can assist you," Kongbu confidently asserted. "Assist me? How so?" Stern inquired with a hint of amusement. "My judgment has never faltered. Selecting an exceptional player from here to nurture for the All-Star game should pose no challenge," Kongbu replied. "Are you satisfied with this proposal?" Upon hearing this, a tall yet agile figure sprang to Kongbu's mind. Are you certain you can achieve this?" Stern's interest was piqued. If Kongbu indeed could identify such a player, coupled with his own notoriety, the expansion into our market could accelerate significantly. "Indeed, I already have a promising candidate in mind. What do you desire? What are your conditions?" Stern, being a seasoned businessman, has never believed in serendipity. "It's simple. Do not concern yourself with our dealings with the Knicks. Impose whatever penalties you deem appropriate. I will accept them all." This statement left Stern baffled. He had anticipated that Kongbu would request leniency in the sanctions. With his authority, such leniency would not be a formidable task. To his surprise, Kongbu's demand was for him to remain uninvolved. In that moment, Stern comprehended that this individual harbored a sense of indignation, still harboring intentions to confront the Knicks again. "And please, do not impose fines on me. Suspensions are acceptable." Kongbu suddenly recalled the issue of fines and quickly added this clarification. If there were a cap on fines similar to that imposed on players, Combs would begrudgingly accept it. He could tolerate a penalty of $10,000 or $20,000. Unfortunately, there is no limit on fines for coaches, and he genuinely fears that Stern might impose a fine of $100,000 or even $200,000. Stern nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a flustered Adam Silver hurriedly entered, whispering a few urgent words into Stern's ear. Stern's face flushed with anger as he slammed his hand on the table. Damn it. Do they really think they are part of a criminal syndicate? A bunch of despicable fools. Stern had just learned that the Raptors team bus had been surrounded, and his fury was palpable. Issues on the court should remain on the court. What does surrounding a team bus signify? Combs, the Raptors bus is under siege, but you need not worry. I will ensure that this matter is addressed. For now, return to the hotel and rest, he said, donning his coat and preparing to leave. Combs was taken aback by the depths to which these New Yorkers could sink. Such behavior was indeed beneath them. However, he was not overly concerned for the safety of his compatriots. These old-timers lacked the courage to escalate matters too far. Their intent was merely to rattle a few nerves. Rattling nerves? That is something I excel at. One last thing, Mr. Stern. Knicks head coach Jeff Van Gundy owes me $30,000 and has yet to repay it. I hope you can assist me, Combs lamented. The $30,000 he referred to was undoubtedly the compensation owed from Golden Chelsea. I've even removed the gems from my shoes for you. There is no way I will let this go unpaid. Stern did not dwell on it for long and immediately delegated the task of collecting the debt to Silver. Chapter 50. I want Mahone, the chief enforcer upon Kongbu's return to the hotel. It was but a mere 15 minutes before DeBin and his companions arrived back unscathed. Reflecting on the events of the evening, they could not help but vehemently curse the old ghost of New York. After DeBin and the others succumbed to slumber, Kongbu dialed the number of Old Thomas. Are you seeking my assistance in pleading your case to Stern? Old Thomas jested. You overestimate my influence. Stern would never grant me such favor. He was well aware that Kongbu had just departed from an audience with Stern. Not at all. I have already managed Stern. I require your help with a different matter. The gravity of Kongbu's words dispelled Old Thomas's drowsiness at 1 a.m. Kongbu had tamed the notoriously unyielding Stern? How had he achieved such an extraordinary feat? Did he possess some arcane power? After decades of navigating the league, his own stature and connections were undeniably superior to Kongbu's, yet he found himself unnerved at the mere thought of Stern. There were some Navi players who exhibited no fear of Stern, blissfully ignorant of the terrifying dominion he wielded within the league. Stern could obliterate a player's career in 100 unique ways. What assistance do you require? Old Thomas inquired, his anxiety palpable. He realized that the once inconsequential newcomer had begun to wield considerable influence, an influence potent enough to sway Stern himself. Help me facilitate a trade for someone. Who? Currently. Our roster is rather complete. Are you concerned that a suspension might adversely affect our performance? Do not fret. We have endured far worse. A few losses are inconsequential. Besides, we have 3 young talents in our midst, and our record may not suffer as greatly as you presume. Old Thomas rambled on. No. This has nothing to do with the suspension. I want Rick Mahone. The Rick Mahone of the Pistons, your former chief enforcer. Kongbu articulated each word with precision, sending a shiver down old Thomas's spine. Even the dimmest individual could surmise Kongbu's intentions. He was clearly recruiting muscle in preparation for the next encounter with the Knicks. To be precise, it was likely not merely a game, but rather a veritable brawl. In an instant, old Thomas began to mourn for the Knicks. Pondering why they had provoked such a calamity as Kongbu, must you escalate matters to such a degree? We truly incurred no losses tonight. Bringing Mahone into the fold would irrevocably alter the situation, evidently escalating it to a point of no return. Old Thomas began to counsel caution. His concern was not for the Knicks' old miscreants, but for the potential ramifications on Kongbu's career. No losses equate to losses. And what I desire is a conflict to the death. Can you secure Mahone's acquisition? If you cannot, I shall approach the Pistons myself. Kongbu's resolute insistence on acquiring Rick Mahone was not without justification. Among the renowned enforcers in NBA history, Mahone undoubtedly ranked within the top 3. He is truly a man capable of playing from the 1st to the 5th position on the court, and by playing, I mean using his fists. Taking on 5 opponents at once. Even the formidable Oakley finds no advantage against Rick Mahone. Compared to Oakley, Mahone embodies a more unadulterated essence, while Oakley, aside from his role as a bodyguard, possesses commendable individual prowess. Averaging a double-double is hardly a challenge for him. He even holds the single-game rebounding record in the NBA post-1985, having amassed an astounding 35 rebounds in a game against the Cavaliers. However, Mahone is different. He is a quintessential enforcer. Throughout his career, he has never averaged double-digit rebounds in any season, and scoring is not his forte, often averaging a meager 4 or 5 points per game. This season, he is averaging a mere 2 points and 3 rebounds with the Pistons, categorizing him as an absolute fringe player. Entering the league in the 1980s, he has now played for 17 years. Apart from holding a championship ring from his time with the Pistons, he has earned only a spot on the all-defensive second team. Logically, a player of his caliber should not have enjoyed such a lengthy career. Yet, Mahone's longevity is attributed solely to his iron fists. In the early 1980s, he served as a bodyguard for the illustrious Jeff Ruland on the Bullets. By the late 1980s, he transitioned to the Pistons, becoming the chief enforcer of the Bad Boys. In the early 1990s, he provided protection for the legendary Barkley on the Philadelphia 76ers before returning to the Pistons to guard Grant Hill, a role he continues to fulfill to this day. Even at the venerable age of 39, no one in the league dares to underestimate Mahone's fists. Can he handle it? Kongbu, who do you look down upon? Do you know who the most prominent star in Pistons history is? It is Isaiah Thomas. Those are all my old brothers. Getting Mahone is merely a matter of a word from me. Old Thomas thumped his chest confidently, taking charge of the situation. Kongbu felt considerably better. Having Rick Mahone against the old foes from New York would undoubtedly alter the dynamics. The next time they encounter the New York team, Kongbu is confident they will be left at a loss. The following morning at 8, Kongbu awoke and inquired with Newman about the league's disciplinary measures. It was evident that Silver had worked overtime last night to finalize the punishment. For the Knicks, the notorious Larry Johnson was suspended for 14 games and fined $15,000. Kongbu's heart sank at the severity of the penalty. It appeared that the Raptors would also face significant repercussions. Oakley, Starks, and Houston each received 10-game suspensions along with fines. Ewing received the lightest punishment, being suspended for only 3 games, likely because he did not actively participate in the brawl, merely enduring Big Ben's blows. Nonetheless, even a 3-game suspension incurs considerable losses for Ewing. With a salary nearing $21 million, missing 3 games means losing around $700,000 to $800,000. Far more than the combined salaries of Big Ben and the Wushu Saint. Head coach Jeff Van Gundy was also suspended for 5 games, accompanied by a fine of $60,000. The penalty inflicted upon Van Gundy is tremendously severe. With his relatively modest experience and an annual salary of merely $2,700,000, a fine of $60,000 undoubtedly stings. This does not even account for the $30,000 he owes to Kahn. The situation for the Raptors is rather peculiar, as all 5 players on the court, along with Coach Kahn, have received a 7-game suspension, with no exceptions. It is noteworthy that the league did not impose any fines on the Raptors. Perhaps Stern considered that the Raptors players are not financially affluent. A considerable weight has been lifted from Kahn's shoulders. The outcome of the punishment was less severe than he had anticipated. It is likely that his conversation with Stern last night played a significant role, as Stern appears to be almost obsessed with expanding into the Chinese market. In pursuit of this goal, he has even gone so far as to humble himself thousands of miles away. When Kahn offered his assistance, Stern immediately conveyed his sincerity. That very afternoon, the league's disciplinary decisions regarding the 2 teams sparked considerable uproar. Many were eagerly awaiting the Raptors' misfortune, especially those associated with Larry Brown. Who are the Knicks? They are Stern's favored children. Would Stern simply overlook the punishment of his own child? It was anticipated that the Raptors would face an exceedingly harsh penalty, one severe enough to potentially dismantle this newly rising team. However, when the penalties were announced, they were left in utter disbelief. What is this? It seems that Stern's favorite child, the Knicks, received an even harsher punishment. Has Stern become so muddled that he cannot distinguish his own children? Or perhaps the Raptors have now become the league's favored ones? According to an assistant coach from the 76ers, it appears that Larry Brown has once again locked himself in his office, shattering several cups in frustration. Chapter 51. Yao Ming. With a suspension lasting 7 games, which amounts to approximately half a month of leading his team, Kongbu finally has the time to implement his plans. He intends to invest in real estate in the bustling metropolis. Indeed, during this period of suspension, he is preparing to return to his homeland to convert all his liquid assets into property. Recently, he had renegotiated a contract with the Raptors, and the owner, Bitorf, generously wired him $4 million the very next day. The remuneration for coaches differs from that of players. While players receive their salaries bi-weekly or monthly to prevent excessive indulgence, coaches can be compensated in full at once. Some owners, like Bitorf, who promptly disperses funds post-contract, undoubtedly reap the rewards of their success. After taxes, Kongbu was left with $240,000. He had also secured several minor endorsements, earning an additional $300,000 to $400,000 in recent days. Coupled with his prior savings, he was poised to amass around $3 million. Given the current exchange rate of 1.83, this equates to approximately 25 million yuan. This sum is sufficient to purchase 8,000 square meters of property in the JA district of the metropolis, specifically targeting small units of 60 to 70 square meters, allowing him to acquire over 100 apartments. Kongbu would thus transform into a property mogul. While many harbor disdain for such moguls, an equal number aspire to become one. In 20 years, these 100-plus apartments could propel Kongbu's net worth into the billions. Just the thought exhilarated him. Taking a half-month leave from Old Thomas, he boarded a flight from Toronto to the metropolis. When Old Thomas received Kongbu's call, he mistakenly assumed Kongbu was inquiring about Ma Hong's situation and hesitated to answer. The matter concerning Ma Hong was far more complicated than he anticipated. He believed that as a legendary figure from the Pistons, acquiring Ma Hong would be a mere formality. Moreover, the current head coach of the Pistons was none other than Doug Collins, who had previously clashed with Ma Hong on the court, now coaching the Pistons. Collins found it awkward to deal with Ma Hong, much like Kongbu would feel in the future when coaching DeMa. Given the discomfort, trading Ma Hong appeared to be an excellent option, and Collins was in agreement. However, fate took an unexpected turn that very night as the Pistons management underwent a significant overhaul, resulting in Collins being dismissed from his position as both head coach and general manager. The vacant coaching position was filled by the former assistant coach, Gentry, while the general manager role was taken over by Rick Sund. Chinese basketball fans, particularly supporters of the Shugong team, might recall Sund, who later served as president of the Shugong team. He had begun his tenure as general manager of the Dallas Mavericks in the 1970s, holding the distinction of being the youngest general manager in NBA history, boasting considerable experience that matched the likes of Pat Riley. Unfortunately, despite the years, he had not achieved notable success, possibly due to ineffective strategies or a lack of ability to command respect, ultimately remaining a solitary figure without a following. Had he been a founding figure of a significant faction, he would unlikely have found himself laboring in the CBA. Old Thomas reached out to Sanders, expressing his intention to trade Ma Hong, only to be met with rejection. The reason given was Sanders' recent appointment, indicating his need for time to familiarize himself with the team's circumstances. There was no need to contact Gentry, as he is a prized protege of Larry Brown, unlikely to extend any warmth to the Raptors. Unless the Raptors are willing to make significant sacrifices, such as offering Wuxing in exchange for the 39-year-old Mahong. Now, old Thomas finds himself in a precarious situation. Just days ago, he assured Kongbu with a pat on the chest that he could secure Mahong with a mere word. Yet, despite his fervent declarations, Mahong remains elusive. He dares not answer Kongbu's calls, fearing ridicule. Old Thomas has witnessed the sharp tongue of Kongbu, and who knows what cutting remarks might emerge. Enough to unsettle his frail heart. Ah, home at last. How delightful. At the Shanghai International Airport, Kongbu opened his arms wide, gazing up at the sky. His heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Regardless of how well one fares elsewhere, home remains home, a sanctuary that calms the restless spirit. Outside the airport, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for the JA district. At present, there are no nationwide real estate agencies to purchase a property. One must either opt for new developments or seek out the small local agencies lining the streets. Ah, this young man certainly looks spirited. That outfit must cost at least 1,000, wouldn't you say? Is he a returnee? Is he searching for employment? Annie assures you that she will find a high-paying job for you. Kongbu entered a small agency, and the proprietress greeted him with the warmth akin to that of a mother reuniting with her long-lost son. It was not about job hunting. Was it a matter of seeking a romantic match instead? You have arrived at the right place. My aunt is renowned as the foremost matchmaker in Jingen. She will undoubtedly introduce you to a young, beautiful, and well-educated female university student. However, Kongbu continued to shake his head, inquiring about the availability of small-sized second-hand apartments for purchase. Age of the house is of no consequence, neither is the decor, as long as it is a house. That suffices, preferably at a modest price. Headhunters, matchmakers, real estate agents, these are all the domains of the proprietress. What a diligent young man he is, in these challenging times. Earning a living is no easy feat. Acquiring a small residence to inhabit is certainly more advantageous than any alternative. Alas, if only my aunt had a daughter. I would undoubtedly introduce her to you. There are plenty of houses available. My aunt is currently searching for you. With that, she began to sift through her worn notebook in pursuit of potential listings. How about this one? A modest 56 square meters, a small two-bedroom unit from 1988. Not particularly old. Although its location is somewhat less than ideal, the price is appealing, with a total cost of merely 150,000. Kongbu's heart was filled with mixed emotions. After all, this was property in the enchanting metropolis, and to acquire it for such a sum felt almost dreamlike. He decided to proceed. Without a moment's hesitation, Kongbu decisively made the decision. His aunt's face beamed with delight, resembling a blooming flower. It was indeed the first time she encountered such a prompt client. A contract worth 150,000 is not particularly large. Yet a 1% agency fee amounts to a substantial 1,500, while the majority of salaried workers earn less than 1,000 per month. Such is the current state of salary levels. Even the inaugural foreign players in the CBA earned merely over 4,000 yuan a month. And that is not in US dollars. Is there more? I wish to purchase a few more sets. Kongbu expressed great satisfaction with the affordable small apartments, finding their price even lower than he had anticipated. However, the smile on the aunt's face vanished in an instant. Buy a few more? She thought. Did he really consider these properties as commonplace as cabbages? Doubts began to creep into her mind, wondering if this seemingly unremarkable young man was actually a competitor sent to pilfer listings. Nevertheless, the allure of the commission was too tempting. She patiently continued searching for properties for Kongbu. Half an hour later, Kongbu rubbed his sore eyes. Was this truly all there was? Was it insufficient? You've already selected 20 units. Do you intend to purchase them all? The aunt became increasingly convinced she was dealing with a rival. I'll take them all. Please contact the owners and expedite the contract signing. All of them? You want to view the properties? No time for that, Kongbu replied, urgency in his voice. He could not afford to linger. He needed to swiftly complete his purchases and return to Toronto. With so many properties to consider, he simply lacked the time for individual viewings. As long as the size and price were right, he saw no issues. After all, Kongbu didn't intend to reside in these places. He would leave them be, hoping for a future demolition or, failing that, sell them later. The aunt pinched herself, feeling as though she were in a dream. Was this a stroke of fortune? To encounter such a significant client who directly demanded 20 properties worth 3 to 4 million was astounding. She could earn a commission of 30 to 40,000, a sum equivalent to several years' salary for others. Holding a stack of US dollars, Kongbu needed to exchange them for Chinese currency. After agreeing to meet the end in the afternoon, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to the People's Bank, as regular banks did not offer such services. Half an hour later, the driver dropped Kongbu off at an unfamiliar location. Upon entering the bank, he announced his intention to exchange $3 million, prompting the lobby manager to quickly escort him to the VIP counter. "Mr. Kong? Is that you?" Someone called from behind him. This title filled Kongbu with a sweetness akin to honey. After disembarking from the plane, he had not been recognized until now, finally. He encountered someone who appreciated his identity. He felt a sense of celebrity. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man, nearly as tall as himself, wearing an expression of sheer delight. Behind the man stood a youth, appearing to be merely 17 or 18, yet towering above, clearly exceeding the standard 7-foot height of a sinner. "Yao Ming," Kongbu exclaimed, pointing at the youthful giant as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 52. The unthinkable acquisition of 141 properties. It is difficult to articulate the astonishment that enveloped Kongbu's heart. Before him stood the living legend, Yao Ming. During his visit to the bustling metropolis to purchase real estate, he had never anticipated such extraordinary fortune. Upon hearing Kongbu's exclamation, Yao Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. This renowned basketball coach, celebrated across America, recognized his son? "You know me?" Kongbu composed himself, striving to maintain a semblance of calmness. Initially, he had hesitated to acknowledge Yao Ming, assuming it was merely a resemblance. Within the domestic basketball community, who does not know Master Kong? Your recent fame is indeed monumental. However, how is it that you find yourself here? In his youth, Yao Ziyuan had been the center for the Shanghai men's basketball team, a true insider in the circle. So recognizing Kongbu was hardly surprising. Kongbu, feeling somewhat sheepish about his purpose for being in the city, merely smiled in silence. An NBA coach? Taking advantage of a suspension to venture thousands of miles away to purchase a property, such a notion seemed rather whimsical. "By the way, Master Kong, do you know my son?" "Yao Ming?" Yao Ziyuan inquired, voicing his curiosity. "Of course, I am well aware. I have been closely following the development of basketball in our country. How could I possibly overlook such a prodigious talent?" Kongbu replied with feigned nonchalance. Yet, his words were not entirely unfounded. Despite being merely 17, Yao Ming had already joined the CBA, currently playing for the Shanghai Sharks. Averaging 10 points and 8 rebounds per game at such a young age is indeed noteworthy. Yao Ziyuan was ecstatic. Which father does not aspire for his son to achieve greatness? The fact that his son had garnered the attention of an esteemed NBA coach was a monumental blessing. Logically, who would choose to play in the CBA when the NBA beckons? The opportunities and financial rewards offered by the two leagues are worlds apart. The minimum salary in the NBA is a mere $240,000, while in the CBA, such an amount would constitute a lavish contract. Ma Jian, who never made it to the NBA, had CBA teams eager to sign him for $1,000,000 annually, yet such contracts were halted from above. If one possesses the requisite talent, securing a multi-million-dollar contract in the NBA is not an unattainable dream. Presently, the market value of the entire CBA may well be less than what Michael Jordan earns in a single year. In a flash of inspiration, Yao Ziyuan resolved to cling tightly to Kongbu, seeking to secure a promising future for his son. "Master Kong, you haven't dined yet, have you? Allow me to treat you to a meal, and we can converse while we eat. I have heard you excel at nurturing young players. My son Yao Ming is fortunate to have crossed paths with you." Kongbu quickly waved his hands. "No, please, allow me to treat you. We are all like family. There is no need for formality." After concluding their business, Kongbu led the father and son to a restaurant. At that moment, Yao Ziyuan's emotions mirrored those of the real estate agent, both feeling as though they had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. During his outing to deposit some money, he had unexpectedly encountered a benefactor. Listening to Kongbu's tone, it was evident that he genuinely held high hopes for Yao Ming, far from mere platitudes. In casual conversations with acquaintances, Kongbu often discussed Yao Ming, noting that most of the current core players of the Raptors were nurtured under his guidance. This implies that Kongbu possesses the capability to facilitate Yao Ming's entry into the NBA. As the evening progressed and cups were raised, Kongbu indulged in several drinks, his tongue loosening as he began to boast. "I am not exaggerating. With Yao's innate talent, he would undoubtedly rank at least alongside Shaquille O'Neal in the NBA. True, he is a tad young and registered with the Basketball Association, which complicates matters. However, when the time is ripe, I assure you, I can secure a maximum salary for Yao." This declaration left Yao Ming and his father astounded. They were uncertain whether Kongbu referred to the elder or younger O'Neal. But regardless, both are renowned superstars in the NBA. Yao Ming personally envisioned the younger O'Neal, as he felt their playing styles bore similarities. Nevertheless, even as the younger O'Neal, Yao would still command a salary in the millions, if not more. Brother, let us say no more. It is all in the wine. I entrust my nephew to you. Please take good care of him. Yao Ming's father, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to comprehend the gravity of the moment. With only one son, the prospect of a bright future before him necessitated that he pave the way for Yao Ming. Kong uncle, Yao Ming called out obediently. Kongbu quickly gestured. I am not much older than you. Simply call me brother. Let us speak candidly. Indeed, let us converse freely. We are family now. Yao, if you have any questions, seize this opportunity to ask. Yao Ming felt shy and hesitated to pose a substantive inquiry. Despite having indulged, Kongbu's mind was remarkably clear. Upon seeing Yao Ming earlier, he contemplated his agreement with Stern. However, this thought dissipated quickly, as Yao Ming was not yet ready to step into the NBA. Firstly, as an international player, Yao, at 17, could not qualify for the draft. Secondly, one should not underestimate the years Yao spent honing his skills in the CBA. Without that experience, his potential in the NBA remained uncertain. Most importantly, Kongbu did not wish to alter Yao Ming's status as a prospective number 1 draft pick. The title of number 1 is not merely about draft position, it embodies honor, and even the least remarkable top pick leaves a mark in NBA history. Presently, Kongbu had numerous strategies to expedite Yao Ming's entry into the NBA. For instance, he could immediately take Yao to the United States, leveraging connections to enroll him in a high school, thereby allowing him to enter the draft as a high school player. The Raptors held not only their own first-round pick, but also additional first-round picks acquired from trades with the Trail Blazers and Supersonics, ensuring Yao would at least be a first-round selection. Alas, Kongbu would not pursue such a course. He desired Yao Ming's grand entrance into the league, carried in a celebratory procession, rather than as a mere footnote at the bottom of the first round. I have some thoughts I wish to share with Yao. Firstly, it is essential to proceed steadily and not to aim too high, cherishing these years in the CBA. Secondly, refrain from signing contracts with any sports brands. When Kongbu made these remarks, he emphasized his tone deliberately, hoping to draw Yao Ming's attention. According to Kongbu, Yao Ming was signed by Nike before the draft, securing a mere 4-year contract worth $200,000. Although centers typically do not sell shoes and sneaker contracts are generally modest, earning only $50,000 a year is rather absurd. As for entering the NBA, that will come naturally. There is no need to rush. You are destined to be a player of great achievement, and I will be waiting for you in the NBA. The Yao father and son appeared slightly disappointed, as it seemed from Kongbu's words that there were no immediate plans to bring Yao Ming into the NBA. However, Kongbu holds Yao Ming in high regard, which undoubtedly fills the father and son with confidence for the future. After enjoying a hearty meal, both parties exchanged contact information and engaged in a bit of polite conversation. In the afternoon, Kongbu returned to the intermediary ant with a staggering sum of $24.97 million in cash. Throughout the entire afternoon, he signed countless contracts like a CEO of a publicly traded company. He now feels fortunate for having been suspended for 7 games. Had it only been 2 or 3, he would have lacked sufficient time. On the first day, he acquired 20 properties, 30 on the second day, and 17 on the third. The legend of the property-mad individual began to spread throughout the metropolis. A week later, the suitcase Kongbu brought was nearly overflowing with property deeds. A total of 141 properties, covering an area of 8,600 square meters, with an aggregate price of $24.89 million. Kongbu set aside just enough for his airfare. The intermediary ant lamented that she had not been born 20 years earlier, for she would have certainly sought ways to become Kongbu's companion. Kongbu felt an unparalleled sense of relief. In his past life, he never dared to dream this grandly. 141 properties in the metropolis? In later years, merely collecting rent for a year would suffice for an ordinary person to live a life free from financial worries. With his retreat secure, one could say that even if Kongbu were to be completely expelled from the NBA tomorrow, he could still lead a life of luxury that others could only dream of. Chapter 53, An Irresistible Blank Check upon the airplane's arrival in Toronto. Kongo promptly contacted old Thomas. It had been over a week since their last conversation, and Kongo presumed that Ma Hong's trade had long been finalized. However, his calls went unanswered despite several attempts. Consequently, Kongo made his way directly to old Thomas's office. You're back from your visit? Ahem, you must be weary. You should rest early, old Thomas remarked, his face betraying discomfort as he coughed incessantly. Observing his demeanor, Congo immediately inferred that Mahong's trade had encountered complications. This shouldn't be the case. Mahong is a dispensable figure within the Pistons. Could it be that your intervention was ineffectual? Congo pondered, bewildered. A 39-year-old player averaging merely 2 points and 3 rebounds possessed negligible trade value. Old Thomas, a celebrated legend of the Pistons, should have been able to facilitate this transaction. I, too, believe it should not have been so, yet my influence seems to have faltered. The Pistons have undergone a transformation. Old Thomas sighed deeply, exuding a sense of hopelessness as he divulged the recent circumstances surrounding the team. Congo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How had such misfortune befallen them? He recalled that the Pistons management had indeed experienced a significant overhaul this season, with Doug Collins being dismissed, though he had not anticipated it occurring at this juncture. What shall we do now? Should we simply abandon this matter? After all, we do not have a pressing need for Mahong, Congo suggested. To be frank, I feel a twinge of apprehension every time I encounter Mahong, old Thomas admitted with resignation. Abandon it? Surely we cannot. I will take charge of this matter. Please provide me with Joe Dumars' contact information. Congo was resolute in his determination not to relinquish Mahong. His team required Mahong's presence to maintain stability. The fact that Big Ben could not manage Oakley was not due to his inability to contend with the old oak, but rather his reluctance to act against a benefactor who had supported him. You're going to take charge? If I cannot manage it, what gives you the right? Furthermore, why do you need Joe's number? He is merely a player, not a member of the management. Old Thomas retorted, clearly displeased, feeling as though Congo was underestimating him. It appears you are not fully aware of the capabilities of your esteemed partner. The influence he wields within the Pistons is beyond your imagination. Congo's assertion nearly caused old Thomas to choke in disbelief. You mean to say I do not understand the partner with whom I have fought side by side for over a decade? I know everything about him. Even the styles and colors of his undergarments. No one on this planet understands him better than I do, not even Chuck. In a certain sense, old Thomas's statement held merit. The bond between him and Dumars could indeed be described as one of life and death. Years ago, when old Thomas was excluded from the Dream Team due to Jordan's influence, Dumars was the first to declare that he would not participate if Thomas was not selected. The Dream Team was a constellation of stars, and being chosen was a tremendous honor. For the sake of his brother, Dumars resolutely declined the opportunity. Subsequently, Dumars' spot was seized by Stockton, one of Utah's dynamic duo. Thomas, feeling aggrieved, provoked Stockton throughout their match against the Jazz. As the outcome of the game is well known to fans, Thomas nearly sent Malone to meet his maker with an elbow, resulting in a staggering 40 stitches on his head. Dumars was willing to forego his place on the Dream Team for Thomas, and Thomas was willing to recklessly test the waters under Malone's elbow for Dumars. This camaraderie is evident. This also elucidates why Cum believes he does not comprehend his old partner's intense emotions. Cum's observations are not unfounded, although their friendship is indeed strong. Thomas has always viewed Dumars as his younger brother, thus underestimating Dumars' influence within the Pistons. After retiring in 1999, Dumars immediately assumed the role of vice president of basketball operations, and within a month, having familiarized himself with player trades and salary caps, he ascended to the position of president. A genuine team president, the kind who can appoint the general manager and head coach, unlike Cum, who holds a more superficial title. Such an unusual rate of promotion underscores his considerable influence before the Pistons' ownership. Even as a mere player, Cum firmly believes that with Dumars' endorsement, the matter concerning Mahorn could be maneuvered. Upon acquiring Dumars' phone number, Cum returned to his office and called him directly. Mr. Dumars, this is Cum. Cum? Dumars was clearly taken aback. Due to his connection with old Thomas and Chuck's considerable admiration for Cum, Dumars held a favorable impression of him. Cum, what can I do for you? If I recall correctly, you should still be suspended, right? Indeed, I am under suspension. I wish to request a favor from Mr. Dumars. Is it regarding Mahorn's trade? Cum, I am merely a player. Such matters are beyond my purview. Moreover, Mahorn holds a special status as a veteran of our Pistons. If he wishes not to go to Toronto, no one can compel him. Dumars replied with a smile, having anticipated Cum's intentions upon receiving his call. He also understood Cum's desire for Mahorn. As Mahorn's close friend, he preferred to see him retire with the Pistons rather than serve as a mere enforcer in Toronto. Mr. Dumars, you are an individual of great ambition. In less than 2 years, you may retire and ascend to the team's management. I can assure you, I will deliver a promising rookie who is destined for the All-Star game. Trust me, I possess that capability. In his quest to secure Mahorn, Com presented an offer that no team could refuse. Dumars on the other end of the line was taken aback, not only by Com's confidence, or perhaps arrogance, in promising an all-star caliber rookie, but also by Com's awareness of his career aspirations, a plan he had never disclosed to anyone. Instantly, Com's image in Dumars's mind transformed into one of profound inscrutability. If someone were to casually suggest gifting an all-star rookie, Dumas would undoubtedly think they had lost their senses. All-star rookies are not as common as cabbages. Many teams go years without acquiring one, let alone giving one away. Yet, when Kongbu made this statement, Dumas found himself compelled to believe it. Considering the current roster of the Raptors, featuring the young talents of Bin, Wuxing, and Xiao Ao, it was remarkable that Kongbu had secured them at an almost negligible cost. Should Kongbu be willing, he certainly possesses the capability to help the Pistons discover similarly overlooked gems. This thought left Dumas in a state of turmoil. Once he ascended to a managerial position, acquiring an all-star rookie for free would undoubtedly solidify his standing. He contemplated broaching the subject with the owner. However, ultimately, it would require Mahong's consent. They couldn't force him to accept. After a moment of reflection, Dumas resolved to take a chance on Kongbu. Mahong's impact on the Pistons had been minimal, and if Kongbu's promise could materialize, this transaction would be extraordinarily lucrative. After obtaining Mahong's contact information, Kongbu wasted no time in reaching out. He had already devised a strategy to persuade Mahong to join the Raptors. Money can indeed work wonders. As long as the incentives are substantial, no deal is beyond reach. Mahong is quite the celebrity, both in the current league and throughout NBA history. Regrettably, this celebrity's career earnings are dismally low. This season, he is making a mere $480,000, and his highest annual salary throughout his 17-year career has only reached $1.33 million, totaling around $8 million, averaging about $500,000 per year. If memory serves, next season, Mahong is set to join the 76ers with a $1 million salary, serving as a bodyguard for Iverson. If the Raptors could offer $2 million, or even $1.5 million annually, Mahong would likely not refuse the opportunity to join them. Chapter 54. The Heart of Sima Zhao. After connecting with Mahong, Kongbu introduced himself. I can join the Raptors, but I have a condition. I wish to become part of your coaching staff after my retirement. Before Kongbu could elaborate on his intentions, Mahong interjected directly. Kongbu was momentarily taken aback. He had always perceived Mahong as a brash and uncouth individual, never imagining he would present such a condition. Aren't you concerned that by the time you retire, I may no longer be the head coach? Kongbu inquired tentatively. Even so, I would not be at a loss. I trust that you will offer me a commendable contract, Mahong replied with a raspy chuckle. Kongbu was astonished. This man was no mere buffoon. In terms of shrewdness, he far surpassed the venerable Thomas. Upon reflection, it seemed that among the Pistons, Thomas was indeed the least astute in both emotional and intellectual intelligence. Very well. I accept your proposal. But at your current age, can you still play? Kongbu asked, perhaps too inquisitively. Whether I can play is uncertain. But I can assure you that I will ensure the Raptors can exit any brawl over the next 2 years with smiles on our faces, be it against the Knicks, the Jazz, or the Heat. As he spoke, Mahong exuded a confidence that radiated from within. Kongbu recalled the adage, never doubt a professional's capabilities. Mahong was undoubtedly a professional, one who earned his livelihood through this very expertise. After concluding the call with Mahong, Kongbu felt elated. All that remained was to await news from Dumars. The following evening, Dumars returned the call. The Pistons had bought out Mahong's contract worth $480,000, rendering him a free agent who could freely sign with the Raptors. At first glance, it appeared the Pistons were being generous, yet there was a deeper strategy at play. According to the rules of the labor agreement, when a player is bought out, if they are signed by another team, the original team only needs to cover the difference. For instance, if Mahong's buyout amount is $480,000 and he signs with the Raptors for a $400,000 annual salary, the Pistons would only need to pay the $80,000 difference. Conversely, if the Raptors offered him a $1,000,000 contract, the Pistons would not owe a cent of the buyout. It was no wonder that Pistons owner Bill Davidson was so quick to release him. A single decision could save hundreds of thousands of dollars. What? How did you manage that? You didn't trade my prized player, did you? With the Pistons releasing Mahong, Kongbu immediately called Thomas to prepare the signing contract. Thomas was utterly flabbergasted. What he could not achieve, Kongbu had resolved in merely a day. How could his influence possibly be inferior to Kong Bu's? The only plausible explanation was that Kong Bu had utilized a high-value rookie from the team for the trade. Who was it? Eric? Steven? Please don't tell me it was Jermaine. If that's the case, you better buy a plane ticket out of Toronto quickly. I fear I might not be able to restrain myself from throttling you when I see you, Thomas asserted, devoid of any hint of jest. As a veteran player, despite his position as a defender, he harbors an extraordinary reverence for elite interior players. When it comes to identifying the most valuable player on the Raptors in Thomas's eyes, it is unequivocally not the miraculous McGrady or the captain, Big Ben, but rather the promising young player, Small O. At merely 19 years old, he excels in both offense and defense, boasting impressive rebounding skills, a true gem in Thomas's eyes. Firstly, he is not merely your prized player, he is mine. Secondly, I am not as naive as you might think. Mahone was bought out, so we incurred no cost. Although Kong Bu's voice was soft, it struck Thomas like a thunderclap. What nonsense is this? A buyout? Does Kong Bu wield such influence? How could he accomplish what others could not? This kid must possess some form of magic, otherwise. The bizarre circumstances are utterly inexplicable. The following morning, Mahone arrived in Toronto and signed a 2-year contract worth $2 million with the Raptors. Kong Bu intended to offer more. Yet he lacked the authority, as all contractual matters were under the purview of old Thomas. Fortunately, Mahone was content with the deal, and no further complications arose. Signing a free agent with a modest annual salary of $1 million is hardly a significant event in any era. However, this situation was entirely different. The player was Mahone. The team was the Raptors, and it opened up a plethora of imaginative possibilities. Fresh from the largest brawl in history against the Knicks, the Raptors were still grappling with suspensions, yet they swiftly welcomed Mahone into their ranks. The intentions of Sima Zhao were evident to all. In no time, countless fans began to inquire about the Raptors' next matchup against the Knicks. Even the simplest minds could discern that this game would undoubtedly be extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The suspensions for Kong Bu, Big Ben, and others came to an end, and the Raptors returned in full strength. Despite a shortage of personnel, the Raptors managed a record of 3 wins and 4 losses, relying heavily on the stellar performances of McGrady, Small O, and Snow. Were it not for the abysmal performance of the bench players, even with 5 core members absent, the Raptors' capabilities would remain formidable. Over the course of 7 games, McGrady averaged an impressive 26 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, establishing himself as a top-tier small forward. Small O, too, shone brightly with averages of 22 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks, equally exceptional. Perhaps the most surprising was Snow. With no other players available, his share of the ball skyrocketed. Within this half-month, he recorded averages of 12 points, 11 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals, significantly elevating his market value. Old team, the Supersonics, must be regretting their decision. Here was a young point guard averaging a double-double. And crucially, his defensive prowess was remarkable. In the league, only Peyton and Kidd could rival Snow's defensive capabilities. While scoring point guards abound, few can be regarded as defensive stalwarts. Kidd's value lies not only in his historic court vision, but also in his defensive aptitude. Rarity engenders value. At one point, Snow was traded for Jones, bound to a first-round pick by Kong Bu. In less than a month, Snow has undergone a remarkable transformation. The combination of 2 Joneses along with a first-round pick would fail to acquire Snow. The masterminds of various teams across the league, witnessing Snow's ascent, harbor a singular thought. In future dealings with Kong Bu, they must exercise utmost caution, for a moment's negligence could result in the undervaluation of players like Big Ben, Little O, or even Snow himself. The profitability of a trade becomes secondary. What truly matters is the humiliation of having deemed a player worthless in one's grasp, only to see him flourish under Kong Bu's tutelage, transforming from a mere chicken into a phoenix. Such a label of ineptitude could spell imminent downfall for any team leader. It is evident that Kong Bu will face few opportunities to capitalize on undervalued trades in the future. However, Kong Bu is acutely aware of this reality, yet he remains indifferent. He has nearly exhausted all avenues for advantageous acquisitions, with only Nash remaining as an exception. Nash's situation is unique, though his playing time with the Mavericks has been limited. He enjoys considerable favor from the veteran Nelson, thus cannot be classified as a mere oversight. Moving forward, the only remaining opportunities for advantageous picks will arise during the draft, where, as long as Kong Bu possesses ample selections, rival teams can only watch helplessly. The 1997 draft was particularly exceptional, yielding a scant number of elite players. leading Kongbu to secure only the singular acquisition of Wuxing. However, the subsequent two drafts promise a vastly different landscape, brimming with stars and many players ranked lower than their potential, presenting Kongbu with an opportune moment to showcase his prowess. Chapter 55. The terrifying tattoo of Big Ben. The fully realized Raptors re-emerge, facing off against the Vancouver Grizzlies in their first encounter. Grizzlies head coach Brian Hill had been experiencing a restless twitch in his eyelids for days, filled with unease. His concern was not that the Raptors would inflict harm upon the Grizzlies players, as the Raptors had only just returned from a suspension. It would be illogical for them to jeopardize themselves further. Rather, he feared that the pent-up fury of the Raptors would be unleashed upon his team, potentially resulting in a lopsided defeat by 30 or 40 points. During the season opener, the Grizzlies were thoroughly outmatched by the Raptors, with their center, Lewis, suffering greatly at the hands of the formidable duo, the Warrior and Camby. As the regular season progressed, the Grizzlies found themselves with a dismal record of 3 wins and 16 losses, an exceptionally glaring statistic. In the realm of sports, comparisons breed contempt. If the Raptors had not risen to prominence, the Grizzlies' plight might have evoked sympathy. However, the Raptors had indeed ascended, boasting a record of 13 wins and 6 losses, placing them third in the Eastern Conference despite their recent suspensions. The stark disparity in performance inevitably compelled the Grizzlies' management to consider changes, perhaps even the dismissal of their head coach. Both teams were new entrants to the league, both representing the same division, and their draft positions in recent years were comparable. Yet, the chasm in their records suggested a possible coaching deficiency. Brian Hill had a foreboding sense that his dismissal was merely a matter of time. And if he did not take action, that moment could very well arrive tonight. Imagine if Combo led the fearsome Raptors to once again decimate the Grizzlies. It was likely that the Grizzlies' head coach would receive a call from the team's general manager, Stu Jackson, bearing a single ominous message: "You are fired." In the Raptors' locker room, Combo sat in stunned silence, gazing at Big Ben's arm, which was as thick as his own thigh. "Coach, please don't wear that expression. It makes me uncomfortable," he implored. Big Ben's face flushed crimson as he sat beside Combo, seemingly at a loss for words. "Are you certain that tattoo artist is well-versed in the culture of the Celestial Empire?" "Absolutely," came the reply. "His shop is adorned with various porcelain pieces and some landscape paintings I cannot decipher. What do you think?" "I believe this tattoo is simply magnificent." Big Ben eagerly rolled up his sleeve, showcasing his new ink to his teammates. Boldly inscribed upon his robust left arm were the characters for terrifying. Indeed, it was not Combo that was featured, but rather the word terrifying. During the half-month of suspension, Big Ben had sought out a tattoo parlor reputed for its understanding of Chinese culture, intending to have Combo's name inked on his left arm. While that may sound absurd, if Rodman could have Chuck's phone number tattooed on him, Big Ben felt he was at least slightly more rational. For a long time, Big Ben had sought various means to express his gratitude towards Combo. He believed that having Combo's name permanently etched upon himself would be the most profound way to convey his appreciation. When the tattoo artist inscribed the characters for terrifying, Big Ben was instantly captivated. The characters were neat, enigmatic, and imbued with a majestic aura, drawing Big Ben in like a black hole. Every human experiences a certain degree of linguistic shyness, often referred to as the mother tongue awkwardness effect, which is particularly evident in the realm of tattoos. In our country, adorning one's body with characters such as or can evoke a sense of embarrassment. However, if one were to opt for an English phrase, an air of sophistication instantly envelopes it. Similarly, on the other side of the globe, individuals like the American Camby, who could easily choose English for their tattoos, often resort to Chinese due to this linguistic reticence. The tattoos of Iverson featuring and Beckham's are quintessential examples. Big Ben's decision to embrace Chinese characters for his tattoo stems from this very sentiment, and he promptly made his choice. Coincidentally, with a game scheduled for that day, Big Ben wished to surprise Coach K. However, the surprise turned into a shock, as the tattoo artist made an egregious error with the simple characters. "Ben, you absolutely must introduce me to this extraordinary tattoo artist. It's exquisite, simply ethereal," Camby eagerly exclaimed. "But do you truly understand the meaning of these two characters?" Coach K queried, his face a portrait of disbelief as he sought clarity from the group. Big Ben, momentarily taken aback, questioned, "Isn't at the coach's name?" To which Coach K replied, "Certainly not. They merely share a phonetic resemblance." He then proceeded to write his name on the tactical board and presented it to Big Ben and the others. Big Ben, now on the verge of tears, finally comprehended the expression that Coach K would have upon seeing the tattoo. He had mistakenly believed that Coach K would be touched, when in fact it was sheer bewilderment. What do these characters mean? Canby inquired, his curiosity piqued. The first character means fear, like in dinosaur, while the second conveys a sense of horror. Together, they imply something terrifying. Coach K explained with a sigh. To have such a fearsome tattoo is indeed quite alarming. He was astonished to witness how his explanation illuminated the eyes of those around him. Goodness, no wonder these characters evoke a sense of unease, akin to some arcane incantation. The coach's name sounds like fear? No wonder he dares to confront Larry Johnson. Ben, as we dominate the paint, we ought to embody a sense of terror, they mused. Contemplating the tattoo's exquisite beauty, its connection to their coach, and its profound implications. I'm tempted to get a similar tattoo myself, they bantered amongst one another. Coach K felt a blush rise. He had not anticipated that such a blunder would endear Big Ben even more to the tattoo. At 8 o'clock that evening, the players entered the arena, with Brian Hill pacing anxiously along the sidelines, occasionally glancing at Coach K. At that moment, Coach K lounged lazily against the bench, occasionally stealing glances at Big Ben's tattoo as he awaited the commencement of the match. To approach a team like the Grizzlies with trepidation would be an insult to Big Ben and the others. How could the Grizzlies prevail? What were their chances? Could they rely on the Country Bumpkins' post play, or on Raheem's mid-range shots? While they might hold their own against other teams, against the Raptors, they stood no chance whatsoever. At least, Coach K could not fathom where their winning edge would lie. Upon witnessing Kongbu's composed demeanor, Hill felt a surge of anxiety. The last time this young man bore such an expression, he mercilessly defeated their Grizzlies. Taking a deep breath, Hill resolved to take charge of his own fate. He needed to act to salvage his coaching career. The question of pride became trivial in comparison to the significance of his job. He hurried towards Kongbu, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile, a blend of flattery and restraint. Kong, it's been a while. How have you been lately? He inquired. Over the past month, I have been plagued by guilt. The events of the past were my fault. Can we return to how things were before? Upon hearing Hill's words, all eyes on the Raptors bench turned toward Kongbu. The exchange bore an uncanny resemblance to a couple seeking reconciliation after a separation. Mike Malone adjusted his suit, pondering the peculiar taste of his superior. Engaging in such relationships was one thing, but with an older gentleman, Hill was hardly more imposing than his own father, prompting Malone to contemplate whether he should trade his father's stature for Kongbu's further trust. Alternatively, he considered offering himself, if it were Coach Kong. He might just endure it. Kongbu grinned, thinking that Hill was simply stirring up trouble. He could discern Hill's current thoughts, which were likely aimed at persuading Kongbu to show mercy, preventing a brutal defeat that could lead to Hill's dismissal. This league values connections over compassion, especially for a coach of Hill's limited experience. With a dismal record, should the Raptors trounce him again tonight, the likelihood of his termination soared to at least 90%. Having faced a similar fate during his tenure with the Magic, he knew the league's harsh realities all too well. Mr. Hill, let bygones be bygones. We are still friends. Are we not? Kongbu said with a smile, rising to embrace Hill. His nature was such that he reciprocated respect tenfold. Yet, he was not one to tolerate any diminutive treatment. Kongbu harbored no deep animosity toward Hill, since Hill had chosen to concede. Kongbu deemed it unnecessary to deny him a lifeline. Not just Hill, even if Larry Brown were to approach him in a spirit of reconciliation, Kongbu would gladly transform hostilities into harmony. Unfortunately, Larry Brown would never concede. His character and position within the league forbade him from bowing to Kongbu. In the end, Kongbu was not a madman who relished in offending others without cause. Chapter 56, is this guy looking for trouble? Indeed, we are friends. Among the two NBA head coaches at McGill, our camaraderie is undeniable. Hill exhaled deeply, feeling a significant weight lifted from his heart. Judging by Kongbu's demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he would unleash his wrath tonight, allowing Hill to postpone his inevitable dismissal. While victory against the Raptors was no longer a feasible expectation, a loss by fewer than 10 points would certainly be acceptable. Hill silently lamented that he should have cultivated a better rapport with Kongbu during the season opener. At this critical juncture, Kongbu's leniency, allowing the Grizzlies to triumph over the illustrious Raptors, would have solidified his position further. As the referee blew the whistle, the starters took to the court. Kongbu opted to rest both Xiao Ao and McGrady this evening. On one hand, he aimed to grant the 5 suspended players more playing time. On the other, he sought to safeguard Xiao Ao and McGrady from injury. Both players had been fragile during their prime, their careers marred by physical ailments. In the preceding 7 games, Newman had exhausted these too. averaging over 40 minutes of playtime per game. According to the health tracker, Xiao Ao possessed a mere 81 points, while McGrady dwindled to 72. The lower the health value, the greater the risk of injury, and Kongbu was determined to protect them from any misfortune. Tonight's starting lineup against the Raptors consisted of Big Ben, Camby, Marshan, Wu Sheng, and Snow. As the game commenced, the imposing Levi stared down Camby and Wu Sheng, clearly dissatisfied. After suffering a humiliating defeat at the hands of these two previously, he was hardly inclined to let it slide. Kongbu, noticing Levi's demeanor, felt a surge of anticipation, having just welcomed Mahone to the team. It would be the perfect opportunity to gauge Levi's mettle. In the initial offensive play, Big Ben lost the jump ball, granting possession to the Grizzlies. As they entered the paint, Levi eagerly demanded the ball, confident in his abilities, convinced that his prior struggles against the Raptors' interior defense were merely a fluke. Despite his bravado, he possessed enough sense to avoid provoking the Raptors, aware that the Knicks had gained no advantage against them, and his own bulk hardly stood a chance against their formidable players. If he couldn't win through brute force, he would channel his frustrations into demonstrating his on-court prowess. The ball quickly found its way to Levi's hands as he bent low, preparing to shoot. With a resounding clap, as he released his shot, the shot-blocking assassin Camby soared in, delivering a thunderous rejection. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard, fortuitously bouncing back into Levi's arms. Reacting swiftly, he seized the opportunity, poised to execute a dunk. With another sharp crack, Big Ben's hand came down upon the basketball, effectively pinning the leaping Levi. The ball remained in Levi's possession, undeterred. He attempted once more. Yet again, Camby and Big Ben simultaneously swatted the ball out of bounds. Kongbu was momentarily speechless, feeling an unexpected twinge of sympathy for Levi. After being blocked 3 consecutive times, the final rejection came from 2 opponents simultaneously, which was quite disheartening. In that moment, Kongbu was reminded of the legendary Double Demons defense, where 2 formidable adversaries collaborated to dismantle their prey, leaving nothing but remnants of bone. Snow seized the opportunity, assisting Marshburn for a fast-break dunk, while the Grizzlies failed to mount any significant resistance. The disparity in strength between the two teams became glaringly apparent in just one possession. Having been sidelined for half a month, the Raptors played like tigers released into the wild, mercilessly hunting down the unsuspecting Cubs. A few minutes later, the situation had left Hill in a state of alarm. The Grizzlies were unable to score in the paint, nor could they find success with mid-range shots. The score stood at 14-4. The Raptors, commanding an absolute advantage, called for a timeout, substituting their star players, Wu Sheng and Marshburn, with 2 lesser-known bench players. This strategic switch essentially indicated the Raptors' withdrawal from aggressive offense. Hill let out a sigh of relief, nodding appreciatively at Kongbu. As the final horn sounded, the Raptors emerged victorious on home turf, defeating the Grizzlies by a margin of 6 points, 81-75. Kongbu felt a wave of relief. Facing the Bulls had not been as arduous as this encounter. He had to ensure a win while also preventing a humiliating defeat for the Grizzlies, which had kept him preoccupied with score management. Wu Sheng and Marshburn had only played around 10 minutes, yet their explosive scoring had been relentless. By the final quarter, even Ben was confined to the bench. Thanks to Kongbu's meticulous score control, the Raptors narrowly triumphed over the Grizzlies. During the post-game press conference, I wish to apologize for my remarks about Kongbu a month ago. Over the past month, I have observed him closely. He is an exceptionally talented young coach, and I firmly believe he will become one of the most successful coaches in the future. Moreover, I have never encountered anyone as kind-hearted as he. He is a true gentleman. Ryan Hill, during the post-game conference, extended his apology to Kongbu and then praised him profusely. The reporters exchanged glances, bemused by the contrast between Hill's previous harsh critique of Kongbu as a rough and uncouth individual and his current depiction of him as a gentleman. Could he not maintain a consistent narrative? Moments later, at the Raptors' post-game press conference, one could hardly contain laughter. Hill truly called Kongbu a gentleman? A real gentleman? Old Thomas nearly laughed his jaw off. It was the most amusing remark he had heard all year. Kongbu himself appeared somewhat embarrassed, as he never considered himself a gentleman. A gentleman would not charge onto the court to deceive and ambush. Coach Hill has overpraised me. He is my senior, and there is much I must learn from him. His coaching prowess is exceptional, yet the current roster issues of the Grizzlies have hindered their performance. I believe this is merely a temporary setback. Coach Hill will soon guide the Grizzlies through these challenges. Kongbu, in a bid to flatter Coach Hill, spoke eloquently, perhaps hoping that his words might extend Hill's tenure as the head coach of the Grizzlies by a few months. The The reporters were left speechless. The last time they criticized Hill, he was belittled to the point where it was said that even his grandmother could lead Shaquille O'Neal to the finals. Now, however, they were addressing him as a senior figure, praising his coaching abilities and suggesting they could learn from him. Kongbu believed his well-crafted compliments were impeccable. Yet he never anticipated that this very discourse might offend someone anew. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Kongbu was seated in his office, engaging in light banter with little Malone. While Malone's coaching acumen was not yet evident, his talent for sycophancy was remarkable. Had there been a draft for such skills, he would undoubtedly be the first overall pick. Suddenly, the phone rang. "Kong, this is Stu Jackson." Upon answering, Kongbu was met with the unexpected revelation of the caller's identity. The general manager of the Grizzlies? What could he possibly want? Kongbu mused, perplexed by the lack of any prior interaction between them. Moreover, he had no desire to establish any connection with Jackson, known for being formidable. That Kongbu, a man of audacious demeanor, regarded Jackson as someone not to be trifled with, speaks volumes of Jackson's stature. He was a close ally of Stern, often seen as a guest of honor and advisor within the upper echelons of the league, wielding considerable influence, truly a heavyweight in the NBA. After stepping down as the Grizzlies' general manager, he returned to NBA headquarters to assume the role of league vice president. "Hello, Mr. Jackson." "No, I am not well, Kong. Your remarks at yesterday's press conference left me quite embarrassed," Jackson abruptly stated. Kongbu was taken aback. Yesterday's press conference? He recalled only the mutual flattery exchanged between himself and Hill, with no mention of Jackson whatsoever. Was this man seeking a confrontation? Furrowing his brow, Kongbu began to ponder Jackson's intentions. While it was true that Jackson was intimidating, Kongbu had already prepared an escape plan. If things turned sour, he could always return home and live as a wealthy gentleman. Chapter 57. You truly are a genius, Mr. Jackson. I do not quite comprehend your meaning, Kongbu remarked after a brief moment of contemplation. Yesterday, you asserted that Coach Hill's capabilities are not in question, but rather the issue lies within the Grizzlies lineup. Do you happen to know who constructed the Grizzlies roster? Mr. Stuart Jackson replied with a bemused smile. Kongbu realized that this old fellow was indeed seeking to provoke him, nitpicking his words to the extent of targeting him. Mr. Jackson, there is nothing erroneous in my statement. The Grizzlies' predicament undeniably stems from an ill-structured roster. As for who fashioned that roster, I would surmise it is you, Mr. Jackson. Kongbu remained undaunted, irrespective of Jackson's influence within the league. After all, could he truly confiscate his 141 properties? The silence on the other end of the line was palpable, as Kongbu's response had taken Stewart completely by surprise. Coaches and general managers across the league, even if not in league with him, would at least express some modicum of respect. Yet here was Kongbu, who appeared to dismiss his own standing entirely. Did he not recognize his own background? Reflecting on Kongbu's conduct since entering the league, Stewart categorized him as an audacious young upstart, a capable yet brash one. I am keen to hear your insights on how the Grizzlies should amend their roster, Stewart stated, revealing the true purpose of his call. Under immense pressure due to the team's dismal performance, Coach Hill was not faring much better. As the architect of the Grizzlies, recommended by Stern to their owner, Stewart could not escape culpability for their position at the bottom of the league. Previously, the Raptors had served as a convenient distraction. But now that they had soared, it only accentuated Stuart Jackson's ineptitude. Some individuals, despite their lack of competence, managed to secure high positions. Stewart was a quintessential example of this. Kongbu recalled a profoundly foolish decision made by Stewart. In 2003, under Rick Carlisle's leadership, the Pistons achieved the best record in the Eastern Conference. Yet, during the 2003 draft of the fabled class, they found themselves with the second overall pick. This selection was the brainchild of Stewart, who, during that offseason, had traded a protected first-round pick to the Pistons in exchange for SOP. Due to the Grizzlies' perennial struggles and their consistent high draft positions, that first-rounder was never relinquished, remaining protected until 2003, the final year for protection. Naturally, the Pistons acquired this invaluable second overall pick, though they ultimately squandered it by selecting Malisic. Had SOP proven to be of significant worth, one might argue that Stewart was not entirely inept. Alas, SOP turned out to be inferior to a mere country bumpkin. And during the latter half of the season, Stewart himself traded him away. Individuals who possess connections yet lack capability wield the most destructive potential. Kongbu wished to avoid excessive entanglements with Stewart, fearing that proximity to him might diminish his own intellect. I apologize, Mr. Jackson. I am merely a fledgling in this field. I possess no profound insights. You would be better off consulting Mr. Thomas. I have much work to attend to here. I shall converse with Mr. Jackson another day. Kong Bu, with a single cunning maneuver, prepared to terminate the call. What work could he possibly have? He had spent the entire morning engaging in idle chatter with Xiao Maolong. Wait, Kong, do you perceive me as a fool? Inwardly, Kong Bu nodded, truly believing him to be a simpleton. Thomas? In this regard, he is less capable than I. I at least managed to draft Raheem. Well, what did he secure? Kong, please assist me. A chill instantly coursed through Kong Bu's body. What was this old man doing? Was he pouting? Consider it a favor owed to you, Kong. My favors can prove immensely beneficial at times, especially for someone like you. Help me, help me. Stu's words were but half-spoken. His true intent was particularly directed at someone prone to causing trouble and offending others. Kong Bu fell silent, with Stu's words laid bare. If he did not lend a hand, he would certainly incur his wrath. Very well, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Sell Sop and leave us. Stu was perplexed. Selling Sop was understandable, as he had already considered such a course of action. However, selling Levis? He suspected that Kong Bu still harbored resentment over Levis being pushed behind the scenes. Kong, Levis is a young center averaging 16 points and 8 rebounds per game. And so what? He is a white player, second in weight only to Shaq. That he has managed to complete the past 2 seasons in good health is a blessing from the heavens. I can assure you that he will encounter serious injuries in the next 2 seasons, injuries that will jeopardize his career. Kong Bu spoke with unwavering conviction. His certainty stemmed from his divine perspective. He foresaw Levis suffering a significant injury towards the end of the season, leading to a rapid decline in performance, ultimately returning to a mere average of 10 points and 5 rebounds. Stu felt a jolt in his heart and fell silent. A white player with such immense weight indeed carries a substantial risk of injury. History has not been devoid of players akin to Levis, such as the mammoth Mark Eaton. Eaton had an 11-year career, maintaining relative health during his tenure with the Jazz, yet he differed from Levis. Eaton was scarcely involved in offense and showed little interest in rebounding. His efforts were primarily concentrated on defensive physicality. Conversely, Levis must engage his body in both offensive and defensive confrontations, thereby facing a much greater risk of injury than Eaton. Sell both of them, and then what? Then acquire 3 to 4 exceptional three-point shooters and unleash them in the games. If they find their rhythm, you might even triumph over the Bulls. If not, defeat is inevitable. I cannot promise much else, but at the very least, the Grizzlies' games will enhance significantly in terms of entertainment and suspense. While contemplating the Grizzlies' chances against teams like the Raptors or Bulls, Kong Bu discerned a singular path to victory: relentless three-point shooting. The three-point shot serves as an absolute weapon for the underdog, where fortune plays a crucial role, regardless of the offensive system or strategy employed. Nothing can rival the effectiveness of the three-pointer in the realm of overcoming stronger opponents. Regrettably, the Memphis Grizzlies lack sharpshooters. There is not a single competent three-point shooter on the roster, prompting Kong Bu to conclude that the team has no viable path to victory. A genius. Indeed. You are a true genius. How could I have overlooked this? This gamble-oriented approach is undoubtedly a groundbreaking tactic. Although Stu may lack competence, his decades of experience in this field allowed him to immediately grasp the potential of such a strategy upon hearing Kong Bu's words. When in form, the three-point shooting percentage can be explosive, capable of toppling even formidable teams like the Bulls. If the shooting is off, it matters little, as the Grizzlies are unlikely to win regardless. More importantly, this audacious gambling style injects a new level of suspense into the games, with a stroke of luck. A 20-point turnaround in a single quarter is not out of the question, leaving the outcome uncertain until the final buzzer. Consequently, the attendance for Grizzlies games is sure to see a significant increase. The general manager's responsibilities extend beyond mere win-loss records. They also encompass the financial well-being of the team. Thank you, Kong. I owe you a favor. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call. With that, Stu excitedly ended the call, likely to convene with the Grizzlies management to discuss trading Sop and Levis for some three-point specialists. Despite Levis being mercilessly outmatched by Ben and Camby, his trade value remains remarkably high. Coupled with Sop, acquiring 3 or 4 exceptional three-point shooters would be no trivial matter. Meanwhile, Coach Malone sat across from Kong Bu, having overheard much of the phone conversation, and he now gazed at Kong Bu with a look of astonishment. Has the predicament of the Grizzlies truly been resolved with just a few words? And on top of that, has a favor been secured from the league's elite? This superior, merely 2 years older than himself, is nothing short of a phenomenon. Boss, I am now utterly convinced that Hill was right. You are destined to become the most successful coach in NBA history. Chapter 58. Oh dear, OMG. After triumphing over the Grizzlies, the Raptors boast a commendable record of 14 wins and 6 losses, now tied with the Pacers for second place in the Eastern Conference. Next, the Raptors will remain at home, preparing to face the San Antonio Spurs. Kongbu has been eagerly anticipating this matchup. Who could possibly resist the magnetic charm of Duncan? Following a period of rest, Xiao Ao's health has recovered to 85 points, while McGrady stands at only 77 points. In this game, Xiao Ao has been removed from the rest list, and McGrady continues to rest. In 2 days, his health should surpass 80 points. Despite McGrady's confusion, Kongbu must make such decisions. He cannot gamble with the players' well-being. If he were to exhaust these players under his watch, Kongbu would never find peace in his life. Furthermore, he does not believe that McGrady's presence is necessary for facing the Spurs. Duncan is merely a newcomer with limited experience, lacking the advantages of extensive training. The aging admiral has seen better days, and the Spurs' perimeter defense is woefully inadequate. Kongbu doubts that tonight's contest will present any significant challenges. In plain terms, Kongbu holds a low opinion of the Spurs' capabilities. Before the game begins, the elder Thomas stands courtside, engaged in casual conversation with Popovich, occasionally glancing in Kongbu's direction, clearly discussing him. Owner Baitov is also present at the arena tonight. He waves at Duncan, who jogs over. Tim, you're playing splendidly, truly deserving of the title of our Wake Forest greatest. Duncan scratches his head and chuckles. You Raptors are the real deal. It's hard to believe you defeated the Bulls. Hey, Kong, long time no see. Duncan greets Kongbu, who sits in a daze on the bench. Kongbu is utterly astonished. What is happening? Long time no see? Why does it sound as if he is an old acquaintance of Duncan's? Moreover, how does Baitov know Duncan? The closeness of their interaction suggests a deep relationship. He strains to recall relevant memories and, to his surprise, discovers one. Baitov is indeed a member of the board of directors at Duncan's alma mater, Wake Forest University. Before joining the Raptors, Kongbu served as a special assistant to the board at Wake Forest. After graduating, he remained at the university, gradually climbing the ranks over 5 years to become the board's special assistant, overseeing NCAA-related matters such as funding and scholarships. It is inevitable that someone of Duncan's stature would intersect with a senior like Kongbu. In an instant, Kongbu understands much. No wonder Duncan remarked on the long absence. It makes sense that during the draft, Baitov said nothing while Kongbu acted recklessly. It turns out he is Baitov's protege. Hey, Kong, you haven't forgotten your old friends after finding success, have you? Duncan teases as he notices Kongbu lost in thought. Tim, indeed, it has been quite some time. How have you been with the Spurs? Kongbu rises, his heart ablaze. That blank template card has remained unused, awaiting the opportunity to be employed on either Jordan, O'Neal, or Duncan. It seems that Jordan's return is increasingly unlikely. Should he secure a championship this year, he would likely retire. Any future comeback would depend on whether Com can persuade Baitov to grant Jordan a stake in the team. Otherwise, a move to the Raptors is improbable. Conversely, if the Raptors were to defeat them this year, Jordan's pride would further diminish the chances of him playing under Com. Shaquille O'Neal appears to be a more feasible option. Provided sufficient assets are available, he could be acquired from the Lakers when tensions with Kobe reach a breaking point. Unfortunately, the wait may extend over 7 or 8 years. Initially, Com held little hope for Duncan, but knowing their acquaintance from the past reignited a glimmer of optimism. Familiarity often facilitates matters. Things are going well. David has been quite considerate. Though the coach's temperament leaves something to be desired, Duncan replied with a smile. Popovich's notorious temper is well known, and even a player of Duncan's caliber has faced his share of reprimands. I'm heading back now. Come, do remember to give me a call. After Duncan's departure, Baitov sighed. The Spurs are indeed fortunate. It's a pity we missed out on the #1 pick. He is a player capable of altering the landscape of the league. Com nodded, acknowledging Baitov's astute observation. This fool indeed transformed the league's dynamics. Moments later, the game commenced. Com's disdain for the Spurs' strength was not unfounded. Duncan's offensive efficiency significantly declines when facing Ben Wallace, a reality that became glaringly apparent during the 2005 finals. In 2003, when the Spurs claimed the championship, Duncan boasted an average shooting percentage of 49.5 against the Nets. However, in 2005, confronted by the Pistons, his shooting percentage plummeted to 41 under Wallace's defense. Although Duncan ultimately led his team to victory and earned the finals MVP, such a shooting percentage was far from typical. Nevertheless, It is not solely Wallace's prowess that can stifle Duncan. He requires Rashid as his partner. Presently, Cum possesses both Camby and a younger Wallace. Regardless of who Wallace teams with, their defensive efficiency would surpass that of the Wallace duo. This explains Cum's skepticism towards the Spurs. Yet, mere minutes into the game, Cum's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he was gravely mistaken. The partnership of Wallace and the younger Wallace could indeed contain Duncan, but Admiral Robinson had erupted. Cum had underestimated Robinson, perceiving him as merely an aging veteran akin to Sop. Such arrogance was swiftly and decisively challenged. At this point, Robinson was merely 32, still at the tail end of a player's prime. In terms of immediate capability, stamina, and experience, he was in peak form. Cum's flawed impression had led him astray. He recalled Duncan's arrival with the Spurs, which relegated Robinson to a secondary role. He overlooked the fact that such a transition necessitates time. In the current season, Robinson remained the Spurs' linchpin. With Duncan double-teamed, the Admiral dominated the paint, scoring with reckless abandon. Not only was the offensive strategy insurmountable, but defensively. Aware of Big Ben's lack of scoring prowess, the general allied with the hapless Dang to ruthlessly stifle young O, subjecting the 19-year-old to a humiliating ordeal. Had it not been for the Raptors' advantage from beyond the arc, this match might have descended into garbage time by halftime. Coach K was not oblivious to the possibility of abandoning the double team on Duncan, opting instead for one-on-one matchups. However, the results remained dishearteningly unchanged. Big Ben simply could not contend with the 216-centimeter general. When the opponent sought to shoot, Big Ben was utterly powerless, forced to focus solely on defending Duncan. Young O fared even worse, unable to withstand Duncan's onslaught and accruing 2 defensive fouls against the general. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over Coach K. Were the Spurs' Twin Towers truly this invincible? The 1997-98 Spurs, featuring the greatest power forward in history alongside one of the 4 premier centers at the peak of his career, might very well constitute the most formidable interior duo in NBA history, bar none, were it not for the subpar caliber of their perimeter players. If the Spurs were paired with the Raptors' external lineup, they could easily dominate any team in NBA history, rendering the Bulls a mere afterthought in the championship race. Coach K paced anxiously along the sideline, exhibiting a level of agitation unprecedented since he took the helm of the Raptors. Even after a loss to the Supersonics, he maintained composure, confident that in a series, the Supersonics would hardly pose a threat. Yet the current predicament was starkly different. Coach K genuinely felt uncertain about securing victory against the Spurs in a series. Observing Coach K's unease, old Thomas reveled in delight, exclaiming, "Isn't this little wizard supposed to have magic? Facing such a situation, isn't he equally troubled? Disaster, calamity, OMG. Where has the magic gone awry?" Old Thomas taunted Coach K. Losing to the Spurs was inconsequential to him, as they wouldn't face them again in the playoffs. However, if the Bulls continued to exert such pressure, Old Thomas had little inclination to tease Coach K further. Infuriated by Old Thomas's taunting, Coach K felt a surge of irritation, wishing to hurl the nearby drink container at his head. Chapter 59, The Toxic Clippers. The game concluded with the Raptors narrowly defeated by a score of 92-95. Had Cum not rested McGrady, the outcome might have been different. Alas, there are no what-ifs, a loss is a loss. And at least Cum felt that the defeat was not unjust. The Spurs' Twin Towers combined for an astounding 71 points, 35 rebounds, 7 assists, 7 blocks, and 3 steals, leaving both Duncan and Robinson unable to hold their heads high. Among them, Duncan contributed 29 points, 17 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal, while Robinson delivered an astonishing 42 points, 18 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 steals. As the season has progressed, the Spurs' Twin Towers have averaged 43 points, 23 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 blocks per game, both players boasting statistics reminiscent of the 2010 season. The last formidable Twin Tower duo to achieve such stats was the Hornets' Big Fundamental and Morning several years prior. While both had similar numbers, their prowess pales in comparison to the Spurs duo. Morning, often regarded as the fifth center, does not belong to the elite quartet of centers, and the gap between Big Fundamental and Duncan may well exceed 80. With the Spurs' Twin Towers both in peak form, the Raptors' defeat was not unwarranted. Upon returning to the locker room, Duncan and Robinson buried their heads in disappointment, while Camby remained unaffected, cheerfully recounting his outdated risque jokes. Cum refrained from comforting Duncan and Robinson, knowing it would be futile. Having been outplayed on the court, they could only lament their inferiority. However, Coombe was confident that this despondency would not linger, as their next match was against the Clippers, a team perceived as a soft target that could help restore Duncan and Robinson's confidence. The Clippers are indeed a toxic team. More specifically, their current head coach, Bill Fitch, is the source of this toxicity. He possesses two distinct and rather peculiar traits. Firstly, he has an affinity for coaching underperforming teams. Wherever there is a struggling squad, he is quick to lend his expertise, only to abandon ship the moment the team shows signs of improvement. This has resulted in a less than illustrious coaching record. Over a 25-year coaching career, he has presided over 250 games, winning merely 944. In Coombe's previous life, he fondly referred to this coach as the NBA firefighter, always rushing to extinguish the flames of failure wherever they ignited. Secondly, Fitch has an unwavering skepticism towards star players. In his realm, true stars are non-existent. Throughout his 25 years of coaching, only 3 players have managed to average over 20 points per game under his guidance: Austin Carr, Larry Bird, and Hakeem Olajuwon. The fate of Olajuwon is particularly unfortunate. Under Fitch, his highest-scoring season was a mere 22 points. And it was only when Coach Thompson arrived that his statistics soared beyond 25 points. Bird's situation was quite similar. During Fitch's tenure, he hovered around an average of 21 points per game, but upon Fitch's departure and the arrival of K.C. Jones, his scoring skyrocketed to an average of 28.7 points. It is evident that Fitch is a coach with a distinctive personal style. Coombe's assertion that Fitch is toxic is not meant as a disparagement. On the contrary, he holds Fitch in high regard. If he were to rank the top 3 coaches based on coaching prowess, Fitch would undoubtedly secure a place among them. Last season, the leading scorer of the Clippers, Louis Ott, averaged a mere 14.9 points per game, yet Coach Fitch still managed to guide the team into the Western Conference playoffs. Throughout the annals of NBA history, it is exceedingly rare to find a playoff team with a leading scorer averaging below 15 points, let alone below 20. Unfortunately, this season has taken a stark turn. Louis Ott suffered a severe injury and is sidelined, while the second leading scorer, Malik Healy, has departed for the Pistons. When a skilled artisan lacks the necessary materials, they cannot craft a masterpiece. With both primary scorers absent and owner Sterling infamous for his frugality, Coach Fitch, regardless of his talents, finds it impossible to uplift the Clippers. The team's inherent nature seems to reflect the adage, "You cannot lift mud." During the pregame warm-up, Coach Coombe sat on the sidelines, engaging in casual conversation with the veteran Fitch while observing players like Wu Sheng warming up. His intention was to identify which players might be off their game tonight, as starting those with poor shooting could lead to more rebounds, allowing his stars, Debin and Xiao to shine. Fitch, watching the Raptors players, couldn't help but sigh. As fellow coaches, he pondered why Coombe was fortunate enough to mentor such a talented roster while he was left with a team of underperformers. Though he did not place excessive faith in star players, the Clippers roster was remarkably lacking in skill. "That number 5 kid is quite impressive," Fitch mused. His gaze filled with longing as he watched Xiao on the court. "Do you want him?" Coombe asked with a smile. Fitch, flustered, waved his hands in a desperate gesture. While he would indeed desire such talent, what could he offer in return? Packaging the entire Clippers roster along with 2 first-round picks would likely fail to entice the Raptors. Soon, the warm-up concluded, and Coombe successfully identified the players who were struggling: Wu Sheng and Tracy McGrady, whose shooting during warm-ups resembled that of someone still groggy from sleep. Thus, these two would take the starting positions tonight. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the game. The Clippers starting lineup consisted of Isaac Austin, Lorenzen Wright, Raymond Murray, Brent Barry, and Derek Martin. To be fair, Coombe was only familiar with Brent Barry, who hailed from a basketball dynasty. His father, the legendary Rick Barry, was notably known for his unique underhand free throw style. Barry himself had made a name for himself, having participated in dunk contests and claimed the title of dunk champion, embodying the phrase "white men can jump," along with possessing a commendable three-point shooting ability. However, fans in China primarily recognized him for being betrayed by French player Tony Parker, a rather unfortunate fate. Beyond Barry, the most notable player on the Clippers roster was Lorenzen Wright, the 7th overall pick in the 1996 draft. Coombe was aware of his existence but had no clear recollection of his appearance. In terms of misfortune, Barry had at least been spared. His wife merely betrayed him. While Wright met a tragic end 13 years later, being gunned down with at least 9 shots to the head and chest, the perpetrator being his ex-wife. Kongbu found it increasingly difficult to regard the Clippers without a sense of dismay, as if the entire organization were at odds with his own sensibilities. Later, the owner Sterling was exposed for his racial discrimination, stemming from an incident where his wife attended a party with a black individual, leading him to insult the man. The saga of Lamar Odom, chosen by the Clippers in '99, and his tumultuous relationship with Khloe Kardashian is well known. Similarly, in '03, Matt Barnes, also selected by the Clippers, faced betrayal when his wife left him for Derek Fisher. In light of these events, one could argue that the Clippers are indeed cursed. Kongbu would rather perish from hunger, leap from the CN Tower, than join the Clippers. Kongbu swiftly established a personal rule, situated in Toronto. The CN Tower is the tallest freestanding structure in the world. He resolved to avoid being betrayed or becoming a victim of violence. Bang! The game commenced with McGrady missing a shot, while Ben Wallace effortlessly secured the offensive rebound over Austin and Wright. Once he grasped the rebound, he quickly passed to Little O, positioned at the corner. Little O executed a smooth bank shot for 2 points. Austin and Wright proved to be inadequate. The duo of Big Country and Sopo in the paint made them appear akin to the Twin Towers of the Spurs by comparison. During the Clippers' offensive possession, the undersized Derek Martin attempted a three-pointer, nearly getting blocked by Snow. Truly an unsung hero, Martin is a name that, when asked, 10 out of 10 fans would likely not recognize. Kongbu was aware of him solely because he had played 3 games alongside Wang Zhizhi, who himself was hardly a household name, yet Martin was even less recognized. Nevertheless, even the little-known can find their moment. Martin eventually secured a position as an assistant coach with the Raptors. Thus, in a sense, he became a junior to Kongbu. Ben Wallace took another shot, claiming the rebound once more. A powerful pass was sent to Snow. Upon reaching the front court, Wu Xing missed a shot, yet Little O proactively helped Ben with positioning, allowing him to secure another offensive rebound comfortably. In a show of reciprocity, Ben, after grabbing the offensive board, quickly passed to Little O. Swish! Little O scored again with a bank shot. The ensuing moments transformed into a showcase for Ben and Little O, with Little O relentlessly assisting Ben in securing rebounds, while Ben feverishly facilitated Little O's scoring. The struggles of the Ben-O duo from days prior were eclipsed by their brilliance this evening. Chapter 60. Would you care to experience the taste of a quadruple double? Unbeknownst to them, a game and a half had already transpired. Coach Kong deliberately refrained from substituting players in the paint, allowing Ben and Little Ao to play for a while longer. When Old Fiki called for a timeout, Kong casually glanced at the statistical sheet, and what he saw left him astounded, swallowing several times in disbelief. Ben's stats read, 2 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 blocks, and 1 steal. Little Ao's numbers were 22 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block. At first glance, one might mistake Little Ao for a shooting guard due to his impressive scoring. However, it was Ben's performance that truly had Kong repeatedly swallowing in astonishment. The game was not even at halftime, yet he had already accumulated such tantalizing statistics. Of the 7 assists, 6 were directly to Little Ao, who, after securing an offensive rebound, would pass to him for a bank shot, thus granting Ben another assist. Jermaine, how's Ben treating you? Kong abruptly inquired of Little Ao. Good, very good, Little Ao hastily replied, fearing that a delayed response might lead Ben to overthink. He could not forget the game against the Trailblazers, where, in a bid for revenge against his former team, Ben had relinquished nearly 10 rebounds to him. That's splendid. Now it's your turn to reciprocate for Ben. Do your utmost to compress their shooting space, positioning yourself where Ben can effectively block. Kong continued to instruct. Any opportunity for a slam dunk, make sure it goes to Ben. Also, when Ben passes to you, remember to shoot decisively. No dribbling, just shoot. Who knows, it might earn Ben another assist. Ben, utterly perplexed, failed to grasp Kong's intentions. Coach, I'm not one to prioritize statistics. Winning is all that matters. There's no need for Jermaine to assist me. I'm merely a blue-collar worker, and he needs the stats more than I do. Little Ao was nearly moved to tears, touched by the selflessness of his older brother. Kong, in exasperation, tossed the statistical sheet to Ben. Unnecessary. Quite the contrary. Don't you wish to experience the sensation of a quadruple double? Would you not desire your name to be mentioned alongside legends like Olajuwon and the Big Diesel? Ben glanced at his statistics, his expression shifting dramatically. He realized he had performed admirably that night, but he had never anticipated his numbers would be this impressive, with rebounds already in double digits. He needed just 3 more assists and 5 more blocks for a quadruple double. It dawned on him that Kong's earlier instructions to little Ao were aimed at achieving this extraordinary feat. In an instant, Bin's breathing quickened. A quadruple double. A record that would be eternally enshrined in history. The allure was overwhelmingly enticing. Even someone as selfless and straightforward as Bin could not resist the prospect of attaining such a monumental accomplishment. Other players craned their necks to glimpse the statistical board, suddenly comprehending Coach Kong's intentions. Coach, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to assist Bin. Bin, I've never known how to express my gratitude. Tonight. Just watch me. Little Ao puffed out his chest, his youthful visage now radiating a newfound maturity, resembling a true man. All right. Once the quadruple double is secured, I shall invite you all to revel for a night. Now, as we take the court, let us surge forth for the sake of that quadruple double. With a commanding gesture, Coach K suddenly rallied the Raptors back onto the field. The selfless dedication of Big Ben, coupled with his care for the younger players, now bore fruit in this critical moment. Each player, motivated by the prospect of Big Ben's quadruple double, showcased their unique skills. T-Mac and the Great Wu fiercely defended, denying their opponents any shooting opportunities and compelling them to charge into the paint, thus affording Big Ben more chances to block shots. Coach K even speculated whether they were intentionally missing to create rebounding opportunities for him. Snow controlled the ball nearly under the opponent's basket, aiming to pass directly to Big Ben for an additional assist opportunity. Little O, too, spared no effort, fiercely boxing out. United in purpose, the team's synergy propelled Big Ben's statistics skyward. Coach K paced anxiously, more restless than after the previous loss to the Spurs. Fortunately, Old Thomas was absent from the arena tonight. Otherwise, he would have been lamenting once more. With double-digit rebounds and assists seemingly assured, the only challenge remained to secure double-digit blocks. However, under the Raptors' relentless defense, the Clippers players could only attack the basket, allowing Big Ben to accumulate block statistics at a satisfactory pace. As the third quarter drew to a close, Coach K glanced at the statistics. 4 points, 23 rebounds, 11 assists, 9 blocks, and 2 steals. Just one block shy of a double-double. But wait, what is this about his scoring? Coach K stared in disbelief at the meager 4 points. Big Ben's scoring ability was woefully inadequate, standing at a shorter height. Even when he managed to clear a defender, executing a dunk proved exceedingly difficult. Before he could leap, the defender would be back to contest him. To make matters worse, he possessed no shooting prowess whatsoever, rendering scoring almost impossible. Compounding his troubles, his free throw shooting was absurdly poor, worse than Shaquille O'Neal's. In the annals of NBA history, among all players with over 400 appearances, Big Ben's free throw percentage ranked dead last at a paltry 41.4. While O'Neal's free throw shooting was often criticized, he still managed a rate of 52.7. Coach K had advised Little O to defer any open dunk opportunities to Big Ben, yet such chances were rare. Currently, Big Ben's 4 points consisted of 2 from a dunk in active play and 2 from free throws, where he had made only 2 of 4 attempts. Good heavens. Could it be this absurd? With all other statistics in double digits, to miss out on scoring double digits and thus forfeit the quadruple double? Coach K was in utter despair. Should such a scenario occur, he would surely lose his composure on the spot. As the fourth quarter commenced, barely a minute in, Big Ben successfully recorded his 10th block. Coach K promptly called a timeout, urgently seeking a strategy to create scoring opportunities for Big Ben. Winning the game was not in question. The pressing issue was how to facilitate Big Ben's scoring. What if we all step back to the three-point line, creating one-on-one opportunities in the paint? Little O suggested. Big Ben's face flushed. One-on-one in the paint? Unless the Clippers allow the sub-6-foot Martin to challenge them in the paint, they face formidable opponents in the towering Wright, who stands at 211 centimeters with explosive athleticism, and the agile center Austin at 208 centimeters. On the boards and defensively, the formidable Ben Wallace can easily dominate them. However, he harbors doubts about his offensive prowess. Thus, he proposes a strategy of crowding the paint, disregarding everything else, with hopes that amidst the chaos, he might manage to score a few baskets. Not only does the diminutive Malone possess a talent for being an aide, but he also excels as a cunning strategist. Upon realizing the potential of this approach, Coach Khan enthusiastically approves, seeing the merit in creating a fray in the paint that might yield unexpected points. They substitute the shorter Snow for the towering Camby, recognizing that in a melee, size offers a distinct advantage. As the game resumed, an astonishing scene unfolded. With possession belonging to the Raptors, McGrady advanced the ball, while Ben, the diminutive O'Neal, Camby, and the illustrious Wallace all converged within the key. Upon reaching the front court, McGrady surged towards the basket, passing the ball to Ben. All defenders were drawn into the paint, creating a congestion reminiscent of holiday traffic jams. Martin, the shortest among them, found himself wedged beneath Camby's armpit, the overwhelming odor nearly bringing him to tears, almost causing his demise on the spot. With a commanding shout, Ben launched his shot skyward, only for it to be emphatically swatted away by Wright. Moments later, Ben felt a presence behind him. It was Wallace, having retrieved the blocked shot, attempting to feed the ball back to Ben amidst the turmoil. Yet, on his second attempt, the shot missed again, this time with Austin claiming the rebound. During the Clippers' offensive turn, Martin finally relished the luxury of fresh air after that brief, suffocating 20 seconds, which had instilled a psychological torment regarding Camby. Unfortunately, his reprieve was short-lived as the Raptors soon regained possession. This time, Ben asserted himself, effortlessly sinking the ball into the hoop. 6 points. Coach Khan erupted with excitement from the sidelines, as if someone had just scored 60 points. Chapter 61, the fifth quadruple in history a minute later, amidst the chaos. Ben threw another shot, bringing his score to 8 points. Ever since the Raptors adopted their unconventional style of play, the fans sensed something amiss. A glance at Ben's statistics revealed Coach Kombu's intentions. 8 points. 8 points. 8 points. The crowd erupted in a chorus of 8 points, their cheers nearly shaking the ceiling loose. Having witnessed Kobe's legendary 81-point game against the Raptors, Kombu noted that even the roar of the crowd that day at the Lakers' home was not as thunderous as it was now. Another minute passed, and Ben was awarded a crucial free throw opportunity. The arena fell silent. Should he make both free throws, his score would immediately ascend into double digits, securing the quadruple. Kombu chuckled wryly. 2 successful free throws? That would truly put Ben to the test. Nearly making one would be a commendable feat, it seemed. As expected, Ben converted only one of his 2 attempts, raising his individual tally to 9 points. Just 1 point shy, the quadruple was tantalizingly close. At that moment, Coach Fitch unexpectedly called a timeout, sending a jolt of anxiety through Kombu. Surely, the Clippers weren't about to concede defeat if the game devolved into garbage time. While Ben might still achieve the quadruple, it would carry an unsavory stain. Upon the resumption of play, the Clippers retained their starting lineup, alleviating Kombu's concerns. Wright had just entered the game when he sent Ben to the free throw line again. Bang, bang, both free throws missed. In the next possession, Wright again put Ben on the line. This time, Ben seized the opportunity, making 1 of 2 and successfully reaching double digits. The quadruple was his. Ben became the 5th player in history with an official record of a quadruple-double, and remarkably, he was also the youngest to achieve this feat. After Ben secured his quadruple-double, Coach Fitch took advantage of the official timeout to substitute out the starters, allowing the game to descend into garbage time. It was inevitable. The deficit from the first 3 quarters had been insurmountable, rendering victory impossible. Kombu cast a grateful glance at Coach Fitch. A true gentleman. Fitch embodied the spirit of aiding others' success. The entire arena burst into a frenzy. Some fans were moved to tears, realizing the rarity of witnessing such a momentous game in their lifetimes. Following Xiao Ao's remarkable 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 5 assists against his former team, and McGrady's miraculous 15 points in 60 seconds, Ben was now experiencing his own night of glory. With a stat line of 10 points, 30 rebounds, 13 assists, and 10 blocks, he joined the ranks of legends such as Nate Thurmond, Elgin Baylor, Hakeem Olajuwon, and David Robinson. On the Raptors bench, teammates rejoiced wholeheartedly, genuinely happy for their elder brother, Ben. His selfless contributions had finally received the highest reward this evening. Simultaneously, they felt fortunate to be under the guidance of Coach Kombu, who devoted himself entirely to nurturing his players. Xiao Ao, McGrady, and Ben had all celebrated their own nights of triumph, and Wu Xin and others sensed that their own moments of glory were not far off. The jubilation continued for a brief minute before the referees signaled for the game to resume. This contest was far from over. Kombu also shifted to a pure substitute lineup, ultimately triumphing over the Clippers with a score of 103-93, a 10-point margin. As soon as the referee blew the final whistle, Kombu hurriedly led Ben onto the court to express his gratitude to the venerable Fiki. In this league rife with deception, individuals like Fiki command respect. They are all good-hearted individuals. Offering a helping hand and expressing thanks seems overly courteous. Fiki, with a forlorn expression, remarked on the impressive performance of the Raptors, contrasting it with the lackluster abilities of his own players, which only compounded his disappointment. Mr. Fiki, I've heard the Grizzlies are considering trading Lewis for a sharpshooter. Your player, Piakowski, has quite the three-point shot. Perhaps you should reach out to them? Kombu whispered, resembling a traitorous informant delivering intelligence to the occupying general. Kong. This information is crucial, Fiki responded with newfound enthusiasm. While Lewis may not be a star, he undoubtedly surpasses the current big men on the Clippers roster. And acquiring him would significantly bolster their strength. As for the potential injury woes associated with Lewis, Fiki was not the type of coach to overexert his players. Perhaps under his guidance, the rugged country boy could shed his rough edges and evolve into a player akin to Larry Bird. Wright happened to pass by, and Kongbu promptly called him over. Wright had assisted DeBen at the free throw line twice that night. Even under Fiki's orders, his contribution was indispensable. Buddy, watch out for women, Kongbu warned, unable to be too blunt. He certainly could not tell him that his childhood sweetheart would, 13 years hence, be the one to take his life. Wright was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether Kongbu had experienced some romantic betrayal that led him to caution others about women. For a moment, he regarded Kongbu with sympathy, surprised to discover that this promising and handsome young coach was a man burdened by unrequited love. After the game, during the press conference, both head coaches engaged in their customary exchange of mutual admiration. During the previous mutual flattery session with Hill, Kongbu's words had not been entirely sincere. However, this time, his praise for Fiki was heartfelt. His capabilities and character were indeed commendable, and any accolades bestowed upon him were well-deserved. The reporters were increasingly perplexed by Kongbu. Those who loathed him wished for his downfall, while following the recent tumultuous altercation. Figures like Little Van Gundy and the elder statesman had publicly criticized him on multiple occasions. Conversely, his admirers extolled his virtues to the heavens, seemingly eager to marry off their daughters to him. No coach had ever experienced such polarized opinions as Kongbu. After the press conference concluded, DeBen led the group out for a night of revelry, while Kongbu chose to withdraw like a turtle, opting not to join. It was not that he wished to dampen the spirits of others, but rather that he was financially constrained, having invested all his assets in property. He could not bear to let DeBen foot the bill for a night out, nor could he afford to treat them, hence his decision to abstain. The following afternoon at 3 o'clock, Kongbu met with DeBen. How much did you all spend last night? He inquired, knowing that DeBen was not wealthy and wanting to alleviate some of the burden. Not even $1,000, DeBen replied. Coach, is everything all right? You don't look well. Is it your health? He observed Kongbu's face, which had taken on a purplish hue, and expressed concern. Not even $1,000? How come I spent $60,000 last time? They are aware of my financial constraints, hence at the nightclub we visited, no extravagant spirits were ordered. The selections were limited to modestly priced vodka and tequila, each costing merely a few dozen dollars. In stark contrast to the thousands of dollars worth of cognac you once ordered. Ben chuckled awkwardly. Kongbu, overwhelmed, felt an urge to find a wall and bash his head against it, wishing to escape this brutal reality. He never imagined that such a shrewd individual could fall prey to a lavish spendthrift. By the way, Coach, President Thomas just reached out to me. What did he want? Kongbu's heart ached, his voice lacking vitality. He mentioned that the team wishes to discuss an early contract extension with me, and urged me to bring my agent for negotiations in the coming days. Ben's face illuminated with undisguised joy. An early extension is a privilege reserved for elite stars. He never envisioned such an opportunity as a rookie. It is worth noting that his identity as an undrafted player played a pivotal role in this moment. When he initially signed with the Wizards, he agreed to a mere 2-year contract without any restrictive clauses. Consequently, upon the season's conclusion, he will become an unrestricted free agent. The ease with which O'Neal departed from the Magic to join the Lakers back in the day was similarly due to the absence of such restrictive free agent clauses. In 1999, to avert similar situations, the collective bargaining agreement was revised to incorporate this clause. However, this very clause later led to the problematic situation where Arenas was poached by other teams, resulting in what is now known as the Arenas rule. The prospect of an early extension invigorated Kongbu. A significant thought struck him. Following this season, the NBA would likely face a lockout due to labor negotiations. This particular round of negotiations holds tremendous significance, having directly contributed to Jordan's second retirement. The lengthy labor agreement, spanning hundreds of pages, is most notably impacted by two provisions: the introduction of the luxury tax and the explicit definition of maximum player salaries. This implies that henceforth, the extraordinary scenario of a single player's salary exceeding the team's salary cap, as seen with Jordan, can never recur. Currently, With President Thomas seeking an early extension while the max salary regulations remain undefined, Kongbu deems it essential to secure a favorable contract for Ben. Chapter 62. The Rise of a Tycoon. Early the next morning, Kongbu arrived at the gymnasium. Last night, Ben had called him, stating that he would come with his agent to negotiate with old Thomas. Ben's agent was Alan Taylor from SFX Sports Agency. SFX is well-renowned in the industry. And Taylor, while not the owner, was merely an ordinary employee within the company. Initially, Kongbu did not perceive any remarkable traits in this agent, in his mind. The top agents were figures like Jeff Schwartz, Mark Bartelstein, and Rich Paul. However, his impression changed upon reviewing the players represented by Taylor. Currently, the most prominent players in his portfolio were Xiao Ao, McGrady, and Ben, three of the highest valued players in the Raptors. If these players had been signed after Ben's rise, it would not have seemed extraordinary. The crucial point, however, was that Taylor had signed them before the draft. His foresight was truly remarkable. Now that Kongbu had traversed into the role of a coach, he mused that had he become an agent instead, he might not have fared better than Taylor. Coach Kong, it has been a while since we last met, and you are looking even more handsome, Ben remarked. I heard you have a fondness for Rolex. I happen to possess a Rolex Ice Blue Roman Dial Platinum Diamond Date just. This timepiece is far too exquisite for my taste. It is more fitting for you, Coach Kong. With that, he retrieved a gift box from his briefcase. Kongbu gasped in astonishment, even without understanding the intricacies of Rolex. The lengthy name alone indicated its substantial value. The last time old Thomas gifted him a Rolex gold watch, Kongbu had taken the time to research this brand that he had never imagined owning in his previous life. And he was well aware of the worth of the watch Taylor was presenting. It was valued at no less than $100,000. The notion of receiving unearned rewards does not apply to Kongbu, as he had not only aided Taylor, but had done so significantly. As a Player S agent, Taylor's primary income stemmed from commissions on player contracts. With Kongbu's support in elevating Ben and others, Taylor was reaping substantial rewards. For instance, if Ben were to secure a $60 million contract, Taylor would earn a 4% commission, amounting to $240,000. This was merely from the team contract. Endorsements could yield him up to 20%, while Ben, as a blue-collar player, had limited commercial endorsements. Xiao Ao and McGrady were another story, especially McGrady, whose marketability was formidable, allowing Taylor to effortlessly earn millions. This was the reason behind Taylor's generous gift. He was immensely grateful to Kongbu for his care towards the players he represented. Additionally, it was revealed through Ben that other core players within the Raptors had reached a point of complete trust in Kongbu. Players like Wu Sheng, Marsh, and even Snow held considerable value. Should Kongbu recommend Taylor, even if Wu Sheng and the others had agents, they might be inclined to switch, resulting in another significant income stream. If he could secure Wu Sheng and his companions, a gift worth not just $100,000, but even millions, would be effortlessly bestowed by Taylor. Must you be so brazen? Standing at the threshold of my office, attempting to bribe the upper echelons of the team? This is unacceptable. I shall confiscate it. The roar of old Thomas echoed through the office, prompting Kongbu to hastily pocket his watch and make a swift exit. Initially, he had intended to join the fray and observe the contract old Thomas had prepared for Big Ben. However, after such a thunderous outburst from old Thomas, it would be quite inappropriate for Kongbu to return. He could assure himself that old Thomas would indeed dare to snatch away his watch. 2 hours later, Big Ben and Thailam found Kongbu on the court. How did the discussion unfold? Kongbu observed the peculiar expressions of the two individuals, marked by a hint of joy yet tempered. 6 years, 60 million. Upon uttering this figure, Ben inhaled deeply. Such a staggering sum was beyond the realm of his wildest dreams. The amount seemed utterly insufficient, especially considering that Juwan Howard had secured a 7-year contract worth $105 million last season. This player was destined to become a king of rebounds, a ruler of blocks, and a recipient of the Defensive Player of the Year award, not to mention being the youngest to achieve a quadruple-double. Forever immortalized in the annals of history. Surely, it could not be lower than Juwan Howard's contract, could it? Taylor expressed some dissatisfaction with this figure, as the size of the contract that Big Ben could secure would directly impact his earnings. If the amount were $60 million, he would earn $240,000, however. With a sum of $105 million, his earnings would exceed $400,000. The disparity is indeed significant. Kongbu scratched his head, acknowledging that while this contract is not exceedingly large, it is also not negligible. Once the maximum salary regulations are established next year, Even if Big Ben were to secure the top salary, it would amount to a maximum of 6 years for $80 million. Similar to the contract Rasheed Wallace received upon renewal for the next season. Kobe, later on, signed a near-max contract worth 6 years for $70 million and $90,000. A contract like that of Uncle Hua was a result of being taken advantage of by Pat Riley. It is unlikely that the Wizards would agree to issue a similar contract now. Furthermore, when Uncle Hua secured that contract, he averaged 22 points and 8 rebounds, highlighting the level of regard afforded to him at that time for achieving such statistics in his second year. Big Ben, being more of a blue-collar worker, naturally faces disadvantages in contract negotiations. Coach, do you think I could sign? You assert that it can be signed, and thus I shall sign. Ben possesses an unwavering faith in Kong Bu and is eager to hear his counsel. Let us propose a 3-year contract worth $45 million. You may convey to old Thomas that this is my intention. Kong Bu presented a staggering figure that left one astounded. How is it that the more we discuss, the lesser it seems? He harbors a tinge of regret for having relinquished that watch, uncertain if he can ever reclaim it. His desired figure is no less than $70 million over 7 years. However, the terms proposed by Kong Bu diverge significantly from his expectations. In terms of average annual salary, 3 years at $45 million certainly surpasses 6 years at $60 million or 7 years at $90 million. Yet, from the perspective of agents, the calculations do not unfold in such a straightforward manner. Agents must take into account the likelihood of player injuries, potential declines in performance, and the possibility of the player changing agents mid-career. Thus, securing a deal, no matter how modest, is paramount, and striving for a more lucrative contract is advisable. Kong Bu has his reasons for urging Ben to pursue this contract. 3 years hence, the salary cap is poised for a substantial increase. By that time, Ben will be 26 years old, at the pinnacle of his prowess, perfectly positioned to secure a lucrative 5-year maximum contract. Should he heed Talem's counsel and sign for 7 years, Ben would be 30. And it is questionable whether any team would be willing to extend a long-term maximum deal. Furthermore, Kong Bu is acutely aware that demanding an excessively large contract would inevitably lead to a breakdown in negotiations with the venerable Old Thomas. In Old Thomas's estimation, the most valuable player for the Raptors is Xiao Ao, followed by McGrady, with Ben and Wu Sheng trailing behind. They must allocate salary cap space in preparation for re-signing Xiao Ao and McGrady. A 3-year contract would align perfectly with the conclusion of McGrady's rookie deal, alleviating Old Thomas's concerns regarding McGrady's renewal. Additionally, as this marks the 3rd season of the Raptors' establishment, they must also begin to contemplate the luxury tax threshold. Presently, the team's total salary stands at $14 million, while next year's salary cap is projected at $30 million, with the luxury tax threshold at $27 million. Ben's contract would conveniently serve to bridge the gap to the luxury tax, as failing to do so would merely result in the Raptors redistributing that sum among all players at the season's end. It can be said that the figure proposed by Kong Bu is nothing short of impeccable, as it not only augments Ben's lifetime earnings but also spares the Raptors any undue hardship. Very well, I trust the coach. Let it be 3 years for $45 million. I shall convey this to President Thomas, he declared. Without hesitation, Ben acquiesced. Fully aware that Kong Bu would never act against his interests, Talem opened his mouth to interject but ultimately refrained. He knew he could not afford to offend Kong Bu. Should he now attempt to dissuade the decision, he was certain Kong Bu would promptly have Ben change agents, and Ben would undoubtedly comply without a moment's hesitation. Merely 10 minutes later, Ben returned, brimming with elation. Old Thomas had agreed to the 3-year, $45 million contract, and they could sign immediately. By the end of this season, Ben would find himself a millionaire, earning $15 million annually. Chapter 63, It Matters Not. I shall intervene. Big Ben has secured a substantial contract, drawing admiration from his peers, devoid of envy. They are all acutely aware that, in due course, they too shall attain lucrative contracts of their own. With a record of 15 wins and 7 losses, the Raptors currently hold a slim lead over the Pacers, ranking 2nd in the Eastern Conference. The Bulls, boasting an impressive 18 wins and 4 losses, surpass the Raptors in overall performance. However, during their recent match against the Bucks, Pippen sustained a significant injury, leaving uncertainty regarding his return. Upon hearing this news, the venerable Thomas was so exhilarated that he spent an entire sleepless night indulging in several bottles of red wine. If Pippen were to miss the remainder of the season, would the Bulls still pose a challenge to the Raptors? In such a scenario, the Raptors' chances of clinching the championship this season would undoubtedly soar. A championship victory would not only elevate his market value, but also provide sweet revenge against Jordan, a double delight. However, Kombu held a more tempered outlook. He understood that Pippen would likely return for the latter half of the season, and while the Bulls' regular season performance might waver slightly, it would hardly impact their playoff prospects. Even the influence on their regular season record would be minimal, as the Bulls were still projected to secure around 62 victories this season. Should Pippen indeed be sidelined for the remainder of the season, Kombu would begrudgingly allow himself a moment of joy, for without Pippen, the Raptors' chances of winning the championship would rise significantly. Following their victory against the Clippers, the Raptors continued their homestand, preparing to face the Miami Heat. The Heat were one of the unfortunate parties involved in the trade with Kombu during the draft, yet given the present circumstances, their losses appeared minimal, as the acquisition of Hardaway had proven to be quite beneficial. Pat Riley audaciously deployed a three-guard lineup, featuring Hardaway alongside two playmakers, significantly enhancing the offensive capabilities of the Heat's backcourt. Were it not for the Raptors' unexpected ascent, the Heat would have comfortably secured a spot among the top three teams in the East. Kombu, that trade was a veritable windfall for you, if given the opportunity. You want to compensate me, Riley jested before the game, his slick back hair giving him the air of a mobster delineating territory. Mr. Riley, you jest, in this league. No one possesses the acumen to outmaneuver you, Kombu replied with a grin. This comment carried a hint of playful sarcasm toward Riley's cunning nature, though unfortunately, Riley failed to pick up on it. His previous impression of Kombu had been rather lukewarm, but since Kombu led the Raptors to a spectacular showdown against the Knicks, Riley had developed a newfound respect for him. The animosity between Riley and the Knicks was a long and convoluted saga. At that moment, Morning observed Kombu and the Raptors with keen interest. He had witnessed the Raptors' recent clash with the Knicks and had been thoroughly entertained, finally releasing years of pent-up frustration. Although he had faced the Knicks twice, both times with little success. Once being pummeled by Ewing's formidable fists, seeing Ewing brought low by Big Ben's might, and witnessing Kombu's fierce retaliation against the Knicks brought him immense satisfaction. Despite having no direct encounters with the Raptors, Morning felt an instinctive camaraderie. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After the match commenced, he greeted each of the Raptors' starting players with exuberance, exuding warmth that might lead one to believe it was a home game for the Heat. The defeat against the Spurs had shaken Kombu's unwarranted confidence, instilling in him a newfound respect for the prowess of his opponents. The Heat, positioned fourth in the Eastern Conference, boasted a premier center in Morning, yet Kombu felt uncertain of his chances. However, as the game unfolded, he was taken aback. Was the Heat truly this vulnerable? Their trio of smaller guards was thoroughly overwhelmed by the likes of Marzhan, McGrady, and Snow. Snow had developed a knack for defending against shorter point guards like Tim Hardaway. Meanwhile, Marzhan and McGrady employed formidable defense, continuously stifling the Heat's perimeter play. The Heat's outside performance paled in comparison to that of the Spurs. In the paint, the Heat's twin towers, Morning and power forward P.J. Brown, were significantly outmatched, while Big Ben excelled against shorter centers. Morning's height of 208 centimeters was considered below average among centers. It couldn't be said that Big Ben could completely dominate Morning. Rather, Morning was rendered ineffective in Big Ben's presence. P.J. Brown, though defensively adept and a decent rebounder, lacked offensive prowess, despite multiple selections to the all-defensive second team. His skills were rendered moot against Camby, who was starting for the Raptors that night. As the game progressed into the second half, the Raptors had established a 14-point lead. Big Ben and Camby had combined for a mere 7 points, while the Heat's twin towers managed only 12 points collectively. The rebounding battle was clearly in favor of the Raptors, whose twin towers had accrued 21 rebounds compared to the Heat's 11. Kombu increasingly viewed the Spurs' twin towers as invincible. His own constructed trio for the Raptors was undoubtedly formidable, poised to be remembered in NBA history. Yet, the Spurs duo was unparalleled, possessing exceptional low-post offensive skills, elite rebounding, and defensive capabilities, coupled with the ability to shoot. Duncan was arguably the finest shooter among the four great centers, while his reliable bank shot was a remarkable skill. Kombu resolved to ensure that Bowen remained with the Raptors at all costs. If he were to leave, it was likely that Popovich would acquire him. Following the course of history, not only could Bowen not be allowed to depart, but he also had to secure Ginobili, who would enter the draft in 2 years, to prevent the Spurs from forming a formidable perimeter presence. Just as Kombu was plotting against the Spurs, an incident unfolded on the court. Camby, while contending for a rebound, was entangled by P.J. Brown's arm, landing awkwardly and seemingly sustaining an injury, grimacing in pain. Big Ben rushed to confront P.J. Brown, with other players quickly gathering around. Kong Bu's expression darkened at the sight of such underhanded tactics being turned against him. In hindsight, fans held a favorable view of P.J. Brown, likely due to his receipt of the Joe Dumars Trophy, recognizing his sportsmanship within the league. Until he traversed into this realm, Kong Bu could not comprehend why he was deserving of this accolade. A saying circulates within the NBA community: one should never provoke those seasoned players whose careers span many years but whose statistics remain modest. Most of these individuals are not to be trifled with. They possess skills that can inflict injury, disability, or even death. Rick Mahorn serves as a quintessential example. Renowned for his iron fists, Tree Rollins, who entered the league in '77 and retired in '95, exemplifies this as well. His statistics closely mirror those of Mahorn, often averaging merely 5 to 6 points and 6 to 7 rebounds. His nefarious eye-gouging technique has been the cornerstone of his enduring presence in the league, nearly leading Mailman Malone to a career as a blind masseur. P.J. Brown is similarly noteworthy. Despite never achieving double-digit statistics in any category, he enjoyed a lengthy 15-year career. During one of the fierce encounters between the Knicks and the Heat, P.J. Brown was involved in an incident where he body-slammed the Knicks point guard at the free throw line, resulting in himself being assaulted by 4 seasoned Knicks players, which inadvertently led to Malone receiving a beating as well. While the body slam was not P.J. Brown's signature move, his specialty lay in entangling opponents' arms, particularly when they leaped for rebounds. Seasoned players on the street courts are well aware of the repugnant nature of such tactics, as they can easily dislocate an opponent's arm. Camby had just suffered a significant setback. Kong Bu, with a scowl, turned his gaze towards the bench where the elderly Mahorn sat, eyes closed in meditation. Having been with the Raptors for some time, Mahorn had yet to step onto the court for a single second. "Rick, would you care to take the floor and stretch your limbs?" Old Mahorn abruptly opened his eyes and glanced in P.J. Brown's direction. "It matters not. I shall shoot when called upon. However, you must assist me in reclaiming my suspended wages from Thomas." With that, Mahorn languidly rose, discarding the white towel draped over his shoulders, and cracked the joints in his fist with a series of pops. Beep, beep, beep. Kong Bu immediately called a timeout, initiating a substitution. Big Ben, Mahorn, Wushing, Marsh, and Bowen. Any fool could discern Kong Bu's intentions. Chapter 64. Even the Heavenly King cannot save you. Kong Bu has never subscribed to the belief that enduring a moment of hardship will lead to tranquility or that taking a step back will yield greater horizons. He is acutely aware that the benevolent are often exploited. If one remains indifferent to bullying, the aggressors will only escalate their actions in the future. P.J. Brown's behavior is reprehensible beyond measure. In Kong Bu's eyes, it is far more intolerable than that of the auntie, for at least she fought with transparency, not resorting to underhanded tactics. If he does not show P.J. Brown a taste of retribution, it is likely he will overstep his bounds. Moreover, this season's playoffs present an opportunity for the Raptors to face off against the Heat, and Kong Bu is determined to deny the opposition any psychological advantage. When confronted with underhanded schemes, remaining passive would only paint him as a coward. In the high-stakes atmosphere of the playoffs, such indifference would surely embolden the rivals. Upon returning from the timeout and witnessing Rick Mahorn take the court, Heat's second-in-command Tim Hardaway's pupils dilated in alarm. Having entered the league in 1989, at the height of the Bad Boys Pistons' dominance, he is all too familiar with Mahorn's formidable presence. To the outside world, Bill Laimbeer may be perceived as the most notorious player, yet those who played in that era understood that Laimbeer's audacity was largely supported by Mahorn's backing. Without Mahorn, Laimbeer would have long been dismantled on the court. P.J. Brown's petty antics have led to Camby's injury, and despite the presence of Little Al on the bench, Kong Bu opted to deploy Mahorn. He even resurrected several enforcers from their previous encounter with the Knicks, causing Hardaway to realize the gravity of the situation. This was a group capable of going toe-to-toe with the seasoned Knicks. With Mahorn added to the mix, they might even overpower the old foes. In contrast, the Heat's backcourt consists of 3 diminutive players, hardly a match for the formidable Big Ben. Hardaway's resentment towards P.J. Brown brewed within him. Was he simply foolish? The last altercation with the Knicks was instigated by Brown's clumsy aggression, and now he had entangled an opponent's arm once more. It was one thing to endure punishment himself, but why drag his teammates into the fray? Hardaway resolved that if a brawl erupted, he would not involve himself. He had no reason to be a punching bag. Riley's expression was grave. He too sensed that something was amiss. Merely observing the Raptors lineup upon returning from the timeout indicated Kong Bu's intentions toward P.J. Brown. Riley also felt that P.J. Brown seemed oblivious to the reality of the situation. The Knicks were sworn enemies, and a confrontation was to be expected. But why provoke the Raptors, with whom there was no grudge? Simultaneously, he harbored a degree of dissatisfaction with Kong Bu's actions. To him, it seemed that Kong Bu was making a mountain out of a molehill. It was not a season-ending injury. A simple recovery of 10 days to 2 weeks would suffice. Did he truly need to escalate matters so dramatically? At the very least, for the sake of his own reputation, such a grand display was unwarranted. As soon as Kong Bu's timeout concluded, and the players had been on the court for less than 3 seconds, Riley hastily called for another timeout. While others remained still, he simply replaced P.J. Brown. It is not that Riley fears the Raptors or intends to show weakness to Kong Bu. Rather, he finds it unworthy. P.J. Brown is the unequivocal core starter for the Heat, while Mahone has not played a single second for the Raptors. It was evident that a confrontation was imminent on the court. Should it come to a one-on-one altercation, with both players suspended, the Heat would clearly suffer a significant loss. In the event of a brawl, even if 5 Raptors were suspended, their bench still possesses formidable strength, while the Heat's prowess is predominantly encapsulated in their starting lineup. Thus, a brawl would be utterly disadvantageous for them. As a shrewd veteran, he would never engage in such a losing endeavor. Kong Bu, seething with frustration, could hardly fathom that Riley would resort to such tactics. Is this how one conducts oneself? Mahone had already shed his pants for the fight, only to have Riley conceal him on the bench. TSK. Mahone, who had been clenching his fists in agitation, scoffed disdainfully as he approached the Heat's bench. Since joining the Raptors, he had accomplished nothing, and most of the older players were restless, eager to find something to occupy themselves. After finally having an opportunity to act tonight and having uttered provocative words, would they now back down? The audacious P.J. Brown sprang to his feet, appearing ready to confront Mahone, but his Heat teammates quickly restrained him. If he charged onto the court, Mahone would have no need to act. P.J. Brown would inevitably face suspension. Worthless, despicable, shameless coward. The veteran Mahone, not particularly well educated, was not adept at verbal sparring, and thus stammered a few words at P.J. Brown. Though P.J. Brown wished to retort, a glare from Riley silenced him instantly. Logically, one would think that the matter should conclude here, as Kong Bu could hardly lead his team to assault P.J. Brown on the Heat's bench. Who could have anticipated that there was more than one fool among the Heat's ranks? When did a team as pitiful as the Raptors become so audacious? Who were they trying to intimidate by putting an old man like you on the court? Isn't Kong Bu supposed to be brave? Does he dare to step onto the court? Or is he merely a cowardly sneak? These words were spoken by the very player, Fish, who had been hastily traded by Kong Bu during the draft. He had served under Kong Bu for a mere 17 minutes. The events of the draft left Fish feeling deeply insulted. He was one of the best guards in the league, yet Kong Bu had disposed of him so easily, having grown accustomed to wielding power with the Wizards. He found that Chris Webber was not the type to command respect and could not contain Fish. Life with the Heat had become difficult. Who would indulge him now? Morning, with his notorious temper, had never feared even the formidable players of the Hornets, let alone someone like Fish. On one hand, he harbored resentment towards Kong Bu, not only feeling scorned but also having been cast into a den of misery. On the other hand, he yearned to prove himself to his teammates, to elevate his standing within the team, at least to be regarded as someone of significance. Thus, he boldly stepped forward, pointing at Kong Bu and raising a clamor. Kong Bu was nearly overwhelmed with rage, his breath coming in heavy bursts as he clenched his fists, glaring at Fei Che. In the span of half a year since his arrival, it was the first time someone had dared to insult him to his face. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you tonight, mark my words. In Kong Bu's eyes, due to the incident with Ty, Irving is considered only half a man. He harbors no ill feelings towards Irving's godfather, Fish. The decision to sell him was purely out of necessity, aimed at enhancing the team's rating and obtaining system rewards. Little did he expect that this fellow would take advantage of the situation. Irving's godfather? Tonight, even if Irving's father were to arrive, it would be of no consequence. The actions of Flycar at this moment resemble a desperate plea for financial assistance from Brother Guanxi, a self-inflicted salute. Upon hearing the furious tirade against Kong Bu from the motorcycle gang, Dabin and his companions rushed forth, astonished by such audacity, having witnessed bravery before, but never such reckless abandon. Ma Hong felt a surge of elation within. Could there truly be such fortuitous circumstances? He extended his arms, blocking Dabin and the others. His expression grave. It matters not. I shall take action. No sooner had he spoken than the referee's whistle pierced the air, and Kong Bu called for a timeout. In a mere span of 10 seconds, Both teams had called 3 timeouts, a frequency that surely set a historical record. "Coach, why did you call for a timeout? If you had waited just one more second, I could have turned that speeding vehicle into a wreck," Mahong lamented. "Rest assured, Coach, when I take the court, I will seize him and bring him before you to deliver a resounding slap." Dabin fumed, his face flushed with indignation. The humiliation of Kong Bu at the hands of the speeding vehicle was, in his eyes, far more intolerable than any affront to himself. Kong Bu shook his head coldly. "Do not move. Do not do anything." With that, he fixed his gaze upon Bowen, silently observing him for a full 5 seconds. Bowen remained quiet as well, shyly nodding with a demure smile akin to a bashful young girl. The unspoken understanding between the master and disciple stemmed from a conversation that took place when Bowen first joined the team, during which Kong Bu had expressly instructed him that, barring exceptional circumstances, he was not to employ any underhanded defensive tactics. That 5-second gaze had served as a signal. An exceptional circumstance had arisen. And it was now Bowen's turn to act. "Kambai has been injured by your fiery squad, and now he dares to insult me to my face. How can you expect to leave Toronto without paying the price?" Chapter 65. Each showcases their skills. Madness unleashed the venerable figures of Big Ben, Little O. The Saint of War, Bowen, and McGrady made their triumphant return to the court. Observing the young prodigy, Kong Bu, relegating the formidable weapon, Mahong, to the bench once more, Riley felt a surge of secret satisfaction. After all, he was merely a boy yet to fully mature, and despite the scathing rebuke he had endured from the speedster, he chose to swallow his pride. No matter how audacious or flamboyant he had been previously, when faced with Riley, he had no choice but to concede. Riley sensed that the outcome of this game had become inconsequential. Witnessing the once unruly Kong Bu submit to him was far more gratifying than winning any ordinary match. As the game progressed, the players engaged in a standard exchange for 2 or 3 minutes. Bowen, though youthful, possessed a cunning wisdom that belied his years. His objective was to catch the speedster off guard. Upon entering the game, he neglected to defend against him, scarcely casting a glance in his direction. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Tim Hardaway found himself closely guarded by McGrady and was compelled to pass the ball to the speedster. The Saint of War pursued the speedster with determination. As his name suggested, the speedster was exceptionally swift. He charged towards the Saint, forcing him back, then executed a swift change of direction, followed by a graceful step-back jumper. His finesse was undeniable. At that precise moment, the cunning Bowen seized his opportunity. To be more accurate, it was his foot that struck. His foot landed precisely at the speedster's landing spot. Thud! The speedster landed directly upon Bowen's foot, losing his balance and crashing to the floor. Clutching his ankle, he howled in agony. Bowen, too, immediately grasped his foot, his cries echoing with greater despair than that of the speedster. Kong Bu's countenance remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of emotion. Anyone observing him would never suspect that the incident on the court was a result of his deliberate machinations. However, the old fox, Riley, was an exception. The more impassive Kong Bu appeared, the more suspicious Riley became. He was convinced this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Kong Bu. Instantly, a blaze of fury ignited within Riley's chest. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the fact that Kong Bu had bowed to him, never imagining that he would exhibit such audacity. Riley felt that Kong Bu was shamelessly slapping him in the face. His standing in the league was undoubtedly among the top tier. And though he lacked the official backing of someone like Stu Jackson, who would dare disregard the face of the soothsayer, with the speedster injured, particularly suffering from an ankle injury, even if it did not spell the end of his career, it would surely sideline him for at least half a season. This would significantly impact the Heat's performance in the regular season, should the speedster be unable to participate in the playoffs. The Heat's hopes for this season would be utterly extinguished. Riley was beside himself with rage, glaring daggers at Kong Bu, wishing he could strip him of his skin on the spot. He had initially perceived Kong Bu as a mere hothead, and his previous demeanor had indeed aligned with that image. He never anticipated that Kong Bu could be so ruthless, employing tactics more lethal than those of seasoned veterans in the league. Kong Bu, sensing Riley's murderous glare, smiled and nonchalantly shrugged, clearly conveying the message that he had no involvement in this incident. It was purely a stroke of misfortune. In matters of lesser significance, Kong Bu would readily concede. However, he would never acknowledge this particular incident. Inflicting harm through underhanded tactics is an utterly disgraceful affair. Had Camby not been injured by a dirty trick, and if Riley had not resorted to dubious means to keep P.J. Brown on the court to confront Mahone, Kong Bu would not have unleashed the formidable Bowens. If Fish had not emerged to act unreasonably and hurl insults, None of this would have transpired, given that the Heat had engaged in cunning and unscrupulous behavior. There was no justification for Kongbu to indulge their abhorrent tendencies. Since acquiring that portfolio of 141 properties, Kongbu's confidence has soared. No matter who you are. If you provoke me, be prepared to face severe repercussions. At present, there are no sophisticated instant replays. The three referees deliberated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to issue Bowen a secondary flagrant foul, thus expelling him from the game. Bowen, still clutching his foot in agony, limped away to the locker room upon hearing of his ejection. Fish, however, was not as fortunate and was indeed carried off on a stretcher. The game continued, and Riley felt an urge to abandon all decorum. Contemplating the idea of reintroducing P.J. Brown to the fray to engage the Raptors in a fierce battle, potentially dragging them down with him. Yet, upon witnessing Kongbu's fervent desire for competition, he quickly dismissed the notion. The Raptors could afford to be reckless. Their foundation was solid. And even with 2 or 3 players suspended, it would not pose a significant issue. The Heat, on the other hand, could not afford such luxury, with Fish already injured. Further suspensions would spell disaster for them. Riley stifled his frustration. Forbearance was his only option. Beep, beep, beep. The game concluded with the Raptors triumphing at home, 101-86, marking their 16th victory of the season. 16 wins and 7 losses. Kongbu observed as Riley, with a grim countenance, stepped onto the court, and he ambled over. He had come to terms with the situation. With an abundance of debts, one need not fret, having offended Larry Brown and his entourage. He was indifferent to the addition of one more adversary in Pat Riley. Young man, your methods are rather ruthless, Riley seethed through gritted teeth. Kongbu maintained his innocent facade, replying, Mr. Riley, what do you mean by that? Ruthless? That term hardly seems fitting for the youth. It is more appropriate for an old fox like yourself. Riley's forehead was veined with tension, his fists clenched tightly. It had been at least a decade since he had experienced such unbridled rage. Are you truly unafraid of me? Have you not considered the consequences of your actions? Kongbu found amusement in this remark, recalling that Larry Brown had said something similar. It seemed those entrenched in power believed others ought to fear them. Fear? Each time I see your slick back hair, I am reminded of the Godfather from the movies. I dread waking up tomorrow to find a bloodied horse's head at the foot of my bed. With that, Kongbu laughed heartily as he departed the court, his demeanor betraying no hint of trepidation. He felt a profound sense of bravado, perhaps best encapsulated by the phrase, I shall laugh heartily as I stride forth. For I am no mere commoner. Kongbu reveled in this audacity. Unaware of the seismic repercussions his actions would unleash throughout the league, a cataclysmic event ensnaring many of the NBA's elite. Riley's temperament stands in stark contrast to that of Larry Brown. In the post-game press conference, Riley adamantly asserted that Bowen was acting under the directive of Combs, committing a malicious foul against the fast break. He demanded that the league not only impose a suspension of over 30 games on Bowen but also deliver severe punishment to Combs, the principal instigator. Naturally, Combs vehemently denied any wrongdoing during the press conference, countering that P.J. Brown was influenced by Riley to execute a malicious foul on Camby. His demands were straightforward. Suspend P.J. Brown for over 30 games and impose strict penalties on Pat Riley. The animosity between the two coaches was glaringly evident, each pointing fingers at the other. Initially, reporters assumed this exchange between the two coaches would conclude as mere verbal sparring. However, to their surprise, the very next morning, Knicks head coach Jeff Van Gundy took another jab, echoing Riley's claims that Combs had incited players to inflict harm, calling for the league to impose strict penalties. Just as Combs had forged a strong friendship with Brian Hill, Hill promptly emerged to defend Combs, reiterating that Combs is a gentleman and would never engage in such behavior. Hill, however, lacked the audacity to criticize Riley. Soon after, the heavyweight Larry Brown entered the fray, seizing the opportunity to deliver a blow to Combs. Yet, as soon as he stepped forward, another prominent figure, Chuck Daly, voiced his support for Combs. Pistons coach Mike Gentry lambasted Combs' team for their brutal style of play, immediately launching into a tirade against Isaiah Thomas, deeming him incompetent and unworthy of leading the Pistons. At such a critical juncture, Thomas knew precisely where to direct his allegiances. Trailblazers coach Mike Dunleavy could not resist taking a jab at Combs, only to be swiftly refuted by Grizzlies mogul Stu Jackson. While Dunleavy held some sway against less experienced coaches, he dared not utter a word in Jackson's presence. Nets coach Kerry Kittles, an ally of Larry Brown, had previously shown disdain towards Combs during games and now reemerged to voice his opinions. Unfortunately for Kittles, Lakers coach Silver Fox Harris's endorsement of Combs overshadowed him, rendering Kittles virtually unnoticed. Combs was somewhat taken aback. He had little affiliation with the Lakers and did not expect Harris's support. However, considering that the Lakers were currently under the stewardship of the legendary Jerry West, Combs realized that West likely still harbored resentment over past grievances with Riley. Unable to intervene directly, West had chosen to send forth Harris as his representative. Wizards general manager Wes Unseld, known for his confrontational style, erupted in condemnation of Riley, accusing him of preying on the young and vulnerable. The animosity between Unseld and Riley ran deep, stemming from the infamous $105 million contract of Uncle Ho, which the Wizards had been ensnared in due to Riley's machinations. This controversy had escalated significantly, culminating in a legal battle that reached Stern himself. Although it appeared that the Wizards emerged victorious, retaining Uncle Ho, the contract ultimately became a source of ridicule, leaving Unseld in a state of profound embarrassment. What began as a mere squabble between Combs and Pat Riley had evolved into a grand arena of conflict, unearthing rivalries amongst several prominent figures. Both sides showcased their prowess, rallying their supporters with fervor. The name Combs dominated headlines across global sports media for a remarkable 3 consecutive days, observing the interminable squabble that seemed destined to persist endlessly. It was ultimately brought to a definitive close by the voice of a single individual. That individual is none other than Stern. Chapter 66. The abduction of DeGi. The NBA has not experienced such fervor in quite some time. Stern has been closely monitoring the unfolding events, initially believing that the inexperienced newcomer, Kong Bu, would crumble before Riley. However, the outcome has proven to be entirely contrary to his expectations. Kong Bu has stood his ground, unwavering and undeterred, supported by a contingent of influential figures voicing their support. This has left Stern perplexed. He was certain that prior to coaching the Raptors, Kong Bu had no connections within the NBA. In a mere few months, how could he amass such an astonishing network? If he were to linger in the league for decades, would he not become a sovereign within the NBA? Stern is acutely aware that if the war of words continues, Kong Bu is destined for defeat, as some of Riley's esteemed old friends, due to their status, are unlikely to intervene. Figures such as Phil Jackson and Greg Popovich come to mind. Yet, should matters reach a critical juncture, the outcome remains uncertain. Stern hastily intervenes, as he hopes to leverage Kong Bu's influence to penetrate the lucrative Chinese market. The officials have rendered a fair judgment, and I believe there is no further need for discussion on this matter. Stern's pronouncement carries the weight of authority within the league when he declares silence. Even Riley cannot persist in his arguments. While his statement appears impartial, it is evident to discerning minds that Stern is favoring the underdog, Kong Bu. This revelation inevitably stirs curiosity among the league's upper echelons. When did Kong Bu forge such an alliance with Stern? Recalling the previous chaotic confrontation between the Knicks and Raptors, it is apparent that Stern has shown bias towards the Raptors, further solidifying the notion of an extraordinary rapport between Kong Bu and Stern. On the very night Stern spoke, Kong Bu was leading the Raptors against the New Jersey Nets in an away game. This match was a thorough obliteration. Kong Bu disregarded the concept of garbage time, granting the Nets no respite from start to finish. Keith Van Horn and Stephon Marbury were nearly brought to tears post-game, having never endured such humiliation. Head coach Sam Mitchell, on the sidelines, was left hoarse from fervently shouting. The Raptors triumphed by a staggering 39 points, a genuine slaughter. Kong Bu intended to convey to Riley that he harbored no fear, first dispatching the subordinate, Sam Mitchell, to the sacrificial altar. Kong, have you forgotten something? After the situation was resolved, Stern promptly reached out to Kong Bu. He was unconcerned about the feud between Kong Bu and Riley in his eyes. It was a trivial matter. Moreover, the ensuing excitement within the league was not unwelcome. As one of the 4 major North American leagues, the NBA is currently the weakest. If it could consistently dominate the headlines, Stern would welcome it with open arms. Of course, I remember. However, with the regular season currently in progress, it is challenging to integrate him into the league. Kong Bu grasped Stern's intentions, yet the timing was not conducive for such maneuvers. Challenging? Kong. At times I find myself questioning whether you are as intelligent as you portray, considering you often commit foolish acts or utter nonsensical remarks. Once you have finalized your candidate, I can promptly facilitate their entry into the league. Stern, as the true ruler of the league, possesses the confidence to utter such words. Kong has indeed settled on a candidate, or rather, there is only one viable option, Wang Zhizhi. Born in 1977, this year marks his 20th birthday. According to the current NBA draft regulations for overseas players, those aged between 18 and 22 who have not participated in the NCAA are eligible for the draft. Under normal circumstances, Wang would have entered the draft in 1999, just a month shy of turning 22. Kong initially intended for him to participate in the draft next year, as the Raptors hold numerous draft picks, any of which could easily secure Wang's selection. However, 2 points trouble Kong. First is Wang's skill level, which appears insufficient for NBA All-Star caliber. Kong had previously boasted to Stern about nurturing a Chinese All-Star. The second issue is Wang's identity. He is currently a member of the national team and serves in the military, representing the 81st Army team. The challenge of bringing him to the NBA is formidable, as both the national team and the military team may refuse to release him. Mr. Stern, the candidate has been determined. Wang Zhixi. Have you heard of him? He famously blocked David Robinson during the Olympics. Stern nodded, recalling the tall, slender young man from China who had indeed made a notable block against the Admiral during the 1996 Dream Team Games. Excellent. I will handle his draft application report. In the coming days, ensure you secure his signature. I look forward to your commitment. Upon hearing Stern's words, Kong became increasingly convinced that the Knicks envelope incident was genuine. This old rogue's methods were indeed unscrupulous. When Stern spoke of processing the draft application report, it essentially meant fabricating a draft application to designate Wang as an undrafted player. Consequently, the Raptors could sign Wang during the ongoing season, even if someone suspected foul play. They would have no means to investigate, as the draft application reports are securely held by the league. Even if a mole within the league were to inform the public that there was no record of Wang's draft application, Stern could easily employ a temporary worker to feign an oversight, claiming that Wang's application was inadvertently omitted during registration. What is power? It is the ability to turn black into white, leaving others powerless even if they are aware of the truth. Kong felt a sense of discomfort. Was there truly a need for such urgency? Setting aside whether securing Wang would be successful, even if he were signed, how could one justify a lackluster performance that falls short of all-star standards? Before he could voice his concerns, Stern had already ended the call. When Kong attempted to redial, Stern refused to answer. It was quite maddening. Had he known, he would have refrained from boasting. Kong felt uneasy, as though ants were crawling upon him. The situation was exceedingly thorny. Regarding Wang's skill, if pushed to the limit, Kong could grit his teeth and find a solution. For instance, if one were to utilize this blank template to adorn the figure of Xiao Ao and subsequently apply it to Deji, transforming him into another Xiao Ao, it would be a course of action born out of necessity. Were there alternative choices available, Kongbu would undoubtedly hesitate to employ it on Xiao Ao. The true challenge lies in persuading the national team and the 8th team to release their players. Kongbu is utterly at a loss. Hello, Brother Yao. I wish to inquire about a matter. Kongbu directly dialed the number of Yao Ming's father, for he is a legitimate figure within the realm of Chinese basketball, far more knowledgeable in this domain than Kongbu himself. Upon hearing that Kongbu intended to take Deji to the NBA, Yao Ziyuan felt a twinge of jealousy. Was it not said that his son, De Yao, possessed extraordinary talent? Why was there an immediate focus on Deji? In truth, this matter is not as complex as one might presume. One merely needs to ensure that Deji is readily available for selection and that his health is maintained. There would be no justification for refusal. Everyone is aware that playing in the NBA can enhance a player's abilities, and an increase in player proficiency would ultimately secure better results in international competitions. This is undoubtedly a positive development. I have some acquaintances. Perhaps I could first probe the waters for you? Yao Ziyuan generously took on this task. Kongbu was overjoyed, as if a pillow had been provided to him just as he was about to doze off, for he had been fretting over how to reach those responsible for these matters domestically. After approximately a day's wait, the transoceanic call from Old Yao arrived. Fortunately, since you are the one requesting, the Basketball Administration Center has generally agreed. Had it been a foreign coach, they would have likely disregarded the matter entirely. Oh, am I truly so well regarded? Kongbu exclaimed with delight. Not just well regarded. I heard that in a recent internal meeting, they began deliberating whether to invite you back to coach the national team. Unfortunately, we did not qualify for next year's World Championship. And with the Olympics still over 3 years away, this matter has been temporarily shelved. Yao Ziyuan disclosed the internal information he had gathered to Kongbu. Kongbu was elated, exhilarated to the point of tingling at his scalp. This mere nobody had caught the attention of the Basketball Administration Center. The feeling of recognition from his compatriots was a sense of accomplishment second only to possessing an impressive portfolio of 141 properties. Kong Bu was confident that in 3 years' time, he would hold more than just a single championship trophy. He would emerge as one of the most sought-after coaches in the NBA and across the globe, truly deserving of leading the Chinese men's basketball team in the Olympic Games. In this light, it became clear that enticing De Gea to the NBA ahead of time was indeed a prudent strategy. Generally agreed? Once the initial excitement faded, Kong Bu immediately sensed something amiss. Chapter 67. How much fake liquor have you consumed? Indeed, there is a general consensus, albeit with certain stipulations. Foremost among these is the requirement for a minimum playing time of no less than 25 minutes. They believe that without guaranteed time on the court, the opportunity for development would be rendered futile, thus diminishing the necessity of participation. Secondly, concerns regarding health have arisen. It is imperative for De Gea to bring along a physiotherapist, whose remuneration will be the responsibility of your organization. Should De Gea encounter any injuries or health issues, they reserve the right to recall him to his home country at any moment. Lastly, there is the matter of the contract, which must be limited to a duration of 1 year. Perhaps their apprehension stems from a fear of being unduly bound by De Gea. In the event that circumstances become unfavorable, they wish to retain the option to return home after 1 year. Lao Yao conveyed the stipulations set forth by the Basketball Management Center to Kong Bu. The latter grimaced at the stringent conditions, which seemed rather excessive. A guarantee of playing time, alongside the obligation for the team to cover the physiotherapist's salary, and a mere 1-year contract. These terms were indeed harsh. Logically speaking, if Kong Bu were dealing with a standard draft player, he would certainly advise them to seek opportunities elsewhere, regardless of their potential as a future all-star. However, De Gea's situation is distinctly unique, and Kong Bu is acutely aware that these demands are not self-imposed by De Gea. Upon reflection, the conditions proposed by the Basketball Management Center become more comprehensible. They are driven by a desire to avoid any injuries that might jeopardize De Gea's career. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Bu resolved that, despite the harshness of the terms, signing the agreement might be a reasonable course of action after all. What more could one desire? Not signing would also pose challenges in terms of accountability to Stern. He instructed Lao Yao to communicate his acceptance of the proposed conditions and subsequently placed a direct call to old Thomas. Is that our esteemed president on the line? In recent days, there has been quite a stir, and even Pat Riley seems at a loss to handle the situation. It is indeed surprising that he still contemplates giving me a call. Old Thomas resembles a forlorn spinster, lamenting the neglect of her suitors. Just days ago, in a fit of rage for Kong Bu, he unleashed his ire upon Gentry, thinking that Kong Bu ought to bestow upon him some small token of appreciation. Yet not even a phone call graced him. Vice President, I have serious matters to discuss regarding Mr. Stern's directives. Kong Bu, in a lighthearted manner, also poked fun at old Thomas's title. Though he is essentially the captain of the Raptors, his official designation remains that of a mere vice president. Stern's directives? Indeed. He aspires to expand into the celestial market, entrusting this task to me. I am to select a player from the celestial realm and bring him to the Raptors for development, while you swiftly draft a 1-year contract. Old Thomas was rendered speechless, suddenly comprehending Stern's favoritism towards Kong Bu. He had also heard of Stern's previous endeavors in the celestial realm, where he had played the role of a sycophant. This tale had circulated widely, as who would not wish to hear the misadventures of the NBA tyrant. Only a 1-year contract? At that time, Stephen's contract was only signed for 2 years, and I now deeply regret it. This time, the contract must be for 4 years. Old Thomas is not foolish. He understands that these are players selected for Stern. How much worse could they possibly be? At that time, the esteemed Warrior was a second-round draft pick. After Coach K contacted him, Old Thomas took charge of the contract negotiations and offered the Warrior a 2-year deal, with the second year being non-guaranteed. Had they signed for 4 years, it would have allowed the Raptors to enjoy 2 additional years of his services without compensation. Did I not wish to secure a 4-year contract? The other party was simply unwilling. Coach K, in exasperation, relayed the conditions proposed domestically to Old Thomas, seemingly stringent. These conditions caused Old Thomas to ponder deeply. What sort of formidable rookie would dare to impose such exacting terms? The old man had a penchant for overthinking. He suspected that the other party's strength was considerable and that they possessed an inflated sense of self-worth, hence the imposition of such conditions. You mention he stands at 7 feet 1 inch, possessing commendable offensive prowess? Indeed. Old Thomas was immediately overjoyed. 7 feet 1 inch translates to 216 centimeters. The same height as David Robinson, coupled with offensive capabilities. Wasn't he this the quintessential second-generation admiral? It was no wonder he felt emboldened to propose such terms. Sign it. He thought, without delay, it must be signed. This season's salary of $13 million US. The next season could be addressed later. Old Thomas was ecstatic. While one might not expect fortunes to fall from the sky, an admiral could certainly descend. Previously, during the match against the Spurs Twin Towers, he had gazed upon them with envy. Small O, dubbed the Little Duncan, appeared to be a significantly diminished and fragile version of Duncan. Now, with the addition of a second-generation admiral, did this not imply that the Raptors would also boast a twin tower duo akin to the Spurs? A youthful rendition, no less. Coupled with the Raptors' formidable perimeter lineup, any notion of a Bulls dynasty would be thoroughly obliterated. Coach K questioned whether he was overly fatigued, experiencing auditory hallucinations. If he had not misheard, Old Thomas had indeed mentioned a one-year contract worth $13 million. How much counterfeit liquor had he consumed? $13 million? Pippin's salary this year was merely $78 million. Coach K suspected Old Thomas had indulged too much. Pippen? His situation was exceptional, and as a perimeter player, why should he be compared to an interior player's salary? Coach K even entertained the notion that Old Thomas had been possessed by the spirit of the ancient bruiser. Unselled. Otherwise, how could a perimeter player utter such words? Was this even rational? Furthermore, our current salary cap was still $13 million below the poverty line. If this sum were not expended, it would need to be divided among all players by season's end. Did he intend to allocate funds to those whose names he could scarcely recall? Coach K was rendered speechless. Despite the Raptors' core rotation currently consisting of only 8 players, 3 in the frontcourt, 4 in the backcourt, and a point guard named Snow, the official roster boasted a solid 15. The remaining 7 were mere scraps brought in by Old Thomas at that time. Big Ben had already signed a lucrative extension, McGrady held a shoe deal, and Small-O was destined to be a max contract player. The Warrior and Bao Ming would be eligible for renewal next year, while Snow, now in his 3rd year, could also seek an extension. Thus, it could be said that the Raptors' core lineup was not particularly concerned about minor bonus distributions. Old Thomas's intention was to prevent those 7 scraps from taking undue advantage. He had not considered that these players were all personally recruited by him. Such behavior would be too ostentatious. Kongbu still felt it was inappropriate, knowing that at this moment, Deji was an undrafted rookie, earning $13 million in his debut season, a figure that would be met with disbelief if mentioned. The 4th highest salary in the league this season belonged to O'Neal, with an income of $86 million. This meant that if Deji were to sign this contract, his salary would surpass O'Neal's, placing him 4th in the league. His earnings would directly exceed those of O'Neal, Ming, Mourning, Olajuwon, and several others. While the others were of little concern, the crux of the matter lay with O'Neal. Given O'Neal's temperament, upon discovering that Deji's salary was higher than his, he would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocious dunks, potentially injuring Deji. Ostentation? You two believe it to be ostentatious? Enough talk. It is settled. Have them contact me promptly. Within a week, I wish to see him join the team. Old Thomas did not grant Kongbu a chance to respond and hung up the phone. Kongbu was left speechless. What could he do? If Deji were exceptionally talented, it would be one matter, but $13 million, while substantial, could be deemed acceptable considering age and the market in the homeland. The pressing issue, however, was that Deji did not possess sufficient prowess. His shooting ability was decent, but hardly remarkable, failing to meet the league's elite standards. As for his low-post offensive skills, Kongbu was uncertain. His footwork should be adequate, given his youthful agility, yet his strength appeared lacking, rendering him vulnerable in the low post. His rebounding skills were subpar, and his interior defense was hardly superior to his rebounding capabilities. To possess wealth without the corresponding talent could either make him a laughingstock across the league or the target of envy and resentment from fellow players. Was it truly necessary to resort to using a blank template card? Kongbu was reluctant. Yet he could not bear to witness Deji becoming a joke or an object of scorn. Chapter 68. The development task of Deji. After a resounding victory over the Nets, the Raptors proceeded to face the Magic, Wizards, and Cavaliers in 3 consecutive away games. Bowen was suspended for 1 match, and although Camby's arm remained intact, he sustained a strain that would require at least a week of recuperation. The absence of these 2 players did not significantly impact the Raptors' overall strength, as all matches were away games. Kongbu had the opportunity to personally express his gratitude to both Old Man Chuck and Old Bone Crusher. Old Man Chuck was akin to Kongbu. Both were subjects of polarized opinions. Supporters adored him fervently, even more devotedly than Rodman was to his own father. Conversely, adversaries harbored an intense loathing. wishing to extract every ounce of marrow from his bones. This dichotomy stemmed from their heartfelt care for their allies and their ruthless, even brutal, treatment of foes. Kongbu brought 2 bottles of exquisite red wine to present to Old Man Chuck after the game as a token of appreciation. Chuck received the gift with a cheerful demeanor, opting for casual conversation over the usual lectures typical of his contemporaries, never once mentioning Riley. Upon arriving at the Wizards' home ground, Kongbu similarly gifted 2 bottles of red wine to Old Bone Crusher. This gesture was not merely to curry favor, but also served as a means for Bone Crusher to vent his frustrations. Ho's contract had become a blemish on his managerial career. Nonetheless, gratitude was still due. During the match against the Wizards, Kongbu intentionally eased the competition, wishing to spare them an embarrassing defeat. However, this leniency backfired, resulting in the Raptors' loss. In the final 2 minutes, Kongbu maintained the score within a 10-point margin, a lead that was almost secure. Yet, the diminutive Stoudemire erupted with 8 points, nearly orchestrating a small mouse moment and leading the Wizards to victory. It was evident that Stoudemire felt aggrieved. Once the Raptors' primary star, he had become merely a supporting player for the Wizards. All of this was a consequence of Kongbu's influence. Despite his dissatisfaction, he had no recourse. His tenure as a leader had yielded dismal results. While the current squad ranked second in the Eastern Conference, Stoudemire was not an arrogant player. His demeanor was rather gentle. Otherwise, one might wonder if he would replicate the unfortunate fate of his predecessor. Upon concluding their away journey, Kongbu returned to Toronto with the Raptors, boasting a commendable record of 19 wins and 8 losses. As soon as he disembarked the plane, he headed straight to Old Thomas's office. Deji had arrived. In the preceding week, he had completed his visa and other preparations, successfully landing in Toronto. Old Thomas, accompanied by owner Bittorf, personally went to the airport to welcome him, undoubtedly bestowing a significant honor. During this brief period, Old Thomas had taken the initiative to review Deji's profile. Last season in the CBA, he averaged 30 minutes of playtime, achieving statistics of 16, 5 points, 7, 3 rebounds, and 7 blocks, rather unimpressive, at least in Old Thomas's view. He believed the prestige of CBA statistics paled in comparison to those from top NCAA programs. The only aspect that caught Old Thomas's attention was Deji's free throw percentage, an impressive 83. For a player exceeding 7 feet in height, such a free throw rate was exceedingly rare. In the realm of rare talents, among all players in NBA history who have participated in over 200 games and stand at least 216 centimeters tall, Yao Ming boasts the highest free throw percentage, achieving an impressive average of 83. No other player has managed to surpass an 80 success rate. At this moment, Yao has yet to enter the league, however. If Deji can maintain such a free throw percentage, he would undoubtedly be the best free throw shooter among towering athletes. The notion that proficiency in free throws does not necessarily correlate with overall shooting skill applies primarily to shorter perimeter players, such as the later renowned Ricky Rubio. For someone like Deji, who stands at an impressive 7 feet 1 inch, excelling in free throws also signifies a command over shooting, as their height renders them less susceptible to interference from opponents. Old Thomas increasingly believes Deji to be a second-generation admiral. As for the lack of dominance reflected in CBA statistics, he remains indifferent. After all, didn't Xiao Ao and Deben also have unremarkable statistics? Yet under Kongbu's guidance, they transformed into formidable players. Kongbu entered Old Thomas's office, where 4 individuals were seated. Upon seeing Kongbu, Deji hastily rose and bowed in respect. "Good day, coach." Beside him stood a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, also rising to greet Kongbu. This was likely the physiotherapist, Old Chun, who had been included in the domestic negotiations. Deji's expressions were a tapestry of emotions: excitement, elation, anxiety, tension, confusion, and fear, all painted across his face. He had already conversed with Old Thomas for 2 hours, yet his command of English was limited to phrases like "fine," "thank you," and "you," rendering meaningful communication impossible. Old Chin possessed a modicum of English proficiency, having passed level 6, but he could only comprehend half of the conversation, and his Chinese-accented English was intelligible to him alone. "Kong, you have finally returned. This Wang boy is quite remarkable, humble and reserved, far superior to you." Reminiscent of the David Robinson who first entered the league. Unfortunately, his lack of English skills poses a significant barrier, Old Thomas remarked, his feelings mixed as he continued to contemplate the admiral. Old Chin grasped Old Thomas's sentiment and quietly translated for Deji. "Coach, I apologize for my hasty arrival. I had no time to learn English. De Ji admitted, his discomfort palpable. Kong Bu promptly waved his hand, assuring him, "No worries. The important thing is that you are here. I will arrange for a teacher. We can learn together at a comfortable pace. By the way, are you clear on the contract details?" Upon the mention of the contract, De Ji trembled with excitement. For no one had informed him of the potential magnitude of the contract he was about to sign. Aware that he was entering the league as an undrafted player, he had inquired about the typical salary for such a status, which usually amounted to a mere minimum wage of approximately 240,000 in China. His monthly salary barely exceeded 10,000 yuan, culminating in a yearly sum of just over $10,000 for relentless toil. Thus, the prospect of earning 240,000 already filled him with immense satisfaction. However, when he discussed matters with old Thomas, the figure of 13 million was mentioned, leading him to question whether he had unwittingly entered a fraudulent scheme. This amounts to 100 million Tianqiao coins, sufficient to secure a lifetime of comfort after a year in the NBA. Do not overthink it. This contract is rather unique, so you should sign it first. Kong Bu gently patted De Ji's shoulder, smiling reassuringly. De Ji's heart raced with excitement. The contract of 13 million was indeed real. "Thank you, coach. I shall not disappoint you." A lad earning a modest annual salary of $10,000 suddenly finds himself bestowed with an astonishing annual income of 13 million. The overwhelming joy nearly renders De Ji faint. Subsequently, under the persistent urging of the venerable Thomas, De Ji affixed his signature to the contract. The document was entirely in English, a language he could not comprehend. However, when Kong Bu assured him it was permissible to sign, De Ji did so without hesitation. Fully aware that Kong Bu harbored no ill intentions towards him, he possessed nothing of value that could intrigue Kong Bu. At the very moment De Ji penned his name, the long-dormant system of Kong Bu stirred to life, detecting the presence of a toxic contract within the host's roster. It initiated a series of tasks aimed at rectifying the toxic agreement. Kong Bu stood in stunned silence, astonished that such an action could indeed trigger a mission. Moreover, this is a series of tasks. It is evident that the poisonous contract referred to by the system pertains to Wang Zhizhi. Given Wang's current prowess, receiving such a lucrative salary indeed qualifies as a toxic contract. The initial phase of the series of tasks is as follows. Ensure the successful debut of Wang Zhizhi. Task objectives. To play no less than 30 minutes. Achieve personal statistics of at least 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. Maintain a shooting accuracy of no less than 55, and secure victory in the match. Task rewards. An enhancement of Wang Zhizhi's rebounding, low post offense, and interior defense attributes to 80 points. The task has failed, and the series of assignments will be terminated. Kong Bu blinked, and his first thought was that he had preserved his invaluable blank template card. What appeared to be a mission to rectify the host's poison contract was, in essence, a nurturing task for De Ji. This was merely the initial undertaking. Yet it had the potential to elevate De Ji's 3 core attributes in the paint to a commendable 80 points. Low post offense, interior defense, and rebounding constitute the 3 fundamental attributes of a post player. Achieving 80 points in all 3 would at least place De Ji on par with a player of the rural gentry's caliber. Should he successfully complete all tasks, Kong Bu had a premonition that De Ji's prowess would undoubtedly soar. Chapter 69. The Slavic Maniac Mescari. In merely 30 minutes of play, he effortlessly amassed an impressive tally of 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. With the assistance of his teammates, victory for the Raptors appeared quite feasible given their current strength. However, achieving a shooting accuracy of 55 posed a significant challenge. Even the great Shaquille O'Neal would hesitate to assure such a percentage in every game. For a player like De Ji, whose game leans heavily on shooting, attaining a 50 success rate would already be deemed a commendable performance. Fortunately, the system merely specified a debut without dictating which game it should occur, thus providing Kong Bu some leeway. The Raptors were set to engage in 4 consecutive home games, facing the Hornets, Nuggets, Warriors, and the Philadelphia 76ers. The Hornets were certainly not an ideal choice for De Ji's inaugural appearance. They currently ranked second in the Eastern Conference, just behind the Heat, showcasing formidable strength. Additionally, former member of the New York gang, Anthony Mason, now played for the Hornets, prompting Kong Bu to be wary of him potentially overshadowing De Ji's debut. The 76ers were also unsuitable, as Kong Bu was fervently looking forward to a rematch against Larry Brown, a game he had eagerly anticipated for almost a month. There was no inclination to undertake tasks for De Ji during such a crucial time. Ultimately, Kong Bu opted for the Nuggets over the Warriors. primarily due to the former's relatively weaker interior defense. The Warriors' front line featured the second-string center, Dampier, alongside the 1995 first overall pick, Joe Smith. Joe Smith could be considered manageable. Even without the shadowy contract incident, he hardly qualified as a formidable opponent. His defensive statistics paled in comparison to contemporaries like Kevin Garnett. However, Kongbu was genuinely concerned about Dampier, the brash individual who proclaimed himself the second-best center in the Western Conference, and had been the subject of ridicule for quite some time. Despite the mockery, Dampier possessed commendable defensive skills, and with Deji signing a lucrative contract, it was inevitable that Dampier would seek to challenge him. In contrast, the Nuggets' interior seemed decidedly more lenient. In fact, Kongbu was utterly unaware of the identities of the Nuggets' interior players. The team's lack of presence was astounding. Despite the Clippers' abysmal performance this season, they stood merely second to last, while the Nuggets languished at the bottom of the standings. In the afternoon, Kongbu instructed Little Malone to procure the Nuggets roster. Eager to discover who comprised their front court, the center was Tony Batty, while the power forward was Dean Garrett. Upon reviewing this lackluster combination, Kongbu found himself both amused and exasperated. Was it truly possible to uncover such a feeble interior lineup? Batty, this year's fifth overall pick, unfortunately, had not lived up to his draft position, failing to exhibit any noteworthy highlights throughout his career. The Nuggets selected him, hoping his decent mid-range shooting would signal the emergence of the next Garnett. However, they soon realized they had made a grievous error. His athleticism was lacking, with both speed and jumping ability leaving much to be desired. While he could hold his own against brutish interior players, he was utterly ineffectual against skilled shooters like Rashid and Garnett. As for Dean Garrett, the list was in English, and at first glance, Kongbu even mistook his name for Garnett, as the surnames differ by merely a single letter. Participating in the draft in '88, he emerged as a second-round pick, and it wasn't until '96 that he finally secured a minimum salary contract in the NBA, which speaks volumes about his capabilities. This narrative reflects the reality of many second-round selections. While they may have been drafted, the teams often choose not to sign them, leaving these players to wait in silence for their opportunity. Garrett, who took 8 years to truly enter the NBA, is considered fortunate. Countless second-round picks may never have the chance to set foot on an NBA court in their lifetimes. Kongbu couldn't help but sigh at how fortunate Deji was, making his debut against what was arguably the worst front-court combination in the history of the NBA. When one reflects, such a bizarre starting front-court combination is indeed unparalleled in NBA history. A rookie of little promise paired with a second-round pick who took 8 years to reach the league. It is simply absurd. Hey, Kong, what are you grinning about? Take a look at who I brought along. Old Thomas led an elderly white gentleman into the office. Kongbu focused his gaze on the old man, his mind completely devoid of any recollection of him. Adorned with a small beret and dressed in a black and white checkered suit, with a colorful scarf around his neck, he either resembled an artist or a flamboyant figure. Could he be old Thomas's acquaintance? Kongbu thought maliciously. What's with that peculiar expression? Please don't tell me you don't recognize him. Tom Mescary. My God. The first player from the Celestial Empire in the NBA, and you failed to recognize him? Old Thomas exclaimed, seizing the rare opportunity to catch Kongbu off guard. Mescary. Kongbu was taken aback. It was indeed that Slavic madman. A living legend. He joined the Warriors in 1961 as the 7th overall pick and became a teammate of Wilt Chamberlain during what was arguably the zenith of the Big Dipper's career. Averaging 50 points and 25 rebounds that year, he quickly became Chamberlain's most formidable ally, providing support during the game in which Wilt scored 100 points. Standing guard for 40 minutes. Despite standing at only 198 centimeters and weighing less than 100 kilograms, he played the power forward position with an intensely fierce style, earning him the moniker Slavic Madman. The Warriors later honored this original Warrior by retiring his number 14 jersey. However, this is not the reason Kongbu referred to him as a living legend. Born in Harbin, Celestial Empire, in 1938, he was captured by the Japanese during World War II and sent to a concentration camp. After the war, he moved to America to study, eventually entering the NBA. Presently, he teaches English at a high school, with poetry as his side endeavor. Notably, his father was a soldier in the Soviet Red Army. In the NBA's official player nationality section, he has always been labeled as a player from the Celestial Empire. This is why old Thomas was astonished that Kongbu did not recognize the first NBA player from the Celestial Empire, Mescary. Kongbu felt utterly speechless, given Mescary's appearance. One could hardly guess he was the notorious Slavic madman. It is entirely normal not to be recognized. After all, I am no superstar. Calm. I am delighted to witness your remarkable achievements in the NBA. A friend informed me that you were seeking an English teacher for Wang Zhizhi. So I thought I might give it a try. Cherry's voice is incredibly gruff, starkly contrasting with his appearance. Welcome. Wang Zhizhi is fortunate to have Mr. Cherry as his teacher. Kong is elated, increasingly convinced that he is destined for greatness, as good fortune seems to gravitate towards him. The Slavic madman before him, primarily a high school English teacher, is indeed a fitting choice to instruct Wang Zhizhi in the language. However, Kong's ambitions extend beyond mere English instruction. According to his career plan for Wang Zhizhi, he envisions him playing power forward in the future. Cherry embodies the essence of a power forward. And if Wang Zhizhi can learn even a fraction of his fierce playing style, it will undoubtedly benefit him for a lifetime. Progressing step by step to fulfill his development tasks and enhance his abilities represents growth on a material level. Learning from Cherry to adopt his aggressive style of play signifies growth on a spiritual level. With this dual approach, Kong truly believes that Wang Zhizhi can achieve remarkable success. Chapter 70. O'Neal's commentary on Yi Jianlian's astronomical contract. Indeed, the exorbitant contract awarded to Yi Jianlian has stirred a tremendous uproar within the NBA. The magnitude of this shock resonates similarly to the future scenario of Guadailuan securing an annual salary of $40 million upon entering the NBA. Were it any other team signing such a contract, I would undoubtedly deem them insane. However, given that this is a player endorsed by Kobe Bryant, perhaps he is genuinely worth the staggering sum of $13 million. Worth? His annual salary surpasses that of O'Neal. Do you believe he possesses greater prowess than O'Neal? Could it be that he is related to Kambua, and in gratitude, the Raptors specifically awarded him this contract? Is it possible that this $13 million has found its way into Kambua's pocket? The external discourse has become quite fervent, even prompting O'Neal to lose his composure. He has always been a man of boisterous nature, never shying away from the spotlight of any commotion within the league. This time, however, the gossip has turned personal, with many juxtaposing his salary against that of Yao Ming. The league is rife with its fair share of lunatics and fools. Congratulations are in order for the Raptors, as they have successfully secured what is deemed the second most foolish contract in history. This contract's absurdity is surpassed only by the $15 million per annum deal that the Magic bestowed upon Horace Grant. The Horace mentioned is none other than the infamous Cobra Grant from the Bulls' initial dynasty, who, after departing from Chicago, joined the Magic to assist O'Neal and Penny Hardaway. During the offseason of 1996, O'Neal faced contract renewal dilemmas. In light of Jordan's triumph, the Magic favored Hardaway, reluctant to allocate their entire salary cap to O'Neal, offering him a mere 4-year deal worth approximately $54 million. O'Neal, however, coveted a contract worth $135 million over 7 years, a chasm of difference. The local Sentinel conducted a poll to ascertain whether fans believed O'Neal was worth $115 million over 7 years, an overwhelming 91. 8 of local fans responded negatively, nearly inciting O'Neal's explosive fury. The outcome was inevitable. O'Neal departed for the Lakers, under the stewardship of Jerry West. Following O'Neal's exit, the Magic promptly granted Grant a short-term contract, with the first year valued at $14.86 million and the second at $14.12 million, akin to Yao Ming's deal, primarily aimed at alleviating their financial constraints. Grant thus became the fortunate beneficiary, securing the third spot on the season's salary leaderboard, trailing only behind Jordan and Ewing. While player transfers are typically mundane occurrences, the Magic's management, unwilling to relent, sought recourse with Stern, accusing O'Neal and West of illicit contact, relentlessly pursuing O'Neal. With fans looking down upon O'Neal and the team actively litigating against him, it was hardly surprising that O'Neal harbored no fondness for the Magic. In light of the controversy surrounding Yao Ming's contract, O'Neal was indeed somewhat displeased. However, his vocalization stemmed more from a desire to irritate the Magic. Upon learning of O'Neal's remarks, Khan remained unfazed, recognizing that O'Neal's ire was primarily directed at the Magic. Furthermore, even if this contract is indeed the most foolish in history, it was not one he had signed himself. If one were to assign blame, it would likely fall upon Stern, who had hastily urged Khan to identify players. Either blame it on old Thomas, for it was he who drafted the contract and represented the Raptors in signing with Wang Zhizhi, which has nothing to do with me. Kong Bu. On December 14th, as the NBA season approached the 2-month mark, the Raptors faced the Charlotte Hornets. On the afternoon of the game, Kong Bu placed a courtesy call to Hornets general manager Bob Bass. It is customary for the home team to reach out to the visiting team's head coach. Initially, Kongbu intended to call the Hornets' current head coach, Dave Cowens, but regrettably did not possess the contact number of this legendary figure. Even old Thomas could not provide it, leaving only Bob Base's number. Seizing the opportunity, Kongbu also sought to reconnect with old Base, though sharing the same surname. He bore no relation to the famed Bus family of the Lakers. In terms of coaching experience, he certainly belonged to the realm of seasoned veterans. Having commenced his coaching career in the ABA in 1967 as the first head coach of the Denver Nuggets, following the merger of the ABA with the NBA, he transitioned into the management of the Spurs, where he served for over a decade. In 1992, he undertook a significant action that compelled Kongbu to reach out and establish rapport. He dismissed the entire coaching staff of the Spurs, including then-head coach Larry Brown. At that time, Popovich was part of Brown's coaching team and was also affected by the upheaval. However, Popovich ultimately benefited from this misfortune, spending the next 2 years under the tutelage of the innovative Nelson, mastering the intricacies of mismatched offense and defense, which became a cornerstone of the Spurs' subsequent success. In 1994, when the Spurs changed ownership, Popovich was invited back as general manager, while old Base quietly departed from the Spurs after over a decade of service to assume the role of general manager for the Hornets. The trade that sent Kobe Bryant to the Lakers in exchange for Vlade Divac was orchestrated by him. Viewed from a divine perspective, this maneuver may seem foolish, as old Base missed out on the second-best shooting guard in history. Yet, given the circumstances at the time, his decision was not without merit, even earning him the accolade of NBA Executive of the Year in 1997. Any general manager in his position would have made the same choice. Trading a 13th overall pick for a prime all-star center would have been a folly not to pursue. The current performance of the Hornets serves as the best testament that the trade was indeed a sound decision. Kong, even if you hadn't called, I was just about to reach out to you to express my gratitude. Old Base chuckled once the call connected. We just completed a trade with the Grizzlies, acquiring Sop from them in exchange for Del Curry. Stu mentioned this was your idea. When will you come to Charlotte for an away game? Dinner is on me. Kongbu had been puzzled as to why he was being thanked out of the blue, but upon hearing old Base's explanation, he understood the context. Stu may lack the requisite ability, yet he possesses commendable character, making him worthy of deepening ties. You are too kind, Mr. Base. If anyone should be treating, it ought to be me. Your decisive dismissal of Larry Brown exemplified the professionalism and wisdom of a top-tier manager. Compared to you, our Thomas seems rather inexperienced. In a bid to amplify his flattery, Kongbu did not hesitate to use old Thomas as a backdrop. Base chuckled, having long heard of Kongbu's audacity. And upon their first encounter, it was evident that he indeed dared to scheme against his superior behind his back. However, from what he gathered, it seemed that the relationship between Kongbu and old Thomas was rather strained. Kong, I've heard you signed only a 1-year contract with the Raptors? How serendipitous. As our agreement with Dave Cowens also concludes this year. From your tone, it appears that your rapport with Thomas is less than amicable. Why not consider joining our Hornets next season? After all, Toronto is rather small. Had Larry Brown possessed even a third of your talent, he wouldn't have been dismissed by me. Kongbu was utterly taken aback. A mere phone call had drawn the attention of the venerable Base. Was he truly at odds with old Thomas? How could he have been unaware? Both were known for their sharp tongues, and their mutual banter had become a source of amusement, embodying a quintessential love-hate relationship. Even if Kongbu were to contemplate leaving the Raptors, it would be inconceivable for Thomas to be the reason. Conversely, as long as Thomas remained with the Raptors, Kongbu would not entertain any thoughts of departure. Moreover, Toronto may be small, yet it certainly dwarfs Charlotte. The latter is but a minuscule locale. The Hornets are unlikely to relocate their home court. Of course, the potential move is not solely due to the lack of a robust fan base, but rather the multitude of grievances stemming from owner George Shin's actions, which have incited the ire of the team as supporters. For instance, the incident involving cheerleader QJ, who was later compensated with a mere $200 after years of legal battles, culminated in the tragic discovery of her husband's lifeless body in a secluded grove, leaving the matter unresolved. This is the true embodiment of malevolence in human form. It would be utterly inconceivable for Kongbu to work for such a scoundrel. Furthermore, if Kongbu were to indeed join the Hornets, it would mean the end of Cowens' contract renewal, leading to yet another contentious situation. If it were a minor player like Kyle Lowry, that would be one thing. But Cowens is a seasoned superstar. Kongbu would be foolish to provoke him. Chapter 71. Preparing to shine, Mr. Base. Let us postpone discussions regarding my transfer until after I secure the championship this season. Kongbu gently declined the venerable base, possessing an array of justifications for not joining the Hornets. Offending Cowans was a secondary concern, primarily. Kongbu could not bring himself to work for a scoundrel, as he harbored an aversion to dishonor. After you triumph, you merely gifted him $200? And he is a married woman. What manner of person would engage in such actions? Kongbu's refusal stirred an immediate intrigue within Old Base. Having navigated the NBA for 3 decades, which rookie coach would dare proclaim a championship in their inaugural season? Kongbu dared, with the prowess to resurrect the Raptors, the means to contend against Larry Brown and Pat Riley, and a fervent ambition for victory. Old Base sensed he was witnessing the rise of one of the greatest coaches in history. He would have willingly embraced a youthful recklessness once more for Kongbu. Had Kongbu nodded in agreement, he would have swiftly contacted Cowans, advising him to transfer the Hornets' reins directly in Toronto. Alas, Kongbu declined. That evening, the Raptors faced off against the Hornets at home. Perhaps due to Sof's recent arrival, he and Divac failed to establish a harmonious chemistry, resulting in numerous blunders beneath the basket. Little Mason did not accompany the team for the away game, likely due to an injury designation. Ultimately, the Raptors triumphed over the Hornets, marking their 20th victory of the season. After the post-game press conference concluded, Kongbu had barely returned to his residence when Stern's call came through. A couple of days prior, Wang Zhizhi had finalized his contract with the Raptors and was expected to make his debut that evening. Stern, filled with anticipation, waited in vain for Wang's appearance. He silently rejoiced that he had not informed the leaders of Y-Vision and the Celestial Empire about Wang's anticipated debut, as such a disappointment would have dire consequences. Thanks to his relentless efforts, prior to 1994, the NBA had been sending highlight tapes over. Y-Vision broadcasted an hour of game highlights, and in recent years, they began airing games, albeit only the finals and certain high-profile playoff matches. If Wang could perform well, there was no doubt the Raptors' regular season games would also be broadcast. Opening the door to regular season broadcast would herald prosperous times ahead. Kong, what transpired? Why did I not see Wang Zhizhi during the game? Stern's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. He traveled a great distance. Surely he deserves a couple of days to rest. Furthermore, he has yet to find suitable accommodation, and some essential supplies remain unpurchased. Wang has not yet reached payday. He is without funds. Kongbu sympathized with Wang's plight. Is it truly that costly? As a fellow countryman, could you not lend him a bit? If it were any other player, Stern would have been indifferent. He would not have cared if they were residing under a bridge. Wang Zhizhi, however, was different. He embodied Stern's aspirations. I am devoid of funds as well. I am a man of loyalty, having lent considerable sums to others. And now I find myself financially strained. Indeed, Jeff Van Gundy has yet to repay the debt he owes me. If he were to settle it, I could swiftly resolve the living concerns of Deji. Consequently, he would be able to participate in the upcoming match, and I assure you, he would deliver an impeccable debut performance. Stern was nearly apoplectic. During our last encounter, Kongbu had mentioned this sum. At that time, he instructed Xiao Hua to inquire with young Van Gundy, and upon learning the details, he was utterly astonished. Kongbu's ostentatious Chelsea had lost a few gemstones at the hands of young Van Gundy. Unable to discern their authenticity, perhaps they were mere colored glass orbs. Ultimately, Kongbu audaciously demanded $30,000, clearly intending to extort. Stern dismissed the matter, instructing Xiao Hua to handle it with indifference, unaware that Kongbu still lingered on the issue. Naturally, Kongbu would be preoccupied that $30,000 could purchase an apartment in the magical metropolis. Why would he let it slip away? Are you certain he will take the court next match? Furthermore, will he perform flawlessly? Stern had grown weary of contemplating whether Kongbu was indeed attempting to extort him. His focus was solely on Deji's situation. If he could secure a guarantee from Kongbu, he would boldly approach the Celestial Empire to broadcast the forthcoming Raptors game. When fans from the Celestial Empire witnessed Deji dominate the court, the NBA fan base would undoubtedly swell by several millions. The more Stern pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He was merely awaiting Kongbu's assurance. Rest assured, I will manage this matter. At the very least, we will achieve the 20,105 statistics. Our next match is against the Nuggets. Both Kongbu and Stern exchanged knowing smiles. Stern exhaled in relief, finally grasping that all the talk of needing rest or money was mere pretext. Kongbu was simply waiting for the game against the Nuggets to facilitate Deji's debut. Indeed, the arrangement was splendid, and I could relax. I shall ensure that Jeff transfers the money to you by noon tomorrow. I await your good news. I shall now proceed to arrange the broadcasting of this game. Just as Stern ended the call, Old Thomas rang him up, similarly questioning why Kong Bu had not allowed Deji to take the court. Ever since Kong Bu's team ascended to prominence, Old Thomas had become a hands-off manager, entirely disengaged from the team's roster decisions. Kong Bu casually concocted an excuse to dismiss him. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Kong Bu received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the voice on the other end uttered but two words: bank account. Kong Bu eagerly divulged his account details, only for the caller to abruptly hang up. Another property in the magical metropolis was secured. Time swiftly passed, and 2 nights later, Deji finally made his long-awaited debut. Dear viewers, welcome to the NBA clash between the Toronto Raptors and the Denver Nuggets. I am your host, Sukun, and beside me is the esteemed Su Jiqing. We have received news from the front lines that tonight, Deji will indeed take the court, and as a starter, no less. Su, what are your thoughts on both teams? And how do you anticipate Deji's debut performance? Both Sukun and Su Jiqing are the pioneering basketball commentators of Y-Vision, and they currently serve as basketball consultants for the television station. The disparity in strength between the two teams is stark. The Denver Nuggets currently languish at the bottom of the league, while the Toronto Raptors are regarded as a formidable contender capable of toppling the Bulls dynasty. In the previous season, the two teams were evenly matched, but with the addition of Coach K, the Raptors have transformed remarkably. Many of our compatriots may still be unfamiliar with Coach K. A mere 29 years of age, yet his prowess has garnered recognition and acclaim throughout the league, with this year's NBA Coach of the Year award seemingly secured in his grasp. Numerous individuals describe him as the most astute judge of talent in the history of the NBA. And the current roster of the Raptors is almost entirely a product of his vision, leading the team with fervor and charisma. It fills us with pride to witness our domestic coaches shining brightly on the NBA stage. Su Jiqing has somehow acquired sensationalized rumors about Coach K, portraying him as almost mythical. If Coach K were aware of such exaltation from his countrymen, he would likely be quite embarrassed. While there is indeed recognition and praise, there is also an abundance of disparagement and insult. As for Wang Zhizhi, I have no doubt that his performance tonight will be commendable, to say nothing else. The NBA executives are not foolish. Their willingness to offer him a contract worth $13 million a year is proof of his capabilities. Su Jiqing has an overly romanticized view of the NBA. There are indeed fools aplenty. At the very least, Old Thomas does not appear particularly astute in Coach K's eyes. Viewers watching the live broadcast were astonished by the $13 million annual salary. For the majority, their yearly income barely exceeds 10,000 yuan. Can Wang earn $100 million in a year? If a newcomer like him can rake in such an amount, what would that imply for the so-called best coach? Coach K, who would surely be worth $10 billion. In the eyes of the public, Coach K, perceived as a wealthy figure, presently stands on the sidelines, orchestrating strategies for his players. Our starting lineup tonight features Ben, Wang, Steven, Tracy, and Snow. The significance of a debut for newcomers is well understood, and tonight marks Wang's first appearance. Ben, lend him your support. Should his debut be successful, I shall have Wang treat each of you to a Rolex. Ben burst into laughter, assuring, leave it to me. While I cannot guarantee against other opponents, tonight will surely be without issue. Are you ready to shine on the court? Wang, entirely unable to comprehend Ben's words, merely smiles back at Coach K's beaming expression. Coach K feels an immense sense of reassurance, knowing that with a selfless leader like Ben on the team, many potential troubles can be avoided. Chapter 72, Stern's Good and Bad. How I adore it. As the referee's whistle echoed, the starting players from both teams began to take the court. The Denver Nuggets head coach, Bill Hanslick, is a novice in his role, much like Kong Bu, who has recently ascended to the position of head coach this year. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Both coaches have inherited teams with lackluster rosters, while Kong Bu has transformed the Raptors into a formidable contender within the league. The Nuggets remain in search of their first victory. At the outset, Deji actively engaged in both offensive and defensive plays. The night prior, Kong Bu had a dedicated conversation with Deji regarding his debut, repeatedly advising him to refrain from hasty shots and to ensure his shooting percentage remained high. During the Raptors' offensive possession, Snow brought the ball into the frontcourt and lofted it to Deji, who stood just outside the 3-second zone. With arms outstretched and veins bulging on his forehead, DeBen exerted every ounce of strength to shield Batty and Garrett behind him. Shoot, he bellowed, urging Deji not to squander this opportunity for an open shot. Witnessing this scene, Kong Bu felt a pang of emotion. One of his most successful accomplishments since his arrival was securing DeBen on his roster. DeBen has never been one to dwell on personal statistics. As long as Kongbu issued a directive, even if his performance resulted in a statistical void, he never harbored discontent. Tonight marked Deji's debut, and Dabin was determined to ensure he could shoot comfortably, truly pouring his heart into the effort. When assisting Xiao Ao, he positioned himself to create a one-on-one opportunity. Now, he was effectively boxing out two defenders, allowing Deji the space to shoot. On one hand, the Nuggets' interior players were undeniably lacking, enabling Dabin to contain two opponents through sheer will. On the other hand, during recent team practices, he had discerned that Deji's abilities were not particularly impressive. To preserve Kongbu's reputation for recognizing talent and to shield him from external ridicule stemming from Deji's potentially lackluster debut performance, Dabin felt an urge to cradle Deji and propel him toward the basket. With a deep breath, Deji took a mid-range shot. The basketball struck the backboard and then ricocheted into the net, marking his first scoring attempt in the NBA with a successful opening. When the Nuggets initiated their offensive play, their star player, Alfonso Ellis, attempted a jump shot but failed to convert. Ellis, a contemporary of Shaquille O'Neal, exhibited a style reminiscent of a less organized Grant Hill, and many had high hopes for him. Unfortunately, following a significant injury, he faded into obscurity, currently averaging only 14 points, 7 rebounds, and 2.8 assists per game, with a mere 40 shooting efficiency. As the rebound materialized, Dabin once again diligently boxed out two defenders, allowing Deji to comfortably secure a defensive rebound. What followed next left everyone in awe. Deji took control of the ball, sprinting swiftly up the court with his teammates in tow. Old Thomas rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. Could a towering 216-centimeter player truly maneuver the ball with such speed and fluidity? Such foundational skills are exceedingly rare among taller athletes. Old Thomas began to fantasize, with shooting prowess, solid fundamentals, and remarkable speed. Who could dare to dismiss him as anything less than a generational talent? Undoubtedly, Deji's display of skill on the court was orchestrated by Kongbu. Over the past few days, Kongbu has been contemplating how to leverage Deji's inherent advantages to enhance his debut and elevate his profile. Deji's foundational skills and speed are his primary assets. Speaking of foundational skills, both Deji and Yao Ming hail from basketball families. Their parents were athletes as well, and they received professional training from a young age, resulting in exceptionally solid fundamentals. As for speed, although Deji bears the nickname of the wind-chasing youth, his swiftness may not rival that of monstrous players like Wilt Chamberlain or General. He still stands out among taller players. The synthesis of these two advantages culminated in the earlier scene. With long strides, Deji advanced the ball into the front court, refraining from a hasty shot as he remembered Kongbu's instructions to avoid taking reckless shots that could compromise his shooting percentage. After passing the ball to McGrady, he swiftly penetrated the 3-second area. Batty, resembling a panicking duck, flailed his arms but finally evaded Ben's defense and reached Deji's side. At this moment, McGrady launched a pull-up three-pointer. Bang! It failed to find its mark, and Ben, dominating the area beneath the basket, secured the rebound and immediately passed it to Deji. Although Deji had previously encountered an open shot, this time he faced a defender. Without overthinking, he took a shot against Batty's defense from a distance of merely 6 feet from the basket, which was his most comfortable shooting range. In the next moment, the basketball soared towards the hoop. Suddenly, a piercing whistle pierced the air as the ball struck the rim, failing to score. Batty, bewildered, wondered what had just happened. Did he commit a foul? Indeed, his fingertips had made slight contact with Deji's palm. According to the rules, if a defender touches the shooter's hand during the shooting motion, it is considered a foul. However, in practice, such fouls are seldom called, as referees often struggle to ascertain the authenticity of the contact, and calling such fouls can disrupt the flow of the game. In this instance, the referee's decisive whistle was something Batty had never encountered in his 2-month professional career. Although Deji's shot did not count, he was awarded 2 free throw opportunities. Herein lay the advantage of his high free throw percentage, as he swished both shots with ease. Ben stared blankly at his hands, lamenting their lack of effectiveness. For him, 2 successful free throws felt like a scene from a science fiction film. Kongbu did not dwell on it, assuming it was merely a home court call. However, in the subsequent plays, he overturned this notion. This was no home court advantage. It was an unmistakable bias in favor of Deji. An invisible force seemed to envelop him. As long as Batty dared to reach out, the referee would blow the whistle. Within the first 3 minutes of the game, Batty had already accumulated 3 fouls. However, since the Nuggets had not yet exhausted their foul limit, and this latest foul was not a result of Deji's shooting motion, he did not receive free throw opportunities. Nonetheless, entering the game with 3 fouls was more than sufficient to rattle Batty. Kongbu exclaimed in disbelief, "This is absolutely a case of biased officiating." Using the big toe to think, one can easily discern that this is Stern's doing. He orchestrated the situation to ensure a successful debut for Yao Ming, thereby enhancing the NBA's prominence in the Celestial Empire, showing an utter disregard for decorum. In Kongbu's mind, there lingered a singular thought: whether Stern is good or bad, he is quite fond of him. He began to feel sympathy for Batty, a rookie with modest skills, who was further undermined by Stern's intervention, leaving his tender spirit battered. With 3 fouls already, Batty's defensive intensity, which was never particularly high, diminished even further. Halfway through the first quarter, you had already accumulated 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 assist, flawlessly converting all 4 free throws and hitting 2 out of 3 mid-range shots. Due to the fouls, his free throws did not count against his shooting attempts. Thus, he had only taken 3 shots to secure those 8 points. Kongbu exhaled in relief. Stern's interference had significantly reduced the task's difficulty. The main factor was that free throws were not counted as shooting attempts. Without the protective whistle, Yao's field goal percentage would have stood at a mere 40, far from the required 55 stipulated by the task. Ben was thoroughly exhausted, prompting Kongbu to seize the opportunity of a timeout to substitute him out. Yao remained on the court, and Kongbu reiterated the importance of maintaining his shooting percentage, emphasizing the significance of Yao's future. The reason for keeping him on the court was to fulfill the objective of 30 minutes of playtime. After 9 minutes of the first quarter, he was replaced, and in the subsequent 3 minutes, he refrained from shooting, managing to secure just 1 rebound. During this span, Yao revealed a rather critical flaw: his defensive inadequacy. Though Batty was already underperforming, he seemed to have his way against Yao, scoring 6 consecutive points in Yao's absence. Kongbu paid little heed. After all, the system did not stipulate that he could not allow the opponent to score, and Batty's 6 points were unlikely to sway the outcome of the match. Chapter 73. Exceeding expectations. As the match progressed into its second half, Kongbu diligently monitored the statistical performance of Deji, anxious that he might inadvertently become overly exuberant and compromise his shooting percentage. This clearly indicated that Kongbu still lacked a comprehensive understanding of Deji. A man of military background, Deji was unwavering in his discipline and obedience. Moreover, he held immense gratitude towards Kongbu, making it inconceivable for him to act in defiance of his coach. Any ordinary individual, receiving a salary increase from 10,000 to an astonishing 13 million, would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of appreciation. Were it the Kongbu of a previous life who encountered such a fortune, he would have surely erected a shrine in honor of this benefactor, offering daily prayers and incense. 7 minutes into the third quarter, Kongbu swiftly called for a timeout. Deji had met the required statistical benchmarks. He had successfully made 6 out of 9 attempts, achieving a shooting percentage of 67, alongside 8 successful free throws out of 10, totaling 20 points. Additionally, with the aid of Debin, he effortlessly secured 12 rebounds. In terms of assists, bolstered by his formidable teammates from the perimeter, Deji had already tallied 6 assists. With the benchmarks achieved and the shooting percentage satisfactory, all that remained was to ensure Deji played for 30 minutes and to secure a victory, thus completing the first phase of the task. "Xiaoma, is that the latest Philips phone? May I borrow it?" Kongbu requested, acquiring the new device from Xiaoma Long and opening its calculator function. He intended to ascertain how many more attempts Deji could take that evening. Since it was a debut performance, explosive statistics were paramount. After all, a player only had this singular opportunity in a lifetime. If he misses another attempt, his record would stand at 6 out of 10, and he would be unable to shoot again. If he continued to miss, it would become 7 out of 11, dropping his shooting percentage below 55. However, should his next shot find the net, he could attempt 2 more, yielding a shooting percentage of 58 with 7 out of 12. If he were to successfully make one of those subsequent shots, he could attempt 2 more, resulting in a percentage of 57 with 8 out of 14. Kongbu pondered these calculations thoughtfully. Xiaoma Long, peering curiously, speculated that Kongbu was engaged in a rather sophisticated endeavor. Could this be the secret behind Kongbu's transformative impact on the Raptors? Summoning Deji to his side, Kongbu quietly shared his calculations with him. Deji was taken aback. Was this the hallmark of an elite NBA coach? The approach was entirely unlike that of domestic coaches. The decision to shoot was not dictated by the dynamics of the game, but rather by the probability of making the next shot. No wonder the coach could elevate the Raptors to such heights. His insight was truly exceptional. This, perhaps, was the power of mathematics, De Ji mused inwardly. As the game resumed, Kong Bu awaited De Ji's next shot with bated breath. Shoot! De Bin bellowed, his face flushed, as he created another open shooting opportunity for De Ji. Swish! The ball went in. He could attempt 2 more shots. Moments later, the ball found its way back to De Ji, but unfortunately, he was unable to convert this attempt. Yet, he still had one more opportunity. Beep, beep, beep. In the ensuing possession, De Ji was fouled by Batty as he attempted to shoot, and the referee's whistle sounded as expected. Batty wore a mournful expression, having already committed 6 fouls and thus faced expulsion from the game. This match had been exceedingly frustrating and disheartening. He felt capable of stifling the formidable youth before him. Yet for reasons unknown, the referee seemed to have lost his senses, calling every questionable foul. In a typical game, being disqualified for 6 fouls might not have been a significant issue, but tonight, Batty was in exceptional form. As long as Ben was off the court, he could dominate De Ji, already amassing 17 points. If given a few more minutes, he could surely surpass the 20-point mark. Having played nearly 30 games in the league, he had yet to exceed 20 points in a single outing. With a swift swish, Batty saw 2 more free throws convert. De Ji had already earned 12 free throw opportunities, successfully sinking 10 of them. Such treatment was reserved for true superstars. Upon Batty's exit, the substitute lacked the requisite prowess. And within a minute, De Ji seized his final shooting opportunity and scored again, bringing his tally to 26 points, with the potential for 2 additional attempts. Just days prior, Kong Bu believed himself to be the destined one, yet as the game unfolded, it appeared that De Ji was the true child of fate. Entering the league with the 4th highest salary, under the protective wing of compatriot coach Kong Bu, alongside the selfless elder brother Ben. Regarded by the venerable Thomas as a rising star, and receiving favors from Stern, the league's autocrat, De Ji enjoyed an unprecedented status. Even legends like Jordan and past lottery picks had not received such privileges upon their entry. Fortune favored him on the court as well. With each pair of attempts, one would find its mark. Thus, he continued shooting, ultimately achieving a remarkable shooting accuracy of 55.5, having made 10 of 18 attempts. As his court time reached 32 minutes, Kong Bu wisely chose to withdraw him to prevent any unforeseen complications. De Ji's statistics were already splendid, with 18 attempts resulting in 10 made shots, 14 free throws with 11 successful conversions. He concluded the game with an impressive tally of 31 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal, far surpassing the target metrics. If one were to nitpick, there were shortcomings. Defensively, he faltered, as a towering figure at 7 feet 1 inch. He recorded no blocks. Furthermore, of the 15 rebounds, only 2 were offensive, the remainder defensive, with at least 11 or 12 being relinquished by Ben. Kong Bu deemed these details inconsequential. With such a performance, everyone, De Ji, himself, Stern, and the fans in the Celestial Empire, was elated, and that was sufficient. Now, Kong Bu's singular focus was to lead the Raptors to victory in this match, thus concluding De Ji's initial developmental phase on a high note. As the 4th quarter reached its midpoint, the Nuggets chose to concede, allowing the game to drift into garbage time. The disparity in skill between the teams was simply outrageous. Even the Nuggets star, Ellis, if placed within the Raptors, would find himself relegated to a bench role behind Bowen. As for Batty, he lacked even the qualifications for a substitute, with the Raptors already fielding 4 interior players, leaving insufficient court time for all. With a resounding cheer, the 18,000 spectators rose to applaud as the referee signaled the conclusion of the match. This round of applause is dedicated to Wang Zhizhi, who achieved an impressive debut with 31 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists tonight. Such statistics rank among the finest in the annals of NBA history. Although Wuxing scored 40 points in his debut, he lacked double-digit figures in other categories, rendering the significance of his achievement arguably lesser than Wang's remarkable 30-15-5. Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, Kong Bu began to hear the system notification chime resonate in his mind. Congratulations, host. Wang Zhizhi has recorded a 30-15-5 performance, exceeding the series task requirements. The originally designated reward of enhancing 3 attributes to 80 points has been elevated to 85 points. The second phase of the task is now being released. Task objective: Wang Zhizhi must earn the title of Player of the Week. Task reward: Wang Zhizhi's strength, speed, and jumping attributes will be enhanced to 85 points. Failure to complete the task will result in the termination of the series. Upon hearing the system notification, Kong Bu smote his thigh in frustration, filled with regret. If only I had known that exceeding expectations could elevate the task rewards. Had I kept Wong on the court for a few more minutes to secure a triple-double, wouldn't that have boosted his 3 attributes to 90? While 90 might be an exaggeration, reaching 86 or 87 is certainly feasible. Now, he wished to slap himself for not foreseeing this possibility, having witnessed instances of additional rewards for exceeding tasks during the draft. Fortunately, the outcome was not overly detrimental. The 3 core attributes achieved a commendable 85 points, allowing Wang Zhizhi to truly shine. Attributes at 80 points would place him on par with a typical rural player, but reaching 85 points aligns him closer to the caliber of Dwight Howard, which is quite respectable. What more could one desire? Although Uncle Hua has faced criticism due to his hefty contract, he remains a first-rate interior player, averaging 18 points and 8 rebounds. If Wang could indeed elevate his 3 attributes to 90 points, it would be extraordinary. Kongbu believed his overall prowess would surpass that of Little Ao. His frustration stemmed not only from the failure to anticipate the exceeding task, but also from the daunting nature of the second task. Presently, the Player of the Week is not divided by East and West. The entire league produces only one each week, making it significantly more challenging than in the years following 2001. Fortunately, this task does not equate to the monthly MVP award. If it had been the objective, Kongbu would have outright abandoned it. With icons like Jordan and O'Neal in contention, who could possibly aspire to the monthly accolade? The difficulty of the task is evident, and the rewards are decidedly more generous than those of the first task. Elevating a player's core attributes to 85 points increasingly hints at the potential of a second-generation superstar. Renowned for his extraordinary physical prowess, the perfect blend of strength and speed, and his comprehensive athleticism, he is often regarded as the best since Wilt Chamberlain. While his foundational attributes undoubtedly surpass 85 points, few players in the current league can claim all 3 core attributes at that level. Chapter 74. The attributes of De Gea. It seems that this task is not as formidable as initially imagined. With no specific deadline imposed, one can easily select a week with a relatively light schedule, provided that all matches are won and the statistics remain commendable, thus creating an opportunity to seize the title of Player of the Week. If necessary, one could enlist Stern's assistance. In recent years, the title of Player of the Month has predominantly been claimed by Jordan and O'Neal, with Malone occasionally securing 1 or 2. Conversely, the candidates for Player of the Week are more varied. Kongbu distinctly recalls that Nick Anderson of the Magic had once been awarded Player of the Week this season. The reason this seemingly obscure detail lingers in memory is due to Anderson's infamous trash talk during Jordan's first comeback in 1995. Donning the number 45 jersey, his baseball number, he faced the Magic in the semifinals. In a critical moment, Anderson stole the ball from Jordan, causing the Bulls to miss a prime opportunity. Anderson famously remarked that the 45-clad Jordan appeared to have lost his speed, prompting Jordan to revert to his iconic 23 jersey, after which he led his team to decisively defeat the Magic. In later years, fans created a meme contrasting the career accolades of these two players, showcasing the vast array of honors amassed by the legendary Jordan. While Anderson could only boast a solitary achievement, his title of Player of the Week for the 1997-98 season. With approximately 3 games in a week, if one can ensure a flawless victory while maintaining statistics around 20-10, Kongbu could easily communicate with Stern, resolving any potential issues. Stern's influence within the NBA is pervasive. Referees, though ostensibly independent, are actually compensated by the league and thus are obliged to heed Stern's directives. Similarly, the media and journalists involved in honor selections must also comply with Stern's wishes. For failure to do so would jeopardize their future eligibility for participation in such evaluations. Kongbu resolved to meticulously analyze the schedule in the coming days, seeking a week filled solely with weaker opponents to expedite the completion of the second phase of his task. During the debut of Wu Shang, when he scored 40 points, he exuberantly embraced Kongbu, showering him with affection in a moment of unrestrained excitement. When Xiao Ao McGrady and Ben Wallace illuminated the court on their special night, Xiao Ao wept openly, while McGrady and Ben's eyes glistened with tears. Tonight, De Gea's debut performance of 30 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 assists stands among the most remarkable in NBA history. However, due to the reserved nature often exhibited by individuals from the Middle Kingdom, De Gea maintained his composure. Old Thomas was profoundly astonished. What kind of formidable newcomer could produce such debut statistics yet remain so composed, merely smiling faintly? Stern, having remained glued to his television until the conclusion of the game, was beaming with delight. He recalled Kongbu's words, Rest assured, I shall handle this. And indeed, he delivered. This debut performance exceeded even his expectations, leaving him eager to witness the reactions of fans from the Middle Kingdom at this moment. Deji, he has achieved it. The second-best debut statistics in NBA history, just behind Chamberlain. 31 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists, truly magnificent. The NBA stage is not merely graced by a premier domestic coach, but is on the verge of welcoming a top-tier superstar. He is worth $13 million. In the commentary room, Sukun erupted with fervor. As the first basketball commentator from the Celestial Empire to cover an NBA game on site, he fully comprehended the significance of the data at hand. Wang Jiji's performance tonight was nothing short of perfection, and my anticipation for the Raptors' upcoming games grows ever stronger. While we applaud Wang Jiji, I hope fans will also extend their appreciation to our coach, Kong Bu, and his teammates. Particularly noteworthy is Ben Wallace, the young dynamo and elder statesman of the Raptors. It is his selfless contributions that have enabled Wang Jiji to achieve such outstanding statistics. Despite his modest height, he shoulders the immense responsibility of the Raptors' interior game, truly deserving of being Kong Bu's favored disciple. How could Su Jiqing possibly overlook that the primary architect behind Wang Jiji's stellar performance is indeed Ben? What? This dynamo is a young man? He looks older than my uncle. What a thrill. Coach Kong Bu proves himself to be a top-tier mentor. Wang Jiji could not have produced such statistics in the CBA. Yet under his guidance, he soars. He truly soars. Ben's afro seemed ready to burst as he continually positioned himself for Wang Jiji, embodying the essence of a true brother. No more pretense. I lay my cards on the table. I've been a loyal Raptors fan for 2 decades. The Raptors have only been in existence for 3 years. You claim to be a fan for 20 years? When is the next live broadcast of the Raptors game? I cannot afford to miss it. The response from domestic fans has been overwhelmingly enthusiastic. After all, Kong Bu is a coach, and his successes on the court often lack immediate visibility. However, that has changed. Wang Jiji's emergence as a superstar has significantly amplified the NBA's profile domestically. This is precisely the effect that Stern had painstakingly envisioned. Following the match, the players gathered around Wang Jiji to congratulate him. Most of them had risen from the ranks of the league's underdogs, so they lacked any airs of superiority. Unfortunately, Wang Jiji could not comprehend their words and could only scratch his head and smile sheepishly. Seizing the moment, Kong Bu took a glance at Wang Jiji's current attributes. Wang Jiji, mid-range shooting ability, 83-point shooting ability, 81 interior offense, 85 individual defense in the paint, 85 help defense, 85 perimeter defense, 46 rebounding ability, 85 free throw ability, 92 strength, 36 speed, 77 vertical leap, 70 health status, 91 fighting spirit, 93 when Wang Jiji first arrived. Kong Bu had assessed his attributes, which could only be described as dismal. Aside from his shooting, his speed and vertical leap were the only redeeming qualities, while the rest fell woefully short of NBA standards. Now, having completed the first phase of his training, Wang Jiji's prowess has surged, even without Kong Bu's support. He could firmly establish himself in the NBA. Nevertheless, deficiencies remain, particularly in strength, which is quite disheartening. He currently holds the lowest bench press data on the Raptors, having managed only 65 kilograms during yesterday's training session, leaving Ben and the others astounded. They had always assumed that Xiao Ao was the weakest in strength among the interior players, given his barely surpassing 100 kilograms. Who could have imagined that Wang Jiji could only manage 65 kilograms? Kong Bu was not the least bit surprised. Deji indeed possessed only a modicum of strength prior to entering the NBA. However, after 2 years in the league, he experienced a remarkable transformation, now capable of pushing 130 kilograms. This serves as a testament to the NBA's effectiveness in enhancing a player's abilities. Should he successfully complete the second phase of his training, Deji's prowess will amplify even further, particularly on the defensive end. With his surging strength, he would find it effortless to contend with players akin to Badier. Come with me tomorrow for a shopping spree. Let us procure a few watches as gifts for your teammates, Kong Bu advised. Do remember, do not let this one game inflate your ego. The road ahead remains long. Moreover, do not underestimate your teammates. They are your unwavering support, and you surely felt this tonight. Also, take the opportunity to learn from the coach Thomas hired for you. Even acquiring half of his insights would serve you well for a lifetime. Kong Bu, resembling an old sage, began to impart his wisdom. Deji nodded repeatedly, feeling no annoyance at Kong Bu's admonitions, but rather a profound sense of care from him. Being in a foreign land, having a kind elder to guide him instilled an indescribable sense of security in Deji. Indeed, despite being just 8 years younger than Kong Bu, Deji regarded him as a mentor. The following morning, with no training scheduled, Kong Bu drove his dilapidated Chevrolet to fetch Deji for their shopping excursion. He hoped to encourage Deji to buy a few Rolexes to strengthen the bonds with his teammates. Gifting Rolexes among players is an age-old tradition. Even Yao Ming did not diverge from this custom, having once bestowed a 500 Rolex upon a teammate. To this day, Kong Bu has yet to discover a Rolex at such a modest price. He speculated that perhaps a zero had been omitted in the news reports. Given that Rolex is not an American brand, entering the North American market entails substantial tariffs, making it implausible for the price to be so low. When Shaquille O'Neal joined the Lakers, he awarded each teammate a Rolex as a gesture of goodwill. Subsequently, Steph Curry followed suit, gifting Rolexes to 3 of his teammates, which incited jealousy in the departing Kevin Durant, who expressed his desire for one as well. It has become customary for players who secure lucrative contracts or prestigious accolades to present Rolexes to their teammates. There is an undeniable allure for many, particularly within the African American community. Having signed a significant contract, and with the aid of his teammates achieving one of the most stellar debut performances in history, it would be remiss for Deji not to express some form of gratitude. Upon entering the store, Deji was left astounded, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. What watches? The cheapest being 10,000. Some limited editions cost hundreds of thousands. Deji was familiar with Rolex but only in a cursory manner. He had never delved deeply into its offerings. Kong Bu inquired with a sales associate about the availability of Rolexes priced between 2,000 and 3,000, to which the associate, with a professional smile, readily indicated their absence. Let us purchase 8 pieces, and I shall keep the receipt. I will arrange for Coach Thomas to reimburse me at an opportune moment. Kong Bu chuckled at the sight of Deji's pained expression. It is not that Deji is miserly. Rather, his perspective on consumption has yet to evolve. Merely a week prior, his annual salary was a modest $10,000. And these 8 watches represent 8 years of his earnings. One cannot help but feel a pang of regret in such a situation. Coach, isn't it necessary to acquire 9 watches? Since Deji's arrival, the Raptors' rotation has expanded to 9 players, including the rather unique Ma Hong. The space occupied by Ben is no longer needed. Let me gift him this watch instead. Kong Bu removed the exquisite Rolex, a gift from his agent Tyler, from his wrist and handed it to Deji. Without a second thought, Deji accepted it, unaware that this seemingly unremarkable watch with a blue dial was worth over $100,000. Chapter 75. That seems incorrect. After the training match concluded that afternoon, Kong Bu took the initiative to invite the team's rotation players and the venerable Thomas to a banquet, serving as a welcoming feast for Deji. The physiotherapist, Old Chin, was also summoned, as he was a compatriot. When Deji unveiled a collection of Rolex watches, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement. Hey, this is my first Rolex, Deji. I adore you, exclaimed the formidable Jackson, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. If anyone in this league dares to cross you, they better consult my fist first. He eagerly accepted the Rolex, aware that his modest salary left little room for such luxury, especially after purchasing a vintage Cadillac. Others also expressed their gratitude with cheerful smiles. No player of color could ever refuse a Rolex. For players like Bowen and Snow, whose salaries were meager, this was indeed their very first Rolex. Thank you, young man. This is the most precious gift I have ever received, remarked old Ma Hong, his demeanor softening. Having spent some time with the Raptors, he found himself increasingly relishing his days among this youthful crowd, feeling rejuvenated by a decade. Oh, the most precious gift? Mr. Thomas, during your time as teammates, did you never gift him a Rolex or a luxury car? Kong Bu inquired mischievously. He is the most illustrious star in Pistons history, commanding the highest salary, surely. He must have given something? The only gift I recall him giving me was a sandwich, slathered with my most detested salad dressing, old Ma Hong recalled, his expression souring at the memory. Thomas, seated beside him, turned crimson upon hearing this. Ahem, our circumstances were different back then. Salaries weren't as exorbitant as they are now. And I believe Chuck Father gifted you a designer sofa, of which I contributed as well. Thomas stammered, visibly anxious at old Ma Hong's jesting. If anyone else had teased him so, he would have likely erupted in fury. That was a gift from Father. It has nothing to do with you. Old Ma Hong retorted, turning away and disregarding old Thomas completely. Ben, thank you. Deji presented the final watch to Big Ben. Upon opening the gift box, Ben glanced at Kong Bu's wrist, noticing it devoid of the blue Rolex, instead adorned with the golden watch gifted by old Thomas. A wave of emotion threatened to overwhelm them. This is the coach's watch. He gave his own to me. Well, Deji, you're being partial. You actually gifted Big Ben something so extravagant, worth at least $100,000, right? The formidable Jackson nearly drooled at the thought. Old Chin, translating for Deji, noted the bewildered expression on his face. He had never imagined Kong Bu would extend such care towards him. One might even say it bordered on indulgence. After delivering such impressive debut statistics, his expression had remained composed, yet now, he breathed heavily, his eyes moist as he gazed at Kong Bu, driving an old, rickety car. He had unhesitatingly gifted such a lavish watch. Coach. Kong Bu gestured gently, signaling Deji to refrain from continuing. Old Thomas nodded appreciatively. From the recent incident involving the gift-giving, it was evident that Deji possessed a remarkably high emotional intelligence. With both talent and emotional acuity, his future was bound to be limitless. He had encountered numerous formidable players, but many faltered due to their low social skills, rendering them unable to integrate into the team or leading to public disdain, ultimately fading into obscurity. Just as he was about to extol Deji's virtues, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, what is this? Where is mine? Old Thomas was utterly bewildered. Deji had distributed all his gifts, yet he had received none. Kong Bu burst into hearty laughter, for old Thomas's expression resembled that of a forlorn uncle left behind at a bus stop. Mr. Vice President, if I recall correctly, you were the one who recently proclaimed that one should not bribe the higher-ups, weren't you? If it became known that you accepted Deji's gift, who knows what rumors might circulate? Deji's intended present had been intercepted by Kong Bu. Old Thomas sprang to his feet, rushing over to Kong Bu, intent on reclaiming the golden watch that had been bestowed upon him. You must return it to me, even if I were to discard it or gift it to Jordan. I could not allow it to remain with you. Both Ben and Wuxing quickly each took hold of an arm, soothing the agitated old Thomas. As they concluded their gathering at 8 o'clock in the evening, Kong Bu was about to take his leave when old Thomas called out to him. They proceeded to the office, undoubtedly to deliberate on significant matters. Kong, during dinner, I stepped out to take a call from Ernie. Ernie? Which Ernie? The lottery machine? Surely you haven't incurred debts with the mafia? Kong Bu jested, referring to Ernie Gregorio, known for his astonishing single-game record of 25 assists during his rookie season. He was an Italian-American, and this demographic often had connections, however tenuous, to organized crime. What nonsense are you spouting? It's false. He told you it was real. And he is going to get you. I was referring to the Knicks general manager, Ernie Grunfeld. He is discussing a trade with the Hornets, and we might need to participate in a three-way deal. Kong Bu then recalled that indeed, the Knicks general manager was named Ernie. You've been negotiating with the Knicks behind my back? This is a blatant betrayal. Have they promised you some advantage? Perhaps a move to New York next season, along with a lucrative contract? Kong Bu merely uttered this in jest, fully aware that business was business, and old Thomas had no reason to ignore Ernie's call. To his surprise, old Thomas flushed with embarrassment. Wow, could it be that I've hit the nail on the head? Kong Bu was momentarily speechless. He remembered that old Thomas had indeed gone on to join the Knicks and secure a fortune, with Larry Brown negotiating contracts during the finals precisely with old Thomas. However, old Thomas had later led Larry Brown into a precarious situation. The situation is quite complex, and you wouldn't comprehend it if I explained. I believe with Deji now on board, retaining Camby seems somewhat wasteful. It may be more prudent to trade him for some valuable assets. His trading value is exceptionally high. Whether it is to bolster immediate combat strength or to exchange for draft picks, it proves to be quite advantageous. Kong Bu resolutely shook his head, declaring it absolutely impossible. Even if you were to inform me that the trading target was another team, I might consider it. However, a three-way trade could very well result in Camby being sent to the Knicks. How would he face that group of veterans in the locker room? What difference is there from murder? Do not involve me in any flirtations with the Knicks. If outsiders become aware, how can I face others? Kong Bu also understood the impact of Deji's arrival on Camby. Nevertheless, sending Camby into the fire pit was out of the question. Old Thomas stared vacantly at Kong Bu, interpreting his words as if he were the one engaging in clandestine affairs. The owner had subtly indicated to him that all matters regarding trades and roster adjustments were at Kong Bu's discretion. Since Kong Bu firmly rejected the idea, the trade must be abandoned. By the way, is there any new information from Boston? For instance, are they looking to sell this year's third overall pick? Kongbu had been preoccupied with Billups. While Snow is decent, he lacks the offensive prowess to match Billups at his peak. Indeed, they have reached out to me, but I turned them down. What a ridiculous notion, to attempt to trade a scandal-ridden, underperforming player for Snow and Camby. Old Thomas spoke with a sense of pride, as if he had accomplished something monumental. What? They contacted you? Kongbu was on the verge of insanity. He had been eagerly anticipating this, only to have it disrupted. Quickly, contact them. This trade is worth discussing. No, I will reach out myself. With that, Kongbu strode out of the office with purpose. Is this lunatic really considering a trade? Oh God, what sin have I committed to encounter this madman? Old Thomas slumped helplessly in his office chair, letting out a long sigh. Chapter 76. The Basketball Realm of Ubuchuan Greetings. Mr. Patino, I am Kongbu. Upon returning to his office, Kongbu promptly contacted Rick Pitino, the head coach and general manager of the Celtics. Is there something you wish to discuss? Pitino's tone was rather indifferent, likely stemming from something unpleasant that old Thomas had previously mentioned. I've heard that you are considering placing Chauncey on the trading block. I'd like to inquire about the specifics. What price are you seeking? Kongbu suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. Billups is of significant importance. He possesses the ability to elevate the Raptors' three-point shooting to a new echelon. Moreover, his playmaking skills surpass those of Snow by at least one tier, and defensively, he is not considerably inferior to Snow. Have you not already declined our previous offer? We are willing to present Chauncey along with a first-round pick for next year in exchange for your Marcus Camby and Snow. Mr. Thomas's response at the time was to suggest we seek psychiatric help. Pitino's voice was laced with fury. Kongbu chuckled, recognizing that this remark was indeed characteristic of old Thomas. Had he possessed better communication skills, he would not have offended so many individuals. Perhaps old Thomas looked down upon Pitino, thus speaking without any decorum. Conversely, Pitino harbored his own pride. His experience in the NBA was rather limited. He coached the Knicks for 2 seasons in 1987 with dismal results, and this year he began coaching the Celtics, where circumstances did not appear promising. However, his stature in the NCAA was formidable, being the first in history to lead 3 different universities to the Final Four and the first to guide 2 distinct universities to championship victories. Old Thomas dismissed him, and he, in turn, held disdain for someone as crude as Thomas. Upon hearing the Celtics' offer, Kongbu felt that there was sincerity behind it. Negotiations are an inherent part of trading, and it is unreasonable to expect the highest bid from the outset. Mr. Pitino, you must realize that this offer is somewhat unrealistic. In truth, one Snow exceeds Chauncey's value, and Camby cannot merely be valued at an uncertain first-round pick, can he? If you are genuinely interested, we can engage in a more substantial conversation. Pitino felt a surge of delight. It seemed that this trade might indeed be feasible. His desire for Snow and Camby stemmed from the fact that the Celtics currently had 2 forwards who were lackluster defensively. One was the 1996 draft pick, Anthony Walker, who this season boasted an impressive average of 22 points and 10 rebounds as a power forward, yet his defensive skills were woefully inadequate. The other was this year's 6th overall pick, Ron Mercer, who currently averaged 16 points and showed little interest in defense. This scenario resulted in the Celtics' overall defensive efficiency plummeting to an abysmal level, ranking them at the bottom of the league, even worse than the Clippers and the Nuggets. Should they acquire Camby and Snow, the situation would transform entirely. The Celtics would undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. This season marked Pitino's return to the NBA, and he certainly aspired to lead his team to notable achievements. Kong Chauncey's talent is truly formidable. Otherwise, I doubt you would have any desire for him. However, he is currently embroiled in scandal, and I do not wish for my team to include a player who cannot control his baser instincts, remarked Pitino with righteous indignation. Kongbu could not help but chuckle. While others might critique Billups for his lack of self-control, Pitino himself lacks the standing to do so. A decade later, during his coaching tenure in the NCAA, he was caught engaging in impropriety beneath a restaurant table with a colleague's wife, leading to a scandal that nearly cost him his coaching position. Billups could at least attribute his misfortunes to being betrayed by teammates, while Pitino's case was a blatant failure to govern his own desires. He is, quite frankly, akin to a basketball world version of Ubuchuan. Let us proceed with caution. After all, there are still 2 months until the trade market closes. You may listen to offers from other teams, and we shall reconvene in due time. Kongbu held Billups in high regard, yet he was not inclined to be taken advantage of. In a typical scenario, The Celtics would engage in a three-way trade involving the Blazers and the Raptors, with each team exchanging their primary ball handlers. The Raptors would send the diminutive Vince Carter to the Blazers, while the Celtics would dispatch Billups to the Raptors, and the Blazers would transfer Kenny Anderson to the Celtics. Anderson's statistics were respectable, boasting an average of 17 points and 7 assists last season, though his shooting percentage was dismal, often failing to reach 40%. This season, after 30 games, his performance had diminished further, averaging only 12 points and 5 assists. His statistics were unremarkable, and his offensive efficiency was not necessarily superior to Snow's, with his defense lagging significantly behind. Snow currently averages 12 points, 6 assists, and 3 steals per game, a formidable presence indeed. Furthermore, Snow is 3 years Anderson's junior. Unless Patino were to lose his senses, he would have no inclination to pursue Anderson when Snow is available. Kong Bu is intent on allowing him to stew in his own reality, understanding that with each passing day, Billups' value diminishes. In the upcoming match against the Golden State Warriors, Kong Bu unexpectedly decided to rest Deji. After such a remarkable debut performance, many assumed Deji would usurp Xiao Ao's starting position as the Raptors' primary power forward. However, not only did he not start, he did not see play time at all. Kong Bu had his reasons for this decision. Camby had played only 6 minutes in the previous game, and even if Camby did not express it, Kong Bu felt a pang of guilt. Both Deji and Camby were his players. He could not neglect either one's feelings. Thus, Kong Bu aimed to give Camby more playing time in the coming days to compensate for his previous absence. The Warriors' interior defense was formidable. Yet they faced the relentless duo of Ben Wallace and Camby, who combined for 11 blocks, leaving the Warriors' inside players reeling. From the sidelines, one could hear Colissimo's furious tirades directed at Dampier, the expletive sharp and laden with obscenities that would warrant censorship on television. The Raptors players cast sympathetic glances at Dampier, acknowledging their own imperfections. Despite their youth and inexperience leading to numerous blunders this season, they had never faced the scorn that Colissimo directed at them. With a sigh, Kong Bu reflected that this may well explain Dampier's desperate yearning for validation. Under Colissimo's regime, he had truly been crushed. A week prior, a significant incident had shaken the league. The Warriors star, the volatile Latrell Sprewell, had choked head coach Colissimo during practice. According to Colissimo, Sprewell's actions bordered on attempted murder. Later, in an emotional interview, Sprewell claimed that anyone subjected to Colissimo's derogatory remarks would react in a similar manner. Just a couple of days ago, Sprewell was traded to the New York Knicks, a transaction that mirrored Kong Bu's recollection of history, allowing the Knicks to acquire him at no cost. Now, only a week later, Colissimo had yet to learn from his mistakes, showing no mercy to Dampier in front of nearly 20,000 fans. Fortunately, Dampier did not share Sprewell's volatility. Otherwise, a similar confrontation could have ended tragically for Colissimo. Ultimately, the Raptors triumphed 109-92, securing their 22nd victory of the season, with a record of 22 wins and 8 losses. Post-game, Kong Bu was in high spirits, not solely because they were just one win behind the Bulls, but also due to the upcoming match against Larry Brown. A victory over Brown would elevate them to the pinnacle of the league standings, a double celebration. The public remained largely unaware of the animosity between Kong Bu and Brown, only knowing that during the last face-off with Riley, Brown had sided with him. The previous time Riley had a supporter, it was Carly Perry, who had suffered a staggering defeat by Kong Bu, losing by 39 points. Everyone understood that Kong Bu would not let this match pass without a fight. Chapter 77, To Be Unique. Who wishes to be second? The match against the 76ers is about to commence. Kong Bu stands on the sidelines, his gaze fixed disdainfully upon Larry Brown, brimming with contempt and mockery. Shortly after the game begins, the Raptors unleash an overwhelming offense, and it becomes evident that Larry Brown is not without his own strategies. He recognizes the shortcomings of Stackhouse and trades him to the Pistons in exchange for players like Aaron McKie. The rationale behind this trade lies in the fact that the Pistons are currently under the leadership of Coach Gentry. Although Kong Bu may look down on Larry Brown, he cannot deny the trade's merit. However, to claim it as a victory would be misleading, as the 76ers remain woefully inadequate against the Raptors. Larry Brown, sensing Kong Bu's penetrating gaze, turns pale and avoids eye contact. During the Riley incident, he had presumed Kong Bu's downfall was imminent. A mere rookie without any foundational support, he had offended two of the most powerful figures in the league, and amidst the cacophony of criticism from various coaches and executives, Kong Bu seemed destined to become a pariah. Yet, the unfolding events defy his expectations. Prominent figures in the league, whom he could never hope to confront, have rallied in support of Kongbu. For instance, Steven Jackson is someone Larry Brown could never antagonize. Despite his extensive experience in the league, his lack of notable achievements renders him unqualified to challenge Jackson. He has yet to win a single Coach of the Year award, nor has he ever led a team to the finals, indeed, without a finals appearance. How could he aspire to a championship? It is worth noting that he began coaching the Nuggets in 1976, with some years spent returning to the NCAA. Yet his NBA coaching tenure has spanned 16 years, yielding little success. As the referee blows the whistle, both starting lineups take the court. Camby starts, while Yu Ming is given a night off. Stern observes Kongbu's decision to bench Yao with a furrowed brow. What is Kongbu up to? He could understand the reasoning behind resting Yao in the previous game, but 2 consecutive absences are beginning to raise his concerns. The game officially begins, with the Raptors gaining the first possession and launching their attack. Snow brings the ball to the front court, delivering a precise pass to Camby. Coleman, perhaps still recovering from the night before, watches helplessly as Camby glides past him with a single stride. In the next moment, the rim reverberates as Camby executes a powerful dunk. Iverson's eyes blaze with fury. A fiercely competitive player, he finds it intolerable to witness Coleman's lackadaisical performance. As the 76ers embark on their offensive turn, with Stackhouse's departure, Iverson emerges as the team's sole scoring threat from the perimeter, while Coleman serves as the inside option. Given Coleman's current state, Iverson is reluctant to pass him the ball. Snow applies tight defense, his physique larger and stronger than Iverson's, denying him any space for an outside shot. The last time they faced the 76ers without a guard like Snow, Kongbu had assigned McGrady to defend Iverson, focusing on stopping his drives rather than his shots. As time has progressed, the Raptors lineup has become increasingly coherent, with a heightened intensity in perimeter defense, rendering it unnecessary for Kongbu to grant Iverson any opportunities to score. In this match, Kongbu's objective is to closely shadow Iverson and decisively vanquish the 76ers. Despite Snow's tight defense, Iverson is no novice, with a step back and a deceptive maneuver. He easily eludes Snow. Just as he believes he can effortlessly penetrate to the basket, McGrady abandons his assignment on Aaron McKee, obstructing Iverson's path to the hoop. With teammates in open positions, Iverson passes to McKee, who unfortunately fails to convert the mid-range shot. The rebound is secured by Camby, and the Raptors launch their counterattack. Upon reaching the front court, Wuxing's shot misses, and Big Ben effectively boxes out Sitterleaf, allowing Camby to snatch yet another offensive rebound. Subsequently, right in front of Coleman, Camby executes a powerful dunk. Following this, during the 76ers' offensive possession, Iverson finds himself targeted once more. He passes to Jim Jackson, but before the ball reaches him, Camby's large hand intercepts at mid-flight. Kongbu marvels at Camby's evident desire to excel against the 76ers. Remarkably, within just over a minute of the game, Camby has already tallied 4 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 steal. Boss, Marcus's second highest career score to date was against the 76ers, where Coleman netted 36 points. I sense he may well surpass that record tonight. Malone, having done his homework, reminds Kongbu. He is aware of Kongbu's penchant for allowing his players to shine. Hence he has kept an eye on the Raptors' various records. Kongbu nods slightly. He recognizes Camby as a rather unconventional player. He distinctly remembers that Camby's career high is 37 points, achieved during his rookie season, and astonishingly, he has not matched that score in the subsequent 16 years of his career. However, he remains unaware that those 36 points were amassed against Coleman. After successfully stealing the ball, Camby sinks a mid-range jumper, swishing it through the net. Kongbu has always regarded Camby as a quintessential blue-collar player. Yet his shooting ability is not to be underestimated. Following 2 consecutive emphatic dunks, Camby's confidence surges, and he begins to shoot whenever he has the ball in hand. After a brief period, Kongbu substitutes Big Ben for Little O, while keeping Camby on the court. With Little O's entrance, Camby takes on the responsibilities previously held by Big Ben, focusing on defense and rebounding in the paint. In the blink of an eye, the first half has elapsed. Iverson has found the going exceedingly tough tonight. Even if he manages to bypass Snow, he is immediately met by either McGrady or Wuxing as a secondary line of defense. Had he the likes of Old Cole, Old Curry, or Old Hornacek, elite spot-up shooters, as teammates, Kongbu's defensive strategy might not have been as effective. It is conceivable that while Iverson is being restricted, his teammates would step up. Alas, the 76ers lack such a well-rounded roster. Most of Iverson's passes yield no returns. At halftime, Iverson has only managed a meager 7 points and 4 assists, A dismal performance indeed. Coleman's performance was commendable, despite his lackadaisical efforts on the defensive end. He exhibited remarkable prowess offensively, contributing 10 points and 4 rebounds in the first half with a variety of mid-range shots and post moves. However, when juxtaposed with Camby's stellar showcase, Coleman pales in comparison. Over 21 minutes of play, Camby erupted for 18 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, dominating both ends of the floor and asserting his authority throughout the game. As the saying goes, every family indulges in dumplings during the new year. Tonight, Camby savored his victory on the offensive side, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage, 8 of 12 from the field, with 2 of 2 from the free throw line, including 4 thunderous dunks among his 8 field goals. His defensive presence was equally formidable, amassing 3 blocks and 3 steals in just one half. Notably, Camby's ability to steal the ball is remarkable. Among players who have averaged 3 blocks and 1 steal per game in a single season, Hakeem Olajuwon leads the pack. Undeniably, following him is the esteemed General, with Camby securing the 3rd position. Fans are well acquainted with the versatile Andrei Kirilenko, who only managed such statistics for 2 seasons, whereas Camby achieved this remarkable feat for 4 seasons. Coach Kahn wore a smile, and Malone's prophetic words rang true. Tonight would undoubtedly be Camby's night. Give it your all, tonight is yours, Kahn encouraged Camby during halftime in the locker room. Malone chimed in, noting that while a conventional double-double is less rare than a quadruple-double, a 20-point, 5-rebound, 5-assist performance is indeed quite exceptional. Thus far, only Olajuwon and Coleman have accomplished it. The room fell silent in awe. Coleman, in his prime, had indeed produced numbers rivaling those of the dream. A drink to lament a lifetime. Had it not been for his struggles with alcohol, Coleman would not have become the figure of disdain he is today. You have a genuine chance to score 30. If you can push your assists into double digits, that would be even rarer, Malone asserted. Achieving a 30-point triple-double or a 5 by 5 feet would place Camby alongside Olajuwon in the annals of history. Should he manage to net 40 points, he would stand alone as the sole record holder. Malone had thoroughly prepared, recalling these records with ease. Camby felt a surge of excitement. 30 points would make him the 2nd player in history to achieve such numbers, and if he reached 40, he would be the 1st. His gaze turned fervently towards Kahn, who nodded with a smile. Let us go, brothers. Should we miss this opportunity, I would regret it for life. Camby erupted in exhilaration, realizing he was on the verge of becoming a historical singularity. Chapter 78, the spectacular quintuple-double. The Raptors players were invigorated, rallying behind Camby, who had consistently dedicated himself to the team, second only to Big Ben. He graciously ceded his starting position to Little A.O., a gesture that might have incited discontent among other players, potentially leading them to confront management. Yet Camby did not succumb to such impulses. Instead, he continued to nurture Little A.O.'s development. Tonight, he had the chance to create an unforgettable moment, to etch his name in history, and naturally, his teammates were determined to support him wholeheartedly. As halftime concluded, the game resumed. Coach Kongbu stood pensively on the sidelines, contemplating how Larry Brown would react should Camby indeed achieve historical greatness. Had the Raptors maintained their previous roster configuration, despite Camby scoring 18 points in the first half, his chances of reaching 40 points would have been exceedingly slim. However, the Raptors were transformed. Even DeG, with the assistance of his teammates, managed to score 35 points with remarkable efficiency, and Camby was a player of a superior caliber compared to the former DeG. Furthermore, they were facing an unsteady Coleman tonight. Failing to seize this opportunity would indeed lead to a lifetime of regret. The game commenced with Camby executing a thunderous dunk, swiftly followed by a block against Coleman, bringing his points to 20 and his blocks to 4. Achieving 5 blocks was hardly a challenge for Camby. Even without Coach Kongbu at the helm, Camby had averaged 3.7 blocks in his sophomore year. The real challenge lay in securing steals. The Raptors initiated a rigorous defensive strategy as the second half began, compelling the 76ers to pass the ball more frequently, thus increasing the opportunities for steals. Swish. Another long-range jumper found its mark. With confidence surging and his rhythm established, Camby exuded an aura of invincibility. Bam! With a resounding crash, Camby emphatically dunked over Coleman, eliciting gasps and cheers from the home crowd. As the sole remnant of the previous season's Raptors roster, Camby had forged a connection with the fans. The game was also broadcasted back home, stirring excitement among viewers. Goodness, Camby is this formidable? Wasn't Coleman the first overall pick, a former superstar power forward? Su Jiqing remarked, Noting that Coleman's performance had declined significantly due to alcoholism, yet Camby's prowess remained astonishing. Concern for De Gea began to arise. No wonder Coach Kongbu refrained from playing him. The disparity between him and Camby was glaring. Indeed, when it came to defense, there was no comparison. The Nuggets' body could only muster single-digit scores against Camby. The Raptors appeared overwhelmingly dominant. It seemed that any player they fielded could emerge as a leader among other teams. While domestic fans expressed grievances over Coach Kongbu's decision to bench De Gea, many found solace in Camby's awe-inspiring display. In the realm of competitive sports, the superior clearly asserted themselves. Camby was evidently a tier above De Gea. Were he the head coach, he would undoubtedly opt for Camby. As the third quarter came to a close, Camby had amassed an impressive 14 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal in just that period. His personal statistics had now soared to 32 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 blocks, and 4 steals, with only 1 steal remaining to achieve the coveted quintuple-double. If all goes as expected, Camby's quintuple-double is all but secured. With 12 minutes remaining in the game, a mere steal is hardly an obstacle. It is indeed unfortunate. Kongbu mused that Camby recorded too few blocks in the first half. Otherwise, he would have had a genuine opportunity for a quadruple-double tonight. While a quintuple-double is undeniably rare, it pales in comparison to the awe inspired by a quadruple-double in the eyes of the average fan. Larry Brown has already sensed that something is amiss. Kongbu is clearly intent on facilitating Camby's record-breaking feat. Once Camby achieves this milestone, the Philadelphia 76ers will merely serve as a backdrop. Considering his recent public criticism of Kongbu, it remains uncertain how the media will mock him as a mere prop in this narrative. All Larry can do now is hasten the game into garbage time. Even if Camby breaks the record, it will be tainted. What? Larry, are you serious? There's an entire quarter left, and we're only down by 16 points. We absolutely have a chance to come back. Iverson's expression was one of discontent. If Tracy McGrady could score 15 points in a minute to lead his team to victory over the Bulls, why couldn't he conjure such a miracle? He still had 12 minutes to rally his team. Camby was on the verge of a quintuple-double, and he did not wish to become a mere background figure. Transitioning into garbage time seemed a prudent decision. Coleman, with his eyelids drooping, mumbled as he contemplated which tavern to drown his sorrows in that evening. Shut your mouth. You worthless fool. If it weren't for you, how could he possibly achieve such statistics? A blue-collar worker is about to drop 40 points on your head. You ought to be ashamed. The pent-up rage that Iverson had accumulated throughout the game erupted at that moment. He did not expect Coleman to recapture his peak performance. But even a modicum of effort on the defensive end would suffice. Iverson believed Camby could not possibly flourish. Huh? You want me to be quiet? I've already scored 16 points and grabbed 7 rebounds tonight. What about you? You're beneath me. Don't let your status as the first overall pick go to your head. When I was the first pick, you were merely a petty thug sitting in jail. Coleman, infuriated, felt he was the true leader of Philadelphia, and being insulted by a newcomer compelled him to expose Iverson's scars. Iverson had spent 4 months in prison. Had it not been for his extraordinary athletic talent and the unwavering support of the NAACP, he would have faced at least 5 years behind bars. This was the darkest chapter of Iverson's life, now laid bare before everyone by Coleman's outburst. Kongbu and Small Malone stood on tiptoe, peering toward the 76ers bench. Is there dissension? Indeed, it appears there is. They've begun to hurl insults. Hey, should we get a little closer to witness the commotion? Perhaps not. We might end up getting hit. The two spectators exchanged mischievous grins. Kongbu felt it necessary to have some sunflower seeds and chestnuts sent over by Yao Ziyuan to enjoy as a snack while observing the unfolding drama. On the 76ers bench, Iverson sat rigid, motionless for a prolonged moment. Larry Brown was on the brink of madness. He knew that encountering Kumbo would inevitably lead to trouble. Not only would tonight see him relegated to mere background for Camby, but the two core players of the team were also at odds with one another. There is no garbage time in my games, even with just a second remaining. I will fight until the end. Iverson's voice resonated loudly, reaching even Kumbo's ears. After speaking, Iverson strode directly onto the court. Larry Brown felt as if his head might explode. He understood Iverson's steadfast nature. When he declared that only one could remain, it truly meant just that. Without any room for negotiation. He was aware of Coleman's potential, but trading him for a lackluster interior player would yield far less utility. The standout interior players were treasures to their respective teams. How could they possibly part with them for a mere shadow of a player? Barely into the fourth quarter, Camby intercepted a pass from DeAndre Jordan, securing his 5th steal of the game. He had thus completed the remarkable feat of 35 points and 5 steals, becoming only the 2nd player since Olajuwon to achieve such statistics. Kumbo did not substitute Camby out. With Iverson still on the court, this game was far from garbage time. Camby was in extraordinary form tonight, perhaps utilizing all of his offensive luck in this single outing, and Kumbo was determined to ensure Camby had no regrets. With 4 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter, a thunderous noise erupted as Camby executed a powerful dunk beneath the basket. 40 points achieved. In addition to those 40 points, Camby recorded 15 rebounds, 8 assists, 6 blocks, and 5 steals. Camby pounded his chest, roaring with excitement. He had done it, with the support of Kumbo and his teammates. He had truly produced a historically unique performance. Just as he was about to leave the court to bask in the crowd as thunderous applause, Kumbo called him back. What a jest! He was just 2 assists shy of a triple-double. He absolutely could not let this opportunity slip away. The distinction between 45 points and 40 triple-double stats was monumental. While the former was a historically unique achievement, many would argue it paled in comparison to a quadruple-double. The latter, however, was a superlative statistic that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a quadruple-double. In the final 4 minutes, the ever-reliable Jackson assisted Camby in securing the last 2 assists needed. The moment the referee blew the final whistle, Camby, like a frenzied bull, charged toward Kumbo. He enveloped Kumbo in a bear hug and spun around the court in exuberance. Ben Wallace, visibly anxious, jogged alongside Camby, arms outstretched, fearful that Camby might inadvertently drop Kumbo. Slow down, be careful, coach. Don't run. Eventually, Ben could no longer contain himself and forcibly pried Kumbo from Camby's jubilant embrace. Chapter 79. Commencement of the 2nd phase of the task 40 triple-doubles and 5x5, a statistic as valuable as quadruple-doubles. A unique superlative in the annals of NBA history. After the likes of the Great Saint, Little Owl, McGrady, Big Ben, and Yao Ming, Camby has also earned his own special night. Coach, thank you. Thank you. The greatest fortune of my life was being selected by the Raptors and then waiting for you. I love you, Coach. Camby is currently in a euphoric state. Even when Big Ben snatches away the spotlight, he still pushes past him to embrace and affectionately lick the head of the mascot. Camby decides to purchase several bars of soap on his way home, as he anticipates 2 pounds of his saliva adorning the mascot's face. This young team will never lack for miracles. Congratulations to Camby for achieving a statistic that will forever etch his name in history. Indeed, the Raptors are never short of miracles. In the commentary booth, Su Jiqing and Su Kun express their sentiments wistfully. The Raptors players celebrate wildly, while the atmosphere on the 76ers side is tense. Iverson appears lost in thought, his gaze vacant. Coleman, still seething with anger, glares at Iverson. Larry Brown fixes a hostile stare on the mascot. Had it not been for him, none of this would have transpired tonight. During the post-game handshake, Larry Brown steels himself to approach the court. He has rehearsed his words, intending to admonish the mascot not to let petty ambitions cloud his judgment. To his surprise, the mascot bypasses him entirely, heading straight for Iverson. Hey, Allen. I heard you say you no longer wish to stay in Philadelphia? I admire your fierce competitive spirit. The mascot's words are carefully chosen, revealing a subtle nuance. If spoken too bluntly, they could imply illicit recruitment, and he has no desire to provide Larry Brown with ammunition. His comments to Iverson are not born of a genuine desire to recruit him to the Raptors. Such a scenario is impossible, as the 76ers would never part with him, and the Raptors have enough ball-dominant players. His sole aim is to irritate Larry Brown. Massett, apart from your good fortune, you are utterly worthless. I can assure you that in 3 years, you will undoubtedly have vanished from the NBA. Larry Brown, beleaguered by internal strife, finds even his trash talk lacking vigor. The mascot burst into laughter. 3 years? I recall you last saying I'd be gone in 6 months. Am I merely fortunate? Well, an opportunity now lies before you. I could sell you Camby. Would you be interested? Larry Brown's expression falters, quickly realizing that the mascot is mocking him. To claim he wouldn't want Camby would be sheer self-deception. Camby is far more valuable than Coleman, and the contract is favorable as well. To say he would want him? He is certain the mascot will follow with a derisive retort. Iverson remains silent, coldly observing Larry Brown. To this day, he cannot fathom why Larry Brown chose to antagonize the mascot during the previous Riley incident. If only there had been no offense to Kongbu. What if he truly managed to acquire Camby? The Raptors currently find themselves inundated with players in the paint, making a trade for Camby entirely plausible. The young Iverson with his naive disposition, speculated that perhaps Larry Brown was envious of Kongbu, leading to a swift decline in his regard for Brown. "I desire it. Dare you offer it?" Larry Brown exclaimed, his face contorting in agitation. Yet, the allure of Camby was simply too great, compelling him to swallow his pride. "Dream on," Kongbu retorted, turning away and denying Brown any further opportunity to speak. Iverson, filled with frustration, was nearly amused by Kongbu. He discovered the fervently engaging demeanor of the young coach quite entertaining. Alas, he was destined not to join the Raptors. Nonetheless, the prospect seemed appealing. Leading his team back to the locker room, Kongbu was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune along the way. Upon entering the locker room and receiving a call from Stern, his mood quickly soured. Stern's irate voice boomed through the phone, demanding to know why DeGi had been rested for 2 consecutive games. He insisted that DeGi must play in the upcoming schedule, or Kongbu would face consequences. Kongbu remained unfazed. After all, he resided in a lavish 141-room estate in the metropolis. Was he truly to fear repercussions? No, in fact. After swindling $30,000 from Van Gundy, his estate had grown to 142 rooms. However, Kongbu understood that continuously resting DeGi was unsustainable. He would indeed have to allow him to play. Once on the court, he was bound by the agreement with the Basketball Management Center to provide DeGi with at least 25 minutes of playtime. "Coach, why not rest me for the next few games?" suggested the bashful Xiao Ao. "Resting 1T affect my average stats, and at 1T impact me much." Stern's earlier outburst had been jarring, and several players in the locker room had overheard. "Let me take the rest, having just achieved those numbers. I deserve a few days off." "Coach, don't overthink it and tire yourself out. You are a special figure to us, whatever you say." "We shall comply without concern for our feelings," Camby chimed in, his face beaming with joy after achieving a historic statistical feat. DeGi, bewildered, failed to grasp the conversation. Sensing only that it somehow pertained to him, Kongbu nodded in acknowledgement. The suggestions from Xiao Ao and Camby provided him with a fresh perspective on distributing playing time. His primary concern had been the insufficient minutes available for players, especially with a total of 96 minutes allocated to the 4 and 5 positions, divided evenly among 4 players. Each would receive a mere 24 minutes. Given the existing agreement with DeGi, he was required to play a full 25 minutes and could not simply pull him out at that mark each time. By occasionally resting one of the 4, however, the dilemma could be elegantly resolved. Xiao Ao's perspective is indeed insightful. Resting players does not adversely affect their average statistics and allows them ample opportunity to recuperate, thereby mitigating the risk of injuries. This is particularly beneficial for the fragile Xiao Ao. "Very well, Jermaine, you shall rest for 2 games. And then Camby will take a turn for 1. As for you, Bon, your respite will have to wait, as you are indispensable in the upcoming matches." Coach Kongbu does not wish to deny Bon a few days of relaxation, but they must face the Lakers in the 3rd game of their forthcoming away trip. How can they contend with O'Neal if Bon is not on the court? Should they rely on Xiao Ao, who can bench press a mere 100 kilograms? Or on DeGi, who can only manage 65? Even if these two were to join forces, they would likely struggle to withstand the onslaught of the formidable diesel engine. The impending away journey consists of only 3 matches, spanning from next Monday to Saturday, perfectly aligning with a complete weekend schedule. The opponents include the Mavericks, Clippers, and Lakers, with the first 2 teams lacking in strength, granting Coach Kongbu over a 90% chance of victory. However, the match against the Lakers presents numerous uncertainties. No coach dares to assert they can definitively triumph over a team led by O'Neal. This week, Coach Kongbu has resolved to assign tasks to DeGi. For should these tasks remain unaddressed, the Raptors will soon encounter a grueling schedule after completing this away trip. Their next 4 home games will be against the Knicks, Bulls, Pacers, and Hawks. Particularly against the Knicks, Coach Kongbu himself is uncertain how many players will be suspended. The team's performance will be significantly impacted, as even the weakest opponent, the Hawks, currently stands as the 6th in the Eastern Conference, just behind the Hornets. A complete sweep of losses is a distinct possibility. In any case, the system has not stipulated a deadline for these tasks, so Coach Kongbu views it as an opportunity to experiment. Should he succeed, it would be a cause for celebration, and if he fails, he can seek another opportunity. Theoretically, the deadline for this task extends until DeGi departs from the NBA. As long as he remains in the league, he holds the chance to earn the title of Player of the Week. On December 23rd, Christmas Eve, the schedule had long been predetermined. Given the Raptors' dismal performance last season, lacking both record and star players, it was utterly impossible for them to qualify for the Christmas showdown. This year, the Eastern Conference's Christmas game features the Bulls against the Heat, while the Western Conference pits the Jazz against the Rockets. As Coach Kombu's team arrives in Dallas, he anticipates this match with great eagerness. It is not that the Mavericks boast a player whom Coach Kombu admires. At present, they have yet to acquire Nash, and Nowitzki has not entered the draft. The sole star on their roster is the less affluent version of Jordan, Michael Finley. While Finley possesses commendable skills in Kombu's eyes, his overall prowess pales in comparison to that of the likes of Wu Xing or Marchand. This implies that even the primary star of the Mavericks would find himself relegated to a supporting role within the Raptors. What truly excites Coach Kombu is the Mavericks head coach, Don Nelson. He is eager to engage with this tactical maestro he has long revered. Chapter 80. A disheartening victory. Monitoring the player's health has become one of Kombu's daily responsibilities. Whenever a player's health drops below 80 points, he promptly grants them a rest. Over the course of more than 2 months since the season commenced, Kombu's diligence has not been in vain. The Raptors have managed to avoid injuries, aside from the occasional brawl or unforeseen foul play. Unfortunately, during tonight's match against the Mavericks, an unforeseen incident occurred. Nearly 3 minutes into the game, McGrady clutched his waist. His face contorted in pain as he gestured to the technical table for a timeout. Kombu was utterly startled. Just before the game, McGrady's health was at a commendable 81 points. How could he sustain an injury so unexpectedly? He could not help but recall the congenital spinal curvature of McGrady, with some experts even predicting that his professional career would not extend beyond 5 years. This was also a primary reason for the brevity of McGrady's peak performance. With McGrady sidelined, the impact on the game was minimal. The Raptors still maintained a significant advantage. This advantage was particularly evident in their perimeter shooting, while in the paint. The Raptors' pairing of Ben Wallace faced the towering Sean Bradley and the indomitable AC Green, and surprisingly, they gained no upper hand at all. On one hand, Wallace's defense against the towering figure was an insurmountable challenge. Bradley stood at an impressive 229 centimeters, nearly 30 centimeters taller than Wallace, a disparity that no strategy could compensate for. Even when the diminutive Alston attempted to guard Bradley, the results were far from effective. However, the most debilitating factor for the Raptors was the old coach Nelson's implementation of the hack-a-shack strategy, which aptly named the hack-a-ban in this scenario, as it was directed at Wallace. This tactic is applicable to any player with poor free-throw shooting, irrespective of whether they're a blue-collar worker or a scorer, whether they play inside or outside. To illustrate the deficiency in free-throw shooting, even Shaquille O'Neal would appear as a novice in front of Wallace. Once the Raptors had exhausted their fouls in the first quarter, Coach Nelson immediately sent Wallace to the free-throw line repeatedly. The results were dismal: 1 out of 2, 0 out of 2, and 1 out of 2. Within a matter of minutes, Wallace attempted 10 free throws, succeeding only 3 times. It was akin to a whisper of despair, silent yet disheartening. Those 10 free throws consumed 5 of the Raptors' offensive possessions, meaning they only garnered 3 points from 5 attempts. In a state of frustration, Coach Colangelo had no choice but to substitute Wallace out of the game. Keeping him on the court would not only diminish the team's offensive efficiency but could also provoke Wallace further. In the future, the league instituted rules to limit the hack-a-shack tactic, prohibiting fouls on off-ball players during the last 2 minutes of each quarter. At this moment, such a rule had yet to be established, allowing fouls on off-ball players except during the final 2 minutes of the game. Colangelo was concerned that if Nelson continued to employ this strategy, other teams might follow suit, targeting Wallace and making his career increasingly arduous. The hack-a-shack strategy was not a novel invention of Coach Nelson. It had been employed as far back as the Wilt Chamberlain era, though it was Nelson who popularized it. He frequently utilized this tactic against the Bulls, and later, his protege Popovich, who shadowed him for 2 years, would occasionally apply it against O'Neal during matches against the Lakers. As the second quarter approached, due to McGrady's injury, Bowen was required to step onto the court that night. To the befuddlement of Kombu, old Nelson had once again resorted to the hack-a-Bowen strategy. As an outside player, Bowen had maintained a commendable three-point shooting percentage of over 40 for several seasons throughout his career. However, perplexingly, his free throw percentage lingered stubbornly below 50, hovering above 40 for multiple seasons. There was even a season with the Spurs where he recorded an odd statistic of 44 from beyond the arc and merely 40 at the charity stripe. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of missed free throws echoed as Bowen managed to convert only 3 out of 8 attempts. Kombu grimaced. The game was excruciatingly difficult and frustrating. The disparity between the two teams was glaring. The Maverick star player would have to settle for a bench role with the Raptors. Yet, old Nelson had evidently come prepared, adeptly exploiting the Raptors' weaknesses to narrow the gap between the two sides. Kongbu could not help but acknowledge the veracity of Nelson's reputation as a tactical mastermind. Seated on the bench, both Big Ben and Bowen appeared dazed, acutely aware that the situation was dire. If Nelson could orchestrate such a strategy, other teams could certainly follow suit, making their future endeavors increasingly challenging. Bowen was somewhat fortunate. As a substitute, he could simply avoid the court when facing the Hack-a-Bowen tactic. Big Ben, however, was the Raptors' starting center, and his absence significantly weakened the team's prowess. When the game concluded, the Raptors triumphed over the Mavericks with a narrow score of 101-96. Despite the victory, Kongbu felt no elation, for the win was rather unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. Old Nelson had thoroughly demonstrated the application of the hack-a-shack strategy. As a die-hard fan in his past life, Kongbu was certainly familiar with this tactic. However, employing it effectively required a keen sense of timing. It was not merely a matter of indiscriminately hacking away. He couldn't help but recall the upcoming match against the Lakers, where he could experiment with the knowledge gained against Shaquille O'Neal. Moreover, Dashi had performed commendably that night, elevating his three key attributes in the paint to 85, and utilizing his height advantage. He scored 20 points, secured 8 rebounds, and dished out 3 assists. Fortunately, his counterpart, the Iron Man Green, was not particularly adept at offense, and thus, the defensive vulnerabilities did not become glaringly evident. Mr. Nelson, this game truly left a profound impression. He is indeed a genuine tactical savant. After the match, Kongbu approached the court, offering a wry smile as he shook hands with old Nelson. Nelson erupted in laughter, reveling in the sight of the once commanding Kongbu now wearing a rueful expression. "Ah, my young friend, you have much ahead of you. When I was your age, well, it seems I was still playing in Boston. Your players are quite impressive. I believe your team holds great promise for this season's championship." As he observed the increasing prowess of others' players, old Nelson couldn't help but lament his own team as shortcomings. The disparity in player quality was simply too vast. Had he the roster that Kongbu possessed, he would feel a 90% certainty of clinching the championship. After a brief chat, old Nelson left a favorable impression on Kongbu, who was at least not as lamentable as Pat Riley had suggested. 3 days later, the beleaguered Raptors will arrive in Los Angeles, where they will face the Clippers and the Lakers back-to-back. The venerable Mr. Feige extends his hospitality by inviting Kongbu to dinner. Kongbu holds the old coach in the highest esteem and readily accepts the invitation. "The intelligence you provided me last time proved invaluable, unfortunately. The Grizzlies were not interested in our players, and the trade did not materialize." Mr. Feige's expression is one of bitterness. The Clippers are in disarray, and even when opportunities arise, they cannot seize them. "This dinner may well be our last meeting, as I plan to retire after this season. Kong, you are the most outstanding young talent I have encountered. I eagerly anticipate your brilliance on this grand stage. It is clear that Mr. Feige has been deeply hurt by the Clippers' plight and is preparing to bid farewell to the world of basketball. Kongbu feels a pang of sadness without Mr. Feige. This duplicitous league will lose much of its humanity. Mr. Feige, there is a strong possibility you will secure the first overall pick this year. Why not stay for another year? Do you not wish to become a coach with 1,000 victories? No, I have observed this year's NCAA recruits, and there is no player capable of altering the landscape. Even if we were to attain the first overall pick, I am too old to wait for their development. As for 1,000 victories, life is fraught with regrets." Mr. Feige sighs, having already achieved 931 wins, tantalizingly close to the milestone. Under normal circumstances, he would retire at the season's end with 944 victories, meaning he would need just 56 wins next season to reach the illustrious mark. Many future fans may remain unaware of Feige, primarily because he never became a coach with 1,000 victories. Kongbu takes a deep breath, feeling compelled to do something to persuade Mr. Feige to stay. No, life should not be riddled with regrets. Perhaps this: if you secure the first overall pick, you can negotiate with us. I could authorize the sale of 2 core players to you. This prospect ignites a flicker of hope in Mr. Feige's eyes, only to be extinguished moments later. "We merely have a chance at the first overall pick. It is by no means assured. That is inconsequential. Your minimum guarantee is a top 4 selection. My commitment remains unchanged." "Is that true?" Mr. Feige breathes more rapidly. His lack of star players does not imply he is oblivious to the disparity between stars and ordinary players. One of the Raptors' core players could lead most teams, too. Feige is confident he can revive the Clippers. Indeed, but this matter must remain confidential. I fear Thomas would have my head. Kongbu's promise, which could potentially infuriate Thomas, is fueled by his own considerations. Retaining the honorable Mr. Feige is one motivation, and he is also aware that the Clippers are likely to secure the first overall pick. In the 1998 draft, the Clippers selected the notorious Bust Olowokandi with the first overall pick. If history is any guide, the Clippers will likely repeat this outcome, allowing Kongbu to select any 1998 rookie he desires with that pick. The Raptors currently possess a considerable array of draft picks, including 3 first-round selections, albeit all positioned beyond the 20th pick. However, the players that the esteemed Masai Ujiri covets are primarily those projected to be lottery picks. Furthermore, with the impending contract year for the talented Fred VanVleet, it is evident that the Raptors are unable to offer him a lucrative contract. Even if they choose not to trade him, retaining VanVleet seems implausible, as the Raptors can only afford a salary not exceeding $5 million. In contrast, other teams could provide him with annual earnings surpassing $10 million. Thus, even if VanVleet desires to remain, Ujiri would likely encourage him to pursue a more lucrative contract elsewhere. Should he be traded to the Clippers, it would be fortuitous, as they possess the financial flexibility to re-sign him.